Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take, coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know they ain't miss. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block with the knees, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bots and slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back in the house once again. Welcome back. Get that going. Another great show, another great event. Zayek's semi-annual science fair wrapping up. Excellent show, excellent show. What's up with the price? That was fire, man. That was right on time. Nice work. We're definitely going to be making sure once things are set up in the expansion down there in the south, we're going to be working our way west. I know Brother Q is supposed to have some upcoming meetings shortly, and it's going to be great things in the very near future. Gonna work his way in my time zone now, Central Time Zone. 2 locations on the east, 1 in the central, and then eventually gonna work his way west, from coast to coast. Zayek's coast to coast. Yeah. I can see it. What's up with it, Fred? Yeah. So when you walk out on the street, are you able to identify someone who's a leader, or can you tell if they're a follower? How can someone tell if someone's a leader or a follower without speaking to them? Can you tell somebody? Can you tell if somebody's a leader or a follower without having one word, without them speaking, or having a badge on their name tag? True Lee, what's good? Miss Melanated in the house. What's up with it? Some people say it's the way they walk. Others say it's the way they talk, the way you hold your head, depending on your surroundings, the way you function, interact with people, how fast you respond, how you communicate. We've definitely been identifying some of the important impacts of communication, whether it's face to face, in person, as well as what we have here, the online platform. How you communicate with people, how can people communicate with you. attention to detail. Definitely had some future leaders in the science fair at the event this weekend. That's for sure. And others have great potential. Can you flip flop them? Can a leader turn into a follower? And can a follower turn into a leader? How does that work? What's the requirements? And those are some of the things that probably missed in the structured academic traditional educational path that people take. Kind of fall in by default when we first pop out, right? We usually follow and copy uh, who is around us the most by influence. And over a period of time, we develop various skills, pick up habits, learn to adapt and network and interact with our environment. Usually by mid-teens, late teens, that's pretty much going to set the springboard uh, in most cases for the rest of your life. By the time you're 14, 15 years old, you pretty much should have a steady, stable foundation and a clear-cut idea on how are you going to be functioning in society. It may not be the exact dream job or the uh, detailed position, but it will definitely shape your perspectives on how you manage different obstacles that come across. So 1 second, let me make sure I want to put the link out. We're definitely putting in the overtime, making sure the weekend festivities don't interfere with our activities. 1 second. Influx of activities. So, but yeah, shout out to all the people that supported in person. I was kind of disappointed that I wasn't able to have things strung together to make it to the event this weekend. My birthday weekend got a lot of things going. I wasn't able to get it together, but I'm definitely going to make sure on the next event I will take time to check out things in person, hopefully on both locations. Um, Shout out to Regular Joe. Uh, Spoke. He came on the panel early this morning, starting out his journey. Um, Him and his son picked up the 3D printer, and I'm pretty sure that's going to have him keep him busy for the rest of the summer. So shout out to Joe for his contributions and support. He's probably in transition right now, headed back. Somebody got married. You can follow any ninja bumping their gums. Leaders in the black community would include members of the church. The church has been a long staple, especially in the South. When it comes to the deacons, the reverend, pastor, the usher boy lady, and distinguished members of their community group pretty much all gather at the church if they don't gather anywhere else. So I can definitely agree with that. Person with no evidence, like Dan Calloway. So you don't need evidence to become a leader. You can just start rambling off random rhetoric. So if Dane Calloway is a leader, what does that make his followers? We haven't had a real leader since 1968. We're coming up on 60 years. I don't know. That's like 2, 3 generations.
Man, who said that, Dale? Hey, before, hey, happy solar return, happy born day. But who said that?
Appreciate it, man. You got True Bleed in the chat, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to let the topic build, man. That's a good, it's a great topic, especially, with this weekend.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Just coming up with something quick. We can always switch it up if y'all come up with something. It's cool. If you want to get something going,
no,
yeah, yeah.
that's good. I mean, you can throw shade with that, or you can ask the real question. But damn, we ain't had nobody leading since 1968. Okay, that's how we feel.
So it's got to be one. It can't be a leader for this community, a leader for that community, a leader for those down yonder. It's either one or nothing.
I'm like, what you looking for? Because I mean, we got it's a comprehensive matter. So I mean, we spend a lot of time talking about celebrities and athletes and politics or popularity, but you don't spend a whole lot of time. Well, we don't spend a whole lot. I don't hear a whole lot of talk about people doing it on the ground. So shit, what is a leader? What are you talking about? 1968.
Mm. Thank you, Miss Melanated. Hope everything is well with you this weekend as well.
You
Yes.
know,
For him to go back 60 years, he's got to have some sort of foundation.
yeah, that's that. I'm gonna try to hang in here, but that's crazy. Especially we when you talk about, we got bros trying to do stuff all over,
Mhm.
and we ain't had nobody since 1968.
Turn up Sunday, yeah.
Put these niggas in the dirt. Ain't you to do nothing. All my niggas put in work. Oh, yeah. I'm on a new level. Yeah. I'm about to go crazy this summer. Yeah. Just not. In a big body.
Hey,
Put in work. Yeah. I'll be
pop your
right back.
collar,
My baby's
bro.
right now.
No, pop your collar, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, since
No, no,
1968, right?
no,
Okay.
no going to bed soon on that one. That's tight, man. I want to make sure we get the link pinned up.
Dope topic, Dev. I'm just saying, bro. Dope topic, man. Let's see where this leads
Yeah, we're
us.
gonna. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a wide variety of responses and commentary. Um, People's perspective kind of vary depending on what time of day. Um,
Oh, everybody's still at the cookout right now. That's right.
yeah, man, that last plate. Yeah,
Everybody's still at the cookout right now.
appreciate it, man. That last plate trying to get in, the sun about to go down, and Q just gave you an example. Hey, ain't nobody going to bed soon. Yeah, man. But yeah, I think even Psycho touched on it earlier on how the default in terms of how the black community is represented, it just quickly snaps to entertainers, sports celebrities right off the bat, and they can't show no example on. Hey, they do the same thing that I do, or they do the same thing my dad does, or they do the same thing my mom does. Like, how are you comparing celebrities to regular hardworking families out here that just doing what they've known to do.
Well,
Doesn't make any sense.
I'm not gonna be. I want to say this because I think I heard some of that, but I'm not gonna be mad at who was I was born by the river. Is that Otis Redding?
The original,
And yeah, change gonna come. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So I'm not gonna be mad at a Otis Redding or a Muhammad Ali
Hmm.
or you know what I'm saying? Because they part of the culture, but they
Hmm.
still understood the assignment during their times, and they did what
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. So I'm just saying something right now. In my opinion, it's just my opinion. Things are kind of like out of balance. We're looking to them for answers, and
Hmm.
and I think they use their platforms or their voices to further a cause. So I'm not antagonizing them or anything like that. That's not where I'm at with it. But I'm just like I'm like, damn, what is a leader in 2025? And we got so many young brothers and sisters doing the work, and they get overlooked just because they don't have 100,000 million followers, or just because they ain't got traction.
Hmm. Yeah, we're definitely in a different dynamic versus 1968. Just coming out of civil rights, still dealing with some of the varying social dynamics, the Jim Crow peak eras, where just getting by your day
We wasn't
was a
Negro
challenge.
peons. We wasn't Negro peons by and large in 1968.
Mm.
Oh, and integration cycle, is that what I hear coming up?
Hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
we had a more sense of togetherness. You know,
Oh,
we had more strength. We had more of a sense of pride and belonging amongst each other and everything else. Whereas today, everybody's all about rugged individualism, right? Get in where you fit in. Like if you won't make it, that's on you. You got every chance in the world. This, that, and the third. Mingling with others and everything else, and we can't do things by ourselves and all this other stuff and everything else. Those people in 1968 wasn't thinking we can't do things by ourselves. That
It
ain't what
was
they were thinking.
they were like G Money, we all we got.
Yeah, yeah. So the mindset's different in 2025 than it was in 1968. That's for
Okay,
sure.
all right, so do we upgrade the playbook or do we try to get revisionists and go back? I mean,
So you
let's
let
chop
Trump
it
go.
up, bro.
Trump can't have it his way. We ain't gonna have no choice but to go back.
Oh, hey, if he get his way, it is going we all we got. If you don't see the writing on the wall, but I don't even want to get into that dynamic, bro. I just want
Mm-hmm.
to see where we at
But
with our
like,
psyche right now.
but to what you saying, GA, we gotta reimagine the playbook. We gotta because the thing about it is, like, we don't live in the cultural or socio political times that our ancestors lived in, even our modern ancestors. Uh, and so it's like it's things that we hold on to because they meant something for at that time. But it's like we gotta understand, like, it's a whole new beast we dealing with. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we relied on, like, not necessarily shaming, but like morality and a sense of ethics. You know what I mean? To push back against racism and discrimination. You feel me? And we now at a time where they'll look at you, like the critique of the liberal, where it's like, yeah, they'll look at you and say, I want to do this for you, I want to do that for you. Oh my God, racism, and not give two fucks about you. You know what I mean? And everything they do to be beneficial, not really, is more of a co-opting of what it is that niggas really want, so they can turn it into something else and say, look how we institutionalize what you wanted. And it's like, nah, that ain't what niggas wanted in the first place. You feel me? So it's like we have to. I think what my research has brought me to, and just like what I've read, is like black people have to reconceptualize how we understand power, because it seems like in 2025 we think power is replicating whiteness. It's
Mm-mm.
like, this is what they do, so that means that we need to find ways to do the things that they do, and it's like, that ain't it, because replicating what it is that they do is built on the degradation of blackness. It's built on that. So if you replicate what they do, you replicating those same anti-black power dynamics that show up in much more subtle ways than just being called an N-word. You know what I mean?
That-
So,
No,
nah, go
go
ahead,
ahead and
GA.
finish your thought, bro. No, because it's amazing that you say that or share that, because your last presentation that you just gave to the family, it speaks to the approach to that. Hey man, put that shit in some damn, break out the data, analyze the data, and then look at a way forward. I always say we doing the last playbook. And then just to Psycho's point, man, I hear this like every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, man, from my father-in-law, because he was like a first integrated class where he had to leave a black school to go get integrated into the white school and the whole plight. So I know the dynamics of that, but the thing was, Jokers was still using a 1968 playbook, and they have already moved on to how we gonna combat this damn affirmative action. How we gonna combat this well, DEI to 2025. We always fighting the last war, and I think that's problematic. And then yeah, a lot of us became complacent because we like the Jeffersons. We made it. We have arrived, and
No
Yeah.
more fighting.
Well,
them jokers was still plotting. They was still plotting all the way up to 2025. And that is just in your face said, no, we tired of the guilt of slavery or whatever, and we still ain't gonna apologize. And yeah, we just ain't gonna do it. We ain't gonna apologize, and no, we ain't gonna get no concessions. So yeah,
mhm.
pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Mhm.
Yeah. And now we got these young generation. A lot of them don't got no fight in them. They don't think it's a fight there.
Ooh, that Psycho, I don't agree with that one now. Oh.
You see that?
No,
You
but
see the fight in them?
well, here's the thing, and it's gonna be kind of speculative and anecdotal. It's because I'm raising Zers and uh what are they right now? Millennials and Zers.
Alpha,
The next
alpha.
one after.
Zoomers and alpha. We in alpha now. Now we in
Yeah.
alpha.
Okay. No, so my daughter's like she's a freshman in college, so I don't think she's an
Oh
alpha.
no, no, she a freshman.
Nah.
She's a
Late.
she's a zoomer.
Yeah. Late
Yeah.
Zoomer. Yeah.
Okay, so I got two Zoomers, and they came up with they know their roots, they know their history, and they've been told don't let nobody get comfortable disrespecting you, but they not their mom and daddy neither. They kind of inclusive
Mm-hmm.
by the nature of their generation, but at the same time, they'll be kumbaya up to a certain point, and then am I making sense?
Yeah.
Because they still know they black,
Mm-hmm.
so that's why I just say that I don't know. The stigma's still there. The elephant's still in the room.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to depend on region also. Some of the online traffic and behaviors and attitudes don't necessarily line up with what's happening on the streets per se. So it's kind of difficult to gauge if you want to try to just throw everybody in one box. I don't know if you'll be able
I'm
to
not.
do that,
I'm not.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
not everybody. Yeah, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm just talking about collectively. I feel like a lot of people, certain age groups, are kind of like my daughter. Like my daughter's a progressive, right? Like she's a
mm,
progressive. She's kind of she's into everything that progressives are into. She pushes for everything, right?
yeah.
But I think that's kind of the narrative that our youth has. They not as exclusive with their activism. Is very, very much more inclusive.
I mean, that's going to and that's a reflection of what was their environment. Because like I said, my parents came up right in the peak of Brown before civil rights in the South. So, don't walk on the side of the street. Don't look them in the eye. I mean, they were literally living this out, you know.
Reckless eyeballing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get that, but okay, Deb, think about some stuff that you heard growing up. I just want you to have it better than I had. So was that a pacification or or shelter from reality or what I'm saying? And then did that in some form make you innate to what was really going on? Because see, they stopped that physical now I don't want to say stop lynching. Uh they moved to another a more civil type of suppression, so to say, during that time
I
frame as
get you.
well.
Yeah. Yeah, better than what I had kind of was translated into not wanting me to face what they were facing
Right.
day to
Yeah.
day. Yeah. So if I was able to manage and navigate my way, because like I said, they didn't. My parents didn't go to school with white kids all through high school.
Not,
Yeah,
Agree.
not until
Mine
college.
neither.
My mother did when she went to college. That was about it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Even college, my parents they went to a black college. That was the only option though. That was the only
Hmm.
choice they had. Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Mm,
So they're really doing it on the fly, literally, for the first time after school. Um, I my grade school was the first time I was around white kids for long periods of time, and even then, since I was pretty much in several black communities. didn't really get a feel on, socializing and interacting with white folks till I got to the military. So when I got to the military, my first assignment was being around a bunch of rednecks. I was like, what is this? You, now you think you can really just like lay the Jim Crow right back on, and that's the '80s. So
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, your parents grew up in the Jim Crow South, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mine did too. Yeah, they had a way different experience.
Yep, my mom picked cotton when she was in seventh and eighth grade. Plantations were still in operation. Cotton field that was on and popping. Even when I was going to grade school, they didn't completely shut down for business, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yo, what up? Yeah, this people saying
But,
I know, man. Yeah,
is
yeah.
that Mike gonna make it?
Oh no, it's too much black power, man. It's being suppressed. The foolishness is being suppressed. Though you're gonna have to say it with your chest today, bro.
Yeah, he gonna have to keep that coon shit to himself. Oh, coon ass nigga.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Ella, I was away from the mic, bro. What you mean, Domo, bro? My name ain't. You don't see a C in my name, my nigga.
Nah, nigga, it's in
Nah,
your heart,
I
nigga,
do
on your
see a K.
chest,
yeah,
nigga.
I do see a K though.
that's nasty work right there.
Yo, Cypher, that was the goal.
Nah, nigga, it's in you. It ain't gotta be in your name for it to be a part of who you are, nigga.
Bro, I can never be
You the
classified as a
like
coon.
you the definition of bootlicking in 2025, nigga. Like you the definition
Mm-hmm.
of bootlicking.
Nigga,
Come
please.
on, bro.
Bro, I'm the most farthest thing
Hold on.
from
We heard
bootlicking
we
and
heard you
cooning.
say that you ain't got no problem going along with the get along until you able to get your come up. That's bootlicking.
You ain't
That's
never heard me
bootlicking.
say that.
You just don't lie. It's recorded, my nigga. Don't think because these streams is
Are you talking about
don't
what I
think
said?
because
You talking about when I said everybody's getting pimped, but it's not. It's about how long you allow yourself to get pimped. That's what you're talking about. You know I'm right.
Is that what
nah,
you
don't like
doing?
don't try to clean it up, bro. Like you are a nigga of you know what I'm saying? What's it called? What's it called? Not low esteem. It's some other shit. But like you a lower level nigga, bro. Like you a just like the shit that you willing to get on the internet and say, that kind of puts you in the class of under the bar ass niggas.
Bro, I'm in a league on my own, man. Y'all the niggas who
One
love
league?
America. Hey, I'm in a league on my own, bro.
Yeah.
Major league. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Oh
okay.
shit, here comes Savior. I knew he was coming. We do not want to deal with the Bible, bro. Savior. But nah, Domo, bro. I say the shit y'all niggas scared to say. But you know, hey.
Scared?
Scared?
Exactly. Like what kind of dumbass shit is that? What kind of dumbass shit is that?
Just say what's real, bro. Like
You
they
say Madonna, you say clown shit, nigga. You say clown shit, and then when you defend the clown shit that you say, it's really just hit like you hide it and disguise it behind clever turns of phrases and some old Negro 70s black exploitation vibe, nigga. You don't never actually provide evidence of shit. You just say some wild shit, throw some clever shit behind it, say something that you heard on Dolomite, and then laugh it off.
yo, get the fuck out of here. Yo, come on, man. You gotta do better than that. Yo,
He
everything
said
I ever
Dolomite.
said can
That's
be
wild.
proved. If it can't be proven, it can definitely be recognized by those outside of myself.
Okay,
That's
prove
you
something.
know.
Prove something. Prove something. Cause you said a lot, bro. Prove something.
Let me prove something. From the barricades of poverty, through the wilderness of superstition, over hills of Jim Crow wisdom, we survived. How about that?
Point proven.
Define
Point
that.
proven.
Yeah,
Nah,
define
but
all
but
that.
but what did I say? What
That
did I
means
say? What
that
Madonna
means
called what Madonna
Oh shit, they got him up out of here. That's how the spirit works. Get him on up out of here.
Okay, but I'm still here.
Oh,
Well, go ahead
But
to the
no, I
spirits
mean,
get
but
me.
the
Hey,
proof is, hold on. Deb said his mom went through Jim Crow and picked cotton. My mom and parents picked cotton. So yeah, from the barricades of poverty through the wilderness of superstition, over hills of Jim Crowism, we survived.
how you quantifying that? What is survival? I mean, define that, bro.
If you can't define that, I can't help you, bro. I said it as clever, as simple.
No, no. Okay, make it explain it to me as if I was 7.
Okay, if you were 7, I would say, hey, back in the 20s and 30s, black people they were sharecroppers. They didn't get a fair deal. A lot of our parents had to go to pick cotton. They didn't get to go to school to get an education, and they was able to unify and pretty much not eradicate the situation, but pull themselves up by bootstraps they didn't have through circumstances where they was against all odds, against Jim Crowism and white supremacy, which ran rampant, and then up from slavery.
Wow.
What?
word salad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I said it in a simple term, bro. I said from the barricades of poverty through the wilderness of superstition.
The barricades.
Yeah, the barricades of poverty, nigga, meaning the areas they restricted black folks in. That's the barricades, nigga. And the wilderness of superstition. A lot of black folks got superstitions. A lot of black folks got superstitions, so they in this wilderness with these superstitions, and they believe in stuff they don't understand, so they suffer.
Like Mormonism.
Wait. Hey, no, y'all let him keep talking because so would you say the whole network of minimum wage today, if we juxtapose that with the sharecropping system back then, would we see much different?
Hell yeah, because when you sharecropping, shit, whatever was left over belonged to the master, even though you didn't work the goddamn field all year.
It's the same concept with taxation, though.
Well,
no, that's not really. Okay, put a pin in that taxation. Let's deal with the whole wage thing and the whole sharecropping thing. Bro, propose. I hear you with taxation, but you sound like you about to go somewhere else. We juxtapose.
Go ahead, Anon.
Okay, well, go ahead,
No,
Anon.
I'm listening. I'm gonna shut up. I had another question anyway, so I'm listening.
Okay, no, I was just saying because bro tried to rationalize that we had some type of come up, or there was some type of a come up between sharecropping in the 40s
What?
to 2025.
I didn't say anything about a come up. I explained the situation we've been through. That's all I did.
Oh, when you say okay, so you said survive. So survive did not mean that we have arrived in.
Bro, we still surviving.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Are you saying there's still a fight there?
Right. It's still a fight. We still surviving for our spirit and mind. Yeah.
Okay. So
y'all see how crazy it looks after the
What? Damn.
Yeah, it looked like a bomb went off in here, bro.
Don't it? Good. That sounds fair. It could have. It should have been a little longer, but it was pretty dope. I liked some of the things they said. They got some great young minds.
Today's was just an expo, but I'm just showing y'all the wreck, the aftermath. It looked, oh my goodness.
Yeah, yesterday's was 5-6 hours. You just got started late today.
I didn't get to catch yesterday's.
We got work to do, bro.
Of them.
We got work to do.
Wreck.
I learned a lot this year, bro. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. I'm throwing away mad shit.
No.
No trash, no scrap,
yeah,
no scrap.
Ain't no scraps, man. Put it on the shelf or whatever.
We literally, I gotta we out of here. Hope if everything works in like the next 2-3 weeks. So,
hey, preserve what you can, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yo, when I show you the shit I found yesterday. Oh, no, these projects ain't got nothing on the shit that I just learned yesterday, bro. I learned some. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm doing the kinematics right now. class, the inverse and forward kinematics for robotics. And yeah, I got some shit that I'm going to be showing them next year. Got some shit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got some shit. But just so y'all can see the wreck, man. And
Yes,
Psycho,
sir.
I gotta get you to present in December, bro. I thought I put in the chat. I was all over the place, man. But definitely gotta get you to say some words, man, because you definitely inspired this, Steve.
No doubt.
Hey, this is fine. Great job, Q.
Good looks, bro. Damn, it's a wreck in here. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Q,
Damn, yo,
preserve
I'm
what you
like, oh my
can.
goodness.
No, Q, preserve what you can, bro.
Now, you understand? Classes tomorrow, bro. This shit gotta be all put away. Y'all going this? Oh my goodness.
He said tomorrow.
Class tomorrow, G. All the help is done.
That's crazy.
Oh man, so all the projects is broke. Everything got to get rewired and re-put together.
Nah, okay, bro. We gonna talk, man. We gonna talk.
Look, see, that's just driving. That's why I'm glad the new spot. We're gonna be doing the science fair in the new spots. We ain't gotta travel to all these projects because it's, man, damn, it's a record. And the 3D printer got broke. Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Screen broke.
Somebody, it
Yeah,
got
I can fix.
dropped.
I don't even know. I can fix it, but that's gonna take a couple of months.
No, hey, we got the August.
Yeah,
Cause we gonna do the quarterly review, right?
yeah. That's the screen right there. And I put it in my car thinking it would, but I think it just snaps in though, so it should just snap in. I just got to take apart the whole thing and hopefully it just snaps in. But yeah. But yeah, my bad. I just wanted to show y'all that wreck, B.
That sounds good, man.
Oh man, hi. Back to the Negro times. I'm on Negro time in this week, y'all too, B. I'm with all of the Negro shits. I need a good week of just nonstop Negro shit.
No, man, we gotta revise this Negro shit, man.
Oh, John, let me tell you.
Now you talking, G2. I mean,
Got
GA.
Joe in the building.
That's
he still
crazy.
he still there?
Yeah, John's like, now you gotta come through and see the spot.
Yeah,
I'm jealous,
man.
man.
That was live.
RJP, yeah, he got to see the spot before I got to see the spot. I'm
Hey,
jealous,
y'all gonna see the new
RJP.
spot. This is the legendary spot that's going nobody, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be in the memory bank.
Yeah, damn near Huck. He damn near gonna build a rocket ship. That's next. That's on the agenda though.
Oh yeah, music all day.
He already got rockets anyway.
Yeah, you do got rockets. Yep.
What's good, identity? Nice work, man.
Fire work. Appreciate your sacrifice, identity.
Yeah, we put in work, yo.
But yeah, man. We
N-
survived, GA.
It's a
Hey,
survive.
what do it mean to pull yourself up by your bootstraps? What does that mean?
Oh.
Wait, who said that?
Hey,
You said
now,
that.
Hmm?
no, you said that earlier, Madame. What does it mean? What do you mean when you say that?
No, I said we. I said we pulled ourselves up by the bootstrap and they had no boots or no straps.
So I'm asking, what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that means we came up. Like they say, get it out the mud. That means we came up, struggling, fighting, participating, and taking jobs that our parents, a lot of them didn't want. All kind of stuff like that, man, just to get ahead. You know what I mean? Just basically against all the odds that our people went through. You know what I mean? Like I said, basically just taking jobs that like were underpaid jobs and where they had to work sun up to sundown at some of these jobs just to try to save to do better, basically.
I mean, get
Respectfully,
ahead, get ahead.
but I disagree even with that definition, though. You just
Okay.
described struggling, right?
Yeah, that's to
Pulling
me. If you
yourself
pulling
up,
yourself
pulling
up
up.
without,
No, listen. Pulling yourself up by your bootstrap means we did it without any type of government assistance. With any
yeah,
type
that's
of
what I was saying.
assistance. Hold
Hmm?
on. That's not what you said, right? You're talking about struggling and surviving and scrimping to save. And the reason I'm asking because I'm going somewhere with it, right? pulling ourselves up by our bootstrap doesn't have to look like a struggle. It doesn't have to look like we just taking the scraps, right? It means a unified, cohesive unit where we're actually creating things that cause us to thrive instead of being happy just to survive, right? That's the whole concept, to have the mindset of the end goal. And the main reason I'm going there is because if we talking about leaders, then my question is, what's the criteria for a leader today?
That's a good question. But me, basically, I was saying, with no boot, no straps, meaning I ain't saying that to just have a meager existence. Like, I'm just saying a lot of our people excel beyond expectations, you know what I mean? But that's a good question. Anybody want to answer that question about what a leader look like today?
You
No,
said
that's
you said you was
yeah.
one last week.
No,
You got
that ain't
demoted.
what.
I said I'm
No,
a
I
messenger. I
know.
said I'm a messenger.
I know
Oh,
he didn't
okay.
say he was a leader. I
I
know
said
you
I
didn't
was
say
a
you was a
messenger,
leader,
bro.
bro.
I am a general.
Unless no, general to who?
Hmm?
Well,
But
You
Anon
went
asked a
you
good
went
question,
straight
man.
from.
Huh?
no, the
Oh,
brother
you got promoted straight to general right out the box.
Now, I used to be a foot soldier. I started off as a foot soldier, bro. You know what I mean?
They're funny as hell.
no, but
I
don't
think
be.
Anon asked a good question. What do a leader look like in 2025?
It's a good question. Your ass just don't need to be a part of the conversation.
Here
Damn
you
it.
go.
Yeah,
You must not have an answer.
Exactly.
Aaron.
You don't have an
Yeah.
answer, do you, Domo? I mean, goddamn, you got to use. That's usually
No,
what people
I
say.
mean, no, I feel like, so here's the thing. I feel like any kind of any productive conversation that could take place surrounding this topic, your involvement will have to include some type of stupid shit. You know what I
Here we
mean?
go.
Like, it's like to be honest, I don't even like talking about what's a real leader in front of niggas like you, because like you look at somebody like Donald Trump as your leader, bro.
Hmm?
Mm.
Bro, he's the leader of America. He's your leader as well.
So you a whole ass,
Oh,
up.
I mean, he's your leader. When Joe Biden was in, he was the leader. I mean, you don't have to personally accept it, but he's the leader of the country that we're in. So,
Yeah, all right, nigga. Exactly. You a op.
hey, no,
So
yeah,
he answered the
hey,
question, Aaron. You cool now?
you're a cop. If I'm an op, you a cop.
well, hey, can we
Like I
go back to
said,
Anon?
there's the rhyming. There's the rhyming.
Dolomite.
I was gonna say Dolomite ass nigga.
Hey, man, it's just part of my upbringing, man.
Yeah, I do like Dolomite, but not right now. So,
Mm-mm.
hey, bro, brother Anon, you brought forth a good question, and I would say you have to look at the commonality between then. When you look at some of the communities back then, what was their common goal, or what would they galvanize around? And it was essence of survival, but they went forth with it and they prospered to the point where you jokers came through with physical force to threaten them. And I'm just talking about some of the black towns and black communities.
Yeah, Black Wall Street and all that. I'm with you.
Well, I think more like a Mount Bayou, Mississippi,
Okay,
or
I'm with you.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
or a Forsyth, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to just go to the ones that are popular, but there
Mm-hmm.
were black folks doing this, and they had a common goal that they galvanized around, and they wanted a community of their own. Even after the Civil War, there were refugee camps where black folks literally went to these camps, and they were able to govern themselves, and they were able to prosper without the infliction of oppression. So, yeah, just what it takes to survive, being able to identify that, and it seems like just not so much pull yourself up from a bootstrap, but just, hey man, get us away from these motherfuckers and let us do us. Was excuse my language, I get a little triggered.
Man,
You
but
still
you
ain't answer
fine.
his
You
question.
good. I did from his perspective. He's looking basically someone that can galvanize from today's perspective. That's what I got from him. That's the issue. Like, what's the issue that we're looking to work on now? What are the social issues of today? Are we still
Well,
in this inequality space? Like,
well, no, well, go ahead and finish your thought, and I want to
no, that's
respond
it.
to it.
That's it.
So, Okay, no, so I want to think about that because Psycho brought up a very valid point, man. Integration, I mean, we have integrated into the system. And I'm just saying we black folks in America as a whole have integrated into this without any type of, now I'm not gonna say no fight back or no pushback against the policies of the system, but I don't see a whole lot of people that focus on how to leverage the system other than just going along with the status quo, if I'm making sense. And if I'm not, I can elaborate.
Yeah, what's being leveraged?
So, okay, what I'm getting is, I mean, I said one thing was just go to school, get a good job. It was like just a quick fix to the status quo. And you're just going along with the system while the whole time these jokers are changing and leveraging policy that works against your benefit. And when I say your, I'm just talking about black folks as a whole. So here in 2025, we spend a whole lot of time looking at the whole crime bill thing, looking at the whole crack era, looking at all this. We get into distractions of arguing against a conservative versus a liberal versus a Democrat versus this and versus that. And we don't even understand. No, I don't want to say we don't understand. We don't participate interacting with government at the various level of local, state, and national. Uh, Policies be changing right there in our face, and we don't even pay attention to it. We don't even get engaged with it. I'm talking about PTA. I'm talking about school boards. I'm talking about local elections for local municipalities, district attorneys, mayors, city council.
Well,
Well,
with
well,
DA, it sounds to me like we didn't.
Here it
Not
comes.
only did we integrate, we assimilated into a system that we don't understand. That's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
I'm not gonna say we don't understand it. I'm gonna say we
That's what it
just.
sounds like to you, Madonna.
Yeah, from what GA was saying, it's like we get it stuff and we still confused as hell. But go
No,
ahead, GA.
I didn't say confused. I was saying
No,
we don't
hey,
participate.
he didn't say we're not confused. He didn't say we was confused. He said we're not participating. Bro,
That's a huge difference.
how can you be a debater this long
Right.
and be
So,
missing important
if,
points?
if you don't participate, to me that's confusion because you're not in tune on what you need to be doing. Yeah. Well, let me
No,
take that back. Priorities. Let
that
me
could be
say
a
priorities
level
ain't in the right spot.
that could be a level of disenfranchisement, bro. Like that
Well,
could
yeah.
that
Boom.
doesn't
Thank you, Anon. I like you already, bro. But go
like
ahead.
that
I'm sorry.
has no, you're right. Like that has nothing to do with whether or not we understand or see it. It comes to a point where, and this is something that's cyclical. I hate to use the cliche, but you get sick and tired of being sick and tired. You feel like you have no representation. And even if you do, that representation at some point in time is going to fail you. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. And hell, regardless, I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. Right. So it makes no sense to continue to participate. That's what people feel. I'm not saying that that's the case, but that becomes the air around it. So then you give up as a community. Right. Everyone knows that they should be involved with their local politics. They just feel like they're not going to get the right candidate in, so they don't care anymore. Everyone knows that they should go to the schools and get involved with the PTA and make sure that the school drop off and pickup line works and all of the things that work every day in our daily life. We know we need to get involved with it, but you feel like you don't have a voice. You feel like it's not going to be heard.
Well, do we feel like that or do we just ignore it because it's so just low level or just close to just everyday life and we just run by there and accept it and
Well,
not realizing the ramifications that surround these policies that happen in our localities?
yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, definitely. Right. Like, but however we word it, that's the question is, are we right in not participating? Right. If it comes down to the
No,
level of participate, right.
no,
Right.
no,
Right.
no,
Go ahead, Donald. That's why
no.
I was waiting to hear
He
it.
got something to say. Go ahead, bro.
No, he and I agree on this. So that's why I'm asking.
No,
I
no,
know
no,
he.
no. It's good
No,
dialogue.
I
Good
mean, I
dialogue.
think the real reality. I think the real reality is even more depressing than what niggas know. Like gerrymandering functionally disenfranchises entire communities legally.
Yes,
Legally.
sir.
Like
Hmm.
in order for our voting to matter in terms of numbers, we got to be able to influence. Like, our numbers got to be able to influence certain districts. You feel me? But when you're able to say, I'm going to specifically carve out this community in a way to where all the black voters, or majority of the black voters in this state, are literally put in one or two districts, instead of them having influence in the larger, in the larger districts that don't have as many, I'm saying, necessarily black communities, but like, we're gonna divide y'all up to where it's like y'all vote is only gonna matter in this one instance. You have no more influence throughout the state, right? Like,
Come
functionally,
on, bro. Yes, come on.
and with the protection of the Supreme Court, you have politicians who are drawing voting lines that make it to where black votes are diminished. You know what I mean? And like, those are the types of things that should matter in terms of why I have a problem with voting. Because then you got to end up voting out the people that's responsible for creating these type of districts. You have to vote in the type of people that's willing to challenge these types of redistricting efforts. You feel me? Like, it's that type of strategizing that gets lost in, like, yeah, there's a bigger picture, right? Like, we want to create black autonomy, and we want to, you know what I'm saying, create the
But you're
conditions
talking
for
about the
black people
first
to
step.
be in
You're talking about
control
the
of their
first
own
step to achieve
communities
all
and
of
all.
that. Yeah, I got you.
You said what?
You talking about the first step to
What you
achieve
say?
all of that is you talking about the first step to achieve all of that is working on redistricting. I'm with you.
Right. Right. We can't talk about autonomy when we've been functionally cut out of the decision making process in our own communities.
Well, Domo, I think what I hear you describing is because it sounds good at a moment when they sit there and find out where the black populace is, and then they carve out and just make that a whole district, and jokers be like, "Yeah, I'm on the come up," and then the next year they come back because they maintain power at the state level, and they redraw the district to start segmenting the part of that black district, and they put it in a majority white district, and you start losing some of your voice, so to say, right?
They up
And
the ante. They up the ante on your ass.
oh, that's what you call it, up in the ante.
I feel like Madon just can't get right. He be trying though, man.
Now
Because
up the
Mm.
ante means they every time you try to think you get in a position to win, they change shit around.
And
Okay,
you support those people.
but that's what I'm. Okay, fair point. But I ain't even get to confirm if I was right along bro's line of thinking that they sit there that gerrymandering is a huge problem, but that shit don't happen at the national level. It happens at the state level. It, that,
Oh yeah,
and
right.
you know what I'm saying? They sit there and piecemeal a whole black district, and next thing you know, that thing has been fragmented until where you have no voice. Eventually, if you follow the pattern,
So like,
but
this is the logistics behind that, right? So you have what's called majority minority districts, where that district is made up primarily of a minority community. How that sets that minority community back is because that one district represents, so to speak,
very
like, let's say, like,
small.
one vote, like a single. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is that
yes,
single vote, right? That one district represents a single vote. That means that the black influence that needs to be necessary in other districts has been removed. So black people can't influence how other districts, uh, let's say, how their elections end up, or how their elections turn out, because they've been cut out of them areas. So the only place you see a significant black voice is in this one area in the state. That means that the rest of the state legislators don't have to worry about what's happening to black people. Like, the rest of the, and I'm not talking about the federal, the congressional senators and representatives. I'm talking about, like, the local House of Representatives, the state house.
yes, state, yes.
And so the example of this though is when you see Georgia, when you watch like the government elections in Georgia or whatever you're gonna see happening with Keisha running soon. Black people, you think that Atlanta is very black heavy, or you just think Georgia is a black heavy state, but it's really not. You just got that area in Fulton County, basically, right? You got this area in Metro Atlanta where all the black votes are centralized, but the rest of the state can kind of outperform. especially if you don't galvanize enough, right? And so this is the concept. I don't now. I am interested though, Damo. Like, what is the strategy then to fix that? Like, what is the political strategy to fix that? When you're looking at a situation, you can't cause people to remove. You can't cause people to move, right? Are we
Well, it's not about moving, but they have to draw, because they
draw
lost
new
certain
district
Supreme
lines?
Court cases, right, where they have to redistrict things more fairly.
Right.
They have to.
It-
Like that's the
For
that's
the
the
record, I
solution.
know the answer, bro. I just want you to say it. Don't beat me up,
Mhm.
right? I know how
Nah,
you
yeah,
get.
that's we have to fight for more fair districting maps. I mean, back in like I think it was like 6-7 years ago, if that, the North Carolina lost the Supreme Court case to the NAACP, where the Supreme Court looked and said these are clear efforts to disenfranchise black voters. Clear, like, and again, like I was talking about the evidence-based approach to social justice. Like, look at the policies that they introduced and where they introduced them. Look at where they changed. Look at how they reduced polling places in particular areas. They made it like the specific strategies. And this is not somebody like, oh, I'm drawing this conclusion. No, even the Supreme Court said that the specific strategies that black people used culturally and traditionally to get out the vote, where there were laws that were specifically created to undermine those specific strategies. You
No,
can't go ahead.
no, finish your thought, Domo. I just want to tap in behind y'all, brothers, on the same thought though.
So yeah, like shit, like what can be used as a polling place? Like how many polling places? Polling places can be in a particular area? Giving people water in line, right? Giving people snacks in line. They demonize that type of shit. As the Supreme Court recognized that these are clear, deliberate efforts to undermine the ability for a certain group of people to vote.
They definitely did that in Georgia. I remember seeing some
Yeah,
headlines on
so
that.
but the thing about it, Georgia, by the time Georgia got to the Supreme Court in terms of they vote, in terms of they what's the name, their redistricting case, Georgia won they shit. I think Mississippi lost theirs.
Yeah, we
But
did.
yeah, like they won, like you see, and that's why it's like when niggas be like, see, nah, I ain't voting because XYZ, and it's like that's what they want. Not only are you saying you not voting, they're actively doing things to make it harder. Like the what was it? Was it the Save Act that they just passed?
Yeah.
What we talking about now? Women fundament, like what? Like, yo, if you a married woman, like and it's like your birth your ID don't match your birth certificate or some shit like that, you can't vote. You can't
Well,
vote. And what make it crazier is the argument for these types of policies is to reduce voter fraud, but voter fraud happens less than a percentage like what I think, like less than a percentage points, period.
wait. Is that the Save Act, or is that damn voter, not voter ID, but ID first ID? What?
No. You talking about the what you talking about the real ID.
Real
No,
ID?
That's
Yeah.
the
old.
state
Real
act, the
ID is, I
state
think that
act,
was Trump first. Real ID I think was Trump first term.
yeah, the
Okay,
Save
state
so
Act
act is a real new bill
is that's the new act
that's
that just
the
passed a few
that's
weeks
new.
ago?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's that
Okay,
citizen proofing. That's the new citizen
okay.
proofing act.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
So
You be knowing
like
what he talking about a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
as much as niggas like I'm pretty sure niggas got a million reasons to not get involved. But at
No,
the end
no.
of the day, that's cool with them. That's cool
Well,
with them. You are not hurting the system when you say, well, I'm not gonna vote. That makes it and forget not gonna vote. Cause like to me, I'm gonna be honest. I'm the type of nigga where a lot of you niggas, Madon don't deserve a ballot, if I'm being honest. So if Madon says I'm more discouraged when Madon said that he did vote. Then you know what I'm saying? Like that shit is, yeah. what it is. But the bigger problem is that like
You
right
can't
now
speak for Missouri.
we
You
can
can't even
see
speak where you live at, bro.
No, he still honor
but
his mom and them. He didn't vote. He didn't vote. He because he couldn't look at his mom and them. But hey,
we
Domo, you
can what
finished?
like yeah, go ahead. It's on you, GA.
Yeah, I just want to introduce a new thought, man, because you asked how can we combat that. I don't disagree with anything that you say that's within the frameworks of the current system, but I mean now this thing is kind of spilling over from just not just politics, but they're using economics, and these areas get isolated. These black areas, and I'm saying this somebody from Mississippi, man, that it's not just anecdotal. I can back this up with facts that these areas get isolated politically. The state does not advocate for business to come to these centers and areas, and it's not that you don't have qualified people because you got all these institutions of higher learning right there in the capital city. So, but I'm just saying. I want to propose that you do have people that take it upon their own initiative from a grassroots approach. You had one sister, Cindy Akers. That's a story discussion right there that she left Wall Street and came back and just started a farm right there in the capital city of Jackson, Mississippi. And then there was another sister, Nestle Cyphers, that's started like a Silicon Valley right there in Jackson, Mississippi. So you got these initiatives that going along that don't get the traction, they don't get the recognition as leaders or fire starters or whatever. They don't get the support and recognition that they trying to do some shit to move people forward.
Well, it sounds like
And
the mayor's fault.
oh, you want to blame it on the mayor, and that's
Because
cool.
the mayor is the one who's supposed to attract
Okay,
outside businesses and all that to a city, bro. That's the mayor's job. That was
okay,
part of his job.
yeah, okay. Well, like I said, you really don't understand the whole dynamics on how these economics is being used as tools of warfare. Even
Weaponized.
yeah, you being from Alabama,
No.
man, y'all
He
got a whole
encourages it,
no.
GA.
Oh, do you
Hold on, he
know,
encourages it.
bro? You don't
Because
know
like
what I know.
the whole tariff controversy is an example of economics being used in social welfare. And that nigga has no
No,
problem with or warfare. And that nigga ain't got no problem with that shit.
but Domo is really crazy for him to be in from the state of Alabama. And you got a whole initiative by 100 black men that have had positions in government, and you got 100 black men that have backgrounds in government, construction, and they got an initiative going on for Birmingham.
I don't
That
believe.
he
I don't. I
Of
don't believe
course,
y'all. Hold on. I don't believe y'all. Madon, you are not in support of tariffs, right? They lying. They lying on you, right?
No, they're
yeah, I
not
support
lying.
the terror. Hell yeah, I support the terrorists.
Hey,
But
get your ass. Get off the panel, bro. Get your ass off the panel, bro.
no,
What you
ain't
mean?
nothing.
Hey, bro, what you mean, bro?
Hey, get your ass off the panel, bro.
Y'all, man, y'all niggas bugging,
No,
man.
no, don't let him
Nah, bro, I'm
distract
finna
from the
cook it. Bro, I'm
conversation.
finna.
I
No,
haven't
I'm
decided
finna keep it. I'm
yet,
finna cook it right here. I'm finna keep. I'm
but
finna
I
keep it
am
right
going to
here.
debate whether the tariffs caused the Great Depression.
No, Blue, go on with that, man. Ain't nobody talking. We talking about
We're going to definitely
2025,
debate that.
man.
I'm gonna
I
keep
hear
it.
you,
I'm
Go
gonna
on
Blue.
with
keep
that
it.
foolishness,
I'm
Blue.
gonna
Go on
keep
with
it. No,
that,
I'm gonna
man.
keep it. I'm gonna keep it right here, though. I'm gonna keep it right where you
What
talking
tariffs are
about,
you
right?
talking about? Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Psycho.
No, you said you wanted to keep it over there, so
No,
I
I'm
was
gonna
about to.
keep it right here with the tariffs and with the economic conversation, right? Because so let's just deal from a local level on small business levels, right? Let's just deal. So I'm gonna get on people's nerves, but I really deal in the real estate space. These tariffs are having horrible impacts on like certain house flippers. Like if you don't already have a private money network that you can go tap into that can help you still maintain, especially like in plumbing, HVAC supplies. So right now, one of the biggest things you can do in real estate or just to create more economic progress is to buy land and build new builds, right? But it's so expensive between concrete, all of the things that it takes to put, once you get to your third tier where you putting all of your plumbing in, you putting your HVAC equipment in, like you're talking about 10-15% increase on products alone, then yet alone what they're going to charge on labor now, right? So to sit here and champion the tariff and then act like it like that trickle down, no, I don't want to get into the regular thing, but that trickle down starts to affect the entire small business situation, and that has a real impact on black businesses and black business owners because we don't have access to capital like our white counterpart, the white people that we got to fight against in these spaces.
Yeah, that's why you should wait at least 2 to 3 years from now to start a business.
Shut your dumb ass.
Wait a minute,
That
2 or
way,
3 years.
that way you
Shut
can
up,
see.
bro.
That way, the tariffs that's getting implemented, you know, what I mean, we can start seeing results. We're
Hey,
not
shut
going to see
up,
no
bro.
real results.
All right, I can't. I'm not.
You're not going to see no real results
Yes,
to
you
at
are.
least
Shut
at least
up.
2 years
Shut
from
up.
now, bro.
Shut up.
At least
Here's
2.
the problem. Okay, how many businesses you want, Madonna?
None.
No.
Hey, bro, shut up, bro.
Let's not go there, bro. I mean,
right. That don't mean nothing. I mean,
no, I'm gonna tell you why it means something. I'm sorry, but now we're gonna have a conversation, right? The issue with that statement of telling people not to start businesses just because it seems hard is an ignorant standpoint when you don't own any businesses.
Well, I'm only going by financial advice.
Okay, which financial advisor?
What's his name? The lead financial advisor for the. Hold on, I forget his name. The lead. He's the senior advisor for the Trump administration.
Nigga, you better not say the lead attorney.
No, hell no, bro. I'm talking about the lead. He's the lead advisor for the Trump administration in the White House, and he was saying.
So, he talking about the nigga that just got laughed at.
So
a nigga who he talking about a nigga. He talked about a nigga he talked about a nigga who was sitting on stage talking about who's feeling the tariffs. Nobody's feeling the tariffs. These things aren't real. Nobody. You all? And he looked into the audience. Said, are you all feeling the tariffs? And then niggas responded that nigga and said, yes.
What's his name?
Yes.
What's his name, Domos? So we can see we talking about. I
can't remember his name.
No, man.
Wait.
He was saying basically anybody, because they asked him a question. What about the people, the small business owners, and all these people? He said, well, the tariff is gonna have like an effect in the beginning, but within 2 to 3 years, if he said that's the advice I would give someone if they want to start something from the foundation, small foundation.
So you don't
wait.
You don't see that as a social engineering problem. You don't see that as a potential issue, right?
Wait, 2-3 years, bro. It's gonna be too late for you to do a lot of things.
It's when certain people hear that, that's a dog whistle for them to go and start businesses. You're an idiot, bro. Listen to me.
Well, I mean, if you're playing your cards right, you can start it now.
That's the point. Oh, okay, I'm losing my mind. All right.
No, don't lose your mind, bro. Just keep focused and just ask the right questions. What are the KPIs that say is a good time to start business right now?
Here what he said. Hold on, Madame. What's a KPI?
I'm not sure. Break it down.
A KPI is a key point indicator. Okay. Now let's have some fun. Now, each business has separate KPIs, right? And even certain quarters, certain time periods, right? So I say quarters, or even certain aspects of a business. Like, so marketing, you're looking for different KPIs. Funding, you're looking for different KPIs. All of these different.
Hold on, Howard Letnick. Howard Letnick.
There you go.
What I'm talking about. Howard Letnick.
No, I don't think that's his name.
You don't know that. You don't know his name.
You shouldn't even have told that nigga though.
Let me just get this point. Because
Howard Letnick is the commerce is Trump's commerce secretary.
That's exactly who he is.
I'm talking about the senior. No, this guy's the senior. He's the senior financial advisor for the White House, bro.
Senior financial advisor.
That would be the commerce secretary.
A financial advisor. First of all, the White House don't have a financial advisor. The White House does not have a financial advisor.
That's the title they had on the screen for him, bro.
Nah, nigga, you read something wrong.
Nah, bro, I watched the whole sit down segment.
Okay, well, who is they? Who is they? Since we here,
what you talk about?
Who is that person?
They who had him.
Let me get his name. Hold on, I'll get his name. Go ahead, I'll get his name. Hold on.
You talking about Pete Navarro? Like, who are you talking about, bro? You talking about some of these weird old people?
Close.
That ain't him. I just threw a name. It ain't him. I just threw a name. See, you was a goddamn idiot. Hey.
Nah, he got like an Italian type of name. Let me get.
Okay, cool. Go find out who it is. Let me just
okay,
we're gonna let real quick.
We're gonna let Madonna hijack the whole conversation.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm gonna get this out here real quick.
Okay.
Now is the best time to especially if you understand how to run a business, now is the best time to do that, right? Believe it or not, because you're gonna be able to interact and be able, if you understand, you'll be able to get access to more funding because right now you have a lot of private money. You have a lot of people with private money who want to put that money to work, and they're going to give you better interest rates than going to a bank, especially if you're in real estate. But even if you're trying to build up capital for whatever type of business that you're trying to start, you can go get access to that funding at a better rate if you go to these private money lending companies, right? You got to learn how to tap in and go build in with people who have money to deploy right now, right? And you got to have a business plan and you got to have a business mindset. You got to have the acumen to actually run a business. That's the other problem. Too many people pretend like they know how to run a business, but they don't take the time to go and really understand what it takes to run whatever business you're running in whatever industry you're in.
And to be clear, the White House has economic advisors, not financial advisors.
There you go. A good point,
They're
Domo.
called
Crazy.
they're called economic advisors. They advise the president on questions of the economy, right? It's an organization called, or not an organization, but like a kind of like a branch in the exec, or a part of the executive branch called the Council of Executive Advisors. Do you
Okay,
and
yeah,
those
right.
and right and right
You
now?
said, hold on, Domo. You said Jerry Bernstein.
Nah, I
No, he
said
didn't.
Harry.
That's
Okay,
yeah.
no,
He
his
didn't.
name is Jerry. His name is Jared Bernstein.
All
And who
right, now
was
let's
he?
look up who. Right,
Let's
I was
look
about
it
to
up.
say, watch, because it better not be one of them billionaires.
That's sitting there on the oligarchy committee.
Yeah,
If you're not Commerce the Treasury, then you bullshitting. But that's who been the most vocal for the Trump administration on the economy right now.
Yeah.
okay,
But why?
He's
he's just
the
no.
go ahead.
No, he worked for Biden.
Hold on, hey, Madonna, what'd you say his name
That's
was?
not.
That
I
nigga
don't
say
think.
he worked with
No, that
Biden.
ain't him.
This dude,
No,
and
that ain't him.
he ain't even there
That ain't
right
him,
now,
bro.
friend.
He looked kind of like that dude, but he got a bald head.
Yo, this guy, bro.
Yeah, you
Nigga, I'm
bringing
asking you,
bad.
what is that nigga's name, bro? I'm
He
asking
don't
you.
know. He don't know.
He don't want to
I'm
say it.
gonna get his name,
It's
bro.
the
Hold on.
same nigga, bro, that you
Yeah.
pulled up. So now he looking for somebody
No,
else.
and no, we asking who he is. But why he figure all that out? I agree with everything Anon said, but I would leave out one aspect. If you got capital, not just access to capital, but if you got
Yeah,
capital.
if you got capital, I agree. Like I my problem with that G is when people deploy their capital and don't know what to do with it, right?
Yeah.
If you sitting on 50 bands and you don't know what to do with it, and then you think like, okay, scared money don't make money, and I gotta do something, and you pull the trigger and you don't have a real plan and something that's executable, you're gonna lose that money in this economy.
Quick.
Yep. Okay. No. Okay. But and I'm gonna say this respectful. Who got 50 bands like that in our community? And
There's a
I say that
there's a
respectfully. I
there's a
know I
lot of
say that.
boomers. There's a lot of boomers with a lot of equity in their houses, right?
Okay. No. Boom. You say equity in their houses, and that is the equity is access to capital. But right now, you're talking about boomers who wondering how they gonna pay for their medicine.
I agree.
Let's be real. Let's be
Yeah,
real with the conversation, bro.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's why I'm talking about if you know what to do, right? If you know how to take that 30 and actually deploy it and make it bring back 50 or 60, then you can turn around and replace that, right? So let's say if you were to, and I'm just giving scenarios. I'm not pipe dreaming, so don't crucify
No,
me.
I'm not accusing you of that, but I really want you to understand the medium that we're on. I don't
No,
want
I do.
somebody.
I mean, remember
Okay,
my parents are 70, right? So I understand it, right?
okay, okay.
I had to rewrite their insurance policies for them, the entire thing. So I get it, right? But
You're being responsible. I just don't want nobody going and
yeah, yeah, and I agree with you on that. I don't want, and that's what
okay.
I'm telling you. I don't want you to feel like you can just go out here, access your equity, or do all these things and go get it popping, right? But I also don't want you to feel like it's impossible.
Fair point. Fair point.
I
Long
got
as we clear that up.
I got a nice one now though. Anonymous.
What you doing, bro?
Man, oh. What? The half of the league.
On what?
Yeah, on the life insurance.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I said, right.
hey, you know you can borrow against it.
Oh, for real. I ain't even go do it because I still got my 401k jumping.
Yeah. I
I ain't
just
even
like
go
it.
do it.
I
But
just
I'm
like
like,
when
oh,
you get your knowledge up, borrow against it, go do something with it.
yeah, yeah.
Borrow
I might.
against
You
it,
know
go
what
do something
though?
with it.
Yeah, you're right. Might do a little something,
I'm just saying, like
something
it's
smart.
like
Yeah.
that's how you know our enemy, whatever, right? That's how they beat us, right? They take the time to get the skill set up, and then they will borrow against those, especially if you got like an IUL. So it's a whole life policy, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they'll
with
borrow.
Think Lincoln Financial.
Yeah, you can borrow against it and then run a play, but don't just do nothing stupid, right? Like,
Right.
uh, but all of these are options, and I want to be very clear. Don't just run out and do it. You do got to get educated. But that I'd rather you spend 6 months, get educated in the space in the industry that you're gonna work in, learn how to
Yeah.
do it, and then go start a business, right?
Yeah.
But don't wait no 2 years, because then whoever the person that said that 6 months from now gonna be, well, we probably were a little too gung ho. You could have started a business 90 days ago and then took advantage of this and took it. So like all of this is just rhetoric from people who have agendas, in my humble opinion.
Now, if it's through your job, you can still do it like that.
Yo, who that kicking that game right there? Anya?
Yeah, that's me, Q. What's up with
Yo,
you?
that's good motherfucking info, bro. I appreciate that shit. Hell yeah.
If it's through, it depend on how your company, it depend on how your job works, just to keep it a stack.
So I think technically one is on my own, and then part of it is like 100,000 job cover. But it's like it's separate though.
It's nothing
Like
to
it
go
ain't no
ask,
charge
bro.
or nothing.
Just to keep it a
Yeah.
buck, it's nothing to go ask, right?
Okay.
Asking
Yeah.
questions is always free.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually have my boss is. He got a party tomorrow. I'm gonna slide over there. I'm actually watching the baby now.
I ain't
Yeah,
gonna even say nothing about this. The whole same blue.
it was Peter Navarro, the chief
It was
Navarro. That's
it's
what I was
Peter
talking about.
Navarro.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The chief
So like, what could I borrow against it? Like what, 50, 100?
It depends. It depends on the company. Every company got different thresholds.
Right.
Every company got different thresholds. But that's why I was kicking that game a few years back about IULs, right? Um, I'm a real proponent of IULs once you get into that space, right? Because
Right.
you can max fund them and then borrow against them, and you're not really on the hook to pay them back. If something happens, then they just taking it out. If something were to happen to you, unfortunately, now you don't have that cushion for your family. So, but make no mistake, you can have multiple policies, right?
Wait a minute. On a 401k?
No, on a life insurance, on a life insurance.
Oh, okay. I'm being quiet.
Yeah, yeah, no, on a index universal life insurance policy. Uh,
Okay.
my
Now,
bad.
do I have to
I'm
have
just,
something drawn up if I go to pull it, or
yeah, no,
is that
they'll
just
draw it up. They'll do it. They'll do all the paperwork. If they allow it, they're used to doing it, and they'll do all the paperwork. If they don't allow it, then no, you ain't gonna be able to do it. And it's
okay?
best to just stack some bread and go do it on your own.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's really that simple.
I think I'll do another one too, because that one only cost me like $10 a month for real.
Yeah, I mean, because your age too, you're still young. So
Yeah. Yeah.
that boy said, don't start a business for 2 or 3 years.
That's crazy. Two or
That's
three
crazy,
years gonna
bro.
be too late.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's wild, bro.
yeah, that's.
I
I
mean, but
mean,
if you know the game, if you know the game, if you know the game, you can start at any time. I mean, I think he was basically saying that for the average new person who they got that much knowledge, they stepping in something new into a field that they really don't have 100% of. Like they know
no.
how to
Say it
use
with your
it.
chest,
They know
bro.
how. Well, let
We
me
can
get clear. Hold on,
hardly
hold
hear
on,
that shit
now,
you babbling, sir. Speak up.
bro.
Speak up,
Now,
please.
Oh, you can't hear me?
We couldn't. You was babbling.
Oh, okay. No,
Speak.
I thought I was loud and clear, but no.
No,
He was
no. Now
basically
you're
saying,
loud. Now you're loud and
oh,
clear.
okay, cool, appreciate it. But no, basically he was just saying like if you if you got skills, like you know the game, you can start at any time, right? But I think he was basically telling the newcomers or the new business owners like, hey, let's see how these tariffs weigh out. You know, basically that's
Well,
all.
okay. Who are the newcomers and what do they need?
Right. How do you even define? How do you even identify who? Let me see.
Well, I guess it depends on where they was going to be getting their goods from. All these things was going to play a part. Like if you would, I guess depending on what kind of business you was opening. If you opening a business where he putting all these high tariffs on different stuff that's coming from different countries, if you getting your supply from there, you might want to get a new supplier or a new plug or a
And
better plug.
what do they need? What do they need?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of business you want to go into. I mean, those things have to be determined and worked out and figured out.
Yo.
And, you know?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Yeah, we
good.
hear you, bro.
My bad.
Look, I get it. I don't want to see nobody go and lose they their funds. But like, do you know how long it takes to really build up a successful, sustainable business? Like, if you wait 2 or 3 years, that's your incubator period. Like that's your quote unquote bootstrapping period, as you were just talking about. Those first 2 years are years that you take to build a successful business. So then in year 3, when the economy recovers, now you have a thriving business, you have a loyal customer base. You should be in a profitable state at that point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's why I say if you know the game and you got a niche to me that you know gonna work, whether the tariffs come or not. You know what I mean? Hey, take that step. You know what I mean?
Your
That's
mic went
why
out
I
when
say.
you first started lying, so I don't know.
No, I wasn't lying, bro. I was just
Yeah.
saying, if you, like I said, if you got the game and you got a niche, you know that the terrorists won't directly like have a more implement on, you know what I mean, or more, you know what I'm saying? Like if you in a business where he putting 100% tariffs on some shit, you might be in trouble if you trying to start in that area.
So what are those areas, though?
I guess it depends. Depends. You got tariffs on a whole bunch of shit, bro, coming out of different. I can't give you them right off the bat, like what's 100%, but I know on certain like vehicles, certain cars, and a whole bunch of other products, man. You know what I mean? So I guess I can say
Hey,
whatever niche you got,
Motherfucker said
make
car.
sure you know what I'm saying. Make sure you see what them
man,
tariffs.
I hope that
I mean,
If you want to pay
anyway,
that
because
tariff,
it's like, but and that's why I feel like the conversation of tariff always get turned into some other shit. When I always center the conversation from the standpoint of who's the most harmed by this. Not the motherfuckers that's like, oh, I can navigate this, or I'm even thinking about starting a business even at this time. I'm talking about motherfuckers that live paycheck to paycheck.
Paycheck to paycheck.
That can't survive a $500 emergency.
thank you,
You know what I'm
Domo.
saying? Like that type of shit, bro. Like that. All of this shit about, I mean, and that's why like the financial information about life insurance and all that shit is great for niggas that can take advantage of shit like that. But when we asking ourselves what to do about the people that cannot, what can like people? I mean, and not even just like think about like older people. Period. People on a fixed income.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
People on government assistance. People who rely on social safety net type programs to get through the month.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro. I agree wholeheartedly. So can we go back to the whole just that state, locality, regional conversation?
Y'all ain't got no argument. I'm sorry for derailing. I don't like to derail people who are trying to move upward. So, but yeah, no, y'all.
Nah,
That
I
nigga
don't
ain't
think
trying to
I
do
was.
nothing,
Yeah,
man.
I was about to say I don't think you derailed shit. I think you was dropping gang, like spitting game for real, like shit that everybody should be listening to. But it's just like that nigga was just about to start rambling about fucking tariffs and shit again, and it's like, all right, nigga, shut up. What about the Pope people though? Let's talk about
Man,
Pope
get
people.
your ass up, bro. You still mad. I mean, goddamn, get over it.
What?
I'm talking to Domo.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I just
Yes, no. I mean, actually, I'm irate. I'm irate that this big beautiful quote unquote bill that just passed the House. It get rid of many programs poor people rely on. It gets rid of programs that people rely on in order to get master's degrees and PhDs. It's making it harder for a lot of fucking people, and it's making it easier for predatory lenders. What Trump is
so
doing
let
right now. Yes, I am. That pisses me off, bro.
let me
Straight
ask
up.
who are the leaders advocating for that? Who can name me a leader that's advocating for that right there? What just passed through the House? Who
Nobody.
who who advocating for that on the ground?
Nigga, the leaders that's advocating for that is Project 2025. Those are the people that's advocating for the big beautiful bill that's on its way to the Senate.
I, I don't know
Project
these zip code,
2025.
bro. I don't live in these zip code. But I'm trying to get us back to the topic.
But that is the topic, though, right? Like, just this conversation of consistently being underrepresented because we aren't structured right when it comes to our political voting strategies, and how we're set up in different districts, right? So then that best question, the question you asked is like, who's advocating for it? It damn near wouldn't even matter because we so separated. We're not fighting to have our votes counted as a conglomerate. That's the best way that I can put it, right?
Well, okay, to your point, then we brought up in the conversation there was two approaches to it. Go the status quo of the system and just follow the protocols of the system at play. And then I was trying to introduce that people are just doing it from a grassroots perspective and just said, fuck it. I look at this field.
There you go. That's where I wanted to talk. Yeah, go ahead. Go right there. And
Well,
yeah.
I brought up Sister Cindy Akers of Footprint Farms, and I brought Natalie.
But here's the thing though, GA. I feel like the one thing we can't ignore is the fact that the fundamental uh, detriment to grassroots is the resources necessary for change.
Oh, bro, hold up. Please do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying negate the current system. I'm saying, hey man, participate in the system.
Well,
But
yeah,
what
but
do you do while you're
I think
waiting?
we could participate in a form of negation. Like I think challenging the current ways that structures operate, right, is like one, you have to participate in order to challenge it. Like that's why I
Fair.
said that's why I think somebody being like, well, I ain't voting
Yeah.
because I want to challenge the system. You're not
No,
challenging.
I,
But
no,
go
You're
into
not
I,
the
doing
go
anything.
no. Wait,
go into what
please. I am not advocating for that. I'm just
No.
saying
I
when
know
you,
you're not. I'm using that as an example. I'm not saying you
okay,
say that.
I
But
want you
no,
to.
what I'm saying is when we talk, because what I will say, GA, is the dichotomy you created was either institutions or grassroots. When it's like, nah, we need a mix of those two. We
oh,
need grassroots. We need grassroots influence shaping institutions.
okay, that's a more accurate depiction because I just want folks to understand that when you do go along the lines of just trying to follow the protocols, when you start going into litigation, that shit takes years, bro. I promise you, it takes years of litigation of just going from court to court to court to court to court, and jokers just try to stall you out, starve you out. And but you don't have time to just say, "Oh, we got the lawsuit in. Oh, we got this in litigation right now." You still got to maintain some type of momentum on the ground. That's all I was trying to push us towards. What do we do while we waiting?
So I want
No,
to
I mean,
understand
yeah,
this
but
negation. What does this negation concept look like in your mind, Dom?
I mean, it looked like if I'm operating in a institution that's informed by whiteness, I am advocating, challenging, and pushing forward policies that combat anti-blackness, that function to benefit Black people in a way by challenging the current practices that that create anti-Black outcomes. That's a negation of how these institutions function, and I can only do that by being able to operate like by being able to move through those institutions. Like you can't. We talking about like changing like economic policy, right? Or redirecting funds towards particular areas and redirecting resources or claiming resources for particular areas. Well, you got to be in the field where resources are being allocated.
Yes.
You have to. If you're saying your community is lacking something, and there are greater social institutions that control those resources, how else do you get resources allocated to where you feel like they need to be?
No, I agree with that, Domo. And all I'm saying is that before you get those institutions to admit that they're wrong, it's going to go through some. You're going to introduce your complaint to the body, and then that shit
Nah,
is going to go.
GA, see, that's what I'm saying. It ain't about getting those institutions to admit that they wrong. It's about influencing how those institutions are structured, how they shaped. Like the motherfuckers ain't got to say at all, like point to any type of wrongness, but removing the policy, getting rid of the policy, getting rid of this approach, introducing policy that creates environments or create cultures that are more conducive for shit now, like specifically black people. Like that's what we have to think of it. This is why I was saying we got to reconceptualize power. We have to stop thinking that we don't have the ability to shape how these institutions function. There's a reason why Donald Trump is firing all of these black people that hold these prestigious positions, because that's control. There's a reason why like Letitia James in New York and the type of beef that he had with her, or the DA in Manhattan, because these are black people in positions of power that are able to influence the institutions to challenge the type of corruption that he stood for.
Can I ask what GA? I think what GA is trying to ask is how long does that take?
Yes.
As long as it got to.
Okay, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that. Before it go up,
yeah.
Because I know it's gonna go up. Hey, come on.
No, we're in a good space. We're in a good space.
No, we good. We don't gotta. It don't gotta go crazy. I think that's an honest answer, right? But I think that it is when we talk about changing legislation, we talk about changing policy. Like that's a consistent fight. But the point that GA is making is, okay, so then if we know that that's the long-term goal right now, how do we go start our own grassroots movements to deploy the necessary resources right now?
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's what I was saying. It was like the way that it was framed is what I'm saying. It was framed as if it was a dichotomy when it should actually function simultaneously.
Okay.
Like, well, it should function more from because it's the grassroots. It's the grassroots that forms the advocacy, that forms the mission. You feel me? That then creates relationships with institutions that then try to push and add that advocacy into how those institutions function, or inform people with the skills to be able to go into these institutions and inform them with the advocacy and inform and use their advocacy to inform how those institutions function. Like literally, that's what Donald Trump did. That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's definitely doing that right now. For the wrong reason.
Like that nigga said, yeah, for the wrong reasons. But that's all. That's what I'm describing though. I'm describing literally that the institutions that we function in, the reason why we say that they're fundamentally white supremacist institutions is because of who operates them and the active process that they've embarked upon in order to keep these institutions white. That's why there's such a beef with DEI and everything else, because the idea that whiteness does not control the fundamental ways in which these institutions work is blasphemy to these people.
Man, you got to show and prove all that shit you talking.
Oh,
okay,
dude.
Okay, what?
I'm just saying, bro. You saying he fired all these black people? You saying he fired all these black people? You ain't named two. I mean, goddamn, we need some names.
Hold on, wait. Are you unaware of the high-profile black firings that's taken place over the last month or so? You're not aware of those?
Since January.
So approved, bro. I mean,
I'm just saying, I'm just saying over the last
No,
month.
Domo,
Oh yeah, we can go back to
no,
January.
yeah, don't take that bait, Domo, bro. You are a distraction at this point. You
Bro,
really
what you
are.
mean, yeah?
You
Bro,
are agent provocateur at this
bro,
point with that with that
you look
comment
more
you just
clam
made.
related. You look more clam related than I do. Look at the hat you got on.
It don't even matter what I look like. I'm just
I'm just
talking what
saying,
you
bro.
sound
Did
like,
he say
what
you
you
look
doing.
clan
You
related?
foolish.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
nigga look
all
clam
that.
related, man. And he
Yeah,
sound clam
whatever.
related. I mean, bro,
That's
I'm just saying, bro.
yeah.
I
I'm
mean, y'all
calling you out on
saying,
your bullshit, bro. You have
I'm
no
just saying,
voice here. You being
bro.
censored right now, nigga. Shut up.
I'm just saying, bro.
And you want to
Y'all
know
saying
what?
Trump?
You
He
want to
said
know what,
Trump doing all
GA?
these things.
I ain't
But
even
he said,
said anything. I just been listening this whole time.
man, y'all niggas. All right, bro.
And everybody up here has went off
Y'all
on my
niggas funny.
dumb ass. I wonder how
Slow your ass
Anonymous
down.
Hebrew
Every
went off
time
on my
niggas start
dumb
talking,
ass.
I
I
don't
something
never
wonder
go.
niggas gonna
how.
pop up on the
And I don't
panel.
I
never go
wonder.
off on nobody, Savio. I be trying
I
to keep
wonder
it
how
cool.
Anonymous Hebrew
That's a
went
lie.
off on
Hey,
my dumb ass.
Lying.
No, what he did, he
Bro, these
checked him
niggas.
on his foolishness. It's just that he's
No,
being
I'm talking
ignorant
about
right
when this
now.
nigga said he don't be
I don't
going off on
never.
people. Like, yeah, you a whole that nigga lying.
Yeah, he goes off.
That nigga.
He has his moments.
I have my moments. I give you that. All right.
No, bro, you had no First Amendment with that bullshit you coming in here with, man. And we trying to have a real conversation.
Bro, you don't even know what the conversation is about. Bro, you just
You
you
see what I'm
hell.
saying?
You
Listen,
want to
listen,
you trying to figure
listen
out.
to
Hold
See
on,
what
his
I'm
hold
saying?
on. Wait a
responses,
minute.
GA.
Position.
No.
Listen
You
to
trying
his
to figure out. You
Bring
trying to
responses.
figure out
position
the
to the
system. Hold on.
conversation.
You trying to figure out how to
This nigga slow.
get a fair chance in the white man political
That
system,
is
bro.
not
I
what
hear
he's trying.
everything you saying.
No, that's not what he's doing at
And
all.
how it can help black people and oh, they doing this to black people, bro. I mean, I understand the conversation, but at the same time, it seems
But
to
you
me
don't understand the
you
conversation. I
begging.
think
Yo,
that's the I think
at this point,
that's
you
the
need to
biggest
lead
lie
the
you told, bro.
conversation.
It seems to me
You
y'all
don't
still all right,
understand the
bro. All
conversation.
right, I'm gonna call
You
it out
don't
like
He
this.
just
understand the
said it.
conversation.
Y'all
Okay.
begging. Y'all
He
begging to
just
be in the
said it.
system.
Y'all
You
need to
still
pay
begging to be in
attention.
the
He
system you
just
know
told on
ain't for
himself.
you. But
He told on
go
himself, Domo.
man, sit
If
your ass
everybody
back,
pay
bro.
attention, he tells when
Every
he
time
said
we start
he
talking,
don't know, he don't understand the
some sissy
conversation.
sounding
He
ass nigga
told
wanna
on
pop up.
himself.
I got
I
you.
know that's all you got.
No,
That's all you
that's all
got.
I need.
That's all you got, dummy.
Shit, that's all I
That,
need, bro.
I mean,
that's crazy,
I
bro.
think
All right,
I
go
think
ahead,
we
bro.
can identify like a fundamental issue that consistently pops up when we talk about institutional change, and that's that it gets framed as looking to the government for answers. Like that, like people who think that do not have any understanding of how social institutions function. Like straight up, like to think that we look when we say that we need to change how these institutions function internally. The idea that, oh, you think the government is going to save you ignores the fact that the government is what proliferates or makes possible this shit that we complaining about. The government makes predatory lending possible. It makes different forms of discrimination possible. It leaves room for people to be treated differently or people to be taken advantage of. The government does. And whether or not individual actors are deterred from blatant discrimination is a question of government action, institutional action. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, how obtuse do we have to be to think to say that if we have these social institutions that shape how our society functions, that we should not have some type of influence on how they impact us? What are we talking about?
Wait. No, but see, Domo, I want to say this. You walking along the line that said, "Hey, I should be able to express my grievances with the government and get the government to do some type of corrective action." And then somehow or somewhere down the line, that transfers that I'm waiting on the government to fix this, and we don't advocate for our issue or our cause.
I
So
didn't say anything
But
about
that's what.
waiting. I said looking. I said looking for a
Talking to
fair
Domo,
chance.
bro.
ain't
For a
nobody even
fair
talking
chance.
But
about
look,
you, bro.
but here, this is what I'm saying.
GP, bro,
This is what I'm
stop.
saying though, GA. This is what I'm saying though. That like the it's that logic that I'm like is calling into question whether or not they understand. Like people who make that claim understand the role that these institutions play. Like when we complain about redlining, who makes that
Mm.
possible? What is the social institution that creates the conditions for redlining to take place? When we talk about gerrymandering, who makes that possible?
No,
When we
it's
talk about the over suspension of black boys, who makes that possible?
that's a fair point, bro. I was just trying to point out how it gets misaligned or misunderstood. I mean, very fair point. Redlining, the gerrymandering, school policy. Yeah, it gets. Oh, I found my complaint. They're gonna fix it. There's a disconnect in on how to advocate for your grievance. Is all I was trying to say.
No, yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that, but I think, but that's what I'm saying. I think that the second part of that, the next page of that, is that how to address that grievance is caught up on some form of like leaving the space. Like it's like
And then mhm.
like we address the grievance by
Disenchantment.
ignore. That's another
My,
that's another good way to phrase it. Yeah, that's another good way to put it. Disenchanted. Like it's like I have such little faith in these institutions
Yeah.
that I don't believe that my effort is warranted. And while that's a legitimate feeling, I think it's dangerous as hell.
it is, bro. But shit, are we not there in 2025?
I would say that we are, but and now look at our state of our social structures. Look at what happened.
Oof.
Look at where we are. Right? Like niggas don't know shit like the Voting Rights Act is on the chopping block. And this is after they already gutted key provisions of it back in 2013 or 2014. One of them.
2014.
14.
Like niggas, like we are so disillusioned and at the same time desensitized that blatant attacks on civil rights era policy is just another day in office. What? That's crazy. And that's with
All it
like
is, bro.
we can recognize that you still have the Civil Rights Act, you still have the 14th Amendment, that there are still these protections that exist, but there were certain policies that were enforced in order to maintain those protections. And there and in the Trump administration, for example, is pushing on those is like pushing the line on those policies as far as they could take it. And we're like, Kamala's still not black though. She's still not black.
Stupid. As if
That's
not.
what I'm saying. Like because hold on. It'll be
Tired
different
of
if
the
niggas.
same old.
Hold on, no. Actually, I'm about to take it a step further, GA. Because it'd be different if niggas wasn't involved with politics at all. It'd be different if niggas was just like, bro, I don't give a fuck about what's going on with Biden. I don't give a fuck what's going on with Trump. You know what I'm saying? Kendrick just killed this nigga Drake. He on tour. I'm trying to. You know what I mean? Like if niggas was like, I'm abandoning like I'm so disenchanted, I'm abandoning the political space and engaging purely in enjoyment and things that benefit me. No, niggas is saying I'm abandoning political education and directing my outrage towards misinformation and trending bullshit. I'm saying my outrage is still here. I'm still investing the emotional energy into this shit. Even though I'm saying like I'm divested from it, I'm disconnected from it. I'm still investing the emotional energy, the conversation, the debates, the pushing back, and
So then
nah,
that brings us to
that ain't
leaders now.
always true. I'm still people are still invested in doing that, but completely outside of the things that actually fucking matter to what happened to black people.
So then now that brings us to the concept of leaders again, though. I mean, because if leaders are the ones that are pushing and influencing the thoughts, then should they be held accountable in that space?
But I think the problem is we like this thing about leaders is because we came up in an era where leaders have now been celebritized, right? People don't understand that leadership comes from regular motherfuckers, and over time, that these regular people bring a certain amount of people along with them, and now you end up calling that a following.
So then the concept,
We don't.
so then the criteria for a leader is the one who's just gonna stand up and be counted and be the one of influence.
No, because I got a question from what bro just said. So
Yeah,
are the
I
people?
knew that was gonna go. All right, let's go.
Well, are the people picking the leaders, or are the algorithm picking the leader?
No, but that's right. That's my point. The
That's
algorithm is picking the leaders now, not the people. I think that that is a phenomenal frame, and I'm still in that. That's gonna be a podcast episode.
I knew you was gonna put that on there. Damn. All right, no,
That's
that's
gonna be
dope.
a podcast episode next week.
Okay, so then.
Hey man, cite your source. Cite your source.
Yeah.
Just play
You know
it, bro.
what? Though?
Just play
I
it.
think now I had to get in it. The algorithm, I think, is exacerbating human ignorance with the algorithm. And I because even with that video you made the kids watch down, I still think we should critique that one. But
you talking about on the show?
Yeah, the ones you had the students watch when it was discussing how hate profiting, how the platforms make money off of hate.
Yeah.
Like you got leaders, and I think some people like naturally, if you naturally listen to black folks and some people, most leaders are problemists. Like they I don't want to say grift, but it's like that's the whole MO is the problem. Like I got to talk about the problem. I'm talking about the problem. I'm gonna remind you about the problem 65 times a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Another 300 times today, and then boom, and it's like, all right. So the algorithm to me is just taking what we've been doing and just doing it only more.
Hey, Domo, I don't know if you read this book or not, man. You spoke on something about we living in the age of misinformation, or the misinformation age. It's a book out there about that, man. And it's Survival Guide for the Misinformation Age, written by this dude. But
yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out.
But
actually, I was just looking at this book from the '60s about American disinformation, because I'm trying to see what parallels can be drawn, especially during the time like when you had the type of social unrest you had in the '60s and how they view misinformation in the context of like voting habits and political engagement.
COINTELPRO and all that. Yeah. Well, maybe
so,
not COINTELPRO.
This is like a more so a general political misinformation. Like this a white man that wrote this book.
David J. David J. Helfand wrote the Survival Guide to the Misinformation.
Yeah, he sure did, bro. It sounds like you done already read that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out though. Cause I've been really for the last few years where they didn't drop these studies that kind of show the impact of social media, like literally on how our brains work, and how like social media is like one of the greatest examples of like mental manipulation. And with that, how that shapes our beliefs and what we think about the world and all that other shit. Like that shit is dangerous. That shit is dangerous.
But can't you make the argument that the misinformation age was always here? Like I grew up hearing about fake moon landings and
I think the difference is like there was always and if we want to call it this, like we can call it the a facade of professionalism. You feel me? And what I mean by that is like even if there were arguments about the moon landing, the evidence was always circumstantial, right? There was no substantive evidence to make it a serious conversation. So it was considered fringe.
You got to remember this was 1970s when this conspiracy really started taking off, and people didn't have access to information like to debunk this stuff at their fingertips. Most people didn't even bother to go through the proper resources to even fact check any of this stuff. They got so people really wasn't researching.
But I think that
back then.
Nah, I'm just going by what I'm looking at.
That's true, but I think that's still like I think that that was still a fringe conversation, right? Like you weren't like you didn't hear.
Nah, I'm not gonna let Psycho get that off. Let's pull up the moon landing.
No, you're not.
No. Like, let me explain what I mean. There were no congressional hearings on whether or not the moon landing was real. You did not see You did not see official institutions
Make your point
engaging
clear.
in legitimizing.
Make your point clear, because that went over some people's head.
Nah, that's what I was saying. You didn't have official institutions legitimizing fringe conversations.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I
So
would
like
agree
even
with
if
that.
Which is what's happening today. That's his point.
I would agree with that.
No, wait,
you know
hey,
what I'm
dude, hey,
saying?
let me wait. Let me introduce two quick comments in there. Around that same time, let's look at two agencies that came into inception during that time, and that's NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric whatever Association. The weather people, NOAA, came into play doing that, and then you also had the
Don't forget
EPA.
the book 1984 was what people was panicking
Well,
about. That
yeah,
came
Oh,
out
let's not
before that,
forget
but the
the
people was
whole
panicking
Cold
about
War
that
was
book.
bullshit. The whole Cold War
what?
was misinformation.
Yeah,
But
that's
But
what
hold
I'm
on, but
saying.
see, but here's the thing though. That was it.
See,
That
y'all
was
trying to run past
propaganda.
what I'm trying to
Let's
say.
not. Let's
Yeah.
Okay,
also
all
not
right, all
forget.
right.
Let's also not forget this. The '70s also COINTELPRO had just came out, and that people was very
Boom.
trusting of the government, more so than
Oh my
everything that
God.
Watergate.
Okay.
You had COINTELPRO, you had all this stuff going on, and people wasn't trusting the government.
No,
When these
it's
conspiracies
psycho.
were popping
Wait.
up, people was like, "Yeah, the government's hiding things." This is when you start getting this
Oh,
type of rhetoric.
psycho. All fair points, man. Just listen to a little nerdy geek, man, with the whole pale blue dot. You had two agencies that still exist today. Don't tell me you don't remember the little Indian riding up to the river crying and shit because y'all was
Yeah,
putting trash in the river.
pollution,
And
dude.
and
Yeah,
yeah. And
he
so
wasn't even
yeah.
Indian, by the way. He was Italian. But go ahead. He was Italian playing the
I
Indian.
remember, son.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is, okay, there was a realization point there to say, okay, man, this shit is real. That's all I'm trying to say here, because you do have an environmental protection agency, you do have a NOAA that sits here, and we use that stuff to today. So regardless of the nuances or the distrust that we have about the moon landing or whatever, let's not negate that there's some realism at play to say, okay, maybe this shit is true that Galileo Neil was talking about. We got a picture now. We have another perspective of Earth. We have a perspective of Earth, not from Earth. So I'm just saying, let's not
Man, what you
we having a good
smoking, bro? What you smoking
no.
tonight? Go ahead, Jen. You rambling tonight,
No,
my nigga.
well, okay, well,
You
no,
in the
no,
zone like
no.
Billy Hope. You in the zone like Billy
Okay,
Hope, but go ahead.
yeah, and you still had nothing relevant to bring to the conversation. All I'm
So
saying
y'all
is,
saying the government ain't been hiding shit?
no, I nobody's saying that, Blue. And don't
I mean,
don't
Psycho
make
was
me
just
really.
saying misinformation been around. This isn't when they say the age of misinformation. I'm like, niggas been misinformed.
I agree with that, but I'm talking about the filtration that came out of the moon. The moon landing was 1969. When did the EPA come into play? When did NOAA come into play? When did the Voyager launch? I mean, come on, guys. Let's really
But
keep
not
this
just
in
NASA.
perspective.
What about Eric Von Daniken? I grew up on that white dude's theories, bro. His fucking pseudo shit. You remember him, Psycho? That white dude started mad at these ancient aliens, the fucking pyramid aligned with all this other shit. All that pseudo shit, the 70s pseudo and 60s pseudo is like that's classic pseudo.
Well, if I believe in the science, I got to call bullshit on some of
Right.
that
And
because
it's still here. And it's still here, Q, because most of the
Yeah.
pseudo that we argue against is old pseudo. This ain't no new shit. Like it's just rebranded into something new. But when you dig into the sources of where the information is coming from, it's coming from some old pseudos.
okay,
Facts.
we have clearly left the planet now.
That's a fact.
So
So, so
But I think this is I think because we lost maybe like the 90s, to me, the height of the media shit, like how what John was speaking out, was to me the 90s and 2000s, up until Obama. After Obama and Trump's first office, shit is different now. So like I think this is the end of the misinformation.
I
Like
would
now
say
the
it does feel like we regressing though, man. As much information as the internet much information you can get from the internet. It's also just as much misinformation. I would argue it's more misinformation on the internet than actually real information.
a fair point.
You got to actually dig harder for the real information than the fake shit. It's wild but true. Like so,
Yeah.
I do say that the pseudo is getting promoted very
You
heavily.
can AI the fake shit.
Yeah, because I
Wait.
think especially when we talk about like even with Domo point about where it's going, like it's almost like it's like uh
The access
you
to the
know
pseudo
I
ball
think
seems
they
to be
had a UFO conference, I think, if I ain't mistaken, or a UFO congressional hearing. It's like all of that shit is on the table at this point.
And we should blame Congress for entertaining such bullshit.
yeah. I wish they
Stop
would
it.
have changed that crap. That was a big nothing burger too, by the
Yeah,
way.
huge nothing burger.
That was a dude just getting on there, just talking about what he heard. He heard some things. That's all it
I
was.
think we
It
needed to
wasn't
go through.
no evidence, nothing laid out, no locations, nothing. Just a dude on this dude up there just saying he heard some things. That was a nothing burger.
Okay, but well, let me introduce one more thing before we, because it seems like we finna go full pseudo with where we done
Yeah,
segue to.
I'm gonna
But
bring it back to grassroots when you're done.
okay, so from the time from 1970 to 1990s, I really want you to pay attention. I want everyone listening to pay attention to mass communications was a huge career decision for a lot of people in black students, whether they went to a PWI or whether they went to a HBCU. So that, just trying to bring the shit back to earth in the whole propaganda conversation before we get out here into the damn space to find a frontier. But I'm gonna fall back and listen.
No, I ain't gonna do that. I actually was gonna say that, like, really, like to Psycho and Q point too, though. It's been around. And to me, Trump election only just exposed how dumb people been. And I think we had a sense of, we've always looked at these people as kind of smart, you know what I'm saying, intelligent people just for no reason. And the election really just kind of showed, even even the last one, that nah, they just dumb as fuck, bro. They run off of emotion, as they've always done. It's always been that same way. None of these politicians, we just never seen the emotions to this extreme. You know what I mean? Like, damn, a nigga really just shooting to the ethos of the country. But that's what he did. And it ain't like we didn't know the country was racist. It ain't like, you know what I'm saying? We've been through this shit.
But before, for thousands of years, only certain people had access to good information, and then most of the people were retarded. So you wasn't mentally in the space to call out your king. Your king had to stop that. You know what I'm saying? For mass societies, the smart people were the ones who part of the noble families. You know what I mean? The upper group.
And
That
most
cat's
people
out the
didn't
bag.
even-
You got a lot of motherfuckers that can read now. That's like, y'all niggas is dumb.
and most people didn't even bother to go through the process to find out this stuff they hearing is real. If it sounded cool, they believed it. Like, people was not fact checking nobody back then. They just wasn't.
But Q, you said something powerful back then, though, man. If the king was the idiot, he still said shit, and then folks didn't disagree with him neither.
Because you wasn't stupid. Or you was stupid. It's one of these. You know what I'm saying? See how that works? Either you not stupid or you stupid. It's one
I
or the
think they
other.
lazy. I think they was just intellectually lazy.
It's like the Alex Jones argument that was happening in like 2012 is now in Congress. At the, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Which
them
one?
people is now in charge. All of them.
Wait a
Some was talking
All
about
of them.
reptiles.
Like, no, I'm just saying, like, in general, his whole, the reason why his platform existed and the people who supported his platform, they in charge.
Right. So then the question is, since social media then has all of this power and this influence, then shouldn't that be the next move? I guess for us to create these social media platforms that are influencing the thoughts of the people, because that
I don't
seems to
think
be
I don't think niggas really believe that shit is real. And so we just think we
But
just
I'm just talking
gonna
about just from this.
inform everybody
No.
and make everybody smart, and everybody just gonna be smart enough to, it don't work like that.
It ain't about making them
Most
No,
smart.
people is dumb.
I ain't just talking
wait.
about
It's
just
not
making
about
them.
making us smart,
Yeah.
because that's a
People
shout out to
still
brother.
So why we
Uh,
don't why, if we know that they doing shit in manipulative ways, why we don't produce media that's manipulative?
That's the point
Okay,
that I'm making. That's
wait,
the
wait, wait,
question
wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
asking.
wait, 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 wait. See, that's crazy to sit there
That's what
and make
Tyler
that
Perry
comment.
and Diddy was trying to do.
But wait.
Yo,
Stupid.
Wait,
Ah, Diddy. Hold up.
wait. Oh man, see,
Nah,
Damn,
you ain't gonna
Q.
do that.
Yo.
no,
I'm
Look,
no,
the
GA
Bill
don't even
Cosby.
want to go no
no,
further right now.
no,
We
because
gotta
y'all just
That's
back
what he
gonna
that
said,
up.
right? Bill
wait.
Cosby, and that's what they was on. The Bill Cosby, Diddy, and Tyler Perry
No,
was trying to
wait, hold
do.
on. Oh, wait. So y'all just gonna discount Brother Rob and his whole positive black propaganda campaign? Y'all, yeah, the brother put that
But
on here
but
numerous
that's the
times.
same. That's the
We
same
did that
concept, though.
today. We did that
That's
today.
that's the same concept, though. I'm
You
not
ain't got a
saying
problem spreading positive
don't do
propaganda.
that. I'm not saying don't do that, but I'm saying we need to spread some type of propaganda, right? There needs you got to understand now that that's the new currency, right? Your ability to create some form of social media presence that's going to influence your community and cause them to move, cause them to be active and take action. And that's what marketing and social media is, right? It's the ability to push a hot button that not just like influences people, but causes them to take action, whether by commenting and becoming active on social media and interacting with the people, or even spending their dollars. Right? That's what social media does now.
No, social currency, I agree with all that, but I'm just saying we had a brother to come here and present a whole idea behind that, and it's still mass communications in my mind. It's still
You're right.
propaganda in my mind.
I don't
No
think they're
one's
using social
but no one's
media as a term that
disagreeing
makes
with
sense
you.
anymore. Because those platforms,
Are antiquated. I agree.
but they're marketing platforms.
Yeah.
Like the
You're
way
right.
we use YouTube and certain
They're
like
marketing.
underneath the we
Yeah.
use this like social media.
Yeah.
But this ain't like YouTube and like TikTok and them shit's just marketing platforms. Like that's
No,
what
it's
they
one
are.
million, but that's 1 million.
Oh no, Q, shit like YouTube is gaining more traction to me
No,
because
that's the
I
point. Yeah, you're right. That's the point that he's making because it is a marketing platform. And especially if you line it up with TikTok and Instagram and Twitch, right? If you learn how to use all of those in their proper perspective. So basically, social media is the place where or YouTube is the place where we come and sit down and talk, right? Instagram is the place where you show them different pictures. TikTok is the place where you market to them and make them want to spend their dollars. And all of it is designed to funnel them right back to YouTube and keep having a conversation and then send them right back out in the world. Right? It's an entire marketing apparatus. This is what all the legislation was about with Facebook and metadata and understanding how to take that data and properly apply it. That's the whole key to running a powerful business at this point. Right? This is why when you go to certain whatever websites that you go to and you get a quick offer, enter your email address here, you get a free ebook, you get a free this, because they want that data. Because once they have that data, you can manipulate it. You can email people. You can start to get access to how their buying product, their buying habits, right? Their web browsing habits, right? At some point in time, we either get active in that space or we continue to allow. I'm trying to get that answer for you, Hulk. Still, like, but
well,
either we get active in that space or we continue to keep asking, what are we going to do?
well, okay. Here's my pushback on that because people have been doing that, and I don't want to teach people how to create a funnel to grift people. You know, we literally hear people, they come in here and they want to use YouTube as a source, and the common body of knowledge is not recognizing sources like that. People are still writing down ideals and they're preserving them in journals and repositories
But
of that
GA,
nature.
but
Yes,
GA,
sir.
how is it a grift if you're using it for good? Like I'd much rather funnel somebody like
Bro,
you. Hear me
bro,
out.
I
Hear me
can,
out. I'd,
okay.
I'd much I'd much rather funnel somebody to Ziax than funnel them to whatever other place they're going to learn, right? Like I'd rather funnel them to the places where I know that they're gonna get exposed, because that's the other thing. You're not getting, a lot of these people aren't getting exposure to high level black thought, right? So I'd rather funnel them to places where I know they're not going to be grifted and they're going to actually get educated, because then that exposure and education is what's going to cause action. We need action in the right directions from here on out.
But bro, my only pushback on that would be how level black thought is sourced with a YouTube video. And I don't mean that in no type of disrespect, but that's the reality where we are today.
I agree.
You
So
know,
funnel them to the high level. So funnel them to the YouTube video. Funnel them through Instagram. Funnel them through TikTok. Funnel them through Twitch. Funnel them through whatever marketing medium,
Yeah.
as Q was saying.
but
Funnel them
see,
through that media.
You can't get mad at Dan
that
Calloway
no, no,
because
no,
he
no,
got
no, no,
better
no, no, no.
production than you.
Okay,
You're
so
gonna have to
so
produce
now
better
it's better.
production
Is
than
it's
Dan
better.
Calloway. That's
It's
just what
better
it
production.
is.
It's better production versus an original idea. That's what I just heard you say, Blue.
I mean, that's what you combating. You got real information, and then Dan Calloway got some shit that look like a
Wait.
fucking movie.
Why are they
No, but you
opposed?
also
No,
got
wait,
to
come
give
on.
it time. Y'all understand that we're in
You
an era in which proof is in the face. So that this the amount of time is going to they're believing and they're biased.
Right.
You can only do that for so long. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
there's only so long. So like those abos, the flat earthers, is not gonna go anywhere. You're not gonna end up in a museum. You're not gonna be quantified. You're not gonna be
You're not
qualified.
gonna produce shit.
You're not gonna
Sorry,
produce
Q.
shit. And no, that's the reality of this era. And there's nobody holding Umar Johnson back. Nobody made Jay Morrison rob the black community. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody. There's me. You know what I'm saying? Like this us. That's really where we at right now. Like there's no. It's either run and go or shut the fuck up.
But that's the point. Like, and part of running and going right now is to actually take. So, GA, you talking about original thought? Take that original thought, market it up, make it look pretty, and then serve it to the people through the marketing platforms. I was always taught, don't serve a steak dinner on a garbage pail lid, right? Like if we are really talking about feeding and influencing and changing the minds of the people to the point where we have grassroots movement, then we have to interact in the way that everyone else is fighting. And a part of that is using, as Q says, these marketing channels to funnel them to what you said, the original idea.
Well,
And
I'm
like
not
you
mad.
just said, though,
I'm not.
too,
Wait,
taking accountability.
wait. I'm not mad about that. But I'm from a generation that was shit to get off the pot. And it's a whole lot of motherfuckers still shit. The motherfuckers still riding off talking about he creating a school, and he done left the damn country and over there in Africa.
I
Let's
agree.
have the yeah. Okay, what
But
we
I
that's
talking
agree.
but
about?
like you said,
Hold
though,
on, but are we going to keep?
but like how Blue said and Anon said, I still got to take accountability. I should step up my game.
No, you
You know what
are
I'm saying?
stepping
Like,
up your game. There's no
no,
shot
but
at
even
you.
still
No,
though,
you are
at the
stepping
end
up
of
your
the day,
game.
you still got to take that. I respect what you said. Is that at the end of the day, and like Blue said, yo, he got better production than you. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? Get past that part too. You know what I mean? And
That's true. That's true. Fair point,
there's
Q.
no like we
Fair
should have
point of
better
none.
flyers. You know what I mean? I that's what I hear. And I say it all the time. Pan African. That's why I want to get a new spot. I'm not gonna lie, y'all and the students. I'm like, damn, bro, this shit look trash. I'm like, nah, I was gonna do another residential spot, and I was like, damn, this shit don't. I could do it. It saves money, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the spot we going to. Oh no, that one is like, yeah, nigga, step your fucking game up and step your game up, and that's
Now,
where you got to be at.
I just want to make a quick point, and I ain't glazing on this. You know what I'm saying? Pause. But Q just showed an amazing criteria that we need to start looking for in more leaders, in that self-accountability, right? The ability to look at what you're producing and say, okay, here's the areas that I can get better in, right?
No, that's accountability. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You're right, bro.
right. Because make no mistake, we're at war, bro, right? And a big part of war is what we call like AAR, like after action reviews, right?
Mm-hmm. Very
You know,
familiar.
if you've been to war, you've been deployed, and you ever been in a shootout, people think that there's nothing that happens afterwards. Just shoot, bang, bang, you go home. When you get back, there's a conversation. There are these high level conversations. That's what the enemy is doing, right? They're doing it in their marketing plans. They're doing it in all of the information that they're gathering, and they sit down and they talk about it every day, and they come back and they fight and they get better and tweak every day, right?
I mean, I would say this though, right?
I know you be dropping jewels like this, bro. You going off? So I just look that up. I'm like, yeah, that's what's up.
But I would say this though, like for what Q, but like, okay, let's say, and not saying it's you and Umar, nothing like, but if that's like the competition, we looking like Umar is your competition, it ain't the space that you gotta step up. That's what's gonna come. It's how you market it, because this nigga ain't even got no space. You know what I'm
Well, no,
saying?
that's the
Like you got
no.
way.
I mean in the sense of accountability, there's no,
Yeah, but it
you know,
wouldn't
what I
be
mean,
the
there's
space
nobody
you held
keeping him from doing
accountable
his
for.
thing. Like, and
It's
that's what
how
we
you
got.
getting the money. But what I'm
That's the
saying is,
facade, though. That's the facade. If you get caught up
yeah,
with the facade, like that happens with rappers, you might get somebody that just pops up off of lawsuit money, and now you competing with a nigga got lawsuit money that live in the projects.
right.
Nah, you know what I'm saying? Like that, you keep no, you don't even.
That's
That's not.
crazy.
You
That's
know what I'm saying?
crazy.
Yeah, you
That's a
don't do
crazy
that.
analogy, bro. 'Cause
Bro,
he
I
ain't
see
got
that.
no bills.
Yo,
Yeah,
how
that
many
ain't
times I
gonna
see that
work.
in the street? Yo, bro, and
But
then you got
hey,
the insurance niggas that live in the projects that do insurance scams every week.
Yeah.
They've been around before the scam, before the credit card scam. The insurance boys ain't go nowhere.
Yep,
They still doing an
they been
accident
out
once a
there
week.
walking
Grandma,
around with a
aunt,
Bible
cousin.
and shit.
You know what I'm saying? So like you compete, like
yeah, but
it's you gotta be mindful about how you.
no, no, well, keep my only pushback, man. It's not that, man. This your craft, this your profession. Hey, shout out to Anon. I just learned something about you, bro, with the whole AAR comment. So
Yeah, that was tight. I had to look that up. I'm like, oh, that's nice.
That's what's
yeah,
up. That's what's
three
up.
things you did good, three things you did bad. What can you do better for the next time? I get it, bro.
Yeah,
And the dopest part about that translates to every part of life, even from your marriage, from your relationship, everything. Like
yeah,
I just think in every aspect in our life now, we should be getting a little bit better every day. Right.
man,
And if we
I'm,
doing
for
that,
real.
if we doing that as McDonald's these 2 or 3 years from now, right, we literally live in a whole different space. Like I'm working with people who have the next 36 months of their life mapped out, right? I'm just
Right.
now getting to the point where I can do it 12 to 18 months. And it took
Talk
me
about it.
10 years to get there, bro. Like no BS. It took me 10 years to get that organized.
Yo,
Like
no cap, bro. You saying that? I ain't gonna lie to y'all. The Institute gave me a different view of it because I was 3 to 6 months. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? When it was just a studio life, it's 3 to 6 months, maybe a year. The Institute, like I'm about to plan the next year out by day.
yeah,
Right? Like
yeah,
I'm like, this is I feel you.
yeah. Like
I
no,
ain't
it's
gonna
you,
lie,
you
bro. I would have
And then
started
listening to
a
some of
health
y'all,
plan, bro.
really makes me look. If y'all don't listen to GA, and I'm just now talking about the investments, even Blue, I've been listening to Blue. Like Blue made it, Blue will pop up. I know it. Yeah, I got 7 years in my 401. I got this one. I'm like, y'all listening, right? Yeah, I hope y'all listening.
Yeah, you gotta do. Like, I ain't gonna lie. If coming out of it right now, bro. If niggas got a high school diploma in any, like, bro, you gotta lock in a work at home job for real. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think that's the plug right now. You could always do something. You need to do something, a second job, or whatever. You can always do that. But damn sure you need something where you could take wherever you go.
No,
As
the
long as you
community
got
should be doing an
motherfucking
action.
internet.
They should be doing an after action review of the last election.
last election. Exactly. Last
exactly, Q.
election.
They should be, but guess what? They
Yeah,
probably not because they got a game coming up here in the midterms, and just based on their rollout, they not. They don't have a
yeah.
plan yet.
Cause
Yo,
bro,
the
when that
Hope
shit
keeps
hit
asking
last
about the
time,
leader.
I
Y'all
got
answered the Hope
fucked.
question. He keeps asking about what a leader in what field, huh? What field of leadership are you discussing? 'Cause I don't think the field is gonna have the same looking leader.
Well, that's the overall. That was the overall title of the show,
Oh shit,
Q.
I didn't see the
Yeah,
title. Oh my
yeah,
bad.
that's the
Yeah.
title.
Can you identify the leader versus the
I'll
follower in the black
I'll
community?
say I'll say this though, right? There should be some criteria that translate into every industry, right? Um, like when you take these leadership courses and all of this crazy stuff, you learn. So, for instance, I know that if I start a business off rip, I need a marketing department, an HR department, a sales department, a finance department, and a support department. That's every business. Now, what it looks like in each one of those businesses is going to be different, right? That's how leadership should work, right? Self accountability, honor, integrity, um, visionary, whatever it is, right? Those qualities have to exist.
Selfless service. Lordy, dude.
You you don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, keep talking, bro. I know who you are already.
Yeah, yeah, but that mean that's what it is, and it goes deeper when you go through PLDC and all of that stuff, right? But these are concepts that you like. Once you master certain concepts, the only difference is, do I want to stand up and be a leader, or because doing that in our community at some point in time you're gonna be crucified, right?
Yeah.
You know you're gonna be scrutinized, and it don't matter what you did. If you farted in the theater and somebody smelt it, you're the worst person for that week. So you got to be able to stand through that, and I think that's the new criteria. Part of the new criteria is just this what's the word? The stick to itiveness, like the consistency, the perseverance is the word I'm looking for, right? If you talk about,
Tenacity.
there you go, tonight. I love that one. Yeah.
See,
So
I'm trying to figure out how you start an actual health plan, bro. I want to start a full health plan.
But that's what I was
so
gonna say. It should be a perspective based off of the responsibility and then how they're carrying out their responsibilities, and then of course attached. Because I think there's a personal part that people don't get put on. Because you're gonna meet some people that are leading in their industry who are shitty ass people as individuals.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm
But
So
saying?
that's why
see,
we gotta have the
Q,
ideology.
wait.
That number 12, resilience. That's the one that just and then we can go where we're gonna go. But that resilience, like all this other stuff we know, self-awareness is a big one, right? But the
Yo,
rest
you
of
know,
these
I used to think my pops invented that word and stick to itness.
No,
that's
he,
our
he learned
word.
that know yourself and seek self improvement. That's what your prof. He probably was governed by that, bro.
Back in
But
the 80s, he used to say that every day, stick to itness. You can't give up.
yeah, right. But like this is like I love these 12 aspects, right? Um, I agree with you, Q, that in each industry there like you may need to be more self-aware in certain areas, or you need to be more of a visionary, or your communication skills may need to be higher. But I do think though that there is a foundational profile of a great leader that you can, and these are skills that you can develop. Now some people are just natural born leaders, right? They're charismatic, they can step in, command the room, and then they have the moral fiber to not take advantage of people, this, that, and the other, right? But a lot of these skill sets are things that you can just work on and get great at over time. And then, like, so for you, right, running the school, your ability to influence, your ability to communicate, compassion, vision, right? Um, that's great in that space. But in the real estate space, I may not need to have as much compassion, at least when I'm dealing with my competitors. Definitely have compassion if I got rental properties, right? And I don't want to put nobody out on the street. But I'm not supposed to have compassion in negotiating with a private money lender, right? They want 12%, they want 12 points on it. No, I'm giving you 7, right? And I'm
I
not
think
going
this
to.
would go, but I think it would apply to anybody in any industry. Because I feel
Okay.
going on the line you're going down, because you can have compassion for the people that's on your team as a leader.
Facts.
You
Facts.
know what I
Well,
mean?
Okay.
yeah, but the only thing I got a problem with this list is, and the Q, that's something that you stress, man, that is near to accountability. And I don't see that on this list.
I think
And to,
integrity. I think integrity falls into accountability, but I agree.
yeah,
But I agree. You
it
can add it.
can.
You can add it.
Yeah,
I'm not.
but
I'm,
no,
yeah.
no. Hear me out, bro. Because see, I can have it. I can have great integrity, but
And not
accountability
be
allows.
accountability. Yeah.
Even when it's not my fault, accountability gives me the latitude to come and say that, you know what, I could have recognized his shortfall
Bro,
better.
that right there, this is something once again I've had to learn over the last 18 months, especially, right? Um, and I think that's something as men we learn more in this community. Even if it's not your fault, sometimes it's your fault.
It is exactly that's all I'm trying to get at right there. Not
As
to
crazy as that
scrutinize.
sound, right? Like,
No,
You
but
know,
I'm just
there's a
saying.
y'all permit explicit. I learned this year with one of my teaching classes, explicit accountability.
yeah.
My wife got mad when I brought that up, and she thought I was blaming her. And I was like, no, explicit accountability. We don't blame. Everybody looks at the fucking game and see what you could have did better.
to to prevent the outcome or the
Yep,
undesired outcome or
that's it.
whatever. And
No,
that
everybody just says, what
bro,
could you do better? What could I have done better? You know what I mean? Forget, don't look at nobody.
Yeah.
What could I have done better? And just blame. It's not blaming yourself. Just saying I could have done something different.
Yeah, and to me, I don't want to try to put this on nobody, but yeah, a leader would say, yeah, they'll own some shit when even when it's not their fault. And bro, I've watched you demonstrate that a lot of times. So
You can get more. I learned that you get more out of life. Not say blaming, but seeing what you could have did better.
yeah, but we do a lot of blaming here, so that's
I'm
probably a poor
learning
choice of words.
I'm working on my communication with that as well, because it's really like, because for a team, especially like I went through that this week. I ain't gonna lie, I went through that this week, and it's like, and I'm like, nah, you got to keep the motivation right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You got to keep the focus
every
right.
day, all day. Yeah,
No,
Every
no,
day, all day. You got to,
but
because it's like,
yeah.
when you're dealing
no,
with
but
volunteers, you know what I'm saying. You're dealing with people that's underpaid.
Yeah.
Is you don't got that monetary fist that's like, yo, bro, I just gave you $30-$40 an hour. You do what the
so it's
fuck
no
I tell you.
leverage. Yeah, it's no
There's
leverage.
no, so
Yeah.
your only leverage is respect.
Well, okay, that's humility and gratitude, but yeah, I just love it when two accountable jokers approach a task because it'd be like, nah, man, that's my fault. Nah, bro, I could have did this better. Nah, bro, I should have shared more. And hey man,
I
yeah,
do want to
that's
add one caveat though, right? Because this is the
go
other
ahead,
thing I
bro.
was guilty of. Don't be the one though that takes accountability without also having your partners take accountability. So here's what I mean.
Oh, that's a double-edged sword. Good one,
Yeah,
good
You know
one.
what though, I'm learning,
Yeah.
it's hard for me sometimes because I'm so quick to take accountability, and if you hesitate on it,
I'll
now it's
take
like,
yours. I'll take yours too, right? And that's
or
what I'm learning. That's what I had to learn.
Exactly.
or I'm because I'm learning not to be like that with parents, because I'm very, very, not to say defensive, I'm matter of fact. So it's like, no, I did this and you didn't do this, or I didn't do this and you did that, and it's the reason why we're here. And it's like,
I
sometimes that
think,
conversation don't go so smooth.
yeah, but I'd rather you do that than do the latter. And here's what I mean, right? So when I'm collaborating with certain partners and we say, like, okay, by 6 weeks from now, we need to have this accomplished. I'm going to go out and knock mine out in 3 weeks, right? But in 6 weeks, when we come back to the table, if that partner hasn't gotten it done, instead of, we shouldn't beat them up, right? But instead of me always making them take accountability, sometimes I'll just jump in and say, okay, well, look, you struggled. I'll come in, I'll do your part too. And a lot of times, right, what'll happen is the project won't fail, but now the project gets delayed because now I'm trying to do everybody's part because I'm so serious about trying to take self accountability, right? So
Mm.
that's the caveat. Like there's a fine line to walk in that leadership role of accountability, but also encouraging those around you. If we really a partner, you got to do the same thing, and that comes down to hiring or picking who you're gonna be in that space with.
That
Wait,
accountability.
wait. No. Let's hey, anonymous. Let's shit. We here now, bro. Let's dive into that, man. Because see now we get into the dynamics of relationship, and you're talking about
Mm-hmm.
time, and you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about what the standard is, or what the
Mm-hmm.
agenda is, or common
Mm-hmm.
goal.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're about, allow me to use this term for just lack of a better term. If we're about that life, or we're about the objective, or we're about the goal, bro, you say it. See, at some point in time, I need to be able to come back to you and say, after I done took all I could
Yeah.
taken, and just say, hey, bro, you said you was gonna be about this. You know you
Yeah.
fucked it up, right?
Yeah.
In front of whoever,
Yep. Yep.
the people or whatever, yeah, we kind of fell short. But behind the scenes, we need to be able to have that conversation that, Q, you speak to AGA, you're kind of lacking right there. And I should be able to have the fortitude and commitment to say, yeah, bro, I fucked it up. Or he shouldn't even have to remind me. I should be able to come to him and say, hey, bro, appreciate the covering, but I could have did better. It still has to be some type of ownership to come back in there if we really working towards a common goal. If
I
I'm
agree.
making any sense.
No, I agree. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it doesn't matter until the money and the stakes are higher, right?
Yes.
And I'm still recovering from that type of mistake, a very costly financial mistake from trying to take on all of that and trying not to be too hard on the partner because the partner, was not meeting their responsibilities. And because I do have a vast skill set, all right, it's cool, bro. I'm just trying to get it done. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Right. Instead of saying like, no, okay, I handled my part. I'm not mad at you. I'm not blaming you, but I do need you to hold your part down too. Otherwise, I need to get a better partner. Right.
I need to be able to handle that criticism.
The school system in my space is crazy. We having this convo because I'm, and then wifey, we be having the back because she's like, yo, the parents got to do more, and I'm like, look, I'm not putting my success on the parents' hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'll do what I got to do, and then even down to the public schools can get away with like. They get away with like murder. Like it's like, look, if they fail, that's on them. We did our job. They showed up. They did attendance. They filled in this. Either he got a special issue, or he got to get left back.
You speaking directly to my life right now, right? So one of the things I'm doing is helping my sister with my nephew, and he's 13, but he's autistic, right? And so they giving him these IEPs, Q. Right? He's got all of these special concessions. And one of them is if he feels overwhelmed, like he can leave class, right? But then if they'll let him leave class, the teacher will send a note saying that he ditched class. How is he ditching class and you let him leave? Right.
Yeah,
and so we having these crazy conversations with these teachers, like, every week. And it's because they're a public school, they just getting away with murder.
Well, I mean, wait, bro, you got to be on your game. What?
Oh, I am. Trust me.
No, wait, no. This is not criticism or any of that. I'm kind of speaking anecdotal to that because I went through that with my son. In the IEP, you got to manage that. You got to manage that IEP.
Yeah.
So if you make those type of concessions in there, there's supposed to be some type of inclusionary. I cannot think of the term now. But it's some point. It's a point in time during the instruction where a teacher supposed to come in and interact with the student.
They do, yes, and so
Right.
they have the program where they come in and they interact. But here's the problem: the teachers, they're human beings, and so they're frustrated with him, right? Because in their mind, because he's high functioning, well, he should just be able to voice himself. And no, his very issue is he's not great at expressing these type of things, right? So instead of dealing with him in that space, because they have like the school is set up to where they have, what are they called, bro? Like the little systems.
Let me ask you, who diagnosed him?
The therapist, like he's got the full diagnosis package. Like she took him, he's did all the counseling. And all
was it the in-house? Was it the in-school counselor?
No. Like she went to a third party, went outside.
Okay.
He's got multiple therapists, the whole deal. Like she did it the right way. All of this is outside of the school counseling. Like I said, he's got a whole packet.
Does she have an attorney?
No, and that's what we're working on, probably doing.
Yeah, you got to threaten. You got to sue the school that they're not meeting the
but like at this point, I just want him out of there, right? He's got like 3 more weeks, and he graduates 8th grade.
The isn't rolling, bro.
And I'm already talking to her about it, fam. Right? But regardless, like they're moving from where they're at up to me. So now I'll be more active, and I'll be able to help more, right? So, and that's something that we're working on. And trust me, I'm already looking at it. Like.
No, IEPs are tricky, bro. I mean, it's just the whole, but it goes back to the whole being involved locally and knowing what the handbook says, what the school did, what the policies are.
But I mean, but I'm saying the reality when I brought it up is on our end, we don't get away with that. But that just means they are just gonna like, oh, my son ain't perform. We can't sit there and blame the parent. We ain't got the enrollment base like that. And even if we did, that's not a healthy. You know what I'm saying? Relationship with the parents or the children. So it's like, how do we get the students to perform at the highest level and not include parents and not include, and still do it with the students' behavioral patterns?
No, you're right, Q, because it hamstrings, and I'm not advocating for the teachers or whatever, but it does hamstring. I don't even want to get in. I'm not an educator, man, so I'm not going to even get into it. So I'm
now you
up.
are now. You are now. You are now.
Yeah, you tell me I'm too soft though.
No, but I mean, but you think about like how we were getting them to do the lab reports, the portfolio perspective. It's like and then trying to come up with a way that you got to get your work done.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like that accountability, you know, perspective. And that's something I'm trying to figure out, because like accountability without shaming. And
Yeah,
they call
bro.
shaming
Yeah.
holding somebody accountable. And I'm like, nah, that's not. And it's like, look, if somebody failed, you got to bring them to the side. I'm like, that's not what happens in sports. Like,
Yeah, no crying in baseball.
yeah, it's like, no.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah, that's not what. No, that's not how it works in battle rap. I don't know what culture y'all from, but my culture includes sports and battle rap. You know,
And they own you, right?
yeah,
But I had to learn that. I had to learn that in business, though, right? You can't. You really got to pull these people aside and talk to them in private.
Relationships.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's a relationship thing, right?
but it's also the team part. See, I remember I get it. It's a little of both, because you're right. It's pulling to the side, but it's also where I'm like, I tell us, I'm like, look, y'all it's y'all know what y'all are doing and what y'all not doing.
You know how to do that, though, right? You know how to do it without having to do it.
This year I kind of got into I'm like, look, it's accountability. It's either we gonna do it or we don't. And it's
Put
like,
put an achievement board, right? So now you don't have to be the bad guy. Everybody sees what their goals are, and everybody can see everybody's progress, right?
But that's
And
the
you,
accountability part where, like, what we did this year, we made it and even next year, I'm gonna start planning, is all student led. Like y'all develop the curriculum, y'all develop the workload, y'all develop the schedule. There's no reason why y'all can't get it done on time.
you know, it's crazy. This was
But
the
you got to
first year.
think though, and just to make this I'll make this point real quick. When you make the sports analogy, right? Just think, it was times if niggas was going half fast on the running drills, who suffered?
The best players, their whole team.
The
Yeah, the
whole
whole
The
team.
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 The
So
whole
then
team.
what happened? What you do from there
Now,
on? You
now
start,
you
hey,
own them.
bruh,
Yeah, what you
like, hey,
doing?
bro, what
Right,
you doing?
right.
But
We
how
ain't
do you
finna
do
be out
that
here
for
all
a kid?
goddamn day.
How do you do that with a kid who's now being introduced to a whole new program on the internet in another state?
Yeah.
Hey,
So
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead, Anam, because
yeah, I'll just say this last point. So I've been homeschooling my kids since they was forever, right? And it was before I knew about Ziax. So don't shoot me, Q, right?
it's all good.
So and they're brilliant. Like my son is 8 and he's getting ready to go to the 5th grade, right? My daughter is 10, she's going to the 7th. So they're, and they're testing. We do the California standardized test, and they're testing at high level. The whole thing is great. But this was the first year, because I'm going through the whole little separation of wicked evil, right? So, but this was the first year though where I talked to them and I kind of let them work out the curriculum, right? And it actually worked a lot better. So I gave them the options, especially on some of their electives, but then I let them pick like the order in which they were going to do their classes every day. And I mean, my son just loved to learn anyway, but my daughter, like, she the oldest, so she be wanting to get off and do her own thing. And it's the first year where it really seemed like she was more involved because it was like she set her schedule. You feel what I'm saying? So I think your thought process of moving into these kids are brilliant, man. They're gonna self-govern. That's the point that I'm making. Like they're gonna
Yes.
self-govern when you put it in front of them. You feel what I mean?
Nah, I think though what he made though was a good point though, because I think it's the distance factor. And the only
Yeah,
thing I could think of
you're
with
not there
that
with them. But that's
is
what I'm
that
telling you
maybe
though,
you,
Blue. I'm not there anymore. I'm not in the house no more, right? And
well,
so
not so, but this what I would say though, right? And even for like Q Butter, maybe you could create a reward system
yeah,
for all of them,
yep. That's what I
and
did.
now that reward
Yep.
system is the only way you getting that. Now this has got to be something that they all want. You know what I'm saying? But then now the only way y'all getting that is if the weakest link is held accountable.
But
You know what I mean? Or
it's
something.
also
No, it's a
like
little different.
it started with like you see how he's a homeschooler. This how it started like this online years ago. Where I'm just like, he's a homeschooler. Yo, bro, what's your schedule? Let's
Yeah.
partner up and let's homeschool together. That's
Yeah.
how I met
Yeah.
Irene Yvette and a
Yeah.
bunch of other parents. So and then it turned into the institute. And so then now it's different types of parents, because homeschool parents are completely different than parents who
We
are willing
sure
to try something different.
are. We sure
And the
are.
people don't like when I say, and then private parents are totally different than parents who public school.
Yeah.
And not to say that they
Homeschool
don't have,
homeschool parents understand that we got to go through multiple programs to get everything we need. I just want to give you the insight of a homeschool parent, right? We understand that there's going to be multiple things that we need to meet all our requirements. So just take that into an account when you're dealing with them, because I've done that for 10 years now, basically. So um, they need the help. They want it. They're begging for it. And so the better you can communicate the different programs and things that you have in store, and like you said, find the accountability partners for the children. And then I agree with Blue. That's the thing I didn't talk about. Like the reward system is huge. I
but
don't.
your kids would appreciate our program differently than a kid who was in public school. Because if you were homeschooled already and now you're around a bunch of other homeschool kids,
Yeah.
it's a whole nice, like, oh, my parents aren't crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it reinforces what their parents was told at home.
For the record, this is why I was mad at Madonna the other day. One of the things that we do is we take our kids on museum field trips, right?
Right.
And especially because they in Georgia. So like we going up and down the state to all of these different, from the Space Museum to, all the various museums. We've been doing that for years now, right? And there are a lot of black little boys and girls there. Like, make no mistake. Maybe because it's Georgia, I don't know. But to say that people aren't going to museums or people aren't going to museums, to me is kind of BS. But I'm sorry,
not a
Q, go ahead.
homeschool.
Yeah, especially it's like, because when we was doing it, it was times where people who homeschool, you could catch up with them with their kids at the park, or for field trips and all kind of shit. Like I could organize that shit even as homeschool people. And it ain't got to be with people at the same school. It could just be with a homeschooling community in your area.
That's what I was going. I
See, now ours is a little. That's what some people don't, because ours is, they consider ours to be rigid. Because it's like it's 11 to 6.
Okay.
There's a schedule.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's a calendar. And so some homeschool parents are very much freestyle. We don't do math until 8 o'clock at night. And then we go to the museum 3 days a week, and we do the poetry slam, and then we do
like
the drumming on the Tuesday. And so it's
and I'm not gonna front. That's what we was doing, bro. Like, so I built a whole farm and a garden in the backyard, like the chickens and all of this stuff. And so, Tuesdays is outside, like nature. And Wednesdays is learning farming and dealing with the chickens. And
bro, when I first started it, and we was on sign, then all them conscious planners, oh my goodness, they was coming in queue, and I would consider myself adjacent to the community.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm black, I'm a Pan-African black nationalist, but there's certain parts that I'm not, I just not, that's, so the drumming, had the parents that came in, the drumming shit, so they be looking at me like I'm a hater, because I'm like, yo, bro, so like, even down to the science fair, that's why we had to do it this week, and I didn't realize that, so regular black, not to say it like this, regular black people look at Memorial Weekend as like, that's Sanction Weekend.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cookout weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Next week is the Ancestors Weekend. The conscious community don't touch that weekend. So I was getting issue with the elders, because they was like, yo, Q, we want to support you, but they didn't come out this weekend. But I can't put it on. I didn't really remind them. I should have been text messaging them, calling them, going to the other events, reminding them, like, oh, y'all need to come out. Just come out with your chairs, your wheelchairs, your walkers. Oh, y'all need to be coming out. Because we didn't do it on the next weekend. It's the Ancestors Weekend. They do that across the country. Celebrate the ancestors on the 1st.
Yeah, that's Gullah Geechee and all that. Yeah.
Yep. So I wanted to make the science fair in all white. Celebrate the ancestors. Science fair. You know what I'm saying? And that goes back to the marketing shit, trying to, like, you know what I mean? Like,
trying to tap in.
Trying to tap in, understanding community. So I'm with the freestyle stuff, but I'm like, look, there needs to be a structure. And I don't like that, threw me off in the conscious community, because all these schools was like mad unstructured. I met in Atlanta, they got, and like, to me, they look at like, yo, Q, you more like a white program. I've been told that, like, yo, Q, you're like a black-white program.
I'm not gonna front. No, he is. So like, and here's the hard part. Like, so that's one of the things me and her argued about, right? I wanted it more rigid, but she was making a good point of like, part of the reason we homeschooling is so we can have these amazing experiences. So one of the things we would do is we was going vacation. We vacation in the week, go to these great places, and then do it during the week. They could still do their assignment. We don't got to deal with a lot of long lines. Like it's not congested, and so that's really when you're dealing with these homeschool parents. A lot of them, that's how they view it. And it took me 2 or 3 years, well, 2 years, I'll say, to really get there. Right. And then even now, sometimes I'm frustrated. My son, because I can check everything. He's up at 10 o'clock at night doing their homework. I'm like, bro, why are you awake? Like, what are you doing? Like, well, I just figured I'd knock it out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because they articulate. So I don't got the answer to that. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like it's hard because a lot of these parents, the reason they're doing it is so they can have that freedom.
I have the answer for it now. We're doing a modular based program next year, so it'll be asynchronous and synchronous. You can choose.
Oh, okay.
That way, look, if you just want to. In the class I took, I ain't gonna lie. This class I took with this white lady. I mean, I hope I got a B in her class. I don't know. I don't know if I got an A, but I hope I got a B. But the shit I learned in her class, though. She leveled up the institute like $1 million, boy. Oh my goodness, I got all summer long. I'm just like, I gotta just knock out the modular shit and also the curriculum with it. But yeah, that's now I see the line in between. I see the line, and I'm like, I get the freedom part, but I'm like, nah, we gotta be militant, and militant is rigid. That's just the reality of it. So like, and that goes back to the leadership shit where like, that's the debate I'm having with the community with STEM because I'm a hood. But I'm like, no, I'm rigid on this, and I'll debate, and it's not even a debate to me. Provide your evidence. Show me where drumming and show me the dancing. Show me where that's going to get us to this next space.
Yeah,
and
even the empirical data. Yeah.
But I also don't want to not have the cultural side. So that's why I ask anybody who's cultural, like, yo, bro, tell me what to do. We got Israelites in the program. We got 5%ers. We got Muslims. We got pro-blacks. We got rosters. I'm with doing a religious day where we just celebrate everybody's religion. However you want to do it. You will do an Ancestors Day. Because I get the understanding that's like community requires community shit.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's celebrating your deity and that's going to make us be more together, fuck it. Let's do a deity day. Whatever. It's that because it's mathematical to me. It's not. I know Sabio listen like, what? Yeah, I do a whole religious celebration day. Like, yo, we going to have this. These are the religions that's commonly found in the black community. We're going to celebrate like that's. Because I see how the Israelite camps do it, they schools. I see how certain like the Jewish schools do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And those are ideological schools, and they have that part of their institute locked down. Christian schools, Israelite schools, Jewish schools, they got that. Muslim schools, they have that element. And that element allows them, that element allows them to align up so many other parts to their story of how they organize their school around their pedagogy. Without that, it's like, so I try to put the black, not to say black guilt, but they already get that. So I'm like, no, well, let's do black motivation. So I've been on some like, try to like, let's put on, let's be motivated. And let's put on, like it's lit, like yo, let's lit, like the future's looking at you. So that's
dope.
That's the time I've been trying to keep that energy up. You know, it's difficult, but
what are your thoughts on like homeschool co-ops?
That's fake what we are. It's supposed to be that. It's just, again, leadership. It's a leadership shit. Homeschool co-ops are only good for the length of time the child is is being homeschooled. So who's leading it? And that takes a position where it's like, it's no longer a co-op, it's a business.
It was so hard to find one in Georgia like that was, for us, because all of them is white, right?
Yeah, see, I had visions of an institute before. When I got fired from Brooklyn College, the white dude told me, he's like, yeah, you should create your own program. I'm like, yeah, I got Zyx. I'm already I'm GED program. I started before I had kids. I already knew like education is the key. Like this, the correlation between GEDs and my music studio. I saw that in 2004. Like, look, if y'all niggas didn't even finish high school, you're not gonna be able to afford studio time over time. It's business.
Yeah, facts. That's
If I help you
crazy.
get your GED and a job, you can afford studio time.
Studio time. Yeah, no, that's crazy.
It was just mathematics.
Yeah, that's ABC 1, 2, 3. That's dope.
It's just
Yeah.
it's a good mixtape, bro. But you need a job. Cause this ain't
gonna get it done, fam. Right?
This ain't gonna get it done.
And where you at though, Q? You went Harlem?
I started that in my first spot. My parents.
I'm talking about where you at now though. Where the yo at?
I'm in Brownsville.
Come in and get an hour or two in.
Oh hell yeah, pull up, son.
Yeah,
I mean, we won't be in a different part of Brownsville. We in the Ville.
What you talk about is the I'm good. As long as it.
Blue,
oh, you good? But I'm
Oh yeah, I forgot y'all bang it. Yeah, it's blood.
Blue, you better be. I was gonna say you better make sure. I know your associations, fam. I was just thinking the same thing.
That shit don't mean. This is the sweetest. This is the sweetest America. Like man, like, I don't.
Yeah.
Not to say it don't happen, but that shit is sensationalized, man. This shit is violence and down, bro. Like
I had to think about it. I forgot y'all had a phonies day too.
bro, that shit. I gotta stop having a bad habit of leaving my car running in the hood. Wifey be like, yo, you wild. I'm like, yo, son, niggas ain't going in my car. And it's not because I'm gangsters. This ain't the 80s, bro. This ain't the 90s, bro. This ain't the early 2000s, 2025. Most of these kids is
Everything.
any project you go to, most of them little black kids running around the projects that people call YNs is really good kids. They just need opportunities and direction.
They just need, they need space.
For real, bro.
This is not that era, bro. You can walk through 80 projects anywhere and you're 90% good in any project. I maybe because I'm tall and black, and maybe the way I look, I don't know. I mean, don't take my advice and then you walk through the wrong hood in motherfucking Louisiana.
Careful, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't take my advice. I'm just saying.
I don't know what they be like, hey, bro, what that hat be?
Respect and check in. So I check in. So
that's why I'm like,
I respect the check in. I don't know about anybody else.
To go ahead and check in first and then tap in.
So
I respect it. If you don't respect the check-in, then you a wild one. I'm not a wild one.
I feel like if you don't respect the check-in, you ain't really grow up in this though. Like, so it's kind of different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will go ahead and tap in with
the check-in. You're not supposed to just pop up. Nigga, I already know like 6 of y'all. That's my man.
Yeah.
Somebody like, yeah, Q, don't wear that shit. You know what I mean? Watch that block. All right, niggas over there, where they say this. Oh, all right, I already got the scoop. All right, cool.
Say no more. For real.
Hey, that's what I was gonna tell you though, Blue. You might wanna, you know what I'm saying, make a call or two first.
Oh no, but you never say like that. Right. You with me, bro. Like you see, regular Joe was just here. We was.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I'm gonna be at the little telly of that. I still tap in though, just because I know I'm gonna be moving downtown and shit. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure everybody.
You going downtown with all the white folks at and shit. You gotta come to the hood. I want the black. I don't like being.
You moving for good or you going to visit?
Nah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna slide out there and visit. Probably go a little 3-4 days and shit.
Oh yeah, tap in, bro. I'm boring though. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm straight. Like that sounds funny. I'm in the hood. I'm super good. I got the studio, but you like Q, like he be.
Y'all got the dispensary. Stop it at the dispensary. It'll slide straight through.
Bro, that's not nobody go to the dispensary, bro. That's
all. I'm stopping through to you first, then.
I'm just saying everybody got it's everywhere. It's everywhere. I'm just saying it's everywhere in New York City. Like
the
only reason you go to the dispensary, and it's not even the dispensary. It's whoever got it. Yo, you got an A because you forgot to buy something. So you just the first smoke.
I find sketchy Doug straight up.
Yeah,
so
nah,
this is sketchy Doug.
You've grown now. Like that's what we got to start understanding. Like,
oh yeah. I gotta go to the dispensary.
Unless New York City is, I ain't gonna lie with Bud.
It could be an introduction.
It is a whole different city. It made me appreciate.
Niggas gonna advertise. Yeah,
it's a whole right in the courthouse. right in front of the. Right, it's everywhere. It's
That's how
everywhere.
Houston. Hey, Houston is crazy with that shit, yo.
But it ain't legal in Texas. Still got that like it's sort of cool, but it's all the way legal in New York. So it's a whole different. I don't like those
Yeah,
sort of cool vibes because you can still have an officer.
yeah, you could be on some
You know what I'm
bullshit.
saying? You could be right there blowing right in front of the officer face. What's up? Yeah, what day is it? Bomb. What's
Yeah,
you got the time?
it doesn't like
Blowing like
that.
they always like it's a whole different vibe in New York. It's a whole
Hey,
different.
nothing like that. They need to let they dumb asses smoke. I bet they chill out.
Bro, you know how many police smoke, bro?
Yeah, not enough. Nah, them niggas on fentanyl and shit, man.
That's the thing I don't like about
I
North
still ain't
Carolina.
reacted to that
They,
video yet.
North Carolina, that shit's still not legal, son. I'm like, what the fuck kind of state is this? Man? What
Straight
is
up.
it's
It's a
2025?
police officer. This nigga confiscated some drugs off of a nigga he arrested, went into the police bathroom and OD, bro. This nigga in that bitch looking like the exorcist. Folded back, bro, on both of his legs, folded back. He laid out in the bathroom,
Who the
foaming
cop?
at the mouth. Hell yeah, the cop.
Oh, that's
Them
crazy.
niggas on fentanyl.
That's crazy.
I said, man, he tripping.
That's
Bro, we're in the police precinct bathroom on the clock. Like, bro, what is you thinking?
yeah, that's wild. That's wild. That's real wild.
I said, but you can see it though early, really, when you look at the video, you could tell, bro, a fiend. He pull up, he an Asian dude, he bumping Jay-Z. I'm like, so the other cop, he instantly walk away from the car, like, I ain't fucking with this. Then he done pulled over on Buddy, but he just moved too much, so you could tell he a fiend. Nigga jittery and shit. His leg don't stop shaking. I'm like, yeah.
Hey, when Taz and Domo gonna debate?
They debating again. Shit like
You know they in
I
that
need.
tournament. They in that tournament, so they ended up going.
They up
Oh,
next.
Yeah, they up next.
They got a week or so, I think. Cause it's gonna be we got Neo and brother Rob got to get his in.
Oh, they do.
Brother Rob got to get past Neo. And then and Yame
I don't know, bro.
and
I don't know.
Chris.
They got a. She got him with a. Yo, Chris did.
Yeah, Chris fell right into a bag. I said,
Nah,
"This,
you know they got a different title now, right?
what's the title?"
Something about it went from the Black Panther stuff to a religious title.
Oh yeah, nah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you think he
It's
gonna get
to
him?
it's if God, if what is it? If God exists.
Something like that.
oh
Yeah,
no.
he left that shit so open. He ain't put the God of the Bible or nothing. He just said God. I'm like, he
Come on,
dead on
man.
that.
That's a
That nigga finna go straight to the universe.
You know we gonna be all about the ancestors in the universe, bro. You know
The
it, Yama.
universe is
who
God,
debating that?
nigga.
Chris
Hey,
and
Yame and
Yama.
Chris. Yame finna chop this nigga up on that shit.
Yama ain't finna use no Bible, bro. You ain't fearing nothing
None,
about no
bro.
Bible.
None. That shit irrelevant. I said, man,
I'm
how you
tripping off.
finna disprove this shit?
I'm tripping off Neo and Brother Rob though. That free will.
Yeah, the free do free is does free will exist?
And I think it's weird that people feel like he got to come at that from a Bible perspective. Like that's a college topic. They debate this in college all the time with no Bible.
Is he a
Nah,
oh,
nigga,
he the affirmative?
Yes, no. What is he? I want to say he's Neo. Neo is saying. No, I think she's saying free will is an illusion. So yeah, he's saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's saying it's an illusion.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. So
Yeah.
Damn. I would have see that's one where you want I'd rather be in the Bible if I'm gonna argue that.
I
nah,
would. It won't matter to me. I think I could argue
Yeah.
either side, right?
I could, but I
But
mean,
you
I'm
got to
saying if
think.
I'm going free will do exist, I mean don't exist, I'd rather use the Bible to say it don't
Nah, she's
exist.
saying it
Nah,
don't.
man, fuck
Nah,
that.
she's
It's
saying
2025. We should be, is the universe a closed damn system or open
that's her
system?
thought. But that's her thought
That's where we
process.
need to
Oh,
be at
I
right now.
got
No,
you. I
GA,
got you.
but that's what she's gonna argue it from. She's arguing it from a perspective of we live in a simulated, you know what I'm saying, society. And so basically you a puppet. There is
Yeah,
no free will.
well, that's what I'm saying. I would rather hear something like that in
That's what you're gonna
2025
hear. No,
than,
that's what you're gonna
yeah,
hear.
She going
than it's free will.
Yeah,
simulation
That shit is
theory.
yeah.
antiquated. No disrespect to the debaters, but hey,
No,
that
yeah.
shit has to, that conversation has to move forward too.
But that's what
In
she's
my
doing.
opinion, if we're going to
Yeah.
move forward, why are we still talking about the same shit that the ancestors argued over or
But
debated
that's what
over?
she's doing though. She's doing
Okay.
simulation theory. So she's gonna go
Yeah, that's
simulation
what
theory.
yeah. But see, if I'm gonna do that, I would just put that in the title. Like,
Yeah, yeah, I'm no debater though. Don't even listen to me.
you know what I'm
Cause
saying?
yeah, when you start debating over shit like that, I don't even pay attention no more.
Yeah.
Man, I was just tripping
I
off
mean,
this.
no, that's that shit
My critique
is
isn't always
some
the best.
could
There's a
be
lot of
deep.
records but it never got passed. It was my opinion.
You say what, Q?
I said a lot of A1, a lot of records that were you know, that were hits would have never been hits if I would have been the person choosing to put them out.
Yeah, never say who am I, Q? I'm just talking
Those you
trash,
know,
man.
No,
I always
I'll
gotta
say
remember
this.
that
I think you
in
got to
my
know your
opinion.
audience, right? So I think the SVDL audience is moving more towards not wanting to hear Bible debates. So I like, and you know, I ain't got no problem debating whatever. So for me, I welcome debating outside the Bible.
No.
Right? My paradigm is my paradigm. I don't proselytize to nobody. But
I mean, I mean to be honest, bro, a debate is just a debate. I don't. I ain't really looking at what it's really your skill. I mean, some of the topics, don't get me wrong, but I'm looking at your skill level. Some shit still. I mean, to me, it ain't complete. It ain't something that's irrelevant because to a lot of people it is, and it's like we ain't gonna really exclude. I I don't want to exclude people. We did that shit for a season. You know what I'm saying? We did that shit.
Exclude who?
nobody's gonna
Wait. Exclude who that's arguing antiquated points, Blue.
Nah, I mean, I'm
Expound on
just
that, bro.
saying. I think sometimes though, it's like it almost discourages some people to have certain debates because I want certain people in their lane. I don't want everybody debating simulation theory. You know what I mean? I want to debate simulation theory, and I want to debate it against somebody who's qualified for it. I want to
But wait a
debate
minute.
Madon. I'd rather Madon debate the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to,
No,
you
no,
know what I
no,
mean,
no, no,
or
no.
whatever
It's
else.
2025, bro. That's what
the
I'm
hard
trying to
part.
say. Wait,
Go ahead.
hold on. No, let me get in here because
You got it. You got it.
we got the whole quantum topic has been something that's been going on. They've been writing about that since the 1950s,
Yeah,
bro.
no, I get you,
Why?
but that
No,
ain't
no,
for
no, 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 no,
everybody, GA.
no. It ain't for everybody. Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. If the debate is supposed to push the conversation forward, to sit here
Yeah,
and
but
still,
no, this what I
yeah,
mean,
but
though,
what?
GA. Who do
Go
you
ahead.
want to like? If you had your choice to hear that debate, right? You want to hear me versus Madon debate that, or you want to hear Domo versus Chris, or
No,
Domo versus Taz?
well, I would rather hear. To me, Dumbo, Taz, or Chris, yeah, I would listen to them, but I'm not gonna
That's
listen
what
to
I.
you and the. No. Hear me out. I'm not gonna listen to you and the Madon go back into some antiquated text about the Bible when we're sitting here talking about quantum physics. We need to
No,
move the conversation
no, oh
forward,
no.
bro.
If we talking about quantum physics, we talk. But I'm saying I wouldn't do that to Madon. Well, not let me not say Madon. My fault. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
because
do
he
that
bro
to
ain't equipped.
Akmalak. I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's Akmalak, I'm not gonna pull Akmalak. You know what I mean? Like his thing is his thing. I don't really want him. If I'm gonna debate somebody on that, I'd rather debate Taz on that and let Taz do it. You know what I mean? Because at
Hey, I
No, no,
just
least
want
no.
to point
it
Well,
out,
looked, yeah.
you notice how he ain't talking about debating me because you know I'm a hybrid. You know he
Wait,
don't
wait,
want.
Or
wait,
you
wait,
know,
wait, 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 wait,
yeah. Or
wait.
I'd
No,
rather
no, wait,
Don't
wait.
say you don't want this smoke, bro.
No. Well, hold on. Because the only reason I
not
bring
because
up
I
a
just mean the
Taz.
quality of the topic.
No,
For
no,
the
no, 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 no. I'm not even talking about the quality of the topic. I'm talking about somebody who's going to put the due diligence in. I know when I say a Taz or
right.
I say a Chris Harris or when I say a Domo, I know them brothers will at least go read, regardless of whether they are, they interested in the topic or not. They will go read and they will pull up some research.
Right.
You know,
That's what I mean. But I
I'm
don't.
through listening to niggas that sit here and talk about such and such. And pardon that last term. I'm through listening to people that want to sit here and go back and talk about what the Bible said
You
and
know
what
how
happened
crazy
two
I
and
am
three
with this.
thousand years ago. That's bullshit, bro.
You
It's
know how crazy I am with this,
2025.
Blue. I'm clipping up
Go
what he
ahead, bro.
said. I'm clipping up what he said just now for motivation through the whole season.
No, nobody
Nah,
wants to hear that shit, man. You can,
No,
but
and then you sit here.
no.
No,
This
no,
what I
no,
mean. No,
no,
this what I mean.
no,
Hear me
no,
out.
no,
Hear me
no. Wait,
out.
hold
Just hear
on.
me out.
Okay,
What I'm
go ahead,
saying is,
anonymous. Go
what I
ahead.
mean is, you didn't put my name in the people that will go read. So that is
nah,
motivation.
yeah.
That is
Nah,
motivation. That is motivation for the
I'm
rest.
gonna
Now,
say
Blue,
you too though.
I'm taking it out on everybody.
Nah,
Just that's all I needed. That's
nah,
all
I'm gonna
I
be
needed,
real.
man.
If I'm gonna
That's all I
debate
needed.
quantum physics, bro, it'll be
I'm
with
taking it out.
a. You gonna trust me when
I'm
I
taking
say
it out
this.
on everybody. I'm
You would
taking it out on
much
everybody.
rather me and anonymous have that debate than you hear me and
Madonna.
Akmalak had that debate.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like, damn, it's a way. Like I wouldn't waste because the title.
No.
We try if we, you know what I mean. The title means something to me, so I don't want just anybody. I want somebody who can at least who can really combat the argument.
Well,
Like that's why.
Blue. No, all I'm saying is, so I'm a
He's
lot. Who
saying
was
he
the
don't want to
last?
hear. He's saying he don't want to hear no
I,
Bible
I,
debates.
yeah, nobody want to hear that, bro.
No, I get that, but I'm saying
And what I'm
like
saying, we're talking about almost 100 years where people have been writing and discussing quantum physics, and nobody wants to talk about that. You want to drag me all the way back into something that was 2,000 years ago, and then tell
nah.
me
That's
I
what
don't
I'm here
understand?
for.
No,
That's what I'm
no,
saying. This what I'm
no,
here
because
for.
here's the shade right here. I'm not even a debater, and if you sit here and try to come shoot that shit at me because I understand, and I'm not, and understand is not even right term for
True.
quantum
Be true.
physics, but because I'm familiar with quantum physics, then I'm gonna beat you up myself and say your debate is futile
No,
because
but I
it doesn't
no.
move
This is
the
what I'm
people
saying.
forward.
This is what I'm here for is for those type of debates. I'm the one who gonna
Mm.
have that debate with somebody who is who can actually combat me and
Nah,
challenge it.
man, no,
I'm not
no,
gonna
no,
have
no.
that debate, bro, with anybody. That's just if I'm debating Ak, bro, it's just gonna be the Bible is gonna be in the title.
No, no, because see,
Like
I
that's just
think
what it
no,
is.
no, no. Okay, here's my honest opinion, Blue. I think the art is perishing because people sit here and just want to throw some confusion into the argument and then just versus arguing a position. You won't argue from a position of having a strong premise or whatever. You just want to throw enough confusion in there, almost like a court of law. Let me just throw enough shit in there where you don't have reasonable doubt. That's where these debates are going right now, and the topics,
I
that shit don't
disagree.
interest me.
I
No,
disagree a little bit.
Well,
no,
let's
no.
debate it right now, anonymous.
I
Let's talk
disagree.
about it right
Okay,
now.
let's talk
Let's
about it.
talk about it.
Let's talk about the state.
Let's not debate it. Let's discuss it.
Let's discuss
So
it.
what you
I'm
said,
here.
like
I'm
I
here. Who want to
believe
debate
that
some
you can
shit?
prove
I'm here.
God through
Who
DNA.
want to
That's it.
debate? Niggas, you know,
Like
just gonna start debate without me.
let's talk about that. I believe
Mm,
that you can prove that there's a program through DNA.
No, that's not what he talking about. Hold on. He talking about is art.
that is not what I'm saying. The overall whole art of debate.
He wants to argue about the art
Blue.
of debate, and that's what I want to talk about. I would say
Oh,
that
the art.
yeah, I would say that the art of debate is healthy in making a strong comeback, right? I live in these spaces. I live in the debate space, right? I'm frank with all these little weird channels that you don't even think about, go to. I'm listening to it. Now, I will say this, we don't have a lot of talent, right? So we got people that we got to develop. But the art of people developing their skills and their ability to put together that argument is definitely on the rise as compared to where it was even 2 or 3 years ago. Now,
Yeah.
I,
Look at the KOT and Taz
I
debate.
readily right. I readily admit it's not where we would like to see it at, right? But even now, like so in Cali, in the Bay Area, especially, they have these high schoolers, and there's a whole new group of debaters that are coming up, almost like the Freedom Riders type situation, where they are literally, the great debaters and whatever. But the concept is, you are seeing a reemergence of this space, and it is starting to catch up with what we would like to see. I wholeheartedly disagree. Now, I admit that there are some in the space that try to get there and muddy the waters. Their whole goal is to come in and punch and try to create reasonable doubt. But that is a part of the art of debate, right? If your skill set has not arrived to the point where you should be in that conversation, then you're going to hold, just like in a boxing match. Somebody catch you, you're going to grab him and hold. And as a great skilled debater, it's our job to get up off me, hit him with a two-piece, and get the fight back on track, right? That's the skill set. That's what we're starting to see. I think it's starting to mold more into a sport to where we'll be able to monetize this over the next 5 years. Then I think we're closer to that than we've ever been in the debate community.
Okay, you said a whole lot, bro. So, I'm not going to push back. Don't. I want to say this. Don't get it twisted to think that I am anti-debate. I do agree that debate is a healthy form of decorum for the public to sit here and just bounce ideas off each other. But I'm just saying the manner or the ideals of what it just boils down to, some of the shit becomes asinine. And even with this last iteration that's been going on, we've heard some good, there's been some good debates, but some of them just been bullshit. I'm had to give it to it. And I'm not a debater, but I'm just saying it's just something I'm not interested in. I want to hear arguments that I can be moved on that's relevant to move on today. And I'm not hearing that. When you sit here and want to put some shit inside the Bible, nah, that don't get me, bro. I want
But I
to
hear you. I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought you were finished.
no. So let me finish. So the last debate that I thought was really powerful was Cass and the brother that argued against Martin Luther King.
KOT, that's what Blue was just talking about. Yeah, keep going.
No. So for I'm going to say this. I don't want to speak for Taz because he is here, but for a brother to take a position, and I know he can come off argumentative or combative or whatever, but he truly lives in the spirit of debate. And for him to pick a position against what he probably really thought, to me, that's good debate.
But see, KOT is
Hold
the
on, Blue.
showing of the
Hold on.
development.
No, it's my turn, Blue. It's my turn. It is my turn. Because he just made my point. Because we are having a discussion. So
yeah, we're discussing. I'm not debating, man. I had no idea about fallacies and all that bullshit. But go ahead, fix me.
You just proved my point. If you knew who KOT was 3 years ago, all KOT did was argue the Bible. And now he's having a very solid debate with a person like you who doesn't want to see Bible debates against a monster like Taz. Now, he didn't get the dub, but he damn sure held his own. That's
I ain't gonna call Taz no monster. But go ahead.
You ain't debated. I've debated him twice, once for a championship. So until you get in that space, until you get in that space and have to debate him, then you can't say what he is and he's not. You don't know what it's like to have to. You don't know what it is to have to prepare.
Get in there, Nick.
You don't know what it is to have to prepare for all the setups that he's gonna bring. When I tell you we live in this space, we live in this space. So the brother KOT, where he was 3 years ago, is not the debater that he is now. He has grown leaps and bounds compared to them. From the art, the ability to create coherent, great presentations, to even, like I said, being able to compete with a monster like Taz. And don't get it twisted, he is a monster, right? Like no glazing, no none of that. Until you gotta do this, understand we make this look easy, right? Until you gotta compete in this space, you can't say that this person is, oh, he's not this. You don't know what it is to have to compete against the voice, against the anger, against the aggression with an incredibly impressive, coherent argument that you got to fight the whole time. And then you still got a rapid fire where if you slip up and say the wrong thing, his brain is just as quick as yours. And now y'all got to fight each other. That's what the art of debate is turning into.
Well, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I won't discount any of that. That's fair.
I want my trophy now, y'all. I'm getting ready. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
No.
you're not getting no trophy this year, buddy.
Oh, nigga, you don't know, bro. You understand? I've been sitting back, waiting to get back active, Blue. This the worst one, bro. I didn't get to
No,
get in the tournament. I didn't get to get in the tournament neither. I gotta sit
no.
back and watch them get some credit, and I couldn't even fight. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait till the
I,
season starts.
all I'm saying is in 2025, we have some real issues that's, I mean, we got a whole lot of forks in the road. And I would rather, I would like to hear some solid arguments on go left or go right. And
Then do me a favor, start to present them to us, right? Tell
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
debate
say, like, what you got? What's in your, what's
Yeah.
on, like, think,
We
like,
love
what you thinking?
topics.
I don't have an argument right now, Taz, but I want to hear from you, bro. And maybe I get one up since you here.
Well, I mean,
So, is it-
I try to bring, you know what I'm saying, them type of, you know what I'm saying, that's why I took the DEI debate, you know what I'm saying, because I'm not just talking. And that's one that I know a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, you have an understanding of it, but I don't know if you really understand my argument against it. It's really an uphill battle, but I'm not running from that. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to kind of look at the paradigm like, yeah, that probably ain't the best debate, but fuck that. I do believe I can make that argument, and I do believe I can win with it.
No, I heard some of your arguments on the DEI, and I think you got some relevant points. But when I look at where we at today and what's going on a national stage, I don't know where that's gonna come into play. Just to point out LGBTQ, ABC, whatever else they got on their name. So you made some relevant.
That's amazing that you think that would be the limitations of my argument. But I'm gonna let you think that, because that's probably going to
No,
make it easy for me to make the point. If you think that my argument is limited to some shit about a LBGT shit.
no, don't put that charisma on there. Let's go and have this discussion then, because I think it's very real that DEI has been under attack. I do think it started under the guise of affirmative action, and it morphed into something else. I do give you credence when you bring arguments to say that this shit was hijacked. I do give that, and I just say, and my counter to that is that we would sleep at the wheel, and I'm saying I'm talking about my generation, because a lot of this shit happened during my generation. So I don't know if it going away is a good thing or a bad thing. What is the argument for DEI or against DEI?
Well, again, the debate is should Black people fight for it? So what's that question is not really good or bad, but what should that focus be on? Damn,
No,
I
see,
didn't. I hear you.
no, the way you phrase that, bro. See, that's a good thing. You say should Black people fight for it or not, and see now you bring me another fork in the road, because I'm saying we have other alternatives. I don't have to fight for that. That I just fight for just the status quo, the rights that are granted to me being born. And I'm speaking from a perspective of here in America. I can just argue that I got other alternatives under the Constitution to fight.
See, again, dude listening, you know what I'm saying? So I got to be careful in how I respond to some of this shit. But what I will
No, go
say,
beat me up, because I am not a debater, bro. Just go on, beat me up, and let me know where my arguments are weak.
well, I don't think it's necessarily weak to fight for it. I just think there are other things at play when we're fighting for something. I don't think we should just go out blindly and start fighting for things that we don't necessarily see ourselves as primary beneficiaries of it. If we can't see the benefit, what are we fighting for?
Okay, but see, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that, and that kind of speaks to how some shit down the line was hijacked by the brown people, the handicapped people, all them people that also get to fall up under the Civil Rights Act. They get added on to that how we just kind of got co-opted into that. So I agree with that, but I'm not gonna advocate against them people because they do have rights too, or they have. I'm kind of empathetic towards their plight, but yeah, I do see where we made concessions for them, and we got kicked to the curb.
Well, see, those are the other debates I'm looking for. Should we be empathetic to other people's plight? You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, some of those debates need to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like should because at some point these conversations, you know what I'm saying, we hear them and it's like the white man this, the white man that, the white man this, the white man that. But then an hour later, a nigga up here sounding super empathetic, but it ain't no, you know what I'm saying, there's no pushback for their empathy or for their stance against or for that white man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of argumentation for and
Yo,
against it that happens in the same conversation.
We did that shit, man.
I don't know
Okay,
where people stand all the time, bro. Because sometimes people anti-government, and in the same goddamn conversation, you know what I'm saying? They be talking about, you know what
Argue
I'm
about for the government. Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
No,
You
no,
right.
no. I'm agreeing with you on that, bro. I already shared with you. I'm about that matching energy thing. I have no problem saying fuck your Holocaust. Or you know what I'm saying? Because you unempathetic towards the plight of my ancestors. So I have no problem with that matching energies.
I guess the better
Um,
question is, regardless whether they were sympathetic or not, or empathetic or not, should we be empathetic to it? Right?
Now, at this day and age, I think we really need to galvanize around a real agenda and move forward with that. That's that's where I'm at. But I'm probably not the best one to be the spokesperson for black
Nah,
people.
you good, but I'm gonna tell you what you just found out. That
Nah,
debate
I
in
ain't
this
just found that out.
no, I'm gonna tell you what you just found out. That debate in this community is in good hands. It is alive and well with the brothers who are active in this. We take this serious and we ready to shoot. We raising the bar, right?
No, when we talking about stuff like this, social issues, it has been pretty good, but we don't hear a whole lot of this. But when you start going back to some stuff about was the Mormons right or
But I
the
think you
whole free
gotta
will,
but you gotta understand, like, you gotta give everybody their space to move and work around and grow as well, right? So if we don't let them work in the spaces that they good at and they can't hone their craft and then step up to a better level, step up to different topics, right? There
oh, anonymousness. See, now you acquiescing to not be accountable. That it is
no,
2025.
it's a difference between being accountable and acquiring the right skill set. That's where
Okay,
I'm at. I can't
okay.
hold you accountable to a skill set that you don't have, right? And the best way to acquire the skill set is work in the space that you're good at. So, in other words, I'm not going to take somebody who's a great dribbler, right, who knows how to dribble the ball. I'm going to teach him how to be the best point guard and how to pass instead of trying to make him a shooting guard, right, or trying to make him a spot up shooter, right? Because if the goal is to create a homogenous team, a whole team that works, everybody's got to have their space. So while I admit that a lot of these biblical debates are antiquated, and that's why I don't push for them, right? Even though anybody want this Bible smoke, you can get it, right? But I don't push for them because I like to stretch and move in other spaces. Pause, because some of y'all weird the stretch thing, right? So, um, but the point is with the cats. So like, I know some people think it ain't no hope from Madon, and maybe it's not. I don't know, right? But I think if we get him enough of these debates consistently, where he's debating where he's comfortable, and then challenge him to start moving outside of those, now we can create a high level debater. Like I said, KOT is a great representative of that, and everybody that's in that league, I think Blue is about to say it, so I'm gonna let him get it. But KOT is a great representative of if you let them work in their space
Yeah.
and then force them to move outside of that, now they become great.
And yeah, and to be fair too, I use Akmalak as an example, but Akmalak is a great somebody who has grown as a great debater. Like
That's a hard
Akmalak
one. I hear you, but that's
is
hard for
real
me to say.
skilled.
I don't know. Look,
I mean, his last show that was bad. That was bad. Not being ready, bro. The nigga act like he know how to work StreamYard. But outside of that, bro, Ak is a much better, more sound arguer. Like he do his thing. But like my thing is I just don't want to hear debates and I don't want titles being wasted with people who shouldn't be debating certain titles. Like,
No, well, okay. Here's gonna be my question and my pushback, Blue. What initiatives have been inspired by these debates?
I mean, it's a sport.
Oh, now it's a sport because
Yeah,
I mean the closest thing I can remember that really inspired something from these type of debates was "God is Dead" back in the '60s by white people.
I think you
bro. But
looking at
that's what I'm
I think
saying
you
though.
looking like
Debate
towards
in itself is a
yeah.
sport though.
Like you looking at this in terms of news and civil rights type debates, and what we're saying is
Yeah.
we've taken this and turned this into a whole sport, like a whole industry,
But
right?
aren't we considering serious arguments on the
I
plight of black people
I
when I listen to these discussions?
sometimes
Yeah,
yes. Go ahead, Blue.
to an extent. I mean, some of us, yeah, but that's where it comes into. You can't really be like that because now it comes into the religious stuff. You open it up more so, like, because
To
now
what
you just
though?
arguing on what you think is important for black people to hear.
Okay,
And
so you want
so
me to
a
take
lot of
you? Do
people
you want
think
me to
it's
take you
important for them to hear
serious,
about
or do
God.
you not want me to take you serious?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, it's a sport. You're supposed to take the sport serious.
So this is entertainment.
Some of it, yes. Like if I get up there and I debate who's a better point guard, like me, what do we debate? Steph Curry versus Chris Paul, right? That was a fun
Yeah.
debate. It was just a fun debate, right? What
I
I'm
mean,
saying is what you're looking for, the medium that you're looking for, belongs on an Alex Jones type platform, right? And so that goes back to the point that we was making earlier. We need to create
I
those
mean,
spaces as
Alex
well.
Jones, Infowars.
Hold on, not I said like platform, right?
Okay, okay.
Where we have our own media. It's a news channel, or it's like a black first channel where we have two guys that are going to talk about something that is designed to inspire thought. But it's not fair to expect debaters who got to come up with 8 debates over the course of a season and then still have 4 more debates in the playoffs to only debate these type of things when we are doing this as a sport, as an industry, to start to rival things like Smack and URL, right?
Okay, well
That's the space that we live into.
that's a fair point, Anonymous. Let me just ask two brothers something. I'm gonna ask something. I promise I'm gonna be quiet. Taz, is that your sentiment?
What's that? I didn't hear it.
What those brothers was just uh
I told him if he wants to hear these inspirational debates that are going to invoke like community movement, then that needs to be done on a platform where that's like a real serious news platform. Whereas these platforms that we are debating on are more geared towards creating debate in a space where it's operated and viewed as a sport.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I think if those topics came up, people would debate them though.
I agree.
I don't think I just think you got to wait to the regular season when you seeing 20 debates in a month. That, you know what I'm saying? That's when you understand more so that the topics are wide ranging. We just kind of in this tournament, so you ain't really seeing a lot of different topics. But once the season starts, it's more wide open in terms of topics.
He got up out of there. He jettisoned. He put on the backpack and dipped on us.
Shit, it's probably his connection probably fucked up. So.
But yeah, no, I think that's a great point. Once the season started, bro, I went back and watched some of that season 3. It's gonna be interesting to see. You think you're gonna get him out of there? I think he want his get back, bro.
Oh yeah, he definitely wanted to get back, bro. I'm actually prepared though for the best demo that anybody's ever seen. I'm
Yeah,
prepared.
that's what I was thinking too, bro. I think you finna get one, bro.
He coming in with a chip on his shoulder, bro. So I already know.
Yeah, I think you finna really get the most focused, motivated Dama we've seen in a minute. What you think on the other side of the bracket? Who you watching? Nobody.
I want to debate Chris, so
Yeah,
I just want him to emerge.
yeah.
I don't even care what he is. I just, what I'm saying, he's been running for years, and so Matched up on that bracket. You can't run now.
Yeah, but you got to get past that little monster, that little buzzsaw.
Yeah, oh yeah. I say I ain't even looking past it. I'll tell you now, ain't no looking past it. So.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie though, both of y'all definitely in y'all bag right now. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm just frustrated, man. I'm ready to debate. I'm tired of some of these offers that I'm getting. I'm so frustrated to debate this heat of Christ, but I need to get back punching. So I'm
When
gonna let you.
did you ever take him on that?
We were supposed to do it. I never really set a date. We talked tentatively tomorrow, but I think he kind of got busy and I got a little busy, so it's probably gonna be like next Monday. And I'm just gonna go ahead and knock it out. So just get it out the way. It's something to warm up on. Something to just punch a little bit. I kind of want to just work on some different tactics, so I'm not working on them in the season. So that's really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get all this out over the course of the summer.
I'm trying to debate simulation theory, like the shit GA talking about. I debate like that with that type of agenda, but I don't expect everybody to do that. And when I'm having them type of debates, like that's why I was disappointed in the debate that I had with Chris, is because to me it was deeper than the debate itself. I wanted the conversation to go somewhere, but it didn't even get challenged. You know what I'm saying? The conversation didn't even get challenged. It was some other shit, and it just, you know what I mean? But that be the point of why I have my debates. But I don't hold everybody to that standard. You know what I'm saying?
I
Niggas
ain't
just
gonna
trying.
lie.
But yeah,
I like
I'm
beating up
trying.
on you. I like beating up on you in debate. So whenever you
Nah,
want.
that shit over with. That shit over. That shit. And then you know what, man? I ain't gonna lie. The way Taz did Akasha, I'm still salty about that. I'm gonna have to bring out the capitalism debate all over again, cause I was like, no. I was sitting back like, oh, I know she finna say this. No, I said, yeah, I gotta re-bring out the capitalism debate. Shit.
Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Especially
I
don't do
had
the
to,
mean. Don't
man.
do the means of production. Do something else, right? Like do something else. Like
Hey, it's bad, man. She let that man say the wealth gap was closing. I said, "Oh no,
hey, he
hell
got it. He
no!"
got it off too. Like,
Wait, no, hold on. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Let me just
he
say
didn't, but
that.
technically, he didn't.
Don't misquote me, Nick.
Yeah.
Now, what I said, backed
You
up
kind of
by
said it.
data,
You kind of said it, bro.
backed up by the actual data, was that once Reconstruction started, the wealth gap was closing because slavery and the slaves were looked at as wealth. You know what I'm saying? So according to the data, the wealth gap was closing. You know what I'm
When
saying?
he
Now,
Man, that
said it,
lasted like
hey,
5 years.
well, bro, when he said it, I was like, "Oh, she gonna kick this down the curve, bro. She
Yeah,
was
I already.
crushing it, bro."
I said, "Oh no, I gotta do the whole capitalism shit all the way over."
Oh my
see, because I
I
could have
said,
argued it all the way up to 1900, but if she'd have came back and said some shit like, so what about from 1900 to
yeah.
2025? Right?
"Yeah."
You brought up the wealth gap. Now, what about it for
That's why
the
I was
last
like,
30
"Oh no."
Like it'd have been a problem,
She was
bro.
supposed to be she was supposed to run with that. Never let you go back towards whatever we was talking about. Like, nah, I
Oh
just want to talk
god.
about the
I just
wealth
want to
gap.
talk about the wealth gap for the rest of the debate, bro. Like,
That's what you said, right?
all night, bro.
I said, "Oh no." I
Oh,
said, "You gotta get on that." That's your only out. This is your only out. You gotta take it. It
Yeah,
was never taken. I said,
but
and
that's
it
what
was
I'm.
gonna be tough though, because you was arguing that it was closing at that time period. But I'd have been like, nah, that shit ain't sustained. Nothing.
But no, that's what I was
Yeah, I
saying.
don't know how to let that go either. I'd have stepped on the gas with that. Like, let's get back to the wealth cap.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I'd have
You
ran with
know
it.
we own 0.5% now.
Yeah, bro. Like I'd
That's
have ran with it, and I look, and then I'd have used that to parlay it into everything else, bro. And because of that, we don't got this. It's like, oh,
You notice that we had 1.5 at one point. It's been declining ever since.
it's going backwards. Like I'd have killed it.
Yeah,
But here's the thing though, right? Like I said, we make it look easy. It's easy to say that, but in real time, if you
yeah, it's
worried about
hard.
5 other points that he made and you missed that, like
It's like, damn, yep. Cause you hear it, but you don't even hear that shit.
right,
It's
bro.
right there, and you can't even
Right,
you can't
right.
capitalize on it till after the debate.
Facts, bro.
Yeah, I thought about it after the fact, though, bro. Like, damn, if she'd have just started after Reconstruction, right there, and
Yep.
removed to now, there's not much I could say. You know what I'm saying? If it was successful, then why are we here? And why did these motherfucking lynchings start? Why did they rewrite their constitution in Mississippi? Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of
Right.
whys in there with the success of Reconstruction.
But you know how it is, bro. When you constructing and you like, yo, they could take this, but I don't think they gonna hit it. I remember when I debated Taz and I brought up Bertrand Russell in part of the debate, bro. I thought he was gonna kill me with that, but he didn't catch it. And I was like, oof, I got away with one, bro. We laughed about that one after. I thought he was gonna drag me for the rest of the debate off that thing, bro. So it's a luck of the draw. You try to put so much out there, kind of to where they could kind of miss and stuff. But yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. I do want to
So
see
I
this debate,
got to
bro.
feel my A game against Damo because he's going to catch everything. It's a
Yeah,
different layer of, you know what I'm saying,
yeah,
trying to talk your way out of some shit if you fuck up. They ain't gonna be
yeah,
able to do that with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know what I'm saying, we kind of know that about the better debaters, nigga. That's the one you better not say no bullshit. It's
bro.
over.
Hell yeah.
You better not float none of it. Like, don't even play with it. Don't even play with it. Hey, season 3 was lit, bro. I went back and watched like season 3 was lit.
But season 3 was like a whole like sector in itself. Like
Yeah,
that was like we was our
Yeah.
own fucking sector of YouTube. I don't even think nothing else mattered that was going on outside of the debate league. Like I wasn't
Nah, at all.
even. I walked away from my old content. That's when I started leaving the Manosphere content alone, and you know what I'm saying, moving away from that shit. So yeah, it was. I liked that shit because it provided a different environment. You know what I'm saying, something different to talk about. Until that shit followed me over there. You know, like damn.
then it got then it like that just brought a whole different element. But I think if they tried it now though, they'd get cooked. I don't think they would, but if they did, like
Nah, we just didn't handle that shit
yeah,
right. That's
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't know how to handle. I think now everybody on code.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it was the first run through of it or whatever. Like it was a lot of shit though. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of wild niggas was saying crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? You got a bunch of women
Yeah.
there and niggas. Fuck these bitches. We'll need them here. I'm thinking like, no, bro. We want people to watch our debates, don't we? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
But that's why some of it was
they,
really kind of necessary too, though. All of it was we had to miss this shit the way we missed it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, niggas really missed this shit, bro. Like, nigga, this is what I've been doing for goddamn 8 years, damn
I
near.
was
Like,
just tripping
damn.
off that. Blue like really been punching like for almost a decade, bro.
Shit.
But
But it
yeah,
had to happen because it was too much of the other shit too. And it's like, nah, we gotta clean shit up.
is
Yeah.
GA trying to get in?
I
Let
think it's
G-
a better league since that shit. You know what I'm saying? You said
Yeah,
GA trying to get in?
Oh,
I
there we
think it is.
go.
Damn, now A9 gone.
Yeah, but yeah,
But
that
yeah,
shit.
I think it's better now though. It's better just you got people that want to debate. You know what I'm saying? Versus
Yeah.
motherfuckers just argue.
And they wanna, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers wanna be judged. Like that's the biggest thing. Motherfuckers then had their debates everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nah, I'm ready to be judged, man. It ain't as satisfying.
Hey,
Yeah.
when I fell off, Taz, you was talking about the I don't forget the point you was making about the the thing, but y'all mentioned Blue brought up the argument for capitalism, and then y'all talk about the last debate. There was two debates that you argued something that I wouldn't expect you to argue against. You know what I'm saying? You took the negative or whatever, you took the weaker position, for lack of a better term, when you against that the lady, I cannot remember her name or whatever. But
What was it? I forget her name. Natasha.
Akash.
yeah, the whole thing about Reconstruction being good or bad or whatever, but you took you took the negative to that, and I was like, damn, and you did good against that. But then Blue, you
Yeah,
said the whole thing about. Go
no,
ahead, bro.
I wouldn't debate certain people with that though. Like that's a debate for what I'm saying, somebody that I pretty much know I can beat in a debate of any topic. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that they're a bad debater. I just think I'm that good. So you know what I'm saying? That's more of a challenge to myself because that's not my position. And it's really not a good position to take in a debate. But you know what I'm saying? I did think, okay, skill wise, if I'm that good, she's presenting this as if she can argue. Let me see where she at. I think I'm that good. So yeah, I'm gonna take a position that I'm against because I do feel like I can debate a topic. I don't have to be attached to it.
Right, and that's all I'm agreeing with. You know, two times I've seen you do that. You know, maybe three, but yeah. But then that during that argument, Blue, you said there was an argument for capitalism against that. I don't know what your position is on that, but that's what I'm saying. We never hear alternatives. I haven't heard an argument alternative to capitalism, but I hear
Uh,
people mention it.
what you mean as far as something besides capital? Like, if what would you replace capitalism with?
Yeah, what would be the alternative? Because you
Yeah,
said
I
that.
think African communalism.
And what does that look like,
It's,
particularly in 2025?
um, well, basically, instead of the corporations being in control of the means of production, the government would be, which would be the people. The people would be in control of it instead of the government.
That sound like socialism, bro. Come on now,
Yeah, that's
give me
that.
some meat and
What
potatoes.
what
Stop
if you
playing.
if you I mean, to an extent it is. If you listen to J. Edgar Hoover, he says that socialism is primitive African communalism. That's what he actually called it. But yeah, like I think that works though, because I think where people, it's hard for people to envision it because they look at it through the eyes of capitalism. So a lot of people go, oh, so I'm gonna work 40 hours and another motherfucker gonna be able to dip into my check, and it's like, nah, it's for the people who are able bodied. You know what I mean? You participate, and once you participate, that go towards your better good. And of course, you know what I'm saying, the shit you allowed to enjoy shit just because, not because you can afford it, you know what I'm saying, but because, you know what I mean, you not only you put in the work, but if you somebody that's able bodied, you put in the work. So of course you deserve to be able to eat out. You deserve to be able to vacation and shit like that. You should have health care. Like, you put in the work to push forward the society. The issue is that they cap it, they making everything fucking, they privatizing everything. And people think that's good. Yeah, it's good if you got money to privatize shit, but you would never have that type of money where you can privatize, you know what I'm saying? Like these motherfuckers privatize air and water and shit. You ain't gonna never be able to do that. You ain't got no shot of privatizing air and water in America. So that shit don't help you. Then privatize, like you need shit that's public. If even if you look at it now, we benefit from most of the social, like we in a mixed economy. So most of the socialist systems that are applied, we benefit from those. Shit like EBT, the welfare system, the Affordable Care Act, public schools, public libraries, a public park. All of that shit having a public road. That shit we all benefit from. And that money you pay for that through your taxes. So you're supposed
Women,
to be able to benefit from it.
women. So, but you just named. Never mind. Go ahead. Finish your thought, bro. Because I want to ask.
Nah, go ahead. No, I
Nah,
was actually landing.
nah. I want to ask Psycho what his sentiment is on debate. But you open up a couple of the segues with socialism and capitalism with what we benefit from. If Psycho listening, I don't know if he here or not.
You said we benefit from what part of capitalism you think?
No, I was trying to hit an argument for capitalism and socialism or alternatives to capitalism, but you kind of went back to capitalism.
Well, the alternative would, that's what I was explaining. You would be sharing. I mean, it would be like we would be in control of the means of production. So your vote would go towards that of how we are going to actually split the money as opposed to the corporations controlling that. Right now, Apple is the one who controls the means of production. McDonald's and fucking uh, Coca-Cola and shit.
Yeah, but
Like,
they control it for Apple and they control it for McDonald's and they control it for Coca-Cola.
yeah, but if you can, whoever controls the means of production is your government technically. So instead of it being we the people, it's really we the
Anonymous Hebrew
corporation.
backstage there.
Okay.
And that's why people have a hard time believing in the government because the way that it's set up with capitalism,
Appreciate you, Sabi.
the corporation is the government. So that's where your corruption is coming in at. It's not really a we the people like it's intended to be. But a government is supposed to be the people.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but that's not necessarily it's still capitalism,
What you,
regardless of what you're saying.
what you mean?
Because these entities are public and
Yeah, that's
shareholders influence these entities.
oh no
And
no
that
no. When I say public like that, I don't mean like on the stock market public. I mean like things that we use in society that's public, like public roads and shit. Now I don't mean like now when they
wait a
say
minute,
public like that,
wait. So you don't went from public entities, then you just went to public roads, bro. Don't do that. Don't do
yeah,
that.
no, no. If you heard what I said though, that's what I was saying. Like public schools. When I was saying things that we benefit that are socialist programs that we benefit from. That was the socialism. The things that you hear are public are social.
Wait. What does Apple, Coca-Cola, and I forgot the other one you're gonna has to do
Oh,
anything with
I was saying, oh, with that, no, I was saying that would be your government because in the capitalist society, the corporations is who controls the means of production.
okay, so
So
what do they have to do with public roads and public schools? Apple and Coca-Cola particularly.
you said well in general, the more that what they do is they lobby for more for more
Oh,
goddamn I ain't gonna be able to say it for
they
more
like
things being privatized. So the more
they,
things that become privatized, they basically take away the funding for things that are public,
wait, so
like healthcare.
Apple is lobbying for privatized healthcare. Coca-Cola's is
I mean,
lobbying.
all of them lobby
You saying it, bro?
for
This is
more.
what you
Yeah,
saying.
all of them lobby for more privacy. God damn, I ain't gonna be able to say it. You know what I'm trying to say?
And no,
Privatization.
wait,
Yeah,
Privatization.
no,
and
okay,
and
and
also
privatization
no taxes and less
is the
taxes.
wait, okay, no. See, let's leave taxes out of here. Let's leave because I anonymous. Is that your argument too?
Of course not. I'm listening to y'all though. I'm letting y'all get it in. No,
Okay,
me and
yeah,
Blue,
because
me and Blue have boxed on this
no,
several times.
oh well, I'm trying to get to what's the alternative to capitalism, and we trying to boil down
Social.
capitalism.
That's why I said
My
African
argument
communalism.
is no matter what system you're trying to get to, if you think that there's a better system, we have to. The only way out is through. At the end of the day, right? You're not walking away, anarchy, destroying it. All that sound great, right? The only way out is through. That's my argument.
Wait, the only way out is through.
Yes.
Okay,
If you're saying that you want a better system, if you want to go into Marxism, socialism, Leninism, whatever economic system that you think is going to be better, which I'm gonna be honest, you better make sure that you don't put the wrong authoritarian in that position. But that's a whole nother conversation. Whatever system you think is going to be better, we still have to go through capitalism to get there because that is a prescription for today.
the free market or the so-called
Yes,
free market.
the so-called it's a mixed economy. Like we're not gonna play with it. We know it's a mixed economy, but
Yes,
but like my thought process is at this point, and I'm just being realistic about what's today, May 25th, 2025, right? Um, I'm much more comfortable with us having the ability to generate wealth and then take that wealth and redistribute it in our communities than I am counting on someone that we don't really know. They don't have a track record or say that they can take care of the people. We put this group of people or whomever it is in an authoritarian role, and now they just keep up all of the resources to themselves, and we right back in the same boat, right? I'd much rather us work and figure out a system that takes care of ourselves, that's governed and taken care of within this system, and then figure out where we're gonna go from there. That's my basic argument.
no, I'm not mad with that. I would like to know what that system looked like, but yeah,
I have no idea. Like I hear the arguments for socialism and all of these things. Obviously, I would view things, um, from a perspective of being able to be dominant in all 12 areas of people activity, still giving private citizens the ability to amass wealth, but making sure that we do take care of the poor, the widows, the orphans, those that are poor and disenfranchised that don't have a voice and aren't able to fend for themselves, right? And then from there, we learn how to create a ton of products, right? We need our own intellectual property. We need our own products that we can market to the rest of the world, build up a strong economy, practice group economics where we are um, very lenient on ourselves as it pertains to taxation, but charge a ton of taxes on those that want to use our products, right? Somewhere in that space. That's just the basic conversation.
gotcha.
But Blue is an anarchist. You got to understand that. Blue just want to walk off and go on a walkabout.
Wait a minute,
Like
wait a
I don't
minute.
think we got a choice, bro.
Blue is an
I
anarchist, bro.
think
You
you
got to
can do
understand
it.
who you're talking to.
I mean, unless Bernie Sanders come into power, bro, I don't see it.
So you don't
No,
see a space where we can learn how to practice group economics and redistribute wealth right here in our own communities. You don't
Nah,
see
we
that?
fuck right now. Like
That's
this,
crazy.
what I'm saying. Like right now, this ain't the we in capitalism. This ain't the time for that. This the time for you on your own. Like you on your own right
So
now.
you're the problem then. Exactly. I'm glad you said that because then, and not you, like I'm attacking you, but
Yeah, nah, that mindset. Yeah,
that mindset becomes the problem, right? Because that mindset is a scarcity mindset. I don't believe in a scarcity mindset. I operate in
but I
a
think
mindset of abundance. And
That
so
to
your
me though,
mindset,
that's the ideology though that's embedded in capitalism.
no,
If
that's
there's
the
not
ideology. That's
the mindset of scarcity, you don't have capitalism. We would be in a socialist society.
I
No,
think
I agree.
no.
No. I agree with Blue right there. Help
Okay,
is
here
not coming. Help
I didn't
is
say
not.
help. I didn't say help was coming. That's not my argument. Is not that help is coming. My argument is that we are our own help. And if we continue to say, "Well, I got to go get mines and f everybody else," then we constantly have to start looking in the mirror and say we're a part of the bigger problem, right?
Wait a minute, anonymous. Hold up. Cause see, bro. That sounds so good. What do we have to offer us?
Nothing right now.
That's
I
all you
appreciate
can
that.
do, bro.
I
Now, hold
appreciate that
on.
honesty.
Now,
And then you got about two
hold
or
on,
three
Blue.
years before
But
this shit start looking ugly.
the better question is though, do we have the ability to go create something and offer it to us?
No, fair point. That's a very fair point. See, now you're
Right?
going to
That
kill a Mike. You don't feed yourself.
yeah.
You don't. Yeah. You don't grow your own
Yeah,
food. You
Like
don't
there's
hunt.
nothing. Look,
Yeah.
I get it. I'm not saying that it's not an uphill battle, but there's nothing
I,
stopping us from amassing wealth or practicing group economics or 50 of us coming together, going to buy 1,000 acres and starting to build and grow our own food and then
nah,
sell.
yeah, that's where I gotta disagree.
Hold on, I'm not
I
saying,
think if
and
it
I'm not
was
even
okay,
saying
if they was cool with us having 1,000 acres to grow our own food and mass produce to each other, they would have never took our land in the first place.
blue.
That's why
Now,
Obama give you the check.
now we move into the space of now we get to have a conversation at that point of are you a man or a mouse at that point? And here's what I mean, right? It's easy to say stand up to the white man and when you don't have nothing to fight for, right? But if we go buy our own piece of land, we follow the rules of the land. I'm not saying we got to do nothing crazy. There's nothing stopping us from growing our own food and starting our own farms and starting our own stores and exchanging commerce and economics with each other in that space. There's nothing stopping us from doing that other than we don't want to do it. Let's keep it a buck. We don't
But
want to
that's
do it.
socialism, though. That's
I'm
not
not.
capitalism.
Hold on, bro. Then that's socialism in a capitalistic society. I don't care what you call it. I'm telling you, the only way out is through. The only way out of this is to start to do things like that in this system because this is a free economy in the sense of there is nothing stopping us other than our inability to come together and practice these things as a group, right? We are not going on some walkabout and think that we're going to destroy the economy and make it collapse, right?
I mean, we don't.
They're just gonna
So for the
import.
means of production, we
They're
got
just
to.
gonna. You're talking about trying to control the means of production, bro. I'm trying to tell you, we can't even get there until we amass enough wealth to go somewhere where we actually control it. You're not gonna control the means of production in this country.
But
Get
that's what
over
I'm saying.
yourself.
So it's like when we talk. So at no point does it really come down to where it works. That's just like I didn't even when I was changing out water meters, they made me take somebody whose line was literally they line was running off of a well. They made me cut that line I was running to the well and hook him up to the city system and put
Okay.
a
So,
meter in.
but so what? They got zoned in. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, bro. His line was hooked up to a well. He didn't have no
So
water
no,
meter.
no, no. It don't matter. He got zoned in by the powers that be. What does that
That
have to do with
that
what we talking about now?
That's what I'm saying though. So at what point can we control the means of production when they
Once,
when
bro,
they when
you're
they
you're
can
you're talking
zone
two
you in?
separate arguments. You're talking two separate
Exactly.
arguments.
Yeah,
You're
he
making
tried
an
to bring a lot
argument.
of there.
Yeah, you trying to hotel hopscotch right now, right? Like, here's my problem with that argument,
So
right?
what are we
No, hear me out.
controlling though?
No, this ain't the rapid
Just the
fire.
food or the water?
This ain't the rapid fire for a second. Hear me out, right? I don't care if it's go get something, we cut down all the trees and we have a timber farm, right? It's bigger than just what the product is. It's the fact of using that money to do something for ourselves. I don't care if you create a bunch of fidget spinners. I don't care what it is, right? What I'm telling you is what we need to do is practice group economics right here and then use that wealth to go somewhere where we can own the means of production if that's what you want to do. That's what I'm telling you. You're trying to get to level Z when we got to start at A. A is come together and amass the wealth, and then use said wealth to make the proper approach on wherever it is you're trying to go. This economy offers us that and nothing else. That's my argument, right? There is no situation that says if we start to amass wealth, and now that we know that they will do something like what they did when they burned down all of those towns, now we move smarter. We learn from the past, right? But there is no other situation right now unless you're telling me we're going to have a complete overhaul, sweeping firings and impeachments in every form of the government, and then we put people in there because you want to talk about Bernie. Bernie don't got enough juice to change the entire way that this system works. So while I'm not arguing with you about the predatory nature of capitalism, I am arguing with you that we have the ability to amass wealth and redistribute that wealth as a people.
I think we just had them folks buy all of that land in Georgia, and they can't even do nothing with the land.
Huh?
What do you do? No, do you know why?
Why?
Because they haven't figured out how to do the zoning process yet. There's nothing stopping them other than they need more wealth. They need more money. This is the issue. That's
Nah,
what I'm
bro,
telling you.
they coding them. They didn't put so much goddamn shit on.
Yeah, they
on
put red
ass.
tape on them. They put red tape on them. So then
They
what's
can't even
the
do nothing.
so then what's the next
Wait,
move?
wait,
Then?
wait, wait, wait,
So
wait,
then
wait, 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 wait,
so then
wait,
what's the
wait.
next move
They
then?
had plenty of money.
So then what's the next?
No,
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 bro.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
bro.
no. Stop,
Hold
stop,
on,
stop,
bro.
stop, 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 stop,
Relax,
stop.
bro.
Cause yeah, cause you now, don't. Let's not move the goalposts. Let's have this discussion. So, what's going on in Georgia?
So there's a group of black people, and I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. We don't know enough. We don't know enough details in that situation to really even argue this point. I'm gonna keep it a stack,
No,
right?
well, some of us may. Some of us
So,
may.
so there was a group of people that bought a large piece of land, and their goal was to build up a black city, basically, right? And
Okay.
since they bought it, we've seen no progress, or maybe there is progress and it's just not been advertised. I don't know, but what I know for a fact is nobody that I've spoken to knows enough of that situation to say why it isn't working. Because
Well,
what I can guarantee you this, bro, I can guarantee you this right now. If there are enough people where we decide to work together and we're going to do it, there's nothing stopping us from going to be one of the largest house developers in the nation right now.
wait. Okay, wait. Because this is good, man. This is good because we got a couple people that come over here that's actually doing it. They had those ambitions. I'm not going to even call their names because I don't want to put them on the spot. But so are these people they trying to start communities and they having problems getting utilities going, i.e.
That
water?
I don't know. I don't know. I know what Blue is saying, but Blue done got the cow by the tail all afternoon talking about
Yeah, they can't even
Mazel
put
Tov, Mazel Tov
houses on.
cocktails and whatnot earlier. You
No,
know
no,
what
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying?
no, 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 no. No, I mean, okay, let's not
Yeah, but
disrespect the
basically, yeah,
folks.
they was trying to
No,
get houses on the land. They
What's
can't
the
build
name of
nothing
what's
on
the
it.
name of what's the
no,
name of it,
no.
Blue, so I can
They
research it.
wait a minute. They can't build or they
God,
can't get utilities established. See,
they
that's
can't
why.
build or nothing. They
No,
can't
no,
do
no, no, no,
nothing
no,
with it.
no, no, no. Can we source that? Can we really find out what's
Yeah,
really going
exactly.
on and impeding the
I'm about to
process?
drop
Because
in the back right now. I got it shared on the screen. If
What
if
hold
happened,
anybody
on.
there,
Taz?
Yeah,
I'm
just
about to
tell us
drop
what's
it in the
going
back
on
too.
because there is a workaround. That's a workaround for that. That because I'm really called
Because I
bullshit.
don't
That's
say
the
that,
wrong
bro. I'll
fucking
get
link.
in touch with him. What is this, Taz? This
I'm
something
not gonna
else.
click on it because if I click on the Taz, I'm gonna lead the
That's the
conversation.
wrong link, bro.
I was about to say that's public school stuff. Do you know off the top? You know off the top of your head what happened?
Yeah, that's no.
Because
I
ideally,
just pulled it up when y'all was saying 'cause this article was an update from like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
but if it's their land, they
For
Hey,
should
some
be able to
reason, my
develop
shit
it.
tripping. It won't paste this fucking link.
for
Hold
the
on.
record, you hear that in the
I'm
background?
just trying to paste.
That's why you always need somebody to help you. You know what I'm saying? It's always great to have a support system. She got his back there. You know what I'm saying? Pause. Um,
No, I can't click on that link because it's gonna kick me
This
out the
one, that's
chat.
not the right link. That's not the right link anyway. He probably got to go out and come back. Y'all watch out for Taz to see when he's gonna come back. But I'm not trying to discourage you, Blue. But I need to know more about it. I need to actually see.
I want him to pull it up too as
Yeah,
well.
I need
That's
to
why I got
actually
quiet.
see. I need to actually see the proof and see what's going on
Yeah,
because
what's impeding
uh
them from development? Because that don't
Yeah.
line up.
because you know, and
He
then,
back.
like especially in Georgia, like let's see.
All right, it's back there now.
Yep, I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. Hey, Blue, I'm gonna beat you up right now, bro. You shouldn't have did that.
What happened?
The honor to share my testimony about
I'm on the boxing shit right now.
I hear you clicking the sticks. So that's funny. Hey, so no, there is no hold up, right? They're moving into the space where they're now trying to build tiny homes, right? And it seems like they need more money, is what it seems like, right?
Mm.
So, and I promise you, I know you know what I'm saying, I'm not involved with that situation, but just knowing how these situations work, I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? So back in 2020, it says nearly 20 Black Georgia families announced a bold plan to help fight the inequities that were at the heart of many of the racial justice protests that had swept through the country that year. The 19 households bought nearly 100 acres near Toomsboro, Georgia, and I know where this place was because I was trying to buy it. I'm just going to keep it a buck, right? I'm 100% know exactly where this was. They had different things built up on it already, the whole joint, right? Georgia, Toomsboro, Georgia, to create a self-sustaining new Black town. They wanted to call it Freedom, Georgia, launching the Freedom Georgia Initiative. This is our answer to breaking generational curses. Why would you move like that on me? All right. This is our answer to breaking generational curses. Ashley Scott, a real estate agent who helped spearhead the project, told 11 Alive at the time. So 3 years later, here's how's it going. Here's how it's going. The project is still making progress, with its Instagram account sharing just in the past couple months plans for a tiny house build on the land, as well as more things coming down the pipeline with our agricultural pursuits and digital citizenship. The website is still also soliciting offers on custom home builds on the land. Last year, an Instagram post noted that they had sold 3 of the 13 lots in an initial phase. I'm going to explain to you exactly what this is. They're turning it into a development. Right? They had sold 3 of the 13 lots in an initial phase, advertising investment slots in the community. The Freedom Georgia Initiative was established out of an extreme sense of urgency. I ain't got to read all this because you know what it is. And there's nothing else that states why there is a holdup. All right. So you want to rephrase what you said before I kick it down the road?
So what's the holdup now? It's just that they need more money.
It's money. So here's what happens, right? We get really excited and we get land and we have these thought processes, and then you find out in order to go through it and really get back the money in your investment, you need to sell the plots of land, right? And so what they did was they bought it. They went through the first phase, right? So when you develop in property, you got to go through phases. Phase 1 is obviously buy the property. Phase 2 is get them all split up. Right. And because a lot of these lenders don't like to lend on 10 acres, you got to split them up into 1 or 2 acres. Specifically in Georgia, they want no less pretty much than 1 acre if you go rural. And Toomsboro is out there rurally, so I'm pretty sure that those lots need to be 1 acre or larger. Right. So now you run into a problem. So your builds better not go over, 2 acres, or it's going to be hard to find a lender. So what they've done is they split it up into 13 lots. That means they went through the second phase of getting it zoned. You got to split them all up. Now they're in that third phase where they're trying to sell lots. That's going to take a while, because Toonsboro is so far out there. It's extremely rural, right? And so it seems like what their plan was to get it, split up the lots, and then use that money to start to build out the town, right? That's a long, tedious process. There is no red tape that's going to stop them from doing that. The only thing stopping them from doing that is the money. If you get a piece of land out there, especially, and you're patient enough and you go through the process of zoning it out, you'll be able to sell those lots. And that's what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah. So like I said, bro, and this ain't me beating my chest. This is me saying the only way out is through. We are so enamored by the fact that these people hate us and want to kill us that it's like we're frozen and won't make any moves. Right? There is nothing stopping us from buying land, lotting it out. And honestly, I would have did it a different route, but it doesn't matter, right? Regardless, this is a great initiative, right? This is a great plan. It doesn't say anything about, oh, we had this hold up and we had this hold up. That's the other reason I think too, it's a financial thing, because they're trying to build out tiny homes while selling lots. The only reason you're trying to build out tiny homes is either you strapped for cash, or the people that have spent the money are actually trying to have a place where they can live when they come out to the land. Those would be the only two reasons to do that. Or I should say the third one, you want to build some type of low income housing out there as well, which I think would be great if that's what they're trying to do. But there is nothing.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a place where we can only work for black people.
Yeah, but there's nothing. But there's nothing on there that's saying that they ran into issues, they couldn't get permits, and none of that, right? If they split up 13 lots already, that means they didn't have a zoning problem. They're trying to sell the lots. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nah, yeah, I get that.
I don't know, Anonymous. I'm thinking something different.
Explain what you're thinking.
I'm thinking utilities, water, power, trash,
Well, here's the issue though.
sewage.
But if you zone it, right? I get it. But if you zone it and you've already sold 3 lots, then that means that's probably not the issue. Like if you've already sold 3 lots, either you've went through the process of getting it connected, or the people that are coming out there are going to do well water and stuff like that. So I would have to look at their entire breakdown to say for sure. And that could be an issue, but the article doesn't say that. And the reason I would say that I don't think it's the issue is because they've already sold 3 lots.
Yeah, they did so. They did sell 3 lots, but when you're talking about 3 lots, as opposed, I forgot how much acreage was involved.
It's 100 acres. They split it up into 13 acres, but how much of that is buildable land? And then how much of the rest of it are they trying to save for city plan, right? For actual city structures.
Okay, but see, that's what I'm getting at. 3 lots. I mean, one well could support 3 lots if that's just like one family or whatever.
I agree.
So if you're talking about a community, it gets a little more robust. And yeah, I'm thinking utility.
I'm not saying it couldn't be utilities. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I think they would have said it, right? Or I hate to read into stuff when we don't have
No. We just speculating, and that's all I'm doing is speculating. I'm not throwing shade on the people or whatever.
No, I got you.
But
no, you're right. I got you on that. I'm not saying
I'm just saying with the ambitions that utilities is going to be a factor for a community.
But you speaking to the next point that I really, in the space where I live in, and I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like it's great talking to you, right? It's refreshing. I'll just say that. But you live in a great space that we do need to talk about. And so I don't pick on nobody that's that'll get hurt. I'm gonna pick on Akon. All right. We saw Akon go to Africa and try to do the same thing, right?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Now, some people try to say, well, he's scamming, he did this. No, he didn't. He didn't have enough people around him to properly plan out the entire investment. And this happens all the time. It happens all the time in real estate development, right? Where you think you have all your ducks in a row, and then you find out, oh snap, it costs a lot more. It's a lot more time consuming, like you saying, to get the permits, to get the utilities set up, and to make sure that the city is behind it, right? So that doesn't mean though that the city doesn't support it. It's like that for everybody unless you've done 10 to 15 developments and now you're plugged into the city. Now, is that a downside of capitalism? Of course, right? I'm not sitting here pretending like capitalism is great.
Well, it's not a downside if you got it and you
If
just know
you
what to do.
right, but if
Because
you don't, like we're seeing, right? There's a holdup. It's what we call this is not being this is not me being facetious, but like it's what we call a stupid tax, right? This is the price to pay when you don't know everything. And some things you either don't know unless you got enough people there or until you go through the experience.
no, well, I'm not gonna call it that because if you animate about making an independent community,
Yeah, and I'm saying I've had to pay the stupid tax. So it's all of us go through it, right? It's the price you pay for getting to the knowledge.
no, what the only reason I'm really pressing on this because we talk a lot about autonomy and self-sustaining and all that, and this is a great indicator or this is a great example. That's the term I want to use of what it takes to be self-sustainable.
Self-sustaining. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that.
so all I'm saying is so this you mentioned in the article it said this community is in a rural aspect. So any type of support aspect for utilities, whether it's going to be water, whether it's going to be electric, whether it's going to be trash collection, uh whatever, it's going to have to rely on some type of other local municipality, somebody is already established. So if you're going to forego this on your own, then you're going to have to be ready, you're going to have capital to finance that, and
I
there are
agree, and that's the point. Yes, I agree.
yeah,
I
and there are
agree.
ways and there are avenues and there are mechanisms to do that,
Yeah.
but it ain't just somebody, oh, you want to build a town, well, we're going to
Nope. Yep. Yep.
that's all I'm pushing towards. I'm not
I
trying to throw
agree.
shades
No,
at
I
these
agree.
people.
I agree 100% of what you're saying, right? My issue is I don't want it to come across like there's a concerted effort by the city to fail their project. I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it isn't,
No,
but
well, it can't be because
right,
they're outside
they're
of the
already
city. Yeah,
exactly. They are
they're
ruled.
self-sustaining. They're a
Right,
community. They're their
right,
own independent
right.
community. But where independence requires capital. That's all I'm trying to convey.
And that was the first point that I made. I think they ran out of money, and not in a bad way.
And you
It
did,
just
and you did, and
right.
it's not a bad thing. You're
It's not a
right. You're
bad thing.
right.
That's the first point that I made, though, right? It is in the reason because I saw it happen with another town out there with Brookhaven, right? And because they had a lot of finances and all of that, they was able to set up their own municipalities, the entire thing. I want to address something in the chat real quick. The brother said, A9, how do you plan to defend a black town? The same way we'll defend any town. We get our own local police force. Like why? What like
Yeah.
what are we doing, fam? If we build in a town, we're gonna build up the municipalities, we're gonna build up the police force, we're gonna build it the same way anyone else will build a city. Like what
Exactly.
are we
But
talking about?
that's crazy. That's that asinine combo that I don't want to get triggered. But right now, we just trying to get utility. We trying to get the basics
We're
for the
trying to get the
people.
basics, right?
Yeah.
But it's like if we're talking about building the town, right? So when we build that up, then we're gonna build our like our civil municipalities where we go and meet, right? So now we can have our town meetings, and then we'll build a school, and we'll build a hospital, we'll build a bank, and we'll go through the process of building the things necessary. We'll build the police force, the fire department, and then we'll start worrying about bringing in Dave and Buster's and Walmart and all the extra stuff that you want,
Well,
whatever it's gonna be, right?
entertainment is definitely gonna be something tertiary, and
Yeah,
you
yeah, I agree, but I'm just and it's whatever we put down, right? Whatever route we take, right? If we need to generate economics, then yeah, maybe we'll go entertainment first. Whatever. I'm
and
not.
and just to be fair, you do have because that township community or whatever is gonna be within somebody's county. So they do have
And now
some
you're
type
gonna
of
have county assistants. Exactly.
is exactly. So
Exactly,
I
bro.
mean,
Exactly. And trust me, once these people, because when these towns get built, that generates money. And the only thing in county like more than locking you up is taking your money. So trust me, they
exactly.
will spend your money, right? They will spend
Yeah,
your money. Like
they're gonna
so.
quickly help you set up something where they can collect more taxes. But
Look, he said. Now look at this. You assume white people are good, Anon. When did I ever on any of these panels say that white people are good?
we
Like,
ain't saying any of that, man. We talking
like,
about
like,
building a community. We
like,
talking about a
fam.
Okay,
I
go ahead, bro.
understand, like I completely understand what we're up against. Like I feel like I say these things and then they're glossed over. I've said off rip, right? I've said off rip that we are up against a evil system, right? What makes you think that I'm sitting here telling you that white people are good? Like that's the type of stuff where I don't want to interact with it, but I just want you to know, like, I hate that type of thought process. What do you
What?
mean I act like white people
No.
are good? I know that they want to see us fail. So
Hold,
that's why
hold
I'm
on, bro.
telling you.
What? Number one, don't entertain that type of foolishness. No, number one, that voice has no weight in this realm.
That's a
You
good
know,
point. That's a good point.
that shit is futile, bro. And I know we go on all type of segues and stuff.
Yeah, no, you're right. I got a bad habit of that. I don't like I like to cut cancer out immediately, right?
Yeah, but you don't even get a voice.
Yeah, like we cannot keep moving in a space where we're afraid of these people, man.
But okay, so let's go back to see that's what we talking about. How can we recognize leaders and not?
Yeah,
y- y-
yeah,
That's kind of what the
yeah,
topic is. I think the
yeah,
topic's still
yeah.
that.
That's true. And a part of that is a vision, right? And then resilience, right? Like I'm sorry, bro. Like I've been through too much. I done seen it all. Like I'm not afraid of none of these people. That's not no tough guy stuff. That's their brain works just like yours, right? You can outthink them. You can outmaneuver them. You can put yourself in a position to be successful. Now, does that mean that there is no danger? No, I'm not sitting here pretending like it's all cupcakes and rainbows. There's a ton of danger, right? But the future favors the brave, bro. Like I'm not afraid to get out here and build what we need to build. You cannot be afraid to decide that you want to build and be the person of accountability in your area, whatever it is that you need to build. At some point in time, that's what's got to happen, bro. And saying we need our military and this and that. Yeah, there's steps, it's levels to this, man. It's levels to being able to burn the boats and say we're not looking back. We got to build the boats first. Yo, wow, bro. This is an education thing at this point. I'm watching people buy from like I'm doing business, Texas, just different parts of the country, right? I'm watching people go in and buy 10 acres and throw up 5 or 6 different houses. Black builders, right? Not just this is black builders, right?
Yeah.
Going all over this country, throwing up new neighborhoods, throwing up low-income housing, getting this stuff knocked out, putting it together, being extremely innovative, cutting through all the red tape. Am I acting like it's easy? No. Am I
No,
saying
no,
it's easy? No. But you can do it, bro.
no. To your point, but there's a disparage there because a black builder, a developer go through hell to build 5 houses where somebody that don't look like them
Yeah.
they'll get the funding, the
Yep.
capital, the
Yep.
backing to do 50.
Yep. You're right. I'm not saying you're not
And
right. Right.
that's what's going on now.
You
But
know the pain, bro. Like I saw, so there was a property we was trying to get in Michigan. It was a huge building, right? We could have built like 28 units, and it still might be for sale. I don't know. I just gave up on the project because I couldn't get enough. I couldn't get enough supporters who looked like me and was going to work with me to do it, and anybody else that didn't look like me, they would have. Now I did have people who were going to pay it in private money with me, partner up with me, but they wanted 60% of the profits. One dude wanted 70%. Like he wants to take all the profit. So
Right.
and then now you're working hard to build this whole project, and you're doing it for pennies, right? Whereas if I'm gonna do that, if I'm gonna give up that much profit, I'm gonna give it to my people, and then we're gonna have a plan to take that money and put it back in the community. That's what I'm saying.
No, about 2 years ago, that happened to a friend of mine who had a whole cul-de-sac. The road was already developed or whatever, and you probably can get about 7 units on this road cul-de-sac or
Yeah,
whatever. And he was really advocating for the banks, and his bank was trying to do the same thing. The bank was trying to do the same thing to him, put him on the short end of the stick.
yeah, and that's how it always ends up. And
So
but this is why group economics becomes the prescription of the day, because right now the people who are being the most successful in buying properties and doing all this stuff, they're not even going to banks because the interest rates are too high. It's all private money, bro.
well, okay, so and this is my opinion. So now I agree with the whole everything. The price of money is really high, and then I want to say this. Yeah, group economics will be nice, but we got a trust
It's not
issue.
real. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
look, we got a trust issue in your own family. So I'm not saying like
yeah.
100%.
Well, all I can say is somebody like, I appreciate that, Jay Morrison. You really messed it up. You know.
And you know the bad part about that was, so like all the work that you got to do to get out, because I want to say he probably got a Series 66, 67, something like that, to where he can make public offerings. All the work that you got to do to be able to go and publicly offer to take people's money and put it on an investment, and then just to take it and throw it away and lose it. Like, look, and I'm not saying that you don't lose money. I have lost money at different times. Now, difference is if we in a project and the money go down, I'm making sure you get your money back, and then I'm gonna take the L. And that's how I was taught, right? With the guys that I know that are builders and real estate guys, your investors get their money out, and then you take the L, right? Because sometimes
Yeah.
projects run long. Uh, you know, in the middle of the process, interest rates change, you became more expensive, whatever, right? A contractor screwed you over, so now you gotta go get a new contractor. The thing about the Jay Morrison thing that got me was it was literally like just screwing off the money. Like you taking the money and spending it on whatever, and then you had the ability, there was plenty of real estate to invest in, and you just not doing it at all. Like he had the money, he had the knowledge, he had the support, everything, and then just, oh well.
Well, I don't know if he had the support because he was everybody. So
But
I
everybody
hate to
was
rain
giving
on
the
the
money.
parade, man.
What happened? What you got?
How the folks supposed to get power, man, in a water dome?
We was just talking about that. It's a money thing, bro. That's funny.
no, wait. If the money is there, Blue, they can set that up. They can enter into agreements with different contractors
Yeah,
and municipalities that's not a problem. They call them municipal utility
Yeah,
districts.
yeah, admissible
Is it
bond.
no, not
on the
bond,
bond.
I mean, they
No,
could
municipal.
create no, they could create a municipal bond on for the town.
they don't.
No. They're municipal utility districts. And that's just an entity to, facilitate water, trash, and
Specifically to your region.
Yeah, wasted
yeah,
on that.
yeah. And I don't know how Georgia's set up, but then see, Texas is kind
So
of
all you need
energy.
is money.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah.
at the beginning it's a money thing. That's what I'm telling you, bro. This is
Nah,
a
Nah,
man, you gotta need more than money.
no.
Man, my
man,
You
son
really
doing
stop
my
don't.
goddamn
playing.
sock outside, bro.
Look, like I said, I don't. I'm not. I'm still
Damn.
not. I'm not in there. It's funny. I'm not in their finances and all of that stuff, so I don't know all the ins and outs. But this really just seems like a money thing. And GA had said it. I had said it like, and he had really explained it a lot better. Like you get to the different phases of a project, and if you don't have that money, bro, you stall. Luckily, they own the land, so that's what gives them a peace of mind. But at least I'm hoping they own the land. I should say that.
They do. Come on now. We heard the story like a couple years ago where they bought the land and they
Yeah.
got the approval for the land. So they got zone
Yep.
and everything, and it just ran into a roadblock. I'm
Yeah.
with you. I'm more with you that they yeah, this is something that they didn't foresee
Yeah.
to sustain the land, which I ain't mad at that.
And I'm not trying to simplify it like, oh, you just need money, right? But that's this seems like the holdup for this is money,
You
right?
know,
This does not seem like a red tape issue and things like that. Like it doesn't seem like they cutting through stuff because they're even saying on their Instagram is we're making progress. They're telling you we're making progress, right?
It,
But
this ain't nothing but a black version of the suburbs. Suburbs do this all the time.
because
They
I
just
yeah, he's right, 100% right. So understand like this: people think you just buy land, you get it zoned, and then you build. Understand if you're trying to do a development, that's a 6 to 12 month process before you even break ground. This is why, like, different people work at different they got different types of businesses in real estate. You got some people who they'll just buy the land. They'll spend the first 6 months. Let's say they'll buy it for 100,000. They'll spend the first 6 months getting the land allotted out, and then making sure that all the utilities in place, and then they'll sell it to a developer for 1.5 million, right? Because then that developer knows he can just come in and immediately start building, right? But that takes 6 to 8 months. It's not an easy process, bro. Right? This is a tedious thing in this country, especially to build out land. But that's
but hold up, wait. Anonymous, not distill your wisdom, cut your wisdom or whatever. But developers also bring those relationships in there too.
great.
They
And that
yeah.
yep. And that's what we said earlier. If you've done this 5, 6, 7 times already, now your situation goes faster. It's your first time doing it, and you didn't know to go get a developer before you did it. You didn't know to go get the proper contractors. You didn't know to go put the proper people in place before you even bought the land. You got a problem, right? And that's why I brought up Akon, because he went out there and did all that, and it's clear you just didn't have the right people around you. Not knocking you. You're talking about trying to build a whole new super smart city, bro. And I do think with him, he's being held up by permits.
But that's a whole nother thing.
That's a whole nother thing, especially over there.
Who?
Akon.
Akon?
Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, but I'm not sitting here fronting like, oh, this country is on our side. But I'm saying I'm a fighter, bro. Like I'm tired of thinking that somebody's gonna help us. We gotta help us. We have to help us. And if you decide that you want to leave and go to Africa, more power to you, right? I've looked into those options, but I'm also gonna fight with my people, right? Like
Well,
every
it's
go ahead, Jay.
no, I was just gonna say it's gonna be some growing pains with that too.
I don't
Exactly.
So
think we all should ever be like, nah, I don't think that's a good idea.
And you know how
Like,
much
in
I
my
want to be
opinion.
there, Blue, but I agree with you. You
Yeah,
know how much I
nah.
would just love to wake up every day
Strategic,
tomorrow.
like
Yeah,
if I it being strategic, I wouldn't
right,
say that. Yeah, I mean, like that ain't even a strategic move. Like that's too
right,
easy.
right.
That's way too easy. We gotta have some sort of. Nah, we still need here and doing what they doing.
Like if we're
You know
talking
what
about
I mean?
strategically, the plan should be to build up here and then use that money to start to build infrastructure there. That like, because
Yeah, that's why I thought to me, if we talk about reparations, I think
reparations, that's a good plan too.
it should go
Yeah,
towards. I
yeah.
think the majority should go towards Liberia,
Here
and
you
if
go
you,
with
I think that
Liberia,
should be
bro. No.
yeah, yeah,
Why
and
Liberia over?
Over Ghana, because that's the only play we like. That's ours for sure. Like we made Accra Ghana,
Yeah.
I
you know what I'm saying? But
Blue. Wait,
we
wait,
don't
wait,
have that
wait.
whole region. We actually got Liberia. That's on lock.
I'm gonna keep it.
Liberia is us, but by
Yeah.
who's sanctioned?
Shit, it's established by the world,
So when he says,
Wait. The American Colonization Society.
the world, man.
GA finna get you, bro. Hey, yeah, get him, GA, because this is what he do, bro. This is what he do. Cook him right now, bro. This is where Blue jump out the window, bro. Cook him right now,
Hey, this is the American.
bro.
Hey man, that was a long time ago. We passed that now. This is one Liberia.
Now, I will say this. Man, don't pay him no attention, man. Don't pay
Wow,
him no
Blue.
attention. Don't pay him no attention, bro. I will say this though, right? If there was a place where we could go, like we could go and stage, I think we could go and stage in Liberia and then go to wherever we was gonna go from there. Right?
Yeah,
Like that's what they did in Demona. They went to Liberia for 2 years and then went over to Demona. I'm not telling you, bro.
and then I'm gonna tell you too. Another reason why I think Liberia is big too, because a lot of it we talk about is, well, how are we gonna govern? That shit is already set up.
Yeah. Like, but
It's
you can go
it's
there.
just set up for a nigga like Domo to go right in
Wait
and
a minute,
become
it's
president.
already set up. Wait. Explain that.
I
Elaborate,
don't,
bro.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not
So
talking about go over there and start
so
participating
the
in the Liberian government, Blue. That's not what I'm saying,
Yeah,
bro.
I think we should, bro. When they built the government over there, they specifically built it for one day, bro. We would come in and
Yeah.
just we
Now that's a
and
pipe dream. Right?
assume the republic.
Wait a
That's a
minute, Blue.
pipe dream.
Wait. Are you talking about Chuck Taylor's government?
The Liberian government.
Chuck Taylor.
Blue don't know
Yeah,
what he's talking about.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. When
I
they
see, Blue.
established the
No,
Constitution,
man, Blue. When you get to talking like this, man,
it
it'd be
ain't.
real hard. It'd be real hard for me to take you serious, bro. It'd be real hard for me to take you serious.
Good job.
I'm gonna,
Good job. Good job, GA.
you gotta think about it
That's
though.
the point,
How
bro.
not?
Listen, and let me just finish it, and I'm gonna let you jump out the window all the way, Blue. All right? Listen, bro. The point that I'm making is this: the only option that Liberia is a staging ground. If we knew that we had a 2,000 hectares or whatever it is in another place where they had carved out for us, and that's really gonna be ours, and they can't come take it from us, right?
They
So you go
can't
to
take Liberia.
Liberia is not ours. Stop it, right? So
That's
here's the point.
ours, bro.
Stop
We
it.
won wars, bro.
Bro. Listen. Go ahead and get that off in about 30 seconds, right? Listen. The point that I'm making is this: Liberia would be a
General Butt Naked was FBA.
great staging ground if we had another place to go. If not, then right now, unless you like for me, there's a community that I would go and be a part of. But even in that community, I know that there are still going to be fights to overcome even there. But everybody else that don't deal with Demona or with the extension sites that they have in different parts of Africa, like the smartest thing to do as a people is to make sure first that you have a place to go that you own, that they cannot take from you. And then you go to Liberia, you set up and you establish, and then you start to slowly create infrastructure in that other place. If Africa was the play. Blue, you
I
wild,
mean,
bro.
I think Liberia don't need to be. That's the only place, bro. We're citizens.
All right, GA, how you doing, bro? Everything else good with you, man.
Only a descendant. Only a FBA could be a citizen of Liberia. Domo. If we went over there, bro, Domo could be president, bro, in a week.
In a week, Blue?
In a week, bro.
Oh,
We could get
that's all.
Domo president. I'm not gonna be in government. I'm in the military shit.
No, bro, you definitely not gonna be in
I'm
the
taking
military.
I'm taking the
Nah.
crash outs with me.
Mm-mm.
Mhm.
Hey, bro.
I'm gonna
I'm
let
getting
y'all control the politics.
I'm getting off this planet, bro.
I'm gonna do
Wow,
my job.
Hey
wow.
man, I'm gonna be honest though. Don't can we can't this whole plan sounds terrible. I had to come up here for this because like y'all niggas are serious, and I gotta say this whole shit just sounds terrible, man. This
Wait,
whole
look,
shit.
bro. There is no
And
y'all. That's Blue talking about
point
going
A
to
to point
Liberia.
B.
That's
This
Blue
whole
talking
shit
about
was terrible.
Liberia, bro.
Nah,
No,
your ass too.
what I
Your
say
ass
that's
too.
terrible. What I
Talking
say
about
that's terrible.
just buy the city, nigga. We don't want to buy the city. Nigga, it's black cities right now. Them
Hold
shits
on,
just ain't populated.
hold on.
Like,
I didn't say just buy the city. I'm talking about the city that they already bought. Maybe you pulled up late. We talking about the city that they already
nah,
bought.
I've been listening for a good minute.
So what did I say? Just buy the city.
Nah, yeah,
When,
because you
when,
tweaking right now. Ain't nobody
when did I
said buy
say
the
just buy a
city.
city, bro?
We
When
talking
did I
about a
No, I'm
say
whole
that?
saying when you were
community.
saying like
Nah,
us
that's what he
just building
said.
our own. You were saying us building our own. Like you were saying we could just build our own infrastructure and stuff within here. Like that's crazy too.
I
That
didn't
is
know.
Bro,
crazy,
That's
nigga.
not.
no,
That's
wait, wait,
not
wait,
what I
wait, wait.
said. That
No,
is not what I
he
said at
that
all,
is
bro.
he said nothing like that. I've been
Not
here
what I
for the whole
said, bro.
conversation. You
And
tweaking,
I was
man.
pointing,
He
I was
said we
correlating it
could
to the
just
black
buy.
people.
He said all we need was money. That's what
Blue,
he
Yeah,
said.
that's
blue.
what I'm saying. He was really
No.
talking about we can build everything we need. We just need the money. That's stupid. We
Okay.
ain't
Let
got
me.
enough money to
I'm gonna let
really
you
do that.
finish. I'm gonna let you
We
finish. Then I'm gonna
ain't
beat
got
all
enough
this
money to
up.
do that. It's nothing to finish. I'm just saying it's not. It's we don't have enough money to do that.
Can I respond now?
No, man, don't even respond to it.
No,
Once
no.
again, no.
All
Listen
right.
to me, anonymous. Listen
Nah,
to
he
me.
got to respond to that.
No,
He
he don't
said
have to
it.
no, he don't have to respond to some dumb asinine fuck shit like that. Cause bro ain't said nothing like that. I've
He
been here
never
the whole
said
time.
nothing like that, bro.
And KT, you is
So
fucking
what did he
tweaking.
say? So what did he say? Let him say what he said. What did he say then?
Okay. So
No,
in
no,
the
no, 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 no. You tell us what we were talking about.
I
How
just I
about that?
just sat here and said what I
No,
thought he
no,
said. Just
no,
saying
no,
I'm
no.
incorrect,
What's
GA.
the
So tell me
topic?
what he
No,
said.
no, no,
You
no. You
told me
tell
I'm
us.
incorrect. Tell me what he said then.
No. You tell us what the
Okay,
topic of
you can't. No, no,
discussion
no, no, no,
is.
no, 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 no. If you can't even tell me what he said yourself, I said what
No,
I
no.
thought he said. You telling me he didn't say that, but now you
Okay,
saying,
so
oh, I don't know what he
okay,
said. Just no, 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 no,
okay.
no.
Since
Let the
you
man say
admit,
what he said.
since no, since you admit that you don't know what the fuck we was talking
I
about, we was
just
talking
said
about
I said what I thought he said. You're telling me I didn't. If I'm wrong, I'm
Okay,
wrong.
okay,
But you're not saying nothing. You just say don't respond. So how are we going to
okay.
make progression? If I if
Do
I
you
if I
He
misunderstood,
he
allow me to
said all
clarify.
you need was
do
money,
you want to know what
GA.
we talking about or
He
not?
said
No,
that.
because
I
it's
said I've been
2025.
here listening for a long time. I don't need no breakdown.
Okay, do you know you
If
want?
I'm wrong, allow the man to clarify. He was doing it himself, so let him do it.
Okay, I'm gonna let him clarify then.
All right. So I'll deal first with the point where I said all we need is money. When I was talking about we need money, I'm talking about them when it came to getting their utilities in a town that they have already bought. Okay. So don't take my statement out of context of, oh, all we need is money. And I even went back and clarified and said, no, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying, oh, we just get money and now it's only popping. Right. So I make sure that I went back and clarified that. I was talking in that specific situation in Toomsboro, Georgia. The thing that seems to be holding up their project is they need more money to probably either get their utilities going or to be able to buy and build out more lots, right? That is the specific point that I was talking about when it comes to the money. When you said something about, oh, we just build infrastructure here, I never said nothing about building infrastructure here. I said we have to go through here to get to whatever new economic system you guys are saying it is. I don't care what it is. The problem is always going to be the leaders and the authoritarians at the top. That's my argument, right? But whatever system, economic system that you're saying we need to go through, we have to first fight through this capitalistic system in order to get there, right? And so as it pertains to building infrastructure, I really don't know what you're talking about, because the only thing I was talking about at the end was the only way a play would work in Africa, because then when you start talking about Africa, the only way a play would work in Africa is to first have a piece of land, 2,000, 200,000 hectares, whatever it is, that is ours, that we own, that we're ready to fight and defend for, and then go and stage in Liberia for a few years, and then go there and slowly start to build up our infrastructure. That is my argument.
Okay.
But KT, before you go, bro, did you hear that? You know that we talking about that
Can you
place
let
in
me
Georgia?
respond? Yeah, I know what he's talking about. The Jonesboro, isn't that what it's
Toonsboro.
called? Okay.
Toonsboro. Jonesboro is further
Jones.
up
Yeah.
by Atlanta. So Toonsboro is
Well,
further
I
south.
know it was some boroughs. I mean, I've been listening the whole time. Y'all had I've been here when everybody else was up here and they just started falling off and y'all was all talking about how they
Okay.
fall. I've been here for a minute. But
Okay,
listen to me.
but you are tracking that
So what?
part. That's what we talking about right there with the money.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
the thing
Okay.
I would like to throw in there is I guess all in all, I mean, I want to take it back to where they're talking about socialism. I think that was Blue that kind of brought it up. We do kind of got to do a new form of government. I guess that'd be the best. Like I constantly preach this. Everybody act like I'm crazy for saying this, but we cannot make truly new progression off following purely old ways. I'm not saying we can't take some bits here and there, just like capitalism. Let's be real; it's made up of different forms of government that already pre-existed. You know what I'm saying? And overall, the context of capitalism is just basically saying like you can profit off of fucking people over. that's kind of inherently capitalism. Like we would have to build if we come with a new society, we have to get a new system. We would have some community aspect. We need that. Because otherwise it'll become what we're doing now. Where
I
it's
don't
just
think
like inherently.
anybody would disagree with you. That's why I say my concern is what's that system going to be, and then who are going to be the people that run it. Because in any of these systems, the main culprit is going to be whoever the people are that are in charge. That is
Well,
always what's going to be your problem.
I would say it should be a difference between the creators and the controllers. Does that make sense?
When you say a difference,
No,
yeah,
no. You
explain,
gotta
explain.
elaborate,
Okay.
bro.
Yeah, elaborate
Elaborate.
that.
So the people who make the technology at Apple, do you know about them or do you know about Steve Jobs?
I know about both. So you mean like who?
I
You mean
mean, you
who?
can name quite a few of them, but I doubt like you can name
Yeah,
every
but you
engineer
know
who was
Steve
there.
Jobs. Yeah,
Now,
you know
my
Steve
point is
Jobs.
like not saying we should make a Steve Jobs in terms of like this is the guy who's famous. I'm saying the inventors, they're not like, let's be honest, like people who build stuff, they're not very social. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree.
Like I think if anything, we should I don't want to say sell the product. Listen, I have my own personal idea on how we should work because I thought long and hard about this. I've
Well,
made my
then
own
let's
systems and
hear
all
it. But
types.
let me point out something first. I got love for you, fam. You got up here and told me that I was crazy, and we found out that you didn't have any idea what I was talking about.
That now listen, you did start talking about your argument against Blue was about how niggas didn't. We don't want to do it. I mean, or maybe it wasn't you. Maybe I'm wrong on that part. But somebody was telling Blue, and I thought it was you. You sound the same. I may be wrong, but somebody was telling Blue, niggas don't want to come together to do this shit. And we do just need the money. If we gather our resources together and come together, that's how we can make the shit we need to progress through this shit.
No, KT. That no
Now,
nobody said that.
I know the part I'm leaving out is to progress through this shit. Nobody said that, but somebody did say that.
So
Now, if it was you or not, I may be wrong.
So my argument, me and Blue been having these conversations for years. That's why he up there trolling, right? So no, that
He
is
said
not.
that.
See?
Nah, he said that. That's
Hey,
exactly what he
hey,
was saying.
KT, you let Blue lie to you if you want to. So
I'm not even letting nobody lie. I'm just saying
no.
what I heard
Here's the
someone
point
say.
that
I'm not even saying it's you.
Here's the point that
I
I'm.
may
No,
be wrong.
it's me and Blue that's been talking. Here's the point that I've made. Blue's idea is let's just go on a walkabout. Let's go just stop working. Everybody stop working. Go occupy the biggest forest in the country, I guess, or wherever he say we're gonna go, and then we just live there. And now we collapse the society and we force the government to come give us all the things that we need. That's basically his argument. What I'm
Oh yeah,
saying is
no, that
this.
never worked.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. We have to work to come together and unify to build the resources, redistribute those resources within our community, and then from there we build up and make a decision on where we're going to go and what we're going to do. Now,
Yeah,
preferably, I would like to know what that decision is beforehand. But if we can't get there, we at least need to agree that we need to build up wealth, and redistribute that wealth amongst ourselves.
I'm gonna be honest. It won't work like that. if anything, the smartest thing is to put it in the hand of a few. It's even like I was saying with the engineering
Well,
thing and like Steve Jobs and shit, right? Like it's the civil rights movement.
when
Like a
you
lot
say
of
put it
people
in the
marched, but
hands,
everybody wasn't the leaders.
when you say put it in the hands, so okay, no, that's the whole point of redistribution, bro. So I guess let me then elaborate. We are never just going to put anything in the hands of people. What we would do in that respect is we would create a trust fund, and we would make sure that that trust fund then distributes and allocates the money in the areas that we have determined would be the best move to make. We are never
No,
going
that's
to come.
finance. Finance, I'm cool with that. I'm talking about in terms of social, because that's the bigger. I'm gonna be
when
honest
when
with
you
you.
say social, you understand that it's the finance that's going to fund the social programs. This is why Domo was up here. Hold on, hold on. This is
No.
what listen. This is why Domo was up here so passionately talking about the anger that he has about these different bills that have been passed because they are now taking away the actual things needed by people who are struggling, especially older
Nah,
people
it's the
who.
energy that funds it.
Yeah,
Money don't
okay.
fund nothing.
Relax, bro. Relax.
Y'all
Relax.
tweaking. Y'all is
Relax.
tweaking right now. Go ahead and get your thought out, bro.
It's
But
the
I
time
think
that you put in
no.
that
Hold
fun
on.
shit.
Hold on. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Everybody relax, bro. Relax for a second, right? So now we're gonna have a real conversation, right? When we're talking about building the social programs, I assume that's what you mean when you say social, right, KT? That's just a quick yes or no.
Yeah.
Right. So building the social programs. Those social programs are going to require some type of funding. Now, Blue talking about you need energy to get the money. Okay, yeah, you need manpower to create the wealth. That's why the first play is to come together, figure out what it's going to be, generate that wealth, right? Now you can then use that wealth to create the social programs to start to take care of ourselves. Now, I'm not saying that that should be the first move, but I am saying that these things are possible. That's the point that I'm making. Now, I would love to hear anyone else's plan, right? Other than like right now, the only way out is through using this capitalistic system. Some people are going to want to stay here. Some people are going to leave after that, right? But the only way we getting out of this is generating wealth in this capitalistic society.
Oh, okay. Can I chime in right quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I find it crazy to sit here and want
Oh,
to put
for real?
Steve.
Blue,
Uh,
mute out.
yeah, it's not Steve Jobs because he's dead, but it's Tim Cook. I affectionately refer to him as Tim Apple. It's Jeff Bezos. You just because these guys have successfully uh built up a cash reserve for their entities, that
Mhm.
all of a sudden they're going to be the voice of capitalism and distribute the wealth, redistribute the wealth.
Not at all. Right.
That's
Right.
asinine
Yeah,
to
no,
even
that
say some shit
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
y'all. I think now this is where y'all kind of showing y'all not listening. Because what I said is that like it's just going. We need to place it in the hands of a leader. I didn't say that. Like again, like I said, the last example I gave was the civil rights movement. There's plenty of people marching, but we still said Malcolm, Martin. These are the people we entrust to
Okay,
speak
let me
for
cut
us
you off
and
like
talk
you
about.
just cut me off, bro,
I
because
didn't cut you
you
off.
clearly you did. I wasn't even through with my thought, and you just chopped in, and you done went from damn Steve Jobs, who was dead, and now you done went to the civil rights talking about Malcolm and
No, that's
Martin.
what I said before you even brought this up. But you stuck on Steve Jobs in order because that's the thing that you didn't
Uh,
hear, I guess. Because I'm not talking about whether or not they are the leaders of the shit. GA, are you hearing me? I'm not
no,
talking about whether or not they're the leader.
I'm not because you misusing names and you want to grant
No,
them
it's not.
authority.
That's the nigga name. Where did I misuse it?
The nigga dead. He been dead for a long
Okay, where did I
time.
misuse his name? When we
You
talk about iPhones, he brought it out. Did he not? Dead or alive? What are you talking about?
it's Tim Cook though who has been
Yeah,
a
that's who runs it now.
lead.
Who made Apple
Yeah.
famous? The person who blew up
So
Apple.
okay,
It's fucking
wait. So
Steve Jobs.
wait. So do you want a dead man to redistribute the wealth, or do you
Do
want
you?
somebody that's
That's what I'm saying. You not even listening to me. You're thinking
okay?
about your own thing. Nobody's talking about redistributing any wealth. I said in terms of us picking like how we have to move is even though it's us saying we come up with these ideals, we still need somebody to be the head of the ideal. That's what I said. I wasn't talking nothing
Okay,
about finance
so
yet.
do
The
you want
the
somebody?
social
Do you
part.
want
He
a
said
dead?
it needs money, and that's what we got
Wait,
the
wait,
money at.
wait. Do you want a dead white man to be ahead of it, or do you want a
Fuck, are
living
you
white
not
man to
getting?
be
I
ahead
was
of it?
giving. That's called an example, GA. Do you not understand what an example is?
No, you didn't state it as an example. You made a statement.
Yes, I
So
did. I literally said, for example, you know how like Steve Jobs isn't the guy who actually made it. It's engineers who made it, but he's the face. You didn't hear that. But again, as I just said, you're not listening.
yeah,
Like, I don't know why you're
well,
coming at me like that or something.
that.
Wow, whatever. But
No, I'm just going off what you said, bro. So go ahead and finish your thought, so I can beat it up some more.
you that's
Pause.
pause. Yeah, first of all, let's extreme pause on me. Like
That
you
was
said,
crazy.
that was nasty work. You know what I'm saying?
That was wild as shit, bro.
Yo, you gotta think that. Hey, listen, this is what I'm
Hey,
talking about,
hey, in
GA.
his
You gotta think
defense, he
before you
paused it
speak.
though. In his defense, he paused it. In his defense, he caught it immediately, yo. So
Listen,
No, seriously, finish
though.
your thought, though, bro. Finish your thought.
All I'm
Get the
saying is,
complete thought out there, so
in
I
the
can
social
understand.
aspect, we need leaders in those things. We're going to make a movement, and if listen, like right now, how somebody earlier brought up the shit that we talk about, reparations. Mm-hmm. We can't go up there as a group for reparations. It's only going to be one person who can do the most talking, and we have to agree on that person. I'm just saying that in a lot of things, we need to go about things in that way. That's why I said the socialism aspect.
Okay. I thought you were
governance.
saying like put the money in their hands and then let them read. I get what you're saying. So you saying we got to elect a leader that's our spokesperson. And now I don't disagree with that though, right? So you do have to have people, but this is how government works, right? So you got to have people who are the actual, runners and sustainers of the day-to-day government, and then you have the actual employees that are doing, the boots on the ground stuff. Like the person who's building the widget is not the best person to go talk because they probably gonna cut somebody out. So yeah, I don't think we disagree with that part.
Yeah. And you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's something we would have to add. We need, I think on the social part, if we want me to be honest, it wasn't what Blue was saying, but I do agree with a communal aspect. I think things need to be, let's break it down like this. If we still go by everything with a state but get rid of the government, right? Your alderman basically becomes your city. I mean, your quote unquote like ward, that area. They become that area's mayor. And you get rid of the entire city mayor. You just have the personal community mayors, right? Like this one appointed community leader. And then in totality,
you saying do that here in America?
No, I'm breaking it down like again, just an example, like because I know it's something new that I could explain. If I do it without that, I guess it might sound just too crazy. So I'm trying to make it in parallel, like of the system we have, but just taking out parts.
I ain't gonna lie, I want to follow you, bro, but like these. Oh, go ahead and finish. I don't want to be rude. Go ahead and finish, bro.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
I say if you're not understanding, that's what.
No, I understand it. It sounds like we're making plans for something that is not really feasible, right? To say that we're just gonna go to an area and we're just gonna get rid of that government. We're gonna get rid of that mayor. We're just gonna have our own little mayor over here and get rid of that mayor of that city. Like,
I mean, we're gonna have to do something because that's what they did. Like, that's the thing.
That's what who is they?
This
who is they?
No, wait,
what
hold
we
on,
up
Blue.
against.
Blue,
wait, who is they?
They
wait,
took what they
Blue.
got,
Don't
and then they
complicate
create the
KT.
rules to hold it. You got
No,
to do the same thing.
Okay, Blue. Once again,
wait.
go
Don't
ahead,
complicate his thought. That's you. KT was in the midst of. He was. Yeah. It sounded like he was.
That's what he's saying, though.
No. He said make the governor the mayor and make the mayor the ward or the city councilman. He's breaking
Make the
down.
governor the president. I didn't get finished with that though, but the governor will basically become the president of that state. Each state has their own president. I was trying to just make it in a comparison to how we move to make it easier. We would just get rid of the government, and every governor will become the president. That's the state's president.
What the hell, bro?
I mean, again, it's a new system. It's not going to be something that works or you would be able to compare. Because even though I'm not agreeing with Blue in totality, I do agree with what he's saying in the terms. Because listen, you can only beat the game by not playing the game or creating a different game.
You gotta create a new game.
Wait. No. But okay,
I'm
KT,
with that right there.
wait. Okay, KT, you do realize you're not explaining anything new.
Hold on, Fi. This is not y'all. This is his new system. Y'all not gonna
Yeah.
put this. Hey, I want to make this
Nah,
clear.
but
The
he
words
right
expressed
though.
by KT and Blue are not the words expressed by A9 and GA. I'm gonna tell you why. So just let me jump in and then I'll shut up, bro.
No, ain't none. Don't make it long, bro.
You gotta
Because
think, bro.
I'll be real good. I'll be real quick.
Let me give you
You know
some
what?
more though.
I'll
That
let GA go. I'll let
not
GA go.
not let me give you some more to go with, right?
No, please don't, bro. Please
This
don't.
is why he right though, because when you really look at it, bro, if you see every time you sit down and play Monopoly with somebody, bro, they playing when they hand you the dice,
Bro,
they
we not
already
playing
got all.
Monopoly,
This
fam.
is
Blue,
Monopoly,
you is
bro.
tweaking, man. Stop talking,
Bro,
cause
this
it's
is
a losing.
definitely Monopoly.
No, man, you looting. It's not Monopoly. You're talking
We are
crazy
on a
right now,
Monopoly.
man. No, we're
This is a
not.
Monopoly.
No, I
It's
won't say it's monopoly. Listen, let me hop in here.
How
I'm not gonna
not?
say it's monopoly, but listen to me. Capitalism didn't exist until they made capitalism here. So let's stop talking like, oh, we under some system that they started since the beginning of time. Yeah, y'all can say, oh yeah, they did something like it, but no, it wasn't capitalism until America came. So let's stop acting like, oh, we just under some system that just been here since it's not. We can make a new
no.
system. That's my
This
point. Like we gotta stop acting
no.
like,
Okay,
oh, if you make the new
but
system, that's impossible. It's not, especially even if we take some basis of it. Because I call my system social capitalism. It's where natively you practice socialism, but globally you practice capitalism. Meaning we can sell products at wild price
As a nation.
charges and things, to other nations. But as a country,
That's what China
we should
did.
look out for it. And in terms, kind of
bro.
without the dictatorship, though, we
No,
would get rid of it.
wait. Hey, KT, stop, bro. Because right now, before capitalism, it was called mercantilism.
Talk your
Stop it.
talk, GA.
It's
Talk your
nothing
talk.
Yeah,
new
it's
Fruitalism.
under.
not called
Fruitalism.
capitalism because it ain't the same thing, right?
Oh
Fruitalism.
my God,
That's why
man.
it's a different
I
word.
can't do this. I can't.
Remember,
Man,
it
you
comes
guys are
out of
tweaking right now,
fruitalism
man.
and,
And
I
this
and
can't do
whole
this.
now
idea, no,
capitalism comes from fruitalism.
I'm
It,
about to
it
I'm about
well
to get
here it
both.
not
comes
I'm
out
about
of
to
not.
get both these. I'm about to
neo-colonialism.
get both
Wait,
these
blue,
things.
blue,
Nick. I'm
blue. You
about
messed
to
that word up. It's not frutalism. It's feudalism.
Feudalism, my fault. I'm a butcherer today, bro.
Okay, it's all good. It's respect, bro. But I'm just saying, it's nothing new under
I'm
the
a
sun.
butcherer today.
Y'all trying to make this stuff sound like it's
Yeah, but
something new,
that
and
it
the
came
whole
from
thing.
Europe though.
Wait. And then KT, your whole ideal of talking about make the governors, the president, or whatever, bro. That already goes on. This is called the United States. States
have
implies.
governors because the governors get. You know what?
Yeah,
Go
they
ahead,
have a
GA.
they have an aspect of sovereignty that comes with them,
Yeah,
man. If you
bro.
go,
Yeah.
London is the
But the government
capital.
exists, doesn't it?
No,
Then I
no, no,
say
no,
get
no, no,
rid of
no,
the
no, no, no,
government.
no, no, no.
Yes,
You
yes, yes,
saying
yes, yes,
get
yes, yes. Like that's what I'm saying. You can't
you're
overtalk the
saying
fact
get
that that exists.
you
Like
saying
regardless of
get
what you're saying, a government exists above them, right?
above who?
They have some form of anonymity, whatever. I mean,
Anonymity.
yeah, my
Hey
Bro, you
man, don't
sounding
hey, we
crazy
autonomy.
all
right
loaded
now,
today,
man.
bro.
Yeah,
Don't even feel
Black
bad.
man, stop it. You sounding
autonomy.
crazy.
I mean, they
Hey,
have
y'all
some
gotta
form of
stop this,
autonomy,
bro.
but
Y'all
they are
gotta
not.
stop, bro.
Okay, listen, they have some form of autonomy. I apologize. I apologize.
Okay.
They have
Nah,
some
y'all
form of
not gonna do
autonomy,
us like
but again,
that.
No,
they're
no, no,
not.
no, 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 because I really need you to understand this. North Carolina is a state, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand that England is a state? Germany is a state. Russia is
Mm,
a state.
mm,
Uh, Saudi Arabia is a state. Do
mm.
you understand? Can we get some type of consensus that those are states?
Yeah, we know that.
Then, when you sit there and say the governor of the state of
So how
North
you
Carolina,
organize a group of states if you do it differently from others? Because as you just said, the system I said, you say, hey, that sounds like China. Yeah, without a dictator. So is that not what system's doing that? No other. So it's nothing wrong, nobody, because as I said
No,
from the
no, no,
beginning,
no, no,
with
no, no.
anything you have to
What
use
did
the
you
basis from
just
other things
say?
prior.
What did you just say? What's different about the state of North Carolina and the state of Germany? What is different about those?
They're governed different. Do you not
Listen,
understand? Like you said, Germany is a country, right? But it's just a state. It's a singular state. It's not a body of states. It's a
but
bunch of cities across the country.
what's
It's a whole
different in
different setup.
what's different in Germany and what's different in North Carolina?
One's not a country. Do you get that?
They're both states.
They're
They're
not
our
country.
country.
But only one's a country, right?
No, no, no. Do not confuse country and state.
No,
State
but
imply
one's a
no, no,
country,
no, no, no,
right?
no, 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 no. State country infers some type of sovereignty.
Yes. That's why that one's a state. That's why North Carolina's a state, but Germany's a country. Even though they're both states, we can agree with that. But one's actually
Hold on,
classified
you
as a
saying
country.
that
North
Germany?
Carolina's
Are you
not.
saying North
Okay,
Carolina is a sovereign state? Because that's
North Carolina.
different from being a
No.
sovereign country.
Oh, Blue, are you shitting me right now? Do you not understand the whole concept behind the United States, the term state? Will y'all just go and Google that real
Ye-
quick? Go to Webster's, look that shit up, Google it, do
Yeah,
whatever,
but
and look up what a
even
state is. Stop it. God damn.
so,
GA.
but
You
no,
haven't.
no,
I'm not. No, let's chill, Blue, because
I might,
I
yeah,
gotta
because
step in.
maybe I'm just misunderstanding
Yeah, because you're
what you
not making
saying.
a point. Because you're
Wait,
saying they're both states, but no, Germany's a fucking country. North
wait,
Carolina
okay.
is a state under a government. That's why it's not a country. That's the difference. Like Georgia, like you know how Georgia, and then it's another country of Georgia. They're not the
Y'all
same
is
thing.
bro,
They're
y'all is
both
tweaking.
states.
Black man, stop it. You tweaking right now. I threw a term out there, sovereignty. They both have sovereignty. The
No,
uniqueness that
that
comes.
yeah, that's what I was arguing. That's what I was. You talking about a comment because Georgia is I mean North Carolina is a commonwealth.
No, it
No,
Is
it's
ain't got
not a
nothing to
commonwealth.
fucking do with it. I'm talking about all 50, whether they're Commonwealth or not. They're fucking states and they have states' rights, which alludes to sovereignty. Come on, bro. Y'all too damn
Nah,
old to
yeah,
not even
yeah, but
understand
that,
this.
No,
it's
with
to
the
an
government,
extent
that makes that
because it
untrue.
can't
We
go
don't have
past the
complete.
federal government.
Yeah, we don't have
Hey,
complete
hey, it was
sovereignty on
great
any
build,
state. No state has complete
Okay,
sovereignty.
great
so
build,
that,
y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. Um,
Because just think about it, they couldn't
y'all take it
overturn
easy.
Roe versus Wade in states until Roe versus Wade was overturned. Once that was overturned, then the state started criminalizing abortion.
bro, you nigger babbling right now. That has nothing to do with the question at hand. I'm talking about sovereignty. And I'm talking about the states within the United States that y'all is not picking up what I'm trying to put down.
Yeah, but even most states, bro, they still follow, like Germany doesn't have a federal. If Germany passes a law to to decriminalize weed, there's no federal government that can come through and overcome that. If
Germany,
California decriminal makes weed legal, the federal government here can still go in and take and confiscate that money that them dispensaries made. That's why when you go to a dispensary, they make you pay in cash.
bro, we talking about government and you done went all into all type of economic setups. You tweaking,
No,
blue.
no, but that's what I'm saying. That's the
No,
difference,
you
though,
tweaking. It ain't no
between
difference. We
Germany
talking.
and North Carolina.
Damn, I don't believe this, man.
I'm saying you saying that Germany and North Carolina has the same amount of sovereignty as Germany?
Are there any mayors in Germany?
No,
So there are no mayors in Germany. Are you
no,
sure about that?
I don't think they got mayors in there.
Are you sure about that?
I don't. I'm not positive. I don't think they got mayors doing Germany.
Yeah,
Are
because
there
they
any?
got cities. They do,
Are
because
there,
they got cities.
yeah. Are there any townships in Germany? Are there any
Yes.
Yeah,
cities
yeah, yeah.
in
Those
Germany?
towns. Yeah,
Yes. Now that again, like I said, Blue may be arguing it in a worse way, but listen,
yeah.
he's
I get
right
that.
though in the because the point he's making is still factual. It's no oversight of Germany. It's nobody over them to say if you do this, we can circumvent that, or we can disagree and just not allow you to do that. The government in the United States makes this a completely different thing, which is why it's a completely different
No,
name.
no, 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 no,
Capitalism
no, no,
is a
no, no.
different name because it's a
No,
different
no,
type
no.
of
Okay.
government.
No, no, no. Okay. So calm down, KT. So it sounds like you and I can have a conversation. You say Germany, there's no oversight in Germany. And let's put a pin in that. And for North Carolina, what's the oversight for North Carolina?
The
The
federal government.
government,
No,
yeah.
no, 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 Blue. You have been disqualified, Blue, because this is me and KT now.
I mean, that, I'm making that.
Respectfully,
Okay.
bro.
I mean, I
Respectfully.
listen, but
Yeah,
okay, I'll listen.
yeah. And I said it respect. I don't mean no disrespect. I
Nah, I
just
mean, maybe I mean, I might be miscommunicating. So I
yeah.
rather it come out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
because
rather it come out. As long as it come out, I'm good.
yeah, no, we missing, but KT kind of picked up on there. So you say Germany has no oversight. What oversight does North Carolina have, KT?
The federal government
The federal government, and that's by an agreement, or do you just they're submissive to the federal government?
in the agreement.
Also, due to an agreement. So hence now that goes back to my term of the United States because they have agreement, but the federal government decide to acknowledge and recognize the sovereignty or the state rights of North Carolina. Can we agree on that?
No, no, what they have is semi-autonomy.
Okay, well, can
Because
you explain?
sovereignty is saying you
Well,
can
no,
do
no, no, no,
whatever
no,
you
no, no, no. Can you just explain to me what you mean when you say that semi-autonomy word?
so that means some things you can do kind of on your own, but most shit you can't. Like
And
if you look at companies, like when a company buys Xbox, for instance, Xbox just bought like Bethesda and shit, and they were like, yeah, they're autonomous. And then a couple years later, they was like, well, they're semi-autonomous. You know, we tell them what games to put on what platforms and shit like that. So it means like they maybe make the games they want, but it's still Xbox who says, nah, y'all can't put that out or not. So that's the same thing as states, right? They'll say, all right, y'all could say, let transgenders use the bathroom there, whatever, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Make this a nationwide thing or something. Nah, we'll push back on that. Or if we want to, also we can just come down and say, don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
okay, is weed legal in Colorado?
Yes,
Is weed legal across the United States?
yes.
No,
Well, in a lot of states, yeah.
And no, no, is it legal? Is it federal law that weed is legal in the United
no, it's
States?
illegal. No, it's
No,
illegal.
it's legal in some states.
No,
It's
no,
illegal.
no, 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 no. You made a differentiation of being between federal and state governments. I asked the
Yeah.
question: is weed legal on the
I
federal
mean,
statutes?
federally, no,
No, it's
federally, no.
Okay,
illegal.
okay, but is it legal in Colorado?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, so
That's why I said semi-autonomy, right? And
but
even
that
like what
but
Blue was
but
pointing
that's
out
what I was
earlier, they can
saying. The
still go
feds
and
can come
seize their
in.
money. Yeah, they could
They
still
can
go
take
seize their
that
money.
shit.
They got
wait,
whole
wait, wait.
reports and documentaries about that shit too. One of the richest people in
No, 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 no.
Colorado is
Let's
a
let's
white
let's
woman.
not let's not talk about documentaries. Let's talk about where we are in our understanding. Because y'all done threw economics in there, y'all done threw this in there, and I
I mean,
just
that's
want to
what the
find out.
government kind of
No, 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 no,
controls
no, no,
mostly.
no, 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 no. I'm just trying to figure out: do the states have sovereignty or not?
No,
I,
because at any point the federal, like literally, it's technically illegal. So at any point, them folks who, yeah, though California said it was okay, if they, let's say they didn't take cash and they was allowing you to use your card on purchases. At any point, the government could seize that money and California can't help you.
Wait. So the federal government can now come seize revenue from California?
They can
Yeah,
seize
they've
that
already done
money.
that.
It's illegal money. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
that's
making
why.
illegal money. It's
And I'm not trying
federally
to make
illegal.
like
No,
a
no,
whole
no, no,
documentary thing.
no, no, no,
Look,
no,
I'm
no,
not trying to make.
not documentary. Source that, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't remember what her name is, but y'all can look this up. It's a woman in Colorado. She bought an Apple store. Is the big Apple
Okay,
store in
so
Colorado. She
now
made it
we
a
buying
weed store
stores.
and they seized her
We was
funds.
just buying weed. Now we buying stores.
No,
So
No,
no,
I'm saying
no.
she
Like,
bought the
hold on.
store to
We'll
sell
stick
weed.
with just buying weed. If you buying weed, you can't. The reason why they make you spend cash is because they can't. At any point, the government can take their money. That's why they having you spend cash.
source
Yeah,
that, sir. Source that, please.
I mean, that's on his. I'm just saying this.
Hold on.
Listen, you can look up the woman. I'm talking about the Apple store because a woman
No, no,
that
no, no,
bought the
no, no.
Apple store.
I'm talking
Stop,
about the state.
stop.
I'm
She was
no.
selling
You
weed out the
stop.
Apple store. This is why I'm saying this is the thing you can look up because I can't remember her name. Just look up the formal Apple store in Colorado. That's not a weed store. This woman has a documentary. Well, she wasn't just her. There's a bunch of people in Colorado, but she's talked, went on camera, got things to prove it. She had her put her money from her sales in the bank, and the feds came and seized her shit.
Okay,
It's
wait. So, bro,
Vice Channel
no,
has a
no, no,
lot of
no, no, no. So, what you're saying now is somebody that, under the guise of
Can,
a tech store, was selling weed. That's what
can
we're
you
no,
hear me
talking
right
about.
now?
no, you're not
No, no, no,
listening,
no,
GA. You're
no.
inserting something that I never said. Correct?
God damn, no,
I
it's
just
not
literally said
correct.
she bought an Apple store.
Reiterate. She bought an Apple store.
Yeah, and started selling weed out of it. That's it.
Okay, the
She
Apple
wasn't. She
store. They
wasn't
put.
saying buy a phone and I give you weed. She was literally selling weed because it's in Colorado.
Okay, but if I got an Apple store, what do I sell? Apple products.
No, Nick, that's the point. I'm just pointing out. That's why I said, remember, I said I can't remember her name, but I'm telling
Hold on.
y'all this.
Let
So
me.
if
I
y'all
can
want to
read it
look
right
this up,
now.
yeah,
God damn.
this is what you can look up.
This be that
This is.
bullshit, man. That
I can read it
you
right
wait.
now. This is
Okay.
from the ABC.org, bro. Dispensaries often operate as cash only businesses due to the federal classification of cannabis as a Schedule 1 drug under the Controlled Substance Act, CSA. Here's why. Federal prohibition, cannabis remains illegal at the federal level in the United States, even though many states have legalized it for medical and recreational use. This federal illegality makes it difficult for mainstream financial institutions, which are federally regulated, to provide services to cannabis businesses. Why? Because major banks and credit card companies are hesitant to work with cannabis businesses due to the risk of violating federal laws and facing potential penalties such as money laundering charges. This limits dispensaries' access to traditional banking services, including opening bank accounts, securing loans, and processing credit or debit card payments. As a result, dispensaries often rely on cash transactions to operate. It can be considered a money laundering, bro. That shit is it's illegal.
It's illegal to sell weed at the tech store.
it's illegal to listen. Federally, it's illegal to sell weed. Period. So that's the thing. It don't matter what Colorado said because you skipping you're being intentionally I don't know what the word is right now, but ignorant.
Disingenuous.
Yeah, disingenuous
Wait a
for real.
minute.
That's what
Cause
he's
you
Wait
trying
a
to
you
say.
minute.
acting like I sat here and said I ain't listen, GA. I ain't one time say well she was acting like she was selling. I just was pointing out she bought the Apple store because it was like the only Apple store there. That was the main reason she even the weed store blew up because it was like that was one of the biggest Apple stores in Colorado, and she turned it into a weed store. But yeah, it's plenty of people on document, like business people, white people, even if you want to look at it like that, like that literally have talked about the government coming seizing their money from weed sales in the state where it's legal.
Wait a minute, bro. And your point is, man, you cannot be this damn shallow as much as you come up on here and talk.
That
You,
it's not the
you're getting
same
me
as
triggered
Germany.
right now. No, we ain't talking about no damn Germany. We talking about a damn Apple store in California that's selling weed, and you trying to make it seem like I'm
No,
being
she bought
disingenuous.
an Apple store and turned it into a dispensary. She bought an Apple. It used to be an Apple store. It's not an Apple store.
Yeah.
She turned the Apple store into a dispensary.
Did she at any time leave the Apple logo up there and make it to pretense that she
No,
was selling Apple
No,
no,
products?
dog,
no.
dog.
Okay, well, she broke a fucking federal
Yo,
law.
Dev, Domo in the back.
Y'all is tweaking right now, man. I can't believe y'all this damn shallow, man. How old is y'all? Let me check y'all IDs. We gotta start
Bro,
checking
you
IDs coming up
stop,
in here.
GH. Get the fuck out of here. Because your
No,
head argument was whether or not you were talking about they got
GA
sovereignty
on
and
some
nigga they don't.
bullshit right
They
now.
don't
no,
got sovereignty. Just let that shit.
GA is not on some bullshit. Y'all on some dumb shit
Yes.
right
So
now.
do
I
they got
cannot
You
believe
just
sovereignty
that.
or not,
you
GA?
compare North
No.
Carolina and Germany.
North Carolina is a state and Germany is a state. I stand on
Yeah,
that.
but they don't have the same amount of autonomy as I just said. Again, if the federal government is the oversight branch, they do not have the same. Germany doesn't, it's nobody over the country of Germany to say, besides maybe like NATO or some shit, to say like, don't do that. With us, as me as a North Carolinian, if my governor say I want to pass this law, the federal government can literally come down and be like, no. Or they could be like, all right, do it. We
Oh,
still gonna
that's
take our money
bullshit.
from
No, wait. Do you realize that there are states that got lawsuits right now against the federal government? I
it.
don't
Yeah, how
believe
that's
that
going
bullshit.
for them? Which one won?
They're in litigation, guy.
Huh? I know. Oh yeah, they're gonna be
Man,
there
what
for
the
100
fuck?
years.
This is fucking just so disheartening right now. That I got a grown ass man sitting here don't even fucking understand where the fuck he live.
GA, I understand where I live ain't Germany, my nigga. That's what I do understand.
Oh
I
my
understand we don't
god.
have the same amount of autonomy as Germany either.
Do you understand what a state is?
Yes.
Do you understand what states' rights
Do
is?
you
Do you
understand what a
understand
country is?
literally
So is Germany a country or not? As I've been saying from the beginning, GA.
Germany is a country. I would say
Okay, is
North
North
Carolina.
Carolina one?
No. Yes, North Carolina is a country.
Oh,
Hence the term the United States. I just really ask that you just fucking go to Webster's and look up what a state is. Look at your constitution and look at what states right. Bro, you was tweaking.
Germany is not a state
Blue.
like North Carolina, man. We ain't
Stop
doing
there,
that,
bro.
man.
Go look up the term state. Go look that shit up, man. This is crazy, man. This, you know what? Y'all really need Domo to be up here right now to fix y'all niggas,
Yo,
man.
Domo back. I think he dropped. Someone's
This
wrong
is
with his mic.
yeah. He probably don't even want to talk to y'all. Y'all is tweaking right now.
He back in the back.
Oh man, now I'm looking at chat. Motherfuckers telling me I'm playing semantics. We leaks. You're dumb as hell too, man.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we get it out.
Mm.
Yeah, nah. So technically, what GA is speaking to is this concept known as federalism, right? So you have states that exist as independent entities, and then you have a federal government that those states have a relationship with. That kind of creates the confederation called the United States of America. So, like each state, technically, if we look at it from like a larger perspective, like we have states that are bigger than like whether land wise or whether we talk about economy wise that are bigger than other what we would call countries, right? But a
Right,
country is a state, right? Like it's not a state like how we think about states, but a state as in a independent entity with its own government that determines how it functions. You feel me? So like the difference between North Carolina and Germany, they both have their own independent governments. They both have their own constitutions and how they function. The difference though is that Germany is a sovereign state, while North Carolina is a state within the Confederation of the United States of America. Right? So it's like but states still, to a large degree, operate independently
right.
in
Nah,
how they
GA.
government set up, right? But they have,
Yeah,
and you have in the Constitution, you have something called the supremacy clause, which is states have all like the federal government. It is outlined what it controls is specifically outlined in the Constitution, right? Everything else is left to the states. However, if there are certain strands of ambiguity in there, the supremacy clause means that there is a default to the federal government to make that determination. So it's like when GA is talking about like states suing the federal government, is because like usually those suits are based on constitutional powers, like whether or not the federal government is doing something outside the bounds of what it's constitutionally allowed to do. So when he says that Germany is a state, he's not wrong. But in the context of its sovereignty, we call it a country. In the context of its sovereignty, because
And
we
that's
have
what we did.
states,
But
that
Dama,
are independent, but they're not
and
sovereign.
that was, and then I wasn't literally just saying the difference is Germany is basically a sovereign place,
So
and we have semi-autonomy.
Yeah, GA was
I
trying to
literally
say they
said
both
that.
got the same
Yeah,
sovereignty.
that's what I'm saying. He
That's
trying to
why he
argue
got
that
up
they
out of
both on
here
the same
real
level.
quick.
No, they not.
GA got up out of here quick too.
Yeah, I don't even know what
Oh
the fuck y'all
yeah.
was talking about, but
Nah, he rolled bounce quick out this. Hey, look, he took that
He
doorway
got
quick
up out
as
of here
hell. I
quick.
didn't even know this nigga was
He
gone.
gone, man.
I rolled a blunt, came back. This nigga gone.
Soon as Domo said, well,
I ain't gonna cap. I was like, shit, Damo
no,
coming
it's
up. All right, Damo about to cook. And you heard GA talking shit. I was for a second like, yeah, Damo probably about to side with Cuz for real. Because he talking to me like, he had me thinking for a second like, am I tripping?
GA gone, man. He got
I
up
ain't
out of
trying to make it seem like some wild shit, but I'm like, damn, nigga, am I tripping? Nah, nigga, I'm not
He was
tripping.
trolling, man. GA was trolling with that one, bro.
yeah, I don't
And they
even
said,
understand
what's
what the
the
conversation
difference?
was about.
He said, what's the difference between North Carolina and Germany?
Yeah, good. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, bro, yeah, come on, man. We
Like,
not.
what?
He's trying to.
Ah, GA. You trolling.
I
Now
mean,
you
yeah, the
my
difference
brother
is just
though.
the
But
federal
what?
government, right? Like the difference is just the federal
Yeah,
government.
Yeah, it's the
that's what
federal
I said. The
government.
federal government itself. That would be the main difference. That's all I was
He was
even
making it
arguing.
like they ain't got no impact for real. Like, nah, bro. They could fuck some shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again though, I do think like that question of like states have a wide range of independence, especially depending
Yeah.
on who's in control of the federal government. Like a
Yeah.
lot of like when Donald Trump is talking about, he want to give things back to the states. You know what I mean? That's a part of like more of the conservative approach to pull back the reins of the federal government, allow states to operate largely independently, and really just have the federal government to protect like interstate commerce, like the exchange. You know what I'm saying? Like monitoring the exchanges between
Right.
the economic exchanges between states and amongst actors and all that other type shit. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I
Yeah.
think GA back in the back. I think he trying to come back. Yeah, GA trying to come back.
Yeah, I was about to say you gotta come back, GA, because boy, you ran.
Yeah, man.
Boy, I ain't never even said you ran, but boy, I ain't mean to say you ran, but you got up out of here very fast. That's all.
It was definitely good timing. It was definitely good. I mean, but
Imagine.
overall, and that's why we were saying though too. Like the example was with them, why the states where weed is legal, um, they won't allow you. They only let you use cash.
nah, you can use
You
a
know what I
card.
mean?
I've used
Yeah,
cards.
some of them. Yeah, some places will let you, but and even in that though, it's charged like a bank. It's charged like
Not
you
no more.
withdrawing at a ATM.
Not no more. Not
Oh,
no
for
Yeah,
more.
I
real?
ain't even
They,
gonna argue none
yeah,
today because I already
they
know.
was doing that shit like that at first, but not no more. Like nigga, you can straight up like, hey, swipe that debit card, boom, boom, boom,
I
boom.
ain't gonna lie,
Like
I'm not buying no
I know
weed from a
exactly.
dispensary.
No,
I
no,
know
no. This
exactly what
one,
you're
no. I'm
talking about, bro.
saying you talking about where you swipe it at the what you call it, right? But don't it charge you like a
Nah, it run
ATM
as a
fee though,
debit.
right?
Run as
Oh,
a
it run
debit.
at a
It
debit
was a
now.
couple
Oh,
times. Yeah, it was a couple times. I got some shit from Weed Maps,
yeah.
and when they delivered it, that was like the exchange. Like it was like I had to get like it was like I was doing like cash back type shit. And then I
Oh
just and it
yeah.
was like really it was like how they did it is like you really getting cash back, but you tipping like you giving them the money as a tip type shit. But now it's like yeah, you swipe that hoe like normal. But it's that's really only at places to where they on the full up and up. You know what I'm saying? They meeting every regulation because then that gives the like federal agencies more insight. You get more insight when you doing shit through the banks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, what the hell was the main topic? I done forgot with that GA shit. I ain't gonna lie. But fuck. I was explaining something.
Oh, GA got set down. Who set GA down?
Man, Aaron set me down on some fuck weed shit.
Oh damn.
We arguing about
Ah,
motherfucking states' rights and motherfucking sovereignty, and this nigga want to take the side of some
Oh,
motherfucking weed.
my bad. Was it 10 minutes?
Yeah, it was 10 minutes, but Molly bailed me out.
damn, GA.
Yeah,
Damn, I ain't even know. My bad. Cause I was like, boy, why he get up out of here so fast? I thought you dipped or something. I'm gonna keep it real, GA.
no, because y'all niggas are sounding crazy, man. Y'all ran from state sovereignty to damn sovereignty to what a state is to talking about weed being sold at a damn Apple
GA, you
store.
the one who did all of this.
I
You
did
did
that.
not did you
You
not
niggas
ask what the
introduced all
did you
this.
say what's the
No,
difference
hey,
between
but if,
North
hey, if,
Carolina
if
and
I could
Germany?
provide if I could provide a bit of clarity, when they say they were selling weed at an Apple store, they talking about like the aesthetic, right? Like it's like they got like it's a storefront that used to be an Apple store, so it carries that aesthetic. But that aesthetic is also used in a lot of modern dispensaries today. Like it has more of a modern look to it. So it's not
Yeah.
necessarily associated with Apple, or nor do they pretend to make it associated with Apple. But the aesthetic of an Apple store is one that is commonly used to kind of design dispensaries.
But
Yeah, and you
but
can say this woman was
but
pretty
wait a
much the
minute.
first one to do it. She
But
just bought an
Domo,
actual Apple store and set it up.
when they doing it, they violating the law, right? So even though we would
Uh,
be, go ahead.
I mean, like yeah, like for example, actually, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. But like like I guess like technically you can say
But
that
the,
they're in it.
who has jurisdiction? That's gonna be the
Well,
issue.
it's a gray area right now. Like it's a gray area right now.
Okay, but
Like for example, you can have like so for example, you can have marijuana in LAX, right? Like
mhm.
I've seen a nigga like in front of me, like have clearly just came from dispensary, had a toiletry bag full of weed, right? Full of tree. Um, they found it. They opened it up. They let them know, hey, we at least got to let. Now these are federal agents. TSA is are federal employees, and
Right,
they
right,
letting them know,
right.
like, we gotta kind of point this out, whatever. But put everything back in his bag and let the man on about his way, right? And so we're clearly there's clearly this gray area that gets created with legalization, because you technically, if it's federally illegal, TSA is supposed to confiscate it. Police is supposed to be called. He's supposed to be taken to jail, right? But in LAX, they don't operate that way. You know what I mean? So that's
That
why it's like,
is.
yeah, you can say like technically, is it are there could there be laws that they saying that could be broken? It's like yes,
But
but
see,
you know what I mean?
But well, hold on, man, because see that's that bullshit where we segued into this argument because the premise was that the state is subjected to the federal government, and then I just posed the question: Hey, is weed legal in Colorado? And the answer was yes. And
Ah,
you, you,
yeah,
you
I get
you
what
see
you're
what I'm
saying
saying?
now. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we get a story of somebody bought an Apple store and they were selling weed, and I'm like,
No,
okay.
we're proving showing how that they are subjected to them. Because regardless of them saying that, listen, if the feds truly crack down and said no, we just won't allow it, they won't do it anymore. But the feds are saying, all right, we're gonna let y'all still do it, but in some cases we gonna steal their money.
Ah, that's
This
Well,
is
nah, but see, I
literally
think though,
happening.
but then
that's
I
the
think though,
technicality. Well, go ahead,
yeah, and then
Domo.
I think that speaks to GA point though, in the context of because like the reason why the federal government isn't cracking down on it is because states allow or actually the decriminalizing or allowing for people to have it, and so that would speak to a higher level, like a level of sovereignty that gives states the ability to operate. That even though this thing may be federally illegal, we're still going to allow the citizens or the people who occupy the state to utilize this. So that would be so like in that context, that would be states' rights altering the level of federal oversight
Thank
in
you,
this
Domo,
context.
because you don't have the FBI, you don't
So
have the
simply,
no no
is
no no
North
no no no
Carolina the
wait,
same as
wait.
Germany?
What? Yes.
Damo.
No 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 wait no let's revisit that.
But
Let's go.
This is the
Domo,
whole concept we're making. And I'm pointing out, no, North Carolina does not have the amount of autonomy because they're not a sovereign place. Like you could say they're maybe a sovereign state, I guess, and they're not. Like I said, they're semi-autonomous. Because again,
no
we
no
can't say that
no
the feds can come down and crack on them. They've done it before plenty of times.
no, because when you say that, you're sitting there and just neglecting the whole concept of states' rights. When you sit there and say that, you just neglecting the sovereignty of a state. A state has no rights from your position.
No, because they've shown they don't. We can make the argument of slavery about it if this is the true honest case. Even afterwards,
nah,
Oh
Jim
my
Crow and all that, right?
God, you
I mean,
nah, nah, nah,
tweaking.
nah, nah, nah.
it was
Hold on,
federally illegal,
because
but they still
here's the
allowed it
point,
though, right? And,
right?
and,
Well,
and
no, but
eventually they said, no, we're just not going to allow like at least the murder parts. Not saying all of it, but they said, nah, a lot of this we're just not going to allow. Period. We're cracking down on that. We're going to stop that. So as I'm
So,
saying, don't. I'm
right,
okay,
not
right,
arguing
but
whether or
wait,
not
but
because
we
wait,
I
don't.
wait,
said
wait, wait.
But when you look at states that have legalized marijuana, why is if like operating under that understanding, then the U.S. government would just be constantly sending ATF agents and FBI agents into all these known
Exactly.
dispensaries that are operating. You know what I'm saying?
And
Functioning with state
and
licenses
nah, we
and
used to
like
just seize the
business
bank
insurance,
account.
all these other things. So it's like what we see from the government is the government saying that we're giving states certain levels of autonomy to function when it comes to
And but Damo, they
marijuana
still to
specifically.
this day
KT
still
been
serving
saying
people with
that.
money and
The
bank
gray
accounts.
area that nobody has touched yet
KT been
is
saying that though, that
it's
it's a
still
certain
illegal.
level of
It's still
autonomy that they
illegal.
have.
It's still illegal on federal grounds.
wait, 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 wait,
Right,
wait.
but you can have it at LAX though. This is the you
so whatever
you can
respected state. I just want to give an example real quick, Domo. You couldn't go to a federal courthouse and have it on you and think you could get away with it legally
Well, that's
if they
jurisdiction.
tried to
That's the
press you.
that's a jurisdiction thing right there.
The
By
right.
Okay,
saying,
UG,
I
so that
the
mean,
goes back to what I
UGA,
was
the
saying. They have
UGA, because like for
semi-autonomy.
example, the gray area in Oklahoma, for example, and some of y'all have heard me say this, due to the fact you got the tribal governments here, and those are still federally regulated. If you
and,
own
and, and
tribal lands, even with your card, if you own tribal lands, if they decide to press you, if Light Horse come for you, there's nothing nobody can do. You get arrested, you get shipped off to Colorado because it's federal. And what makes it extremely more of a great thing in Oklahoma is the McGurk case, where the state gave back jurisdiction to the tribes. So technically, a lot of this land is federal lands through these tribes.
uh,
So it gets
I,
very very weird. I mean, y'all would be
no,
surprised.
I mean, I'm just saying this. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm not on either side of the fence in this. I've seen so many people get arrested just for smelling like weed.
No,
No,
bro. So no, wait. I hear everything that you're saying, but Melanie just said something, and the only reason it caught my attention is the way she worded it. She said a state has rights granted by the federal government, and the thing I'm keying in is on granted, and it's not a shot towards you, Melanie. I'm just pointing out the way you phrased that. So that
uh,
infers. Go
no,
ahead, Domo.
yeah, actually, that's and I love you, melanated, but that's incorrect. States have rights. The states have rights that are granted to it by the Constitution, right?
Thank
And
you.
like so for example, like the thing about the Constitution is the majority of it is outlining what the powers of the federal government are, and then anything outside of that is left up to the states. So the Constitution has the Bill of Rights, which speaks to these are rights that the federal government can't infringe on upon its citizens, regardless of the state. And then everything else are limitations on the federal government, right? And so
So
anything outside of the bounds of what is constitutionally outlined for the federal government is to be left up to the states. So states have their own rights outside of what the federal government can and cannot do. That's why you routinely have judge or like people in states suing the federal government for overstepping its boundaries. Like a lot of the challenges
wow,
that
who
Donald
said
Trump
that?
is running, a lot of the challenges that Donald Trump is running into are constitutional challenges. Like like the federal government doesn't have the ability, for example, to do things like just get rid of the department or not the federal government, but the executive branch doesn't have the ability to just get rid of the Department of Education. The president can't just declare a war. Right? There are things that are clearly outlined to be executed. And so if it's not specifically outlined in the Constitution, everything else is left up to the states. And so
So
states end
Yeah.
up states. This is the last thing I'll say. So then states end up defining their power specifically with their own state constitutions, right? So, like for
Mm.
example, in Kansas, they just added to their state constitution abortion protections, while you have other states that have added bans on abortion, shit like that, right? So
No, no, no,
so
no.
states.
No, go ahead,
This is
bro.
the last
Finish.
thing I'm gonna say. So states kind of reflect their own sovereignty in how they have their own constitutions to outline how they operate, which could be separate from anywhere else as long as it doesn't infringe on what's clearly outlined in the Constitution.
So
So
can a state law override a federal law?
kind of sorta.
It
That's what I
can.
wanted. That's what I wanted to point. Segue. Domo hit
What
on something.
example? What
Okay,
example?
let me give you something. Uh, the whole what he just brought up about abortion in Texas, that shit has been outlawed. They have gone so extreme to even if you go outside of the state of Texas, they still want to persecute you for going to a state where abortion is legal, like a Kansas. They trying to put legislation in place to persecute you for that.
Yeah,
I'll
but
give you
didn't the
another
gov?
example.
Hold on, real quick. But didn't the government give the states that power?
No,
But
they're saying states have the power to decide on their own. It's not
That's
that
what
the
I'm.
government. No,
That's
but
what.
that's not. But
Hold
the
on, hold on.
government
Okay,
isn't.
hold on, Damo. Okay, let me rephrase it.
Which
Didn't the
government are you
Supreme
talking about?
Court? Didn't the Supreme Court just rule to give the states their? It's up to the state to interpret it.
You talking about the
That,
U.S.
but
Supreme Court?
Yeah,
Right, but see again though, that's as a states' right issue. What's that saying is that to say that states can't decide on the question of abortion infringes upon the rights of states. Right, so
yeah,
that specific interpretation was more lenient towards uh, states' rights in that context. That's not the federal government saying that y'all can do this. It's saying that to say whether you can or can't is outside the bounds of the federal government.
understandable.
So the abortion conversation is a greater example of state sovereignty than saying that then federal control.
What
So
about
no,
even
but
before the overturning, Aaron, The state did not need the U.S. Supreme Court to tell them, "Hey, it's up to y'all." The state has full jurisdiction even before that Roe versus Wade overture.
So what
And it
was the
was
big fuss about Roe versus Wade then?
no. You see, but the litigation was Jokers was appealing to the higher authority, or they was appealing to the federal government to say, "Hey, my state is infringing on my rights." And now the federal government has, over the last couple of years or whatever, came back and said, "No, we're gonna leave it to the states." And then now you got states like bordering states. That's a great example when you have a Texas and a Kansas to say Texas said, "No, you can't do that shit." Kansas said, "No, you can do that shit." And then Texas is even going to say, "If you go to Kansas and do that, I'm gonna punish you." That's that's
Well,
crazy.
Can I
and the
ask y'all a
big deal
question?
about it, and the big deal about it was Roe v. Wade set precedent that said that states can't that states can't make pretty much create bans that affect uh when it comes to women's bodies, right? You can't, like,
Yeah.
it's over, like, states are overstepping their boundaries when they attempt to say, who can and can't have abortions, right? That was still a government overreach argument, but from the perspective of states. So it was like you had states that wasn't even trying to do no shit like that, but then you had states that were trying to do that type of shit, right? And so the
That's
federal government in that context came in as a referee and said, in this instance, it is a violation of a citizen's or individual's constitutional rights in order for a state to say you can or can't do this with your body
So,
in particular.
so at the end of the day, you still need the government to mediate.
but you got a conflict
Well,
between
well,
federal
the government, my fault, GA. The
no,
government doesn't mediate; courts mediate,
That's
right?
what
Like
I'm.
that's
But
why,
the
like,
courts are part of the government. That's why I said the government. The Supreme Court is part of the government. That's why I mentioned government, not just
no.
literally.
right, but the role that the courts play is interpreting the Constitution. So, like, because essentially when you have like a state suing the federal government, that's government versus government, right? And so then there's a mediator, and so you don't typically, like, I get what you're saying when you
No,
say,
that's
like when
actually
you say,
state versus government. Even if it, I mean, I'm not. I know states have their own government, but even if you look at it like when we
It's
but
look
it's
at
just
the
the
court,
state
state
that's what
government.
we
government
say.
It's
though.
just state
It's the
government. It's
state
still
government.
government
So it's
versus
government
government.
versus government because it's state government versus federal government.
Yeah, that's
And
so
one of them has a higher power still is my main thing.
And,
That
and,
that's
a, and
all I'm
a
getting at.
certain,
The
oh, not
federal
it's not
government
it's
has the
not a
main
higher
has
power.
the
It's an
most power.
outlined power. No, it's
is
a outlined power. It's an outlined power. It's not
But
the
That's
Damo,
higher
most.
than the
it
state.
kinda is in
Wait a
It's
certain
minute.
not. It's not a
situations.
question of higher or
no,
lower. I'm
No,
telling
Okay,
y'all,
language
it's
is
not a question
important.
of high. It's a
that's why they.
question of if it's not specifically outlined in the Constitution, it's left up to the states.
But see,
That's a
okay,
that like so that's
I
a
got an
much
example.
wider range of things that the states are in control of than the federal government gets involved in. So
Damo,
it's like that's
marijuana,
why when you say higher and lower, it's a question of more,
but
right? The
Damo,
state, like the what's up?
marijuana ain't in the Constitution, but it ain't left up to the states to interpret it. They made that
It
federally.
is.
Then
That's why
how
they
is it?
have it.
Then
they
how?
may
Hold
That's why
on, wait,
you can
wait,
have.
wait.
That's why
That's
states can
that's why
legalize
this.
marijuana.
That's how this whole conversation got started.
The states
Is
can
the
legalize.
higher power is the federal government. If I want to start a dispensary right now, I can go across. I can do everything statewide. I can cross all my I's and dot all my T's. I can do everything the right way. If the federal government decides to sneeze today and say, "I want to go and raid Aaron Savage's weed dispensary," and and shut down his accounts, they can do that, and I can't sue the state for letting them do that.
But well, one, you can't sue the state for you. It's not a question of suing the state for letting them do that anyway.
I
It's a,
know
it's
that,
a question of suing the federal government,
but you
right,
can't.
for infringing on your state rights.
You can't. No one's you can't pull up any cases and nobody winning no lawsuits against the government
Right. I mean,
for
right. But here's the thing though. The federal government isn't waging war on dispensaries.
they not at
Dispensary
this moment.
dispensaries
It,
in
it, it
it
was we was
states
going through
states
that
that
for a
have
second.
hold on, look, no, look. States that have legalized marijuana, specifically recreational marijuana, are not routinely being raided by the federal government in
No, not in
2025.
2025. No, Damo, no,
Right.
not in
So that means
2025. But
that those constitutional questions have been flushed out, and
no,
states
that's a
have been
conversation
If
shown.
of
that was the
that's a
case, it wouldn't
conversation.
still
Hold
be
on. That's a
federally
conversation
illegal.
of maybe profit for taxes. They might
Hmm.
be just letting it go by. We
Well,
can't
okay,
say
No, no,
but that's the
no.
thing though. If that's the case, right? Like think about what you're saying. They're quote unquote letting them go by.
bro,
Then
Damo,
if it
they let niggas sell crack, bro, and that was illegal.
No,
bro, but
don't do the
let's
errands.
not
They
do
let
that,
Give me the
Jim
bro.
Crow
marijuana.
happen. They let Jim Crow happen. They let
Let's
Jim
not.
Crow happen.
No,
I
It
ain't
states
trying to
wasn't.
and
go off
Yes,
marijuana.
subject.
They
I ain't
let.
trying to I ain't
Hold
trying to
on.
steer up off
Nah,
because of
subject.
they
states'
I ain't
did
trying to
let
go off
shit
subject.
go by.
autonomy. Yes, because of states' autonomy.
Look
They
at
let
look
it
at the
happen
speed
because they
limit.
can do that.
Go
They
go
can
to the
do that.
department. Yeah, go to the Department of Transportation. I think y'all will see it better if y'all apply the speed limit laws. So the federal government has a federal or national speed limit.
Yeah, they do. But in some states, Montana, Texas, maybe across I-6, Route 66, states do get some leeway to regulate the speed limit how they want to.
Yeah, cause ain't nobody going out that motherfucker.
But they have
So,
no but this is the
Oh,
problem though.
and again, that's still semi-autonomy.
They
That's
have
all I've
no
been arguing for.
regulation when it comes to this marijuana situation that we talking about. The state can't do nothing about the federal government and seizing your bank account. They can't do nothing. And that's why the argument was made from KT. At first, he was going down the wrong hole. But then he got you with this, GA. I don't know how the Germany and North Carolina thing, I can't, they
No,
ain't the same.
your banks are not regulated by your state though.
yeah,
Exactly. They're regulated federally.
yeah, but the workaround for that is those businesses operate in cash. See, now we're getting into nuances of the
And I
whole
still
thing.
can get rated. I still can get rated with my cash, GA.
You
Whether it's
can.
in the
You
bank or
wait,
it's
I
wait,
in
mean,
wait,
my
wait. But
I don't understand the point that you're making though, Aaron, because that doesn't.
exactly.
When
well,
that
Damo, I don't
happens,
know if
that means
I
that
don't
there was. Hold on, what you're talking about, it means that there was some level of illegality in how somebody was operating that made the
no,
ATF run up in their
no.
shit.
That's
Because
not
hold
true.
on, because
Damo,
here's the
hold on.
thing.
That's
Because
not
here's the
true.
thing. There are
Damo, that's not
dispensaries
true though. What you're just
operating right now,
I
and they're
understand
not
that.
being
And
ran
it's
up into.
you're right. It's
So, like,
picking
what
through
point are you making? There are
it's pick
thriving marijuana. There are thriving marijuana economies in states that recreationalize marijuana, and the
there
federal
are people
government knows
they're right,
about
you're right.
this.
And there are
And the
people
federal
right.
government and the federal government does not say all of these businesses are drug dealers.
I
So
hear
let's
you.
send out FBI agents to raid their businesses.
I hear you,
So
but they're
what
also
point are you making?
brother, can you let me get it out, my nigga? There are people right now who are getting raided who are doing legal business in their states with legal marijuana, but federally it's
Bro,
illegal, and they do get
yeah,
raided.
yes, they get raided because they're operating in some form of fashion in a way that they're not supposed to.
No, that's your opinion.
No, that's legal. Like,
No,
how do
that's
you
your
think
opinion.
bro? How do you think due process works? They can't just
You go through
Give me the
you.
case you talking
can't
about,
just
Aaron.
say, well, oh, all you were doing was selling because you were selling weed. We ran up in there. No,
Yeah,
there is
it's
some
federally.
level of
It's
not
No,
federal.
abiding by
Yeah,
the
you're
recreational.
not abiding by the federal
Actually,
laws of selling weed. Weed is illegal federally.
right. That means that there's a way to sell it legally and not be fucked with by the government.
No, there's no way to sell it legally and not be fucked with
Then
by the
why are
government.
there
They just pick,
thriving
but
marijuana businesses? What are you
because they
talking
picking
about?
because they pick and
Aaron, give
choose.
me the case you
All
talking about,
right,
man.
bro.
What'd you say,
All right,
Des?
bro.
Give me the case you talking about.
No, well,
How
well,
about I just hold on real quick? How about I just pull up the law? How about that?
That would apply to all dispensaries then, if you're gonna pull that up.
Exactly.
And that's not happening though.
That's the whole
'Cause-
point, Des.
but that's not
It
happening
is.
though.
It is
All,
happening
all
though.
dispensaries would be
It
rated.
is. It is happening though. Like I said, they pick and
No,
choose.
no, I'm saying though, all dispensaries would be subject though.
They are. All said dispensaries are subject. That's the whole point. I don't understand how you not
So
comprehend that.
there must have been a violation with the ones that are getting rated.
I
exactly.
mean,
That's
I hear y'all saying that, but no. Literally, logic will tell you that if the law is federally illegal, that means if people are doing it and they're getting by, they just have not been hit yet. It's common sense. Like I don't know if y'all go out to LA and y'all. I don't know if y'all in states where weed is legal, but I don't even know if y'all have tried to open dispensaries like
My
I have.
nigga, I live in that, but not
I
only do
hear
I
you.
live in LA,
I hear
I
you.
operated a dispensary.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. You
That's
buy
what
your
I'm
weed off.
saying, bro.
I hear
Like,
you. You
what
buy
is
your
you
weed off
talking
of weed
about?
mat. I heard you when you said it earlier. But to my point again,
Yeah,
weed
and then
is
think about
federally
that. Weed
weed is
maps.
federal weed is
The fact
federally
that Weed Maps functions the way that it does, bro.
it
Like the
does.
point
It
that you're
does.
making, is irrelevant. And when we talking about again, the
Damo,
if
you
if
wasn't.
if if a
I
nigga
don't
went
know
to
if you was
court,
here
if a
earlier
nigga went,
when the
if a
conversation
prosecutor
was
went to
started.
court
But
and
the conversation was about
no, hold on.
Germany and North Carolina,
If a
how they was the
prosecutor went to
same.
court
So
and
that's why
said,
we
well, the
tying
only
in
reason
we
we're
tying in the
prosecuting
medical
this marijuana
marijuana and
business
how the
is because
federal
this is the
government
one we want to
is
prosecute
able
right now.
to
If
regulate.
any
That's why
prosecutor
this conversation started. It's
ever went
because
into a
the
courtroom
federal
and said,
government is
well,
able to
this
regulate
business is being
the state's
prosecuted
law when
because
it
this
comes
is
to
the one we just
marijuana.
chose to
They
prosecute
have
right now.
the
That
last
doesn't
say so.
happen,
If
bro.
they want to come and
That's what I'm
raid your
saying.
stuff
Niggas just be
and take
saying
your
shit on
bank
the
account
internet,
over,
bro.
they can because it's
This nigga
illegal.
just, yes,
It's
No,
if you
wait,
break
federally
the
illegal.
law. If
Exact.
you
No,
break the
you're
law,
yeah selling the
there are
weed.
legal
Selling the
marijuana
weed.
business.
The fact that you're selling
What the fuck
weed
is you
is breaking
talking
the
about? This
law.
nigga's an idiot.
The fact that you're
That's what
selling the
I'm
weed
telling
is
you, bro.
breaking
This
the
is
law.
another example. This is another example of a nigga just saying something.
wait.
I'm
Did
just
you
Hey
just
man,
saying
that's not
say?
something.
This
correct,
is
man.
I'm
another
saying
example
a
of a nigga
law.
just saying
What
something.
you're telling me is your opinion.
No, wait,
It's
Aaron. Did you just say?
it's federally illegal to sell weed. I don't know what the fuck you niggas is talking about on this
Yes,
panel.
No, we
but
said
it's
that. We
legal
said
within the state.
federally.
It's
Exactly,
legal
and
within the state,
the
which
feds have
means that if you operate
the feds are the
legally,
ones who can come in and take your shit, whether you're operating legally
now
or
watch this.
illegally in your
Now watch
state.
this. Now, Mr. Smarty Pants. Now
What's up?
explain why. Explain why.
Because you're selling it illegally.
Okay, so explain why they just don't shut down every dispensary.
No,
Because
because yeah.
that would
No. I want to hear. the intelligent
I'll
breakdown
explain.
of
I'll
why
give you
they
a
just
couple
don't shut
reasons.
down every dispensary.
I'll give you a couple reasons why they ain't shutting down all dispensaries. For one, it brings in a lot of revenue through taxes right now. For two,
It brings in revenue.
yep, it brings in a lot of revenue for taxes right now. For two, that would jam up
Hold on,
the
but it's
court system.
illegal. It doesn't matter if it's bringing in revenue. It's illegal.
You're right. You're damn right.
How is it?
And
Hold
for
on.
two,
How are you getting
can
tax
I get
money
out? Can I
for
get out
illicit
my second?
gains?
Can I
Hold
get
on,
out
nah.
my
How are you
second?
getting tax money from illicit
Can I
gains?
get out my second answer?
How are you getting tax
Can I
money
get
from
out my second?
illicit
Can I get out
gains?
my second answer?
Bro,
Well,
how are you getting
let me get
tax
out my
money from
second. I
illicit
get
gains?
out my second answer, then I'll give you the answer to that one. So
Okay, go ahead.
the second one is, um, God damn, this nigga keep talking, made me forget. Um,
Because
The
you didn't know what the
second
fuck you
one.
was talking about to
what?
begin with. You didn't know what you was talking about to begin with. Go ahead, try to get
No,
it back.
I know what I'm talking about. You just like to over
Try,
talk.
try to get it back.
So again, um, the tax revenue, and then it'll jam up the court. It's just be too many cases on file at that moment. It'll jam up the court system. So that's why they don't
Too
hit
many
everybody
cases
at the
on
same time.
file. Too
Yeah,
many cases on file. So
no, it's not too many
there's a
cases on
public
file per
black
se.
market.
It'll judge
So there's a
it.
public black market. There's a
Yeah,
public black market.
yeah. There's plenty of public black markets.
No, it's actually state. It's actually state sanctioned.
Yeah, it's state
Bro,
sanctioned for sure. It's legally
hold on.
statewide, but it's federally illegal.
Let me give you a perfect example of how this nigga has no idea what he's talking about. Right?
I don't have no idea. So
When you
what?
go
Tell me
when
where
you
I'm
go
wrong at,
into when
Damo.
you
Is it
go,
federally illegal or not?
you can have marijuana in LAX.
You can. And
No, that's federal
can you
grounds.
have it on the plane? Can you go through TSA with it on the plane? And
Yes!
hold on,
Yes!
can you go through
Yes, you
TSA?
can!
Let me finish. Let me finish my fucking question. Can you go through TSA with a plane and land in another state where it's not legal?
Yes!
No,
No,
the
no, you
fuck you
just move to
can't.
go. You know, you move to
Yes, you
go.
No, you
can!
can't.
Yes, you, bro. I swear to God, you have no idea what you're talking about.
So
You
you
have
can
no
fly.
idea what
So
you're
you can
talking about.
fly out of California into fucking Texas with legal weed, marijuana.
Yes!
No, the fuck you can't.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Domo. Hey, Domo.
Wait a
Hey,
minute, Domo.
Domo.
He don't know what he
Hey,
talking
wait,
about.
real
He
quick.
don't know what he talking about.
I'm gonna just say this, Domo. Everything you've been saying is right, but like
No, ain't
I
shit he
mean,
been
listen,
saying
hold
is
on, real.
right,
You
nigga.
know
What
what
are
I'm
you
saying?
talking
Some of the
about?
stuff you've been saying is, but I'm saying as far as that traveling with weed, I don't give a fuck
fuck where you traveling from.
So Bobby, is
Legal
we?
or illegal?
So
No,
we
you hold
is
on.
No,
No,
Trump
wait,
federally
Bobby,
I
legal?
didn't
you
even
missing the
finish
point.
saying. Wait, I'm saying,
Y'all,
don't saying
y'all
just,
missing the
wait,
point.
Domo, you ain't even let
LA.
me say what
Okay.
I, Domo,
Okay.
I don't
Go ahead.
care where you at. You cannot get on no place with weed.
You
LAX,
can at LAX.
NY,
I
I
guarantee
know the
you
fuck you
can at
can't.
LAX. Okay.
Bro, listen, you
I'm
can't get
telling,
on
like,
the,
bro.
if you
I
got on the
live in Los
plane, if you
Angeles.
got on a plane in LA with weed, it's because somebody went on their job. You can't get on no planes with weed.
I'm telling you, bro. Y'all. Okay.
I
Whatever
know
y'all
what
niggas
you
say.
telling me, but I'm saying that might have just been
I
your
mean,
special circumstance. You can't
nah.
do that shit.
All right, bro. All right, bro. Like it
Wait,
was
wait, wait, wait,
literally
wait.
Now, if
like
you
when
Bobby,
it
talking about,
happened in
if
Los,
you
you can
talking
when
fly
they
out
about,
leak,
of
when they
if
Bobby,
you
you can
saying,
fly
now
out of
wait, I'm
you
saying if
can
you got
fly
like a
out of
joint,
out
if you
of
got like a
California
couple
and
joints
fly,
wrapped up in some shit that
bro. You
can't
can fly
nobody
out of
see or none of that.
California, bro,
But I'm
to
saying
another
this,
state where
Domo.
it's legal.
Listen, Domo. I'm saying this. If you got a couple joints in your shit and all that, I don't even know if you can do that shit. You can't the plane. You can't get on. I'm saying them folks is not pulling weed out your bag, looking at it and saying, "Oh, this it," and putting it back in there and letting you get
I've
on.
literally seen it.
Yes, they
I've
are.
literally seen it.
You
I've
literally can do
literally
that,
seen
bro,
it
in
happen.
California.
I've
You
literally
definitely
seen
can.
it happen. That's
It's
what I'm
when you
telling y'all. Y'all
land.
don't know what y'all
No,
talking
I
about.
do know what I'm talking about. It's when you land in a state that it's not legal, nigga. If I can fly from California to Arizona, I can do that. If I fly from California to Texas and they search my bag, I'm going to get locked up. If I fly
Wait,
from
wait, wait.
California to Arizona and they search my
Hold on.
bag, I'm not
If
going
they
to get
search your
locked up.
no. I get you. If they search your bag, like you're
Yes,
100% right about that. If
I
they
know what
search
you're
your
saying.
bag,
You can
but
literally, of course, you can fly there as long as you don't get caught.
TSA isn't going like if they see it in your bag, if they find it in your bag, they're not going to lock you up in the
Yeah,
next
that's in
state.
Cali. That's in Cali.
Right, but that's my point though. But that shows you that even in a federally regulated area, the state can still dictate certain parameters.
I can't
They,
do that
that
in Ohio. Hold on, Damo. I
no,
can't
I
do
know,
that in
but you can do it
Ohio.
in LA. But you can do
That
it in LA. That's the difference.
Weed is
You
so
can
that
do it.
recreational in
so so
Ohio.
so so the issue is not that it's a sparrow.
Oh no, 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 no.
You
Hold on,
get
hold on, Dev. I get you right because the state of California, like the city of Los Angeles, determined that. Like
Exactly.
LA but again, that goes to show that they can navigate even on federal property. They
Damo,
can
the
Well,
still
argument
hey,
navigate
wasn't
certain
that
Damo,
they
hey,
don't have
regulations.
autonomy.
Chill for a second. Let
We
me say
know
this
they
real
got
quick.
autonomy. It was that they not a fucking country like Germany.
Yeah,
They
and let
not
me
a
say this
No,
they
real
not
quick.
the
Let me say
but
this real
same.
quick, Aaron. Look,
actually,
Damo,
outside of the
Damo.
federal
I
government
just put in
aspect,
the
they
back.
are though.
Listen, I just put in the back a link where they just seized $1 million from somebody at a legal weed dispensary for no reason. And long story short, them niggas fought them so long they just gave it up. But in the other one I put back there was where the feds just seized, literally stopped a dispensary van in transit. They were taking their cash to go pick up their next load. They seized 166,000 for no reason. Didn't tell nobody why. Didn't say they did nothing legal. So yeah, they still come seize the money. That's like, and
Man,
I can point out
Vice
way
got
more
a
of it.
No, listen,
thousand
listen,
stories
listen.
like that, bro.
I'm not saying it's not a gray area, right? I'm not saying it's not a gray area. But when we talk about quote unquote supremacy, we're talking about the ability for states to still have leeway and shape their relationship with federal government policies, right? That
If we being
federalism is the balance between state rights and the powers of the federal government. It's a balance between the two.
I
And
mean,
again,
it's not.
how much leeway states are given is really depend upon who's in control of the federal government at that time. Because the majority of the
I can
conservative
agree with that.
positions are dependent upon less federal role in how states operate.
But Damo,
And
yeah,
that's
the
yeah,
still
marijuana
that's
conversation
still
is one of the places where that happens.
that's the
that
Hey,
example
government
you
though.
gave was Dickinson,
wait,
Kansas. Weed is not legal in Dickinson, Kansas. What was your point of dropping that link?
Well,
You got
I
locked
will
up
say,
because he
no,
was
but,
he was
illegally
going.
yeah,
carrying it in
but yeah,
Kansas.
I'm gonna say this, just speaking from just a personal experience. One of my well, not my homie, but my little brother, his couple of his little homies, they opened up a dispensary and it just recently got raided.
In Illinois?
Yep, in Illinois. Mm-hmm.
Let me put it to this way. If the states got you under they control, you done did something, and the feds want you, the feds can come in and say, fuck the states, nigga. We taking this
So
nigga.
they not wrong
Wait,
about
wait,
they
wait, wait,
not
wait, wait, wait,
they
wait,
not wrong.
wait.
Real quick. They not wrong. Just specifically to that point about the marijuana. you know, you are right that the state is allowing all of this stuff, but they not
Right.
wrong that when the
Exactly.
federal government want to come in and
Domo,
raid,
you
that shit
know that,
happens.
bro. Now
Yes.
Domo, you know
Hey,
Nah, hold
marijuana
on. No,
is
I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm not
I
saying that.
don't
I'm not saying
know.
that. Like that's
no,
what I'm
that
GA.
saying. It's a.
happens.
I don't think GA really
Y'all
know.
gotta,
That's
y'all
what I'm
gotta
trying to
That's
tell
what I'm
me
explain to
saying.
you.
It's
where.
I
a.
don't
Can I
think
say
GA
something
Hold on,
real
really
no, no,
quick?
no.
know.
That's what I'm saying. It's a gray area. But the fact that it's a gray area is a key part of the conversation around the balance between state rights and federal rights and
Y'all
federal
keep bringing
power.
up that's my point. Y'all keep bringing up all these nuances in these
But
gray
GA,
areas.
But it ain't
the
nuance
brother
Like,
had
because
cause
they
like,
already
cause
haven't
like,
said
cause
It's
though.
not that
Hold on, real
great.
what y'all talking
GA.
about is y'all describing the supremacy clause,
It's
right? Like
not
KC,
the
that. It's
supremacy,
not that
but
KC
great.
already
GA.
said though that the
Marijuana
states have
is
autonomy.
illegal. Marijuana is illegal federally in the United States of America. Period. Point
yes,
blank. It's no gray.
No. Wait,
It's
wait.
not no
Nobody,
white, blue,
ain't nobody.
green, gray.
that's why I'm saying
Wait,
it ain't
but
gray.
hold
GQ,
on,
ain't
but no, no, no,
nobody.
It's
But
not a hold
GQ,
on,
what
Domo.
makes it
It's not a
gray? Well, hold on,
real quick,
GQ, what
Domo.
makes it? Let me
I
just say
got you,
this. Let me just say
Domo.
this.
But hold on. Let me say it's not a gray area federally. This is where a lot of these raids are coming from. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? Especially in New Mexico, you know
Any
they having a
dispensary,
high
like I don't
problem
know who was that
with the
talking. I don't know.
federal government
I don't know who
raiding
was
the
talking at first
legal
that was saying
dispensary.
that, but he was really right. Like any dispensary in America
Leave
can be raided federally because
at
it's
any
illegal
time.
at any time because it's illegal federally. You have to, as far as the gray areas and why is they selling it anyway in that state? You know what the response gonna be? Talk to the judge.
No,
You're
no,
gonna
here
you're
go
gonna
another
you're
one
No,
though,
gonna
GQ.
you're
no,
gonna
Hold
have
on,
to
you
talk to the
talk to the
judge.
state legislator. You
Real
You're gonna
talk
quick.
to
have
the
to go to
state
court.
Literally, the
You
You're
federal
talk to the
gonna have
government,
to
state
go to court.
legislator.
but
Like that's like
hold
Trust
this
me.
is what I'm saying. Like
but no,
what
the
makes
state
it a gray
legislator.
area is the fact that what makes it a gray area is the fact that they don't just raid every dispensary.
But no,
Yeah,
Like
no,
they
that's the
don't
Domo.
because
point.
But
Right?
hold on,
Because
Domo.
they
But
don't do
Domo.
that.
But
You're
wait,
right.
GQ. I'm
You're
looking
right.
at
right,
the
So
Domo.
like
They
article.
don't
But
do
wait,
that, but they
but
legally can do that, and then you would have to take it up in the federal court.
Domo. But I
It
mean
don't matter
GQ.
what
But
state. It
GQ.
don't matter what state it is. It don't matter what dispensary it is. The FBI can come in that bitch, raid it, confiscate everything. You have to talk to the judge. It don't matter.
Okay,
Right, I'm looking at this.
Your state can even
no.
advocate for you. Your
Hold on,
state can
real
send
quick, G.
lawyers. I'm talking. Your state can even send lawyers to fight the feds in your behalf because they gave you the license. But at the long story short, you're still gonna have to fight it out in
And
court.
right,
Wait,
that's
wait.
what.
Okay,
Real quick,
right,
Freeman.
but
Hold
that's
on,
the point.
Domo.
If you
Don't
fight it out in court, that means that it's a gray area.
wait.
If
I'm
you
trying to.
have,
Right.
if there is room for you to argue on behalf of that what you were doing was legal, right? That's
Okay.
what makes it a gray area.
Wait,
That's
wait,
what,
wait, wait, wait,
and that
wait.
gray area is built upon the balance between
I'm
state
trying to
rights and
tell y'all,
federal
but I'm
oversight.
trying to tell y'all, I'm looking at
Yeah.
all of these cases, and they can't fight it in court because it's illegal federally. As I'm looking at more of these articles, the reason why they're saying that the federal government, doesn't raid all of these dispensaries is literally because they don't have the manpower and the money power to.
Exactly. That's what
That's
I
what
Right.
said.
that's what the article is saying. They're not saying they're
okay.
not doing it. Wait,
Wait.
And they
real
still have to
quick,
fight it in
Freeman.
court, though. They
Right,
still got that. You still
right,
got to have your
right,
day in
right.
court.
They're saying they can't do this because it popped up so quick on the state level legally to where the state legalized it, and so many of them popped up to where they literally don't have the manpower to raid
It'd be too
all of
many
them.
court. It'd
Right,
be
right,
too
right.
much of that on their
But
Oh,
court
like
system.
the state,
Right.
right. So
okay.
the
Wait.
state pushed
And
forward.
it'll be the state fighting the feds.
Right, it'll be
That's
Y'all
it's
just
the
talking
like,
state.
to a nigga who tried
Right,
to
it's the
start a
state issue.
dispensary.
Because
I know what I'm
because I'm
talking
looking
about.
yeah,
at these cases.
you talking to a nigga who got
Right,
who got
No,
application
no.
right,
in
right.
for
Okay,
marijuana
okay,
license. He doesn't.
okay.
Real quick. I'm looking at these cases, and in most of them, the people are doing exactly what Domo said. They're going to their state representative or their governor so they can fight on their behalf. But the
Exactly.
governor is basically saying, "My hands are tied because, we're
Federally, it's
breaking the law.
illegal.
Yeah, we breaking the law basically. So
Yeah.
unless we
Okay.
just go up against them fully,
DA, you could be driving with a license 10 pounds in the back of your car. State pull you over, give you no problems. Feds pull you over, you going to jail.
Yeah, you're going to jail. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
fact.
No, well, 10 pounds in your car, I think that's gonna be a problem if you don't
No,
have
No,
a
that's
he's
not a
saying
credential.
if you
Some
got a
problem,
states,
bro.
it's
You're
dispensary
some states that's
license.
transporting
No,
to
legal.
no,
its
but you
location.
know what? Well,
It's
hold on.
some
Okay,
states that's
no,
You
legal.
just
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
this
no.
lane. That's all,
Wait,
GA.
no, wait. Now, because I don't even want to talk about it. We was talking about states' rights. So I'm so glad
Exactly.
everybody showed up for the weed conversation. So let me put
Because
another
that's a
example out
pivotal
there.
point.
No, no. I'm glad everybody showed up. So just listening to y'all talk, y'all say states' rights don't exist. So everybody go on spark up and
Hey,
let's
GA,
have it.
let me give you a
No,
good
no,
example,
Nobody
bro.
said that. Nobody
don't give
said
Hold
me
that.
on,
no
Nobody.
GA.
What?
Hold
weed.
on, GA.
Don't give me no weed example,
GA,
bro.
GA, let me give you an example,
Why you
bro.
can't
Bro,
deal
let
with
me
the
give you an
weed
example.
example?
Relax. Hold on. The Donald Trump got an executive order to deport illegal immigrants, right?
Hmm.
He ain't deported shit out of Chicago. Why?
I don't know.
Because state sovereignty. JB Prisoner and motherfucking our mayor is fighting him in court to keep the fucking immigrants
Wait,
here.
wait,
So
wait, wait,
that's
wait. So wait, so they disagree and they fighting where, GQ?
in
Due
court. They
process.
disagreeing and they fighting in
Wait,
court.
they fight.
What court
Okay,
is it?
It's fucking federal court.
The Dirksen building.
Yeah, they're in federal court fighting Donald Trump to keep the fucking immigrants here, saying that it's against the law for him to deport them. And they in court fighting the shit right now. That's what they doing. Brandon Johnson
But
and
but
JB
but
Prisoner.
to his point, if the federal government had jurisdiction, they wouldn't need to go to court. They
it
would
wouldn't be
have
no court.
I'm
jurisdiction.
making the point for him. I was just giving him
Yeah.
an example. I just said I'm gonna give you an example.
Yeah,
That ain't
yeah,
true
no,
though.
well,
That
no,
ain't true though, bro. That
no,
ain't
well,
true. If
no.
you catch a case,
I was
you
I
could
was
be
giving
doing
them an
something
example to
illegal.
use that's spot on because we see it happening right now in real time. You know what I'm saying? They if the federal had, like you just said, Dev, if the federal had jurisdiction, ICE would be in this bitch taking motherfuckers left and right, but they can't because the state fighting them motherfuckers. So
Hey,
there you go.
let me read this. Let me read this. This is from Congress.gov. Limiting federal enforcement in states directives through federal appropriations. In each fiscal year since fiscal year 2015, Congress has included provisions in appropriations acts that prohibit DOJ from using appropriated funds to prevent certain states, territories, and DC from implementing their own laws that authorize the use, distribution, possession, or cultivation of medical marijuana. This means that Congress is prohibiting the Department of Justice from just going in the states and locking people up, which would be classified as preventing states and territories from implementing their own laws that authorize the use, distribution, possession, or cultivation of medical marijuana. That means
Because
that
they
even within the federal government,
because they're
Congress
forbidding
is saying,
a
hold on, let me
domo.
finish, let me finish, let
Now
me
hold
finish, let
on,
me
go
finish.
back to what you said. They forbidden it. They forbidden them from using what? Using what
Medical.
funds?
For
Federal funds.
yeah,
No,
federal
Exactly.
he
funds.
said something specific.
Yeah, DOJ from using appropriated funds to prevent
Appropriated
certain
funds.
states
There you
to
go.
prevent certain
That's
states. Because
federal
look, this is
funds.
what it says. This
Right.
is what it says. On its face, the appropriations writer bars DOJ from taking legal action against the states directly in order to prevent them from promulgating or enforcing medical marijuana laws.
Right.
In addition, federal courts have interpreted the rider to prohibit certain federal prosecutions of private individuals or organizations that produce, distribute, or possess marijuana in accordance with state medical marijuana laws.
Medical.
So it's
Key words. Medical. We ain't talking about the recreational kind.
Right.
That's the
And it's
key. That's the
using
key thing.
but nah,
appropriated
but that, hold
funds.
Again,
on,
to his
but
point.
again, that's what makes it a gray area because even we say medical, but the medical aspect of medical marijuana is loosely regulated, right? So to get a medical card in fucking California, you can do a telehealth
Come
meeting
on, man.
and
You
have a
doing
card and have
gymnastics right now, Domo. Medical and recreational, two different things, bro. We ain't gonna try to combine them.
I'm
It's
not, but
But
hold
medical.
on,
they're
I'm not
trying to
It's
saying
say
that.
no
medical or
matter
it's
what,
not
though.
medical.
GQ,
It's
But
medical
they're
or it's
trying
not
to say no
medical.
matter what.
but here's the thing.
This
Here's
is the
doing.
example.
Yeah,
It's
here's
medical or
who's
it
really
is.
doing no. Who's really doing who's really doing mental gymnastics when the initial argument was that weed was legal federally, period.
No matter
It's
what.
No,
not.
Regardless of
It's
medical.
illegal.
not.
It's
It's
not.
illegal
Illegal.
federally. Period.
No,
It's
I
illegal.
know. No. It is illegal, but that's the point. Even we see in these writers appropriations for medical usage, and when
For
it says when we
medical.
look at
For
the
medical.
hold on, no, yeah, for medical usage, right?
Right.
That's what makes it a gray area
Yeah, that
Okay.
because
overrides your illegal
The
claim.
medical and
So you
No,
recreational.
saying it's
medical and
illegal,
recreational
the
is two
medical
different
part of
things.
it
no, but
overrides
y'all
what you.
never made no
Yeah,
claim about medical. Y'all said weed is illegal, period. In the discussion, they can raid whatever they want to raid.
and
Selling
that's
That's what
not
y'all said.
true.
recreational.
No,
That's
Yeah.
they
never
saying
been true. Yeah.
No,
wait,
that has
And
been
and
wait,
true.
listen,
It's
That
always
has
no,
been
but
been
then
true.
true,
like
Bill.
Always been true.
wait,
Like,
Obama,
what are you talking
Obama,
I'll
about?
read it again.
wait, Obama,
But
Except
real
in
quick, time out.
I
jurisdictions
heard
where
what
they
Obama,
have
I
hold on,
heard what it
medical
said though, bro. I
jurisdictions.
heard
I
it. I
gotta
Bro, the
say
got
this
you.
feds
real
have
quick.
jurisdiction over the whole country.
The
Yeah,
Right,
medical
Obama,
has
right,
always
right.
been
Obama,
But if
true.
it
Obama,
once they try to go to court, and if he's got a medical card, they're gonna lose,
you
Aaron.
right, you
Yeah,
right.
because
Obama
No,
passed
because
real
not
quick,
because
GQ.
necessarily.
the
They're gonna
because
lose.
Obama
Congress has made provisions as Domo just read.
Obama passed this law, I guess you could say, that said that they can't raid the medical marijuana facilities. So he made the specific distinction between medical marijuana and recreational use. So you
Oh, that
can't raid
was
them, yeah, so you can't raid the medical marijuana. But that ain't that's a totally, they made that distinction between medical marijuana and, you know,
Recreational.
yeah, and
yeah, but
recreational.
that was early on, and that's the whole
Yeah, that was in
yeah
2014. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. The last article that I just looked up about the raids was a bunch of them going down in New Mexico in 2024.
Bro, they'll raid
And the
these
bunch more,
motherfuckers
yeah,
anytime they
and the
want
one
to,
that I
bro.
know
It's not even
personally
a if
happened
and but
earlier
about
this
it,
year.
bro. We see that
Man,
Yeah,
shit.
y'all can't tell
They
me
tell you when
ATF
you
is
when you
But
when
lining
no,
up.
you
I mean,
apply
but I think right,
when
like
you
you gotta
apply
look
for
at it
your
like this.
ATF,
license,
This
when
is
you
the
why
apply
this
for
is
your
ATF
why
are
the
marijuana
literally
process.
license
the
for
ATF are
This
in the
literally
state of
lining up
Illinois,
but
and
this
listen, if you apply for
smacking
your marijuana
recreational
license in the
spots
state of
and
Illinois,
taking
they
the
will
money.
tell you you're going to get a rider that says that it's illegal. Marijuana is illegal in the United States federally, and you can be raided, bro. They gonna
Wait,
tell you that, bro.
wait. So, Aaron, did you just say the ATF lining up and they jacking people for their cash?
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. Yes, you can look it up if
Wow.
you
yeah,
want to.
I've seen that
That's
before
exactly
too.
what they're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, I
Well, they
seen
And they're
can do it.
and
They
they're
don't
getting in
enforce it like
they're
that,
getting
though. You
in
know what
trouble.
I'm saying?
You
But
can
they
look up
do. You know,
cases of them getting in
the
trouble
point
for
is that they
doing it.
can when they want to, bro.
But
Really,
wait a minute,
really can.
and then nobody's putting
Then you
grievances
just got.
against
Then you
them.
just
Yes,
have to go
there's
to court.
it's officers going to jail for
but
doing
that's
this
right.
shit.
But I think
Okay.
the part that we're ignoring is that regardless of if somebody get raided, if they take this, if they take that, it's a question of due process.
Right.
Right? Like
Yes. Is it legal?
and
Yes.
No, it's
right, like
illegal, bro. You still have due process with
Yeah, you got to
illegal
go through due
activity.
process. That's all.
If I get locked up right now for shooting somebody, bro,
No,
I
don't more
still
right.
got to
You
go to
just got to
court
go
for it.
through due process. They can come raid the motherfucker, but I mean, it's 50-50. You rolling the dice when you fuck with it. That's all, you know.
No, no,
But by the
no.
time the
But
motherfucker get
when the
that,
question
by the
that,
time you run that bag up so good on that dispensary, you not worried about that shit. Then it come with heavy fines and shit. It ain't even no jail
but
time behind
wait
it.
a minute. Okay, so you going back to the whole question where KT and I started. So they've been deemed violating the sovereignty of the state.
I don't
I
know if
don't
it's a
know
violation,
who
bro.
deemed
Cause
that.
the
No,
state
because
is in
we done
agreement
spent
with.
down there 30. We done spent 30 minutes talking about weed.
All right, well, you talk whenever you can replace weed with toilet paper, motherfucker. If you offended by
No,
weed,
I'm not offended by the weed, but we was talking about damn states' rights, and we was talking about sovereignty, and I'm just saying, everybody. I'm glad to see y'all. No
yeah,
shade
happy
or
holidays,
disrespect.
man, Memorial Days and everything to
Yeah,
Nah,
everybody.
GA,
same.
Yeah,
I
this
This
the
thought you
weed
was
conversation
crew.
I
better. Let
thought
me
Yeah.
you
tell you
was
something,
really
bro.
low.
I was just at a cookout, man, spending like 3 hours arguing with a motherfucker about Donald Trump gonna take a third term. So man,
Oh goddamn! Never
yeah. So
mind.
I mean, I'd rather be on here, and because in real life, people real stupid, bro. They real stupid, bro. In real life, bro. They
But
hear shit
okay,
on TikTok, and it's over with, bro. You can't. even reason with them, bro. They just go with the shit, man.
But so here the
I'm talking
thing
about
is what.
3 adults, like 2 of them older than me and one younger than me, like telling me that Donald Trump going to try to go for a 3rd term. And I'm telling them, man, it's not going to happen.
Hey
You know what I'm
You
man,
saying?
hear that on here, GQ?
respect
Yeah,
your
but
elders,
but but
GQ.
on not as much
Respect
on
your
here,
elders.
and on here it'll get shut down quick. I ain't had no
Okay.
help where I was at. Everybody was rolling
Well,
with.
okay, but so here go. So from this whole this last 15, 20 minutes, what I heard from the majority of consensus is probably only 2 or 3 of us that in the affirmative, and the rest of y'all saying the state rights don't exist.
Huh?
That's
That
kind of
was
what
the
I heard.
original
Nobody never
argument.
said
Yeah,
that.
that's the original argument.
I know.
Nobody
I was
never
listening
said
the whole time, but I mean, but why would we be saying that the state rights don't exist?
Y'all say the feds can just roll up at any time and do whatever they want to do, regardless
That's
of what the
that's
state
that's why I was
said.
giving
that.
the speed limit example instead of weed.
Yeah.
That would not be the case if y'all saying that the national speed limit is 65 miles an hour.
No, I think the original argument, because KT even said it, that the states do have some autonomy. It's just they don't
When
have
you say autonomy, that means without subject to federal regulations.
When they saying the
What is his
national
autonomy definition?
and
the
when they
same
saying the
definition that Damo uses. Let's put it that way.
when they
But
Oh,
saying
however,
the
okay.
national
however he
speed
used
limit,
the
Dev,
phrase,
are they
that's
going
how I
All
off
took
the
right.
KT
average?
used to be.
Yeah, Dev, when they saying the national speed limit, are they going off the average? I
Nope.
don't think they
Nope. It's one
Nah,
speed and that's it.
yeah, that's the federal mandate, and they leave the rest up to the states, Bob. That's
It's no average. It's
yeah,
one
I never
speed.
knew that. What is the federal speed limit?
65.
55.
No.
Everywhere?
65.
Oh,
and
my bad. 65.
Yeah.
60
Yeah,
Well, I mean, they
65.
gave the good
the
examples.
states are regulated.
Blue was doing better than KT when you shut Blue down, GA, and went to KT. Blue was actually doing better than KT.
No,
KT came
blue.
with some motherfucking Xbox references and talk about some video games.
Yeah, KT was all over
Now,
the place.
yeah,
Yeah.
now Blue was kind of on point because, like he said, with the abortion, like the state couldn't put in their abortion laws to the Supreme Court overrule Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
So that lets you know the state doesn't have complete sovereignty. It's still up. If you fighting, you got to go all the way to where? To the federal court, to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, I missed that part about blue. My bad. But I probably wasn't listening to blue no more because
Yeah.
he was saying some crazy stuff, man. So I went to
No,
KT.
Blue was
he said
saying
that's what
some
Blue said. He
crazy
said
shit earlier too.
that's just like the abortion law. The state couldn't enact they bullshit laws that they wanted to enact until the Supreme Court overruled Roe versus Wade. Then you come up with shit like the Georgia heartbeat law and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, that's a fair point. My bad, blue. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that,
Yeah.
bro. I
So
stopped
I don't
listening.
think the state got complete sovereignty, but I mean they sovereign to a point, right?
Yeah, but that's the whole thing of just that's the
Literally
uniqueness about. Wait,
anything
wait.
that is not outlined in the Constitution that is a power of the federal government is left up to the states.
Is
They
Yeah,
can
my point from the
decide
beginning. I just want.
as long as it's not outlined in the Constitution, the states can do whatever the fuck they want to do.
states'
All right,
That's the
my
rights.
point from the
parameters.
beginning though
Well,
was that.
what
Go
about a
ahead.
Supreme Court ruling or something, Domo? What that count as? That's equal to something in the
But so
Constitution or
that's the
something.
thing. The Supreme Court is an interpretation of the Constitution,
Okay,
right? So
got you.
there are instances where the Supreme Court could rule against the federal government and in
Yeah.
favor of the states.
No, you said it right there. They interpreting the Constitution, so
Okay, but see,
that's it.
we didn't.
I got you when you said that.
All right,
Yeah.
but see, we didn't never get to this part that when the state just said, "Fuck it, I don't want to play no more," and then you have a recession, not a recession, secession. That
Okay.
no, but I'm
Were
just
you talking
saying,
about a Confederate? Like the
well,
Confederacy
Yeah,
did?
like the Confederate. He said, like
yeah,
motherfucking state say
yeah.
fuck it.
They say, "Fuck it,
I ain't with y'all
I
no
ain't playing
motherfucking
no
more.
more." Yeah, that gets, I don't want to deteriorate the discussion, but I mean, that's the framework to where this thing is kind of built around, and you see
Only
the
a few
extremes.
states that can do that though.
Wait, say that
Yeah,
again,
so from
Bobby.
the,
It ain't a lot of states that can probably afford to do that.
Oh, you say afford to do that? I just say every state can do that. Now, is it gonna be in their best interest?
fuck the foreign. My thing from the beginning was, as I said, and I think y'all just agreed, GA, even you did, but y'all not. I said it's semi autonomy. This is a semi-autonomous place. We
Man,
ain't talking about a state. You got to say
Yeah,
the
you
shit
because
that
at first you said
semi-autonomy, that
autonomous.
shit
Yeah,
don't
no,
mean
Well, no,
that's
nothing.
I would
No.
say
no. He
fully
said
autonomous,
semi-autonomous.
semi-sovereign. It's fully
Yes,
autonomous, but semi-sovereign. Right?
exactly.
They
Because
operate on their own, but they do have fealty to the Constitution, which is established by which is protected by the federal government. So it's like
and
I in terms of autonomy, they do what they want to do, but they have a level of their sovereignty is limited by what the Constitution say they can do. But
I'm
they're
gonna tell
fully,
you.
but states are fully autonomous though.
And you want to tell you why they fully autonomous, KT? Is because the fucking federal government is dependent on them for tax revenue. They pay
Right.
taxes to this shit.
Okay, let me
Well,
ask
they're
y'all
not
But
this
see,
then.
dependent
Is
on
there
them. The
Germany,
any,
federal
is
Germany
there
government
ain't
is
any,
just
fully
hold on, Aaron.
autonomous,
transparency.
Hold
but
on.
it's fully sovereign.
Is there any state in America that doesn't rely on the federal government for funds for for federal funds? There any state that doesn't take money from the federal
California.
government?
Well, California gives more money than it takes from the
Okay.
government.
All the rest of them take more than they give.
Maybe Texas.
Texas, California, and Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, I say I would include Texas in there too.
There you go. So we
Yeah,
got
but
two
even then,
states.
my
We
point.
got two states that can actually be considered, even if they wanted to succeed, could do it without it costing them.
Bro,
Economic
California
success.
Real
has
quick, GQ.
like
I looked at.
California and New York have GDPs that are larger than most than
Yeah, I just
a
looked it
bunch of
up. It
countries.
said it's 19 states that sent more to the federal government than they received.
Okay.
The
Well,
So
top
we got
three.
so we got
I know those
19
too.
No,
balling ass states.
but you was right. The top three was New York, California, and New Jersey. Surprisingly,
Mm.
but that makes
Yeah.
sense because it's right there by
New
New York.
York.
A lot of
Yeah.
they
So we got 19 balling ass states that's
New
taking care
Mexico on
of
there,
the
West
that's taking
Virginia
care of the
on
The-
rest of
there,
the states.
yeah,
Alaska.
this carrying the other 30, 31,
Right.
probably
Nah, bro,
red states.
California and New York carry the country like a motherfucker. Like for
Yeah,
real, the GDP of Los Angeles alone is bigger than European countries.
And
exactly.
what is they number one shit? Entertainment?
Delaware, Minnesota, Massachusetts.
I'm
No, they
I'm
Los
not
Angeles.
sure.
You got ports down there, man. Los Angeles got a lot of shit going on, man. Just internationally alone with proximity and everything.
What do they grow something? I mean, what the fuck? It's entertainment in the ports,
Yeah,
right?
you got to think California is the one
What
place
do you think
though where
about
you can grow
California?
everything
California is
Well,
Yeah,
all
technology
year
and
they got a
round.
lot of
agriculture.
farmland.
You
Technology
And
and
agriculture.
entertainment.
Technology. No,
yeah,
more than just
you
entertainment.
can
Think about
grow
the farmland.
everything year
Oh yeah,
around
you
in
know what? Yeah,
California.
y'all y'all
Yeah,
got it right.
agriculture.
And think
Technology,
about the point.
technology, probably the biggest
Think
motherfucking
about
thing.
this, GQ. When you say entertainment, you confining that just to like the LA Hollywood region, like
Yeah, pretty
California.
much. Yeah.
no, don't do that,
California.
Bobby. No, no,
No,
no,
no.
Bobby.
I said
No,
that's
he's
what.
saying
You got.
he's
Hold on,
saying
no.
that's what I'm
I didn't
doing.
say
He's
that's
saying
what I
that's
was
what
doing. I
I'm doing.
said that's what he. Come on, Freeman.
Oh,
Listen,
Right.
my bad, Bobby. My bad. Get your thought out,
no.
bro. My bad. My
I
bad.
said he's confining it to just
Right.
that
I got
area.
you. I got you,
Yeah,
Bobby.
California.
Because I you know what?
California is literally like
I'm completely missing
probably got the most
technology.
major. Yeah, it probably got the most major cities in one state.
Agriculture is
Out,
his biggest
yeah,
money maker.
and you
Go
got hella
Agriculture?
pineapple.
ports,
Yep.
hella ports right
Go
there.
pineapple.
Yeah, right.
Agriculture? Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, go pineapple.
Weed
Yeah,
So
agriculture.
that's what
Cali
I
California
got
was
do a
so
lot of
saying.
Cali
wine.
got Cali
A lot
got
of
California is the
wine.
everything going
only
for him
A lot
then,
place
of
where you
goddamn.
wine
could
come out of
grow.
California.
California is the only place where you can grow everything year round.
I
Cali
think
got
it's
It's
some
seven
in the
it's
fruit.
Cali
you
got
don't.
seven
It
streams
ain't
of
a season
income
for
around this motherfucker.
strawberries and shit.
Y'all just
Cali
want the watermelons blue.
Cali the way a nigga supposed to be with seven streams of income around this bitch.
Yep.
Hell nah, nigga. California, you
Oh,
gonna be
they can
paying
grow
$1 million
watermelon.
for a 3 bedroom. I'm good.
No, he's saying the way California run, like they got 7 different streams of income. Nigga. That's how we
Exactly.
supposed to be.
That's how we supposed to be.
Nah, that's a
We're
fact.
not
That's a fact.
supposed to be.
Film and television is second though. GQ. It is
Okay.
second.
Television second after agriculture?
Yep. Film and television,
So
travel.
Yep.
it's so film and
Silicon
television over
Valley.
technology?
Yep. Then it's travel and tourism. Then
Damn.
There
technology.
you go. Disney
Damn.
World, man. Silicon Valley died, man. The Bay,
Okay.
that shit that moved to Texas, bro.
Yep. It moved to
Okay.
Austin.
Okay.
Yep.
In Seattle, huh? With Microsoft in
Yeah, in
Seattle, right?
Seattle. Yep. That's Silicon Valley too.
Yeah. Okay.
Service industry, healthcare, then construction. Them at 7 streams.
They getting money like horse shit. Y'all
I
know
don't
about
mean
horse shit.
to
Horse shit everywhere.
switch the conversation, but have y'all heard this story about Uganda?
Nah, what's going
No,
on in
what happened?
Uganda?
I just seen some stuff. I don't know how real it is, but it said Uganda just made the largest gold discovery in their history, estimated worth $12 trillion, and it could
Damn.
change that.
I
Yeah,
saw that story.
that
Yeah.
yeah,
Wait a minute, Uganda. Damn, first it was a year ago. It was Nigeria. Now is Uganda got a large gold deposit too?
yeah. It
What it
said
was,
worth
31
12
million
trillion.
tons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
31 billion tons. Yep,
Damn.
12
Oh,
trillion
I
dollars.
seen that
Oh,
shit earlier. Like, golly.
Damn.
Yeah, they found some uranium in Utah, some big ass amount.
yeah. Who want to go in on some tractors and dump trucks for Uganda?
You know them Chinese already
No,
over there, GA.
yeah, they already over there.
They already over there, boy. They got the
That's fucked up.
infrastructure getting prepared as we talk on this
Oh,
panel.
so Uganda's supposed to be looking like
Man, we
Dubai
could
over this
whoop they
motherfucker.
ass, bro.
Yeah, I'm with Blue there. Blue, where
It's
you
a
at?
lot
Hey,
of them
Blue.
motherfuckers,
This
Blue.
where your blue. This where your ideology
I'm
come in.
knocking
yeah,
about
Like
five of them
you
nut
be
ass
Blues
by
doing
out
right,
myself at
Blue.
once.
yeah.
It's a
Uganda's
lot of
goddamn
them
supposed to be like
motherfuckers,
Dubai
man.
around this bitch.
Where you at, Blue? What's going on?
This motherfucker got the hand on the button. He's safe right now. They ain't got no button to press.
Where you at,
They
Blue?
getting
They
beat up.
need they need old boy from Burkina Faso out there to
You ain't
negotiate
lying.
Yeah,
That's
deal
what
with
it
yeah.
is.
Uganda.
Abraham,
Waking them niggas up over there. Waking
yeah,
On
them
my
up.
mama,
yeah.
cuz go negotiate with the military uniform on.
No, man, we
Yeah,
gon' we
bro
gonna
might
send
not make
Blue.
it that much longer.
Mm,
He gonna lie the way he talking.
Blue, how long it's gonna take to get 1,000 hitters up so we can get these dump trucks and tractors over there?
Shit, that's the easy work. That's the easy part. We just need the funding to get there.
We just need
Hey,
economic
I got a
development.
question for y'all. So with this Ibrahim Torre situation, right? You know Russia backing him.
Oh,
So
for sure. He's slapping fires with Putin like a motherfucker.
so as Americans, as black Americans, how we supposed to navigate this situation?
What do you mean?
You see how it play
Like with
out.
our support, like
Be
if
one.
we supporting I'm with it. I look at the Russians more respectful than the American the white the other white motherfuckers. They counterpart white people. But what my point is, how is the support gonna look from Black Americans supporting another African who's being supported by Russians?
Are we
Hey,
gonna
we
be
should
labeled
fuck with the
communists
what?
I
like them
mean,
motherfucking
yeah,
Black
like it
Panthers?
always was.
Yeah,
Now
y'all,
listen
y'all,
though.
Yep.
all you niggas is
Back
communists.
to being communists again. They gonna
It
bring that
don't
shit
matter.
up.
We should fuck with them niggas. Cause
No,
listen,
wait,
historically,
wait.
Russians are some of the only group of white people who don't got no history of black slave trade,
We ain't
bro.
KT. Let's not go back
Or
to
Like,
that
Nah,
right
we
there.
colonization.
fuck with them
That's
though.
gonna take us
I'm
down.
fucking with
We
them.
fuck
The,
with
the,
them. They
Or
armed us up
colonization.
too.
They ain't got no colonization, no colonies in Africa.
And they created a
Okay.
movie that was that when the white people here dropped the Birth of a Nation, they created a movie that was anti Birth of a Nation
Mm.
to go against
I
that propaganda that they was pushing. So
I ain't seen that one.
Well,
I didn't even know that.
it ain't even that deep, man.
yeah,
Wait, well, don't
yeah.
nobody get mad about the American business. You know, ain't nobody call it McDonald communists. That's when they open a business over in
Okay,
Russia.
I feel
Eh,
you, GA.
So, I mean, what we really talking about right now?
We not McDonald's.
I ain't asking about our sentiment really though. I'm asking like how that's gonna look. And how do we navigate
It's
that
all about how to be.
that
You know, that's why I say that communist shit, because it's just how the media spin it, how the government tell the media to spin that shit.
But they were
It's
saying
like they did
communists
the Black
what?
Panthers, bro. You know what I'm saying? They labeled them communists.
We
You
should
know what I'm
navigate it by outsourcing where he get them berets from, and we should start rocking them berets.
saying?
Show our solidarity.
Damn.
We should
Yo,
show our solidarity, Freeman. What you talking about?
That damn Bobby,
hey,
man.
we gonna order them from Alibaba.
Nigga, shit.
What's
We gonna
up,
Nah,
support
Bobby,
the
man?
you
What's
get
hey,
them.
going on?
hey Bobby, we gonna
Nah,
support the Chinese
we
by
get them
ordering
probably.
our
Nah, you got
barrettes.
to get them straight from Burkina Faso or Ghana or something. They could sew them. They could sew them little berets together. They know how to do it.
I don't know, man. That geopolitical shit get messy, man. If Russia
Don't
gonna
it, man?
build, if it's gonna build a damn, the network, they need a road network over there. They need infrastructure. They need some airports over there. Uh,
I think we should silently support. I think we should fund and silently support, and then be over here in America saying something else.
You
I
know what
think we should.
America about
I
to
think
do?
we should be trick. We should be tricking the white Americans. You feel me? Like we don't
I
fuck
think
with
we
them.
should. I think we should remind them that they let
That's funny.
Italians go fight for Mussolini when they went to go attack in World War II.
mm,
That's what
good
we should
point.
remind them of.
No, I'm just saying support. What support
Right.
look
That's
like,
their
bro?
home country. Shit, our home country is America. But the
Our
only
home country is Africa. Then
okay,
we should remind them of that too. That y'all constantly let
that's
us
what you're
know
gonna have to
that.
remind
Yeah.
them of.
Oh no,
Shit,
it's a lot of reminding that we should do,
hey,
man. That's
No,
what
we
I'm
got to.
saying.
You have to establish a flag. There's a flag
yeah,
that has to be flown
yeah, you
under.
got to be a nationalist. You got to be all. You got
Wait,
to
We
be a
got the Liberian flag.
Ghananese or something. You're gonna have to be
That's the
something.
FBA flag.
Okay, wait. So
But
y'all gonna run past that they need a road network, they need highways, and they need an airport. Ain't nobody got nothing on that,
No,
but they
no,
want to
yeah,
buy
they need
flags.
all that shit. And
But,
you
but
this the problem. Just like what happened in Afghanistan and motherfucker with Bin Laden and shit. Now America is going to start funding some African country to fight back the communists in
They're
Burkina Faso.
already
they
doing
already
it.
doing that,
Hold
ain't
on, hold on. They
wait.
doing it in the Congo right now.
Yeah, yeah, we got to fight. We got to fight back the communists in Burkina Faso. So
Wait,
now
hold
we got
on,
to.
but
So now we have to fund another African country and send them military and money and everything to fight against the communists. That you
Again,
know.
but
the rebels that are causing genocide in the Congo are backed by the United States.
See that type of
They
shit.
told me I was crazy when I said that
That's why
earlier.
I asked that
But
question.
you
Like,
are crazy, Blue.
how
You
do
just
that?
sometimes say things that's on point. But you
How do
are
it look with?
that issue.
But no,
I
that's why
could
I asked the
agree to
question.
that.
How it look with Black Americans? You outwardly showing support. You feel me? How they gonna look? What the media gonna describe us as? Though are those people who
Communists.
you know what I'm
no,
saying?
Nigga, the
who the
media
fuck
not covering you.
cares? Yeah,
Nobody,
No,
nobody
the
even
media is not
Damo,
covering
yeah.
I'm
you.
not. I'm
Nah,
talking
being
about,
a
bro.
labeled a communist
If the
is
shit
just as
gets
dangerous as it
bigger,
was
bro.
back in the
No, it's not.
70s.
No, it's not. No, it's
A
You
not.
don't
I
think
communist in
do.
so?
2025?
I do
Y'all
not.
are y'all
If
serious?
black
Yeah,
people get
cause
labeled as a
J Edgar
whole
Hoover ain't running the
communist,
FBI,
it's
so we
up,
might be
bro.
straight.
Bro.
Nah.
But that's what I'm
Hoover
saying.
ain't in
Like
that motherfucker. We might be
that.
all right.
Like you got to think about it. You got to think about it. Bro. Like we don't even beef with Russia like we used to. What make you think they really give a fuck about communism?
Nah, they give a fuck. That's
What
why Bernie
about
got
what?
fucked over.
Russia Gate, nigga? We just went through a whole series of shit about fucking Russia.
Bro, just
Wait,
because you can
wait.
hold on. And here's the irony. You're not even realizing that what you describe is an example of is the complete shift from viewing Russia as a global enemy to laxing policy towards that state. So, like, yeah,
Damo,
that's the
I'm talking
point.
about the people who was on the offensive, bro, who was speaking on Russia.
Yes, and it did,
I'm not
and it
talking about the.
impacted. Listen,
I'm not talking
listen,
about the. Hold on. I'm not talking about the Trump party who was cool with Russia. What do you mean? You a
bro.
difficult ass nigga to even talk to,
Nah,
bro.
yeah, and you are too.
No.
No,
And
I'm
we
not.
being 100%
I don't
right.
have
You are
arguments
too.
with anybody on the panel but you.
Like for real, bro. Because like you talking
No.
about something. What you're describing is
I ain't
yeah. There were
described
people.
shit, nigga.
Hold on,
I
look.
just asked the
Hold on, look.
question.
There were people. There were people who yes, and I'm responding to your question because I'm enlightened on that actual phenomenon. That Russia Gate and people making a big deal about Russia and nothing coming from it is an example of a complete shift towards our adversarial relationship.
Okay.
2016 was an example of the Republican Party who at one point were the biggest anti-Russia motherfuckers, the biggest anti-communist, the biggest anti you know what I'm saying, Putin motherfuckers, completely remove all of that shit from the platform as Donald Trump was running in 2016. Like that means a softening on those relationships. You feel
I
me?
got you.
So in 2025, like the bad guys as they used to be traditionally taught to us, like the communists and that's not the issue anymore. It's the globalists now.
I mean,
It's not
honestly
the
though, I will argue that's because I think kind of Trump rock with them, bro. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of
bro.
that shit that went down during that time, the Russians was pushing that propaganda, like for us to. They the ones who really started Black Lives Matter, in my opinion.
Nah,
Russia?
we can't. They didn't. No,
Bro,
no,
fuck
no. They
all
didn't
that other
start Black
shit.
Lives
God
Matter.
damn.
Hold
Russia
on. They
literally
didn't.
still on
Y'all done went
sanctions.
back.
It's no
Damo, you done
Telling you.
went down the rabbit hole. You
No,
let him talk about
Nah,
Russia,
bro.
Black Lives Matter, bro.
Russia, bro,
God
was
damn. Can
was
we get back to
producing.
Ibrahim Torre?
Nah, I'm gonna tell you why.
mm,
Russia was producing, bro, a lot of propaganda over here that was making us mad, bro.
nah.
They
But
was
what they were
stirring up
doing, and
hella
see,
shit.
but the problem with it is it wasn't that they was producing propaganda that make us mad. They were reiterating the arguments that black people were already making, and they were using troll forms to
Yep.
spread the message of things that black people was already pissed off about. So it's like they were able to amplify racial frustrations in their Facebook messaging and in different social media posts, and that's part of what they said when they talk about how Russia manipulated the elections is because they
Yep.
played into the racial tensions to create division amongst specifically Democrats and Hillary Clinton because that's what benefited the most.
I mean, I think really, I think who benefited really out of everybody is Putin. I think when you look at it, bro, the most sane leader in the world today, bro. I mean, not in the world, like when you know what I mean.
Nigga in the
Yeah,
Just as
no,
far
world,
as
nigga.
who
just
in
no, 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 no,
charge.
no, no.
Let
Just
me
Who?
stop,
say
bro.
that
Just stop. Just stop.
it's
Just
been
stop.
Putin, bro.
He been
No, it's
Putin,
not, bro.
bro.
No,
Blue,
it's
Who
not,
stop
bro.
it, bro.
No,
See,
it's
there
not,
you
bro.
go.
who
How the
No,
hell
it's
he
not.
can't even hold
who
down
look
his
more
own
qualified
backyard?
to lead the free world than
He
Putin?
can't do what, GA?
He
You,
can't
you,
hold.
you are.
He done
Did you
started some
hear
shit.
this
He can't
nigga?
even finish. He.
This
What do you
nigga just
mean?
He
Biden
ain't
said.
showing
started that, bro.
mercy. He ain't showing mercy on his
That's Biden
fellow
fault.
Russians.
Come on,
That's
Aaron.
what.
That shit. That shit
Okay.
been
So
going
here's the
on
thing.
since how long?
Man, that
The
nigga
dumb
could have
water,
2014.
been.
bro.
That
I'll
nigga
go as
could have
far as
been
this. I'll go
ended
as far
that
as this.
shit.
Today,
20,
today, it's worse to be called a Democrat than it is to be called a communist.
That's fact.
Mm, I think
What?
they
Yes.
both.
bro,
I
this
think
shit
they
still
link them
on
How
though.
you,
But,
sanctions.
who?
but,
How
but
is it
hold on. Think
bad to
about
be
it though.
called a Democrat?
They were trying to
Everybody
say
Because
that
think
around
about it.
us
Because
is
think
Biden
about
was
it.
a
The
Democrats.
goddamn
propaganda.
communist
Hold on. Because think about
or
it.
a Marxist.
The propaganda that Donald Trump used going into this election was talk, and even propaganda he talks about now is rooting out the enemy from within. And when he uses rhetoric like the enemy from within, he lists off democratic politicians,
Hey, can I
which
ask
is
niggas
saying
on the panels outside of YouTube? How many of y'all niggas know Republicans in y'all real life? Let's do a
Me,
ratio. Let's do a
Shit,
ratio.
I do.
Out of every
Yeah.
hold on, GA. Out of every 20 people in your life, how many of them are fucking Republicans?
I
more
can.
than
I
uh,
can
half.
say.
uh,
Yeah, I
but
would
here's the
say
thing.
5 to 10.
Here's the thing. Like when you say Republican, like one, you trying to fit people into these like clean. You trying to fit people into these clean
No, I'm
political
saying
labels,
it
and they
ain't
don't.
never been
Hold on, let me
demonized to
explain,
be a
bro. Let me
Democrat,
explain.
bro.
Let me
That's my
explain.
rebut to your point.
Bro. Then see, that's what I'm
Who
saying.
just said
You
that
say
nigga
shit.
it's more
How much you want to bet, bro? Hold on. So when Donald Trump
that
refers
what?
to the
I'm
enemy,
asking
hold
right now
on.
on the panel
When
to
so
get
when
a to
Donald
get a
Trump
ratio.
when Donald Trump says that he's fighting the enemy within, when he's using the enemy within and referring to Democratic politicians,
He's
who is he
he's he's
demonizing?
he was demonizing the bureaucracy.
Right. And so when Donald
That
Trump
ain't just
won, right, the
Democrats
reason why
though.
the phrase
That ain't
the
just
phrase, no
Democrats
fight,
though,
it
brother.
wasn't the bureaucracy. He was specifically talking
You
about
just said
Democrats.
okay.
You have no idea what you're talking about. He was specifically talking about
No,
Democrats.
What
He
he
about
didn't
Mitch
listed
agree with you,
McConnell?
Democratic
So he
Aaron.
politicians.
wasn't
He
talking
didn't. He
about
didn't
Mitch
agree with.
McConnell.
He wasn't agreeing with
No,
you,
he
Aaron.
wasn't talking about, bro. That's what I'm saying. You just
So
be
he ain't
saying this.
never
You
had
don't know
no.
what you're talking about for real.
Okay,
I didn't say never had any problem. I'm saying political rhetoric. I'm saying, but that's what I mean. Like this is what I mean by just like you don't really know what you're talking about, but you can
nah,
say
I be
words.
knowing what I'm talking
You
about.
can say words. So it's
That's
like I'm
just
just
your way.
engaging
That's
with
just
somebody
your
that
way to
can.
not be able to keep your argument going.
You didn't say nothing against my argument.
No.
You just said how many
Hold on.
Republicans do people know?
Yeah, I
I'm
was
making
trying
a
to make a
comment.
point. I was trying
I'm
to
making
make
a,
a point
I'm
to you.
making a, I made a clear claim about political discourse shifting towards the partisan polarization and literally using them. Matter of fact,
Yeah, you
y'all,
said it's worse to be a
what is the?
Democrat
Hold
than
on, watch
it's
this, watch
worse
this,
being
watch
called a
this.
Democrat than a
When
communist
you wanna,
nowadays.
when
And I
niggas, when
basically
like
was making
I
the
clearly
refute
watch
that
this.
no, it's not. How many
I'm about to
niggas on
use
the
us as a case
panel
study.
know more Republicans than they know
I'm about
Democrats?
to,
That's
I'm
how
about
I
to
was
use this.
trying to prove it.
I'm about to use these panels as a case study.
Let's do it. That's
Now,
exactly what I was just trying to do.
hold on, no.
That's
Let me say,
exactly
hold
what
on,
I was just
hold
trying to
on,
do. I was
hold
trying to
on.
use the panel
Look.
as a case study.
That's not that you asked them. That was a survey. That wasn't necessarily a case
All right,
study.
a
I'm using
survey
us.
that I can
Yes,
turn into a case study.
I'm using us as a case study.
Gotcha.
When I've clearly espoused certain Marxist types of beliefs, but when niggas want to insult Damo, what do they call Damo? Do they call me a Marxist? Do they call me
No,
a
they got you a
communist?
Democrat.
Thank
So you're a
you.
Democrat.
So
Thank you.
hold on
Because
one
you is
second.
a
Hold on one
goddamn
second.
Democrat.
Hold on, GQ. So
Did
Aaron.
he not just hold on? Did he not just say? Did he not just say that people don't use Democrat as an insult?
No, I did not
Nigga,
say
that's
that.
what I'm telling you. These
That's not
niggas
what I
just
It
said.
wasn't an
talking,
Hold
insult,
bro.
on.
though. I
That's
don't
not
know if
what
it's
I
supposed
said
to
at
be an
all.
insult.
Hold on, real quick. That's not what I
Is
said
it?
at
Is it?
all.
I mean, does it really supposed to be an insult?
And that ain't an
Okay,
insult.
hold
That's
on.
just nigga, you a
Hold on.
Democrat. Maybe the
GQ.
other
When you
person is
talking
a
about
Hold
Domo,
Republican.
it
on.
is.
Thank you.
How?
They
So
purposely
when you
using
call
it as a way
Domo a
to be
Democrat, it's the
insulting.
insult.
Okay.
You're purposely hold on, and this is what I mean by niggas being purposely obtuse. Niggas know that I only get called a Democrat when we're
Bro, you
insulting each
said that it
other.
was as worse to
I
be as you said it was as bad as being called, if not worse, basically
It's
a
worse.
communist.
It's
And I'm
worse because
saying
you don't even
I
use
don't
it.
know nobody in on this panel or me in real life
Man,
who know
stop.
more
You do it.
Republicans
Look,
Everybody on this
than
panel has done it.
Democrats.
Everybody
Damo,
on
if
this
it's worse,
panel has
if it's
used
worse,
Damo.
then
That ain't
why
the
Look,
we don't have
argument that
open
hold
that's
on.
the
communism?
Look,
argument I'm talking about.
everybody on this panel has used the term Democrat as a way to insult me.
Yeah, it
Everybody
wasn't a
has.
compliment to Domo. It wasn't
Everybody
no
has.
I
compliments. Yeah.
don't think it'd be
That ain't
an
the
insult. I
argument.
mean,
That ain't the
I don't consider
argument.
it an
It's
Wait,
not worse
insult.
than
wait,
being called a
wait. No,
communist.
no,
I
no.
don't consider
Domo,
it an insult
Come
if
It's
it's
not
not
on.
worse than
simply
being called a
I
listen.
communist. That's the whole
But
point.
I've never, but
Now
I've never been called a
that's
communist.
what Aaron or
And I
whoever that
spot, and
was
Because
trying to
don't
say.
nobody call people
Because
communists
So hold on.
nowadays, bro.
listen, because
that's my
everybody on this
point.
the majority
That's bro, this nigga is
of
slow.
I'm not slow, bro.
everybody
Hold on,
in
Aaron.
here family is
Is a
fucking
Okay,
Democrat.
Democrats.
That's my
okay.
fucking
Right. So
point,
that's why I don't
GQ.
consider it
Watch
an
this.
insult.
Watch
That's
this.
fucking stupid. My whole family is
Watch this.
Our
Democrats.
whole
So if
fucking
I'm
Watch
calling
this.
you a
everybody in
But
here
Democrat,
this is
how the
family is
fuck am
fucking
I trying
straight
to insult
hey,
Democrats.
and
you?
I
now
just
watch this. Now
argue
watch this.
with I
Now I'm
just
about to
argue
cook
with
these
the
niggas.
Nigga,
Watch
craziest
I'm
this.
a
fucking
fucking
Watch this.
I
Democrat on
just
paper,
argued
nigga.
for
How the
3
fuck is
hours
calling
at
you
the
a
fucking
Oh,
Democrat
cookout
an
with the
hey,
insult?
craziest Democrats on
timestamp,
the
Hold
planet.
timestamp,
on. Both of
timestamp,
y'all.
timestamp,
Yeah,
timestamp.
yeah.
Because
Somebody, yeah.
again,
Somebody,
again,
yeah. Who
God
GQ,
said that?
damn.
Who said
GQ
that?
has specifically called me a Democrat as a way to insult me. Specifically,
Oh,
specifically.
I don't
I
think
think
it's an
he.
insult. I'm just telling you like it is,
Yeah,
goddamn.
I,
Yeah, you
okay,
said
hold
it
on,
was an
hold on,
nah.
insult.
Yeah,
bro. That's what I'm
anytime a nigga
saying.
say that,
Y'all
that's
niggas will
definitely
say
an
any.
insult.
Y'all niggas will say anything to be right. Like, oh, this no Democrat, nigga. You always riding with the. You think like a Democrat. I'm gonna be on that Democrat. Stop playing. None of
But
you niggas here
Domo,
have
let me
espoused
tell you this
any
personally, bro.
pro-Democrat belief
My
ever.
whole
What are you
fucking
talking
family
about?
is fucking Democrats, so I'm not insulting
Bro,
you to call you a Democrat.
and right now, you're conveniently using that to prove a point. But at the end of the day, when
No,
you're
I'm
Yeah.
not
just saying,
talking about,
period.
hold on, no, GQ, the
No,
So
majority
GQ
of
if
acting
my,
like
the,
you
if
got
you
white
vote
friends,
Democratic
hold
and
on,
man.
you call a nigga
the
Democrat,
majority,
is hold on. If
the
you vote
majority,
Democratic all your life and you call a nigga a Democrat while y'all having an argument, you insulting
GQ
that
does
nigga.
it. GQ
Domo,
does it.
Domo,
You
Domo
take it as
calling
an
me.
Bro, this is
insult.
crazy.
I do
Y'all
call you a
niggas is
Democrat, but
real.
I don't
Hold
think
on,
it
hold
be
on,
insulting you.
hold
It
on,
ain't
hold on, hold
insulting though.
on.
It's just
No,
calling you what you are.
no, but you're hold on. But here's the thing. First off, I'm not that. That's the first thing is I'm not that, and
So
I've
that's
said
why you feel.
repeatedly
That's why you
that.
feel
That's
Hold
why you
insulted,
on.
feel it's an insult then, right
No,
there.
no,
That's
no, no,
why.
no, no, no. Listen.
because you don't want to live in your truth.
See, that's what I'm
Oh
saying.
God
What is it?
damn.
Like,
Come
see,
out
see,
that
that's what I
goddamn
mean.
Democrat
See, like,
closet.
listen, hold on. Look, exactly. Look at the rhetoric. Look at the rhetoric. Y'all niggas
No,
gonna be
I'm a
crazy,
Democrat.
bro.
I'm a
Listen to
Democrat,
this
so when
bro.
rhetoric.
y'all say
I ain't in the
Democrat though,
closet
y'all
though with it,
Bro,
bro.
no no.
y'all have been hearing me argue with these niggas for years at this point, and all you hear is Democrats this, Democrats that. That's the problem. Y'all follow these Democrats. I do these with these Democrats. Oh, you think like a Democrat. You move with the Democrats. That's all you niggas have said. Did y'all just forget the last year worst of an election? Are
No,
you
no, I
kidding
didn't.
me?
To make it
You
Domo,
niggas,
appear,
no,
Domo, let me tell you
You
this
niggas,
though,
like a
bro.
Democrat, nigga.
hold
You
on. You
do.
Let me
niggas
tell
have
you this,
acted.
Domo.
Hold on,
I
no. You
appreciate
niggas
you,
have acted
bro.
like the
I
possibility of
appreciate you
even
way, but let me
no.
tell you something, bro. If
That's
you could have,
crazy.
Domo, if you would have heard the fucking
That's
conversation,
crazy.
listen to me, bro. If you would
Don't
have
I
heard the
call you the
conversation
best
I was having
politician, Big
earlier, right?
Domo? Didn't I tell you I vote for you?
You would have been arguing with me, Domo. You would have been on my
That's
side in that
crazy.
argument, and that's how far fucking left and crazy my fucking family was just earlier today. And then my brother-in-law, he a fucking Rod Hazian, so he really just lost in his fucking sauce.
Ah,
Wait a minute,
You know
what's
what
a
I'm
Rod
saying?
Hazian? What the
but
fuck is
hold
that?
on. What if
He
we always
followed
Hey,
said?
Rod
Domo.
Hayes.
Hey,
We've always
Domo.
said.
A
Hold on.
Republican to call your ass a communist.
Hold on. Here's the thing.
That's what a Republican to do now. They
Here's the
call
thing.
your ass a
I
We've
give you, I
always
communist.
give you
They
said.
ain't
that
gonna
much.
call you
I
no
give you that much
Democrat,
credit,
nigga.
That's
Domo.
what I'm saying.
At least you coming with facts. These motherfuckers just, I don't know what they was just talking so much crazy
Look,
ass shit, bro.
now we
And
links
don't
made the
know
best point.
nothing, bro. See, these
I
panels
We
that
got that's
made
what
me
we
kind of
links.
then fuck my tolerance up of being on this panel with y'all, because these motherfuckers just, man, they was just so far off the rocker.
but here's the thing. So we links makes the best. Now, one the first thing that I want to interject with is one when we say, oh, black people are quote unquote Democrats, we're attempting to conflate all of black political identity into one easily to use term, but we're ignoring the fact
We a
that most black
monolith.
people. Let me finish, bro. We not a
My fault,
monolith. Most
Domo. No,
most
we are
black
though.
people
We are.
most black people are culturally conservative.
No,
Actually,
but we are
That's
Yeah,
true.
Democrats,
most
bro. We
black
but
vote
people
but
out.
are
my
culturally
they
conservative,
culturally
and so
conservative, but my family will outright tell you that they Democrats, bro. You don't
My
have to
family will
guess.
vote
You don't
Democratic,
have
but
you don't have to
outright
even
tell you
guess
they're
or
bro.
not
wonder. They're
conservative
gonna
at
tell you,
all.
bro,
that
that they
is
Listen.
Democrats. They're
good.
gonna stand on it, bro.
I'm gonna use AI. I'm gonna use AI to go
They
over
gonna
a
tell you that
year's
they
worth.
So,
Democrats and they gonna
so
stand on it, bro. They
I'm
not.
gonna use AI to go over a year's worth of video footage,
to lay
and
it out. So,
I'm gonna pull because y'all niggas will say anything
They
in the
are
moment, bro.
red
You
blooded
just made
Y'all
it.
hear
Obama
this shit?
loving.
Damo, you done
They
Did
are
made
y'all
me
red
hear
gonna
this
blooded
say
shit?
anything in the
Obama
moment.
loving
All of a
Democrats.
sudden, oh no, black people, we Democrats, baby. We Democrats, baby. What are we talking
Yeah,
about? What you
them
mean?
motherfuckers
We
is
Democrat
are.
ain't no
We are
insult.
Democrats.
We
Democrats. Like
love,
literally, we are a
bro. Y'all,
monolith when it comes to voting.
please,
We are
It's not even
Democrats.
a question about it,
hold
bro.
on,
Matter of
You
fact,
just
Aaron.
look up the stats.
Hold on,
y'all have
y'all.
shit on black people for voting Democrats.
Hold on.
Y'all
Yeah.
personally shit
Yes.
on black people for
We
voting Democrats.
Yes,
do.
we
So
do.
hold
Yes,
on.
okay, bro. Y'all,
We
Yeah,
are
y'all shit
go
on
ahead,
Democrats.
them
Dev.
because y'all are insulting them.
You misinterpreting what we saying, I think, bro. It don't
Yeah.
matter. Just because all my
Nah,
fucking family is fucking Democrats don't mean that I'm the black sheep, motherfucker. I'm the one that tell
mental
them motherfuckers fuck.
gymnastics.
I'm the one tell them fuck the Democrats. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
So
they
you use Democrat as an insult as you've done on this panel, proving
okay.
that
All
you
right,
use
man, fuck it.
Democrat as an insult.
Fuck it then. I insulted
But
your goddamn ass.
Domo, I think what he's saying, but I think what he's saying in society, he's the minority, and even I see that in real life. Like,
But it's
I
been the
In
believe
terms of
main. How
numbers,
can? But
that's
hold
the
on. How can
minority.
y'all say that when okay,
That's the
just here
minority
again using
because I
using
mean,
using
even by numbers, there most black people vote Democrat.
We are a
now,
monolith,
but hold
bro, when it
on.
comes to voting,
Using
bro.
the conversations we
Can't
have
get away
here,
from
Bobby, using the conversations we have here, do niggas here not use Democrat as an insult? Yes or no?
no, obviously, yeah, they use
Uh,
a lot of shit as an insult.
Okay, thank
man,
you.
I guess so.
Obvious.
so what is
Thank
it
you.
All right,
based
fuck it.
on?
I
Thank
give
you.
you
Wait,
that
wait,
though.
wait,
I
wait,
give
What's
you
what
that.
wait,
based on,
wait. Is
Dev?
it based on ideology
Yeah,
or by
No,
numbers?
I
Based
didn't
on our,
think it
it's
was
on the
an
numbers,
insult
on our
because
voting.
I'm going
I
off
mean,
numbers.
I don't know. I mean, if
Y'all
you feel
going
like
off
you was
numbers.
insulted, then
But yeah, but
it definitely
Domo,
was an insult if
that
you
don't.
feel insulted.
Okay.
Goddamn
Come
it.
on, GQ. It wasn't as a
Let me
compliment
frame it
though.
like
No,
this.
I'm saying niggas call this
Hold
nigga
on, hold on.
Domo
This
crack
nigga, hold
and
on.
all of that. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, nigga, I call the nigga Domo Democrat. The Democrat. Like, yeah, but we acting
Said
like
you're a
but
Democrat.
no, because hold on,
That
Domo.
was
We just
live
made
though.
up a
Yeah.
whole
Hold
name
on,
for the shit.
Domo.
Right,
The
right,
Democrat.
only
right, right.
reason, but hold on, Dev. The only reason that get used as an insult is because it's something that people see that get under your skin. It ain't nothing that people it ain't nothing that I assume or ever assumed is applied in real life. Like people just demonize Democrats, especially
I
Right.
agree
black
with that,
people.
So,
Bobby.
so
I
you're
agree with
making
that.
an
I agree
ideology
with that.
argument.
But no, but see,
But no, I thought that was the
that
main argument.
ignores,
He
that
was
ignores the,
because he
but
said, because I'm going off the main argument of when he said
Yeah,
it's
that
like
be
starting the
banter,
president's mouth.
Domo. That be
Yeah,
banter.
nah,
That
hold
don't
on,
be
hold on.
like,
But just even
hell
outside of
no.
the conversations we have, owning the libs is like a key Republican phrase. Like, we got to own the libs. We got to
bro,
beat
but
the
none of
libs.
us is fucking
Who the fuck say
Republicans.
that shit, son?
Okay,
I never
bro,
heard
I'm
of
saying that. Okay. This is what I'm saying. Y'all have
I'm
to.
saying
Yeah. So
you're
you've
making a
never heard the
numbers argument,
term
Aaron.
own. Yeah, you've never heard the term own the libs. You've
Yeah,
never
I've
heard
heard
that term
that, but
before.
that's some TikTok,
Okay.
Instagram shit. I don't hear that in fucking real life.
Okay, bro. Uh,
But I'm
I
saying
don't be
you have
around
to take into account
Republicans enough to hear
ideology.
that, Domo.
But
That's
I
what
you
I'm
do.
saying.
but you have to
I
take
do.
ideology
That's the thing.
Nah,
into
Dave,
account, Aaron.
I don't mean ideology. I'm speaking on pure voting. We vote as a monolith. We vote Democratic.
And
That was my
to
question.
relink it,
So if I vote for a Republican president, but my two senators in the state where I am are Democrat, how does that make me if I vote those two Democrat senators, but my president was Republican?
Yeah,
You mean
that's
you
you as the
voted for all
outlier,
of them,
Dev.
Deb?
Dev, hold on real quick,
You
GQ.
voted for the Democrats and the Republicans?
No, not at the
I,
same time. No, and I've done that
GQ.
in multiple
No,
elections.
I'm just saying
That's
that make
Dev.
you. I told you that just make you independent, right?
Yeah, and Dev, that would make you the
No,
outlier, bro. I'm
independent
talking
is its
about
own separate party on the ballot, like literally
bro.
on the ballot, literally.
We're not 50% independent. We don't vote 50%
No,
independent.
I wasn't making an independent argument. No.
I know, but what I'm saying is we vote
oh,
90%
the
Democratic.
narrative and the narrative since 2016 has been, oh my God, dumb black people. Y'all vote for these people that hate y'all. Y'all vote for these Democrats that don't care about y'all. You Democrat voters, y'all run
That's a
behind the
fact.
Democrats.
That's a fact.
Democrats this, Democrats that. So what are
That's
you
a fact.
talking about,
That's a
bro?
fact.
Y'all haven't. You
Really?
niggas don't complain
You
about
still
communists.
harping on that, bro?
Y'all
Yes,
can.
it's
No,
an
we don't.
insult,
No,
bro.
no, no.
Look,
Ain't
Yes,
I'm
nobody
saying
complain
it's
about
an
no.
you
insult,
don't
Domo. All
complain.
right, we
Hold
ain't
on.
No, you're
saying.
right about the
Let me
communist
send
shit
this
though,
shot
bro.
That's what
from
I'm
what's
saying.
The
saying.
No, no,
communist
no.
shit ain't
That's
even
what
an
I'm
At the
saying.
argument no
same
more.
I
time, we
wasn't.
vote
He's
No,
just
you
rambling.
definitely right
90%.
about that.
No,
Don't
the
nobody use
point.
no communist. Don't nobody say no
Here's the
communist.
original point. I said Democrat is a worse term for niggas than communist
But it
because
ain't.
niggas, when niggas want to insult niggas, they don't call them. I've espoused plenty of Marxist beliefs. I'm
And
anti-capitalist.
you get called a Marxist or a communist at that point.
No, but
No,
see,
I don't. I
wait,
get
no,
called
no,
a
no, no,
Nah,
no,
Democrat.
no, no, no,
niggas done called you Marxist on this panel.
no,
So
no,
I
no, no,
don't. I
no,
just
no,
I've
no,
told
been
no,
you
on the
no,
that.
no,
panel with
no.
Not
Ant.
niggas on this
What?
panel. Not
I'm
niggas on
pretty
this
sure
Not
panel.
I've
by the
Niggas
heard
in
you
the
numbers,
before.
chat,
Aaron.
but not
Yeah, not by the numbers. The
Wait.
people that call them Marxists know what Marxist is in most
and they
cases.
don't even hit the panel.
But
Like
wait,
Metal Judy and them niggas don't even hit the panel. They the
Yeah,
ones that call
they
me
don't get
like
in the
yeah,
panel.
they don't
yeah,
hit the
people,
panel. Y'all
yeah,
niggas don't say that.
we don't even talk. We don't have that discussion on Marxist, leftist. We don't have that conversation over here. We
Yeah,
really don't.
communism and all that type
No.
of shit.
Man, in communism in 2025, who the fuck still talking about some communists in
Bro,
2025? Let's
Exactly.
be
that
honest.
conversation gets brought up, bro. Just like the rest of the shit y'all talking about. Maybe not
No,
here.
it
No,
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
no,
Maybe not
bro.
here.
Me
Let
and
me put
KT
empathy.
literally just got in the argument
Maybe
over
Well,
not
state
it
and
just
here.
got brought up
sovereignty.
with the Burkina Faso example with Ibrahim fucking with Putin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It just got brought up.
Yeah, but then nobody, then the term communist. I mean, I ain't heard that shit since like what, late 90s, maybe early 90s.
Oh, I hear it.
Communists,
I hear it all the time.
If
communists.
Ibrahim keep fucking with Putin, you're gonna start hearing that shit in a minute.
And that was my
He's
whole
about to make
Because
a
question.
look,
They
comeback
gonna
because
bring,
If
here.
hold
they
on,
we
but
gonna
here's
start
the, but
bring,
here's
hey,
the,
they
here's
if
the,
gonna
we
here's the,
dust
start
here's
that,
the,
they gonna
supporting,
dust that
but
shit off like they
here's
gonna
the
dust
reason
that
why
that's
shit off
why
like
Democrats
that
spit
was
vote
on
my
like
water.
question. If we
hold on,
start
here's the
supporting
reason why
Ibrahim
Democrats vote.
Toure, how is what's the narrative gonna be on the
They
black
gonna
Americans who
they gonna
supporting
dust
him?
that communist off like some bell bottoms
They
around this
already
bitch.
talking about it. It's white genocide. The narrative right now is white genocide. Donald
Say
Trump just sat
that
up there,
he
just
introducing that shit. Talk about it,
just sat up
Domo.
there in the White House and said that there's white genocide happening in South Africa right now.
That
So the
Negro,
narrative,
white farmers are being killed, murdered.
yeah. So they not even
Oh,
they not talking about no damn communism. They trying to kill us white folks.
yeah, that's come on, bro. We don't even have them discussions, man, on what that means. And the crazy thing is, a lot of the powers that be, they subscribe to one of those Marxists or schools of thoughts. I don't call them ideologies, but that's their mentors that's kind of influencing them. Well, I don't
So
know
should
what.
we? So should we go full throttle on support? So should we go full throttle on the propaganda campaign to support?
What we gotta have something to support. Like you just can't
Yeah,
say outside with this guy or with this team. You
yeah.
have to say
Support
certain
some.
policies like gun rights or whatever you're standing for. That's gonna make a determination. Or are you just really standing for him as a person or the
No, I'm
ideology?
speaking on supporting nigga Ibrahim, nigga, on not having
Uh,
America come over there and try to get him up out of there. That's what I'm
Okay,
talking
here's the
wait,
about.
wait,
thing.
wait, wait,
Here's
wait,
the
wait,
thing.
wait,
If
wait,
we
wait,
have
wait, wait.
time
Go
to
ahead.
invest, if we have time to invest in understanding politicians we support, don't you think it would behoove us to incentivize politicians in our own country?
Exactly, to get behind Ibrahim.
Yeah, then we have a
I
stronger
don't know.
case.
I don't know if I want America politicians and behind. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean,
Just
but
like
that's
you
the thing.
said, Damo,
What can Abraham do to you? Do for you? What can Abraham do for you?
what can Ibrahim do for me?
Yeah.
Shit, if he get Burkina Faso together, shit, I might can move over there.
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
So yeah.
Based on ideology,
What up?
Aaron?
No, based off being around my people in the country that's flourishing.
I'm
You
saying
can't
you
be
can do
man,
that
yo,
now though. You can do
you
that
ain't got
now.
no black folk in Ohio. What you talking about, bro?
No, I'm saying he can go over there now.
Wait, that's true
That's
too.
you saying I can go over there right now when it's in the
But
situation
I'm
that it's in
saying the
right
only
now?
thing you said was be around my people. So it must be another reason to go along with. I don't want to be around my people now because, and then that's where the ideology is going to have to come in. At. You're going to have to fill that blank.
No, being around my people, as in nigga, everything is my people, nigga. The
Right,
government,
that's what I'm
everybody.
saying. You're making a distinction. So the reason
Belly.
you haven't done that to this point was because, and I don't know. I'm not going to sit up here and guess, but it's got to
Burkina
be
Faso
something.
is they trying to they're trying to get their country on the come up. I don't want to go to it while it ain't flourishing yet.
Wait, you
Oh,
you
cause you
you
gonna
wait
ain't
wait wait
cause
you
you
don't
gonna
No,
want
ain't
you don't
shit
want to put
nigga
no
I
that
work
wasn't
can't
asking that.
in?
contribute.
Wait a minute,
Go
you don't
ahead.
want to put no
Yeah,
You
work
that's
gonna
what I'm
ain't
in?
shit
saying,
nigga that
GA.
can't
I can
contribute.
support monetarily. You feel me? I can That's why I'm asking, should we support monetarily over here now? And how would that look?
You
How
talking
would
about
that look?
No, nigga.
100%? You talking about
No.
total 100% support?
I don't read that question. What do you mean total 100?
Because I'm asking because you said I want to be around my people. So now you're using money as a barometer. I want to be around my people, but I want to be around my people after a certain point. Now you're making a clear distinction on okay, I agree with my people, but I don't want to be around them. But to say I want to be around my people, you added the money part in. So there has to be something to go along with that as well. It's not cut and dry, and that's why I'm asking about ideology. I want to be around my people that because some of the people that you may think that agree with you may not agree with the other part of that. So I don't know what that is, but that does have to be established if you want
When
more
I
than one.
met my people, bro, I want to be in the black government, bro. I want the
Black
government.
government. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I
No,
want
no, no.
the
I
people that's
think
gonna
most
set the
black
rules
people
to
are,
be black.
have. Yeah, I think most black people, even in America, have similar aspirations.
Yeah, that's all I meant when I meant my people.
I
That
got
don't
you. I got
mean not Americans. Not black Americans. That
you.
ain't
No,
what.
no, I got you. And thus we have seen, and I've laid out several different towns in different states. The mayor black, the police chief black, the school superintendent is black, the judges down at the court, they're black.
But
I
that
mean, it's
federal president though, he's still white.
right, exactly. And in most places, the governor
Oh,
is white though. In
Governor
all
too.
most of those examples that I just gave, that is a key hang up. The governor is redneck, right?
white.
But see, but Aaron, I want you to really think about this, man, because we sit there and we talk about this and we had these discussions all the time, man. And then the first thing Joke said, I don't want to move to no damn Mississippi. I don't want to move to no uh Montana. I don't
Based on
and
economic conditions,
well, I'm not gonna even say that, but I just know, it's a lot of us down here, and I don't see that
economics
sentiment changing to go across the ocean. Who
economics
goes?
usually come up.
I ain't going to no
It
Africa.
came up in Aaron's example, actually.
Yeah,
He literally used the word come up.
It has to come up.
oh, well, return on investment.
Yeah, because
I don't
damn, if
know.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
go
over
ahead.
there while it's poverty and war torn, I can stay here and continue helping rebuild. You get what I'm saying? I want to go over there when it's done and it's nice. And now I could send cheese over here to help.
So
Well,
so so when he's recruiting, another person may have a different level of, okay, now they reach this level that's not in poverty. Aaron may have another level and say, no, we ain't there yet. We still poor. And that is gonna come
no,
up.
well,
Yeah.
that's you talking about 50 to
I
100
wish
years,
that I could
bro.
save everyone, but I'm a dreamer.
That damn boy, y'all funny, man. Sometime, man.
Hilarious.
Well, this
I just
proves
want to
all
Hilarious.
black
support,
people
man.
don't
I,
think
I just want
alike.
to support. That's all.
No, well, I don't think I didn't say we do think alike, man. And it's
That
good to
includes
have it.
being all aligned with one single political party, no matter what the climate is.
Yeah. Fuck both of them is the motto.
Well, I'm kind of with you on that, GQ. I am definitely with you on that, to
That's
be
the
honest.
motto, but that's about it.
One's a
That's just the
wolf, one's a
motto.
fox.
That's it. Because
Both of them
niggas would
from
be
the
like,
K9 family, and either way, we end up in the doghouse.
That was bars.
unless we got to get them immigrants out of here, huh?
That's Malcolm X.
Damo, we got to
Unless
get
we
them
got to get.
immigrants out of here, bro. The illegal ones, bro. We got to, bro.
Man, them
I'm gonna
motherfuckers
fight you
still
on that
here.
every time.
Look, they done put all kind of commercials on for y'all and everything, and
All right.
guess what? They lied to you too.
Oh man.
Now, look,
So
this is
I'm
what
gonna
we
put
should
the
do. This is what we should do. We should kick all the white people out and let the illegals stay.
he
Either
said no
way,
matter what.
one group gotta go.
That's fucked up.
Somebody gotta go.
So I'm gonna put a link in the chat to find out if you're truly fronting
That
and
was
if
a bar,
what
Aaron.
you have Republican, independent, or Democratic values. One of the first questions is oppression by corporation is more concern than oppression by governments. Strongly agree, neutral, disagree, or strongly disagree.
Uh,
Repeat that. Repeat that deal. Start over,
Right,
bro.
right.
You did.
Who is more of an oppressor? Corporations or government? They're making a clear distinction. You can't say both.
Okay.
Government.
God damn.
Government.
Yeah. Corporations is the
Corporations.
oppressor.
I gotta say
Corpor-
government.
Corporations.
Corporation run the
Yeah,
goddamn government.
Damn, that's 50-50 just on the panel. Holy
yeah,
crap.
Corporation
my
run the
yeah,
goddamn government.
yeah. The
Shit.
Right.
corporations run the government. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the corporations, it's up to
Nah,
the power lies in the consumer. Don't consume.
Not enough.
the
With the
corporation
government,
No, it doesn't.
influenced the
That's a lie.
government just
I
No,
know,
since
That's a lie.
but
2016.
they
That's a
only
The
lie.
have
tech
The power
industry.
influence.
does not
No,
lie.
no.
Real
no,
quick, Dev, hold
The
Go
on.
ahead.
power does not
Just hear
lie,
me out.
nigga.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me
no.
out,
The
today.
power lies
Bro,
with the
niggas doing some hear
shareholder.
me out for
The
some bullshit.
shareholder.
Nigga,
Hear
no.
me out, Dev. Hear me out, Dev. The shareholder only has the share because of the consumer. Whoever consumes the
Lies.
product. If the product
Lies.
isn't consumed, then there's no money made. If the
Lies.
government got control, how is that lies, Damo?
Yeah,
That's
you can generate revenue
Because
other than
nigga,
Consumerism.
yes.
when you talking about when you talking about like quote unquote the consumer, nigga, we
Mhm.
talking about control of resources. You know, consumers
Yes.
buy food, nigga. Consumers buy homes, nigga. So whoever
Energy.
what are the
controls the
resources?
Yeah,
Hold
home,
on, real
weakling.
quick.
Yeah, yeah.
so
What are the
Elected
resources?
party. Yeah.
What are the resources that are bought up, and what are they used for?
Energy, food, and shelter.
sustaining oneself,
Commodity assets,
like
Aaron.
literally survival, like life, right? Like you buy a home. You're not like that's something that you need to survive. You buy food. That's things that you need to survive. That means
All
that the
right,
people who have
now
that
let
means
me
that the people
let me
hold
break
on, I'm
down
not
my.
done. I'm not done. Hold
Okay,
on, I'm not done. I'm not
continue. My
done. So that means that the people who control what's necessary to have a home controls the people who need homes. The people who control what's necessary to produce food control the people who need food. So to say that, oh, it's just a question of what we buy, okay, so we're not buying food, we're not buying water, we're not buying shelter, we're not buying safety.
Can I get in there real
Like
quick, Elmo?
that is completely like that position makes no sense, and it attempts to pass the buck over bad government and bad corporations onto people just because they buy things.
Can I
This
get
shit
in
is
there?
immature, bro.
Can I get in there real quick? All right, so
If you ask me, I'm gonna say no. But if
I
you
mean,
really
nigga,
feel like you want to
you
say it, that's
continue
it.
to talk. I ain't want to interrupt your bitch
Well,
ass.
just go ahead. Go ahead. You
let him
got it.
in.
You
Let
got
him
it. Go
in. Let
ahead.
him
Fuck,
in.
nigga.
Let him in.
Go ahead. Go
Pause.
ahead.
All
I
right,
can't help it when
so
niggas ask. With like if niggas is gonna
Hey,
ask.
so
yo.
back to what I was saying. So again, consumer, as you said, how food, yes, you can grow your own food. Housing, yes, you can build your own home. What else did you said? Something else. Um, fuck, what was you
Damn, I'm
whatever you
so
said.
tempted to. I'm
Come
so
on,
Can
tempted
I
to
Aaron.
give
finish?
you a
You got to
pause,
shut that
bro.
down, bro, because you're not sounding. You can't do that, bro.
Hold
Yeah, you
on.
Because
sounded crazy right now.
you can't.
Yeah.
The corporations
GA, can I
control it.
GA
The
GA can
corporations
I
even took
GA I
control of
mean
the
GQ
seeds.
can GQ can I finish real quick? Can I explain why I'm gonna say what I'm saying before
Go
you
ahead,
niggas
brother.
stop
You
saying it?
you pick
Go ahead,
government,
brother.
Aaron?
Yes, I pick government.
Okay, go ahead.
The ones who legislate the laws, who made it able to for
You
those
gotta break
seeds.
the tie too, Dev, when he get through. But go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm talking about the government, the ones who made that law where you
Yeah.
where them seed
So
that
you're
shit you
not
was talking
talking
about with the seed.
about so you're not
No,
talking
GA,
about consumerism
GQ, let
anymore.
me GQ, let me finish what I'm saying so I can get to the consumerism. So the same example you just got with the seeds, the government was the ones who did that, right? The government is the ones who allow who make these
Lobbied
laws.
by who? Lobbied by who?
Come
Who
on,
who
bro.
lobbied the
They're
government to
lobbied
influence
by
those
the
laws?
corporations, which
Okay,
again make
then.
their money from the
Okay.
consumers. Again, so let me finish what
Okay.
I was saying. Everything you niggas saying
No,
the
they made their
commodities,
money off
everything that you
slavery.
said that
They made their money off the Holocaust. They money off of genocide, and then they used generational subjugation of Black people, Latino people, Indian people, and other immigrants as a way to further build on their wealth. And then
this was all this was all
and hold
allowed
on,
by this was all
and
allowed
as
by
we
government. Since you don't want to let me finish, I ain't gonna let you finish. And this was all allowed by government, right or wrong. This was allowed by Britain's government. It's the government
but
who allows
no,
the
but allowed
corporations.
by
It's
Britain's
the
money,
government
but
who allows you to do this shit. The Portuguese
no
government,
government.
the
No.
Spanish
Government is a
government,
tool.
whatever
Government is a
people
tool.
enslaved these peoples, it was the government who allowed them to do that.
No, it wasn't the government. It was people who were more invested in money than they were invested in
It
governance.
was their
So it's not the
governments.
government. Yeah,
All
bro.
right,
It's like
all right,
arguing
all
with
right,
kids, my
all
nigga.
right.
It's really like talking to kids.
So
All
so
right,
so
you
so
gonna
you're
break the
saying
tie, bro?
yes. So you're saying more oppression. I'm saying there's a
I ain't say
threat
nothing about
to your
oppression.
livelihood. The threat is more or harder livelihood. I would say the government has more tools than a corporation based on the position of law. So like corporations can influence, but they're not able to enforce law of the land unless they go through the government.
You
So that
talking
would
like
be
a
But
my
here's
kid
it.
right now, Dev. You
I'm
talking
with
like
you
a little
on
But here's
that,
it.
kid.
man.
Hold on. But here's it. No, you talk like a kid.
You
What
talking
he
like a
made
little
is the
kid,
actual.
Dev.
What he
You talking
actually
like a
made was
little kid.
argument. You said it like a kid
Shut your
would,
fuck
right?
ass up, nigga. You a
So
fucking nigga. Shut up.
Oh God.
to what you saying there, right? Is like think about it like this: if we had politicians, right, that could overcome the demand for greed and the capitalist desire, then we would have the type of government that would be able to push back against the corporations. But in a world where the free market dictates a large portion of what's necessary for people to survive, right?
Mhm.
The government isn't in control of access to water. The government isn't in control of access to land. The government isn't in control of access to food, right? The government regulates
I
how those
agree,
things are
actually.
done, the government regulates how those things are done. But in a free market economy, the government is built to protect
Yes.
corporate interests,
Yes.
Yeah,
right?
you can argue they don't even regulate the corporation regulated because they tell them what regulations to put on the motherfucker.
Exactly. And they'll pay the fine. You
But
know,
hold
Well,
the
on, like
fines.
JP Morgan and other bankers wrote the initial banking laws,
Right.
yes.
and they handed it to
1913.
politicians.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Too
1913.
big
Yeah.
to fail. What's all that shit about? You know what I'm saying?
The Lehman Brothers.
yeah, like
That
that's that. So
that too
Oh,
big
the
to
I don't
tech
fail
know.
kind of
industry.
I don't know no corporate.
put the
I
nail
don't
in
know
the
no
coffin, though, man.
corporations that I don't know no corporations that murdered 20, 30 million people. I don't know no corporation that
They
murdered
are you
all
60 million
fucking
do.
people.
Wait, wait,
Yeah,
wait,
they
They
wait,
have
wait,
do
hit
wait,
it.
wait,
squad.
wait,
I
wait,
They
wait.
don't.
do it
I
on
don't. I
behalf
know
of the
Pharmaceutical
government.
companies.
corporation.
Hold
I
on,
know
Pharmaceutical
hold
governments
on,
companies
that done
have.
done that.
hold on,
Yes.
They
hold
do
on.
it
Name
How
on
me
many
one
behalf of the
companies?
company.
Hold
corporation,
on.
bro.
Right,
Just give
so
me one. Just give me one company.
Nestle
All
chocolate,
right. Nestle
Nestle.
chocolate
Shell,
did what?
Shell
Nestle chocolate
Gas,
did what?
Oh,
Yes.
Exxon
bro, niggas
Mobil,
don't
Wait
read.
a minute.
Nestle
I could
chocolate
tell
did
you.
Niggas,
what?
I'll tell
Break
you
it
what
niggas
down.
Nestle
don't
chocolate. Hold
read,
on,
Break it
real
man.
quick.
down.
Blackwater. Yeah,
Domo,
Blackwater, yo.
real quick, Savage. What Nestle chocolate did was create a baby formula, right?
Hmm.
And his baby formula was deemed unviable to support a baby growing, so the FDA deregulated in the United States. So what they did was take this product over to I forgot what country in Africa, and they gave the baby formula away for free. This all documented, but the catch was you can get all the formula you wanted for free. You just had to get like this, what they call like a vaccine or some shot that they was giving out. And
Got
this
you.
was all Nestle doing this. But what the shot did was dry up the natural breast milk of the mother to where they
Mm.
became dependent on this formula at this point.
so
And the
now we can sell it
formula,
to you.
and then what started happening over there was these children start being born literally with all these like wild defects, no arms, no legs.
Hey,
You know what I mean? All type of
Got
just,
you. I'm
birth
following you.
defects and
I'm
all that. And
following you.
then I'm talking about it literally like demolished this whole this whole country. You could look this up because I used to be into like this like news outside of America and stuff.
So
You know,
Bobby, my
about
question, Bobby,
yeah.
my question to you
So
is, can you?
corporations do this,
So
bro.
I
Yeah.
didn't, I didn't, I didn't say that they don't. So Bobby, my question to you is, can you find more cases of governments killing mass killings of people, or can you find more examples of corporations?
I think it's hand in
Watch
hand
this.
at this
Hold
point.
The
on. Thank you,
corporations can
Bobby.
do it
Hold
All
on.
right. Well,
unregulated.
Thank you. Thank you.
let's do something. Hold on, real
Corporations
quick. While we
use
on the
the
panel,
hold on.
since
No,
we
no,
in
no, no.
No, I'm
hold on,
saying it
Corporations
might
real
be
use
quick,
hand
the
in
real
hand at
quick,
this
Bobby.
point,
Since
Savage.
we on the panel in
Uh,
2025, and
no,
we
I'm
could
being
pull this,
honest.
we
I
could
just
pull
gave
this
you
stuff
my I
up.
just gave you
I
my
know.
answer. I
I
think it's
know.
hand in
I
hand at
ain't
this
really
point.
speaking directly to you, Bobby. It's just you was talking.
I
I'm
got you.
just, you get what I'm saying. We could
yeah.
pull it
He
up
bitch
and
made,
see.
so he gonna talk to
No,
you in a
I'm
way to
not
talk
bitch
to
Come
made.
me.
on,
You
no
just
Bitch
is a
more. Why
made.
bitch
we
ass
y'all
nigga.
niggas be
You was
ready
a
to
hoe.
Yeah,
crash? What
man.
the
I'm with
You
fuck?
was
Bobby,
literally
man.
just a bitch,
And
Damo.
y'all niggas be
This
calling me a
Oh,
troll. Look how quick you
no.
niggas
hey
be ready
Bobby,
to
hey
crash.
Bobby, you didn't get your answer on the question though, bro.
Yeah, what was your answer
But
on the
what
corporations or
I didn't,
government?
as far as what corporation.
Who does more damage to American people? Governments or corporations?
I think it's hand in hand. It's like
No,
No, no
you
50-50.
can't
No,
go
no, no,
hand
no,
in
no.
hand. You gotta pick a side. Who doing
and
Yeah.
more?
then I gotta go with the corporation. Then
All
yeah,
right.
I have to.
Damn.
So now we back at 3-3, goddamn.
I know.
Because I
That's what
think
I'm saying. It's even split on the panel. Yeah.
because
It's an even split
even if you
again.
look at the operation of like if you go back to slavery, a lot of you can attribute a lot of that to corporations.
Boom. Good
Yes.
point, Bobby. Good point. Very
No, I
good
use
point.
Blackwater as an
Cotton
example.
industry and shit.
Yeah.
Right. That's industry.
King
Like
Cotton.
a
Yeah.
lot of like
Corporate.
even to
British East West.
modern day slavery is based upon industry. Like look at what's going on in the Congo and a lot of them countries in Africa. That's based on
Thank you.
industry and
Rubber,
corporation.
Yeah.
This
The
is
Firestone,
why
beard
at the top.
companies.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Another
Hold
good
on. Wait.
point.
And look. And this
Bridgestone,
is what happened.
Firestone.
This
That's
is
who in the
how. Hold on.
Congo.
Look.
Yeah.
This is how. Because Bobby's making a great point. I know we got to decide either way, but the point that Bobby's making is that corporations use government as a way to
Facts.
extend their interests.
That's
For
why I said it's
example,
kind of 50-50, Domo.
Without a
Right.
question.
They
yeah,
using the
the
government.
for
I gotta
example,
say
right?
corporate. I
Like
gotta say corporate. That's why I always say they
so,
all the same. Both parties are the same
somebody
because they
said.
ran by the
Some,
corporations.
somebody said Blackwater, right? Another
Yeah.
great example is Halliburton.
Yeah,
And
with
that's
the
a
Ooh,
great
red
man,
truck.
talk
example is
about
Hamilton.
it,
Where you at,
man. That ain't
Viaster?
2
With the red truck.
decades.
Boeing,
Like, come on, bro. But
Boeing,
shit, that's
goddamn it,
what.
Caterpillar, goddamn it, all the motherfuckers benefiting off the road.
What
No,
is it? What
well,
is it like? What
DuPont,
Chiquita
DuPont.
Banana?
Oh yeah, DuPont with the
DuPont,
chemicals. DuPont
DuPont,
is allowed to dump toxic chemicals in the water.
3M, 3M.
3M as well. Those are the
yeah.
largest companies in the America that dumps toxic chemicals as waste and gets
Hold
away
on,
with it.
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
hold
And
on.
they pay
U.S.
that
timber
cheap ass.
companies,
Go ahead.
U.S. timber companies have paid mercenaries to remove indigenous people from lands they could get they can get the timber, they can get the agriculture, they can get the land. Right?
Yep.
Like these are
That's how it
people
is.
who have been like these are U.S. companies that rely on these outside sources to act on their behalf, and which usually involves the deaths of people. And like what's happening in the Congo, all the way back in 2000, and I think I want to say 18 or 19, the people of the Congo sued every major U.S. tech company that relied on the cobalt mines that was incentivizing child slavery and genocide in the Congo. And the
And
U.S.
check this
Supreme
out.
Court said, "Hold on,
Bro, you
let me
guys
finish. Let me
better go
finish.
outside of
I
America,
go ahead,
bro.
Domo.
Because
I'm
outside of
talking about the
America,
Congo.
you niggas,
I'm
No,
talking about the
I
I hear
Congo.
well
you.
let me
Outside of
all right.
America,
Since you're
boy,
gonna interrupt anyway,
the people
Oh,
who
these
live there
these
will tell
niggas
you
are
that the
let
retarded.
government is the ones who are causing
These
destruction, not
niggas
the
are
Aaron,
corporations.
retarded.
Aaron,
We're
Aaron, and
literally talking about the
let me give
Don't
you
hit
the
you,
Congo,
biggest,
Q.
and you
baddest
said we
Don't
motherfuckers.
can't
hit
get
Hold
you, Q.
on.
outside of
To
the
the
United
point,
States.
to your point, Aaron, the
Crazy.
biggest, baddest motherfuckers, the two major wars America been involved in, the last two major wars America been involved in. That was big oil, bro. That was oil. That was the oil companies, bro. That wasn't no motherfucking
Shell. Yeah.
yeah. That
Or
wasn't the government. Yeah.
BP Amoco.
That was
British.
I will refute
BP,
that.
Um,
I
Amoco,
will refute that.
Chevron, Exxon. That was all. That was all big oil. If it
I will
OPEC.
wasn't for
refute.
big
Yeah.
I will
oil, we would
If
have
refute
I
never
that.
can,
been in
hey,
the
look.
Gulf.
Now
GQ.
look,
I will
everybody
refute
made their
that.
argument. Can I make
I will
mine? Can I
refute
make my argument real
that
quick?
last war.
Hold on,
That was
After
KC.
over. That was over opium.
Uh, Go
Oh
ahead, KC.
no. Go
no,
I
ahead,
just
Oh
want
Tiki.
to
my
say,
Afghanistan
gosh.
wasn't really,
Yeah, that last
Afghanistan.
war
They
was
didn't
over
really, I'm talking
opium.
about the Gulf wars. I'm talking about the wars.
You
Afghanistan,
said
that
the
was
last two.
some
That's why I
other
said
shit.
the last one. I will refute the last one.
Yeah, I said the last
Mm,
two major wars. But I
Oh
mean,
my god.
Afghanistan, I guess it was a war, but they
You
didn't
saying you
really
can?
call it
You
that.
saying
it
there's
wasn't
no
opium.
corporation tied to the opium era?
No,
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 I
no,
ain't
no.
saying
But
that. I was talking
Oh,
about
it
what
went
GQ was talking about. He was
it
talking
Yeah,
wasn't
about
because
just
the
if we gonna
opium
go
though,
with if we
bro.
going with opium, we going with the drug companies. Shit, that
pharmaceutical. Baxter, Abbott,
pharmaceuticals. Yeah, Pfizer.
AstraZeneca from England.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pfizer and all Advil, Bayer, all them
Oh
Mhm.
motherfuckers.
man.
yeah. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute that at all.
Man, the corporations that run the
Look.
CIA, the fucking
Yeah,
military, all
the
that
tech
shit, bro.
industry ran the election. Facebook, Jeff Bezos, Elon
but
Musk.
but do we ignore the government? I look. My argument is government because all these corporations we talking about. Are we going to ignore the literal government investments?
Okay,
Like the literal government,
but look
like
at it like this.
financial investment. You feel
But
me?
even
Like
but
I do understand that they utilize them, but it's also at the will and behest of the government. Even like y'all saying, they allow them to do this, not
Exactly.
just because it's in their personal interest. It's also in the government's interest because they have literal financial investments in most of it, like every company we've named here.
but when
Exactly.
you
Like
say government, but even when you speaking specifically to the American government, it still is broken down to the state level and to the city level. So those government get preyed upon by corporations. You know what
No,
I'm
no, 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 no,
real
no,
quick.
no, no.
Hold
Bobby,
on,
go
don't
ahead,
they
cut
finish
me
your
also
off.
thought. No,
utilize
no.
and
Hold
work
on,
with them though.
But Freeman, don't cut me off, gang. And then
You
even
right.
if I'm applying it to a world scale, if you look at probably the top, let's say 20 GDPs on the world, I'll say just on a rough number off the top of my head, I'll say half or at least 7 of them are just literal corporations. They're not like
Mm-hmm.
the corporations are literally rivaling some of the world's top governments when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to they power reach
See,
and expenditure.
I say it's the corporation still because the government still because the corporations, in my opinion, the corporations like they take advantage of us, but they really fuck them niggas up outside. Like I feel like that's American government's way of kind of being like, yeah,
What are we
invest in
using
not
that's getting
doing.
fucked up? Are we using getting fucked up and not attach it to a corporation directly?
No, well, I do want to come in on KT's point, but I think he kind of shot himself in the foot with his last statement.
His last statement kind of went back
Yeah,
around.
yeah, he threw me off a little bit. He was, when you start talking about the whole IMF and the BIS and the WEF and how the U.S. loan countries this money and this foreign aid and all this type of loans, that is kind of, kind of cynical. So that's why I was interjecting with Bobby, but Bobby went the other way. So
No, the U.S. government is the one who took the gold standard away. Like, come on, the U.S.
no,
government is the one
they didn't take that. There was a negotiation. There was an agreement between sovereigns to say, hey, you're gonna be the
between
global currency.
sovereign who?
Saudi Arabia and OPEC in the United States. That's what was
GA, that's the government, bro. That wasn't corporations.
okay, I that's the
That's what
point
I'm
I was
saying.
speaking on.
But
I
you're
missed
saying the
something.
corporations are more of a detriment. Our argument is the government. So I was
I
making the
still agree
point.
with
So
that. I was just kind of acquiescing to what KT originally presented. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, but I'm bringing up a whole new something totally different from
Well, that's
KT.
what I'm saying. Yeah, we do good at that. Moving, we done moved over.
Yeah, because I'm making my argument on why the government is worse than the corporation. So yeah, I moved on from KT point. You're correct.
Okay, okay, we on the petrodollar. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That wasn't the government. I mean the corporations. That was the government that did that. What
But how
about
is that a bad wait? How is that a bad thing for mankind? And then there were corporations involved, the same oil companies. The
Who
commodity was
moves who?
oil.
Who moves who? Do corporations move government or do governments move corporations?
Yeah.
the government has the power and to say so. So it don't matter about who moves who. The government is who executes. That's
But who
that's that's the argument. The government is what's worse than the corporation.
who benefited from that, Aaron? You brought this up. Who was involved? It was
I don't
that's a
care who
couple.
benefited from it. I'm telling you that the government is the one who did it. The argument is who's worse, not who benefited. So the government is able to do
So
things that
GA,
corporations aren't able to do.
you was agreeing with Aaron anyway. GA, you was on the government too, right? You
No, no,
said the
no, no.
government.
No.
Aaron.
No. I say corporations, but I'm just saying. KT had brought up a good point.
Me, you, and them on the corporation.
Yes.
Okay, I thought we had a split. Oh, I guess it is still split, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Aaron just moved to another point about the petrodollar.
No, just Aaron and they saying government, then everybody else was saying corporation.
No. Aaron's on. He say
Because
government.
we thought we was government too.
No, you roboting, bro.
Is that
Maybe
me?
that's me.
Nah, that's
You,
GQ. That's GQ
you
robot.
breaking up,
We
GQ?
thought you were saying we thought you were saying. Can y'all hear me better?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you good now.
you
Yeah.
bet.
Can you hear me? Yeah. We thought you were saying government, GA.
No, I say
So it
corporations.
was really 3-4.
Okay, so actually it was 4-2
Yeah,
then. It was 4
4-2.
against 2.
No,
All right.
KT
What was
was
the
me,
second
Dez, and
question? Because
KT.
it was more questions, right, Dev?
I didn't know. Did we settle the
Yeah, that was
more
one
damage?
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just the
Yes.
first question.
We
Yeah.
got caught up on the first question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
20,
got
30
caught up on
minutes.
that first one. Yeah, we got caught up a long time on that
All
first
right, hold on.
Yeah, we always do. It don't matter.
Yeah, but it's all good. I mean, that's what we supposed to do, I guess.
Nah.
I
Is it
think we
necessary?
got it
Is it?
settled.
Hold on.
I
Hold on.
think
Hold
we
on.
got
Hold
it
on.
settled.
Hold on, GQ. Is it necessary for the government to intervene in this economy to protect consumers? Can government protect the
Yes.
economy from like I said, oppression
Consumers.
or whatever? Yeah.
Hell yeah, because if y'all
Frame
better.
that question. Frame that question how they ask it, Dale, because I don't know.
Okay. Is it a must be? Is it absolutely necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers? Like the consumers ain't
No.
got
I
no
got you.
other
I
way to
got you.
protect themselves. The
I got
Hell
you.
government
yeah.
must put their foot down. Is
Man,
that strongly agree or whatever?
I agree.
disagree.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Strongly,
I
strongly.
agree.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I disagree, not strongly, but just disagree.
No, no, we ain't
I
saying that. Are
strongly
you wait,
agree.
wait? I'm with Aaron on that. Now, you're not saying are you saying do they do this or are you
Yeah, can
saying
they
it?
protect themselves without government intervention? Like we
Saying
don't
we
need the
need them.
government; we can protect ourselves from in the economy.
No,
So
yeah,
you're gonna have to define economy.
That's
Mm.
like with the FDC, the FDC. If you got insurance
FDA.
at FDA, you got insurance of 250,000, right?
hmm
If I smack your
Oh
bank
no, that's
account
not
and I
heavy.
take all your fucking funds, you fucked. But with that insurance, you good. So
Mm.
I'm with that. That's for y'all
Mm.
protection. It ain't for mine. Cause
Yeah, I understand. I understand that point. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, I guess. I thought it was more like, did we need them to regulate what we can buy and can't buy? I mean, because when you get the government
So
too, you get the
that's
government too involved in that type of thing. You know, you getting away from your freedoms and shit.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
yeah, but
okay,
that
your freedoms, but what happened to provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare? I mean, that's a no brainer for me.
Okay,
yeah,
common defense.
because GQ, then it'll be like China. You could put whatever in your products. The consumers can get injured. They don't give a fuck.
Mm,
You can't sue them.
okay, I got you. I read. I read it.
But
I
they do the
read it.
opposite. What Bobby and KT at?
Y'all might have persuaded me against because I was just
I
really thinking
said
more or
I
less.
said
I was more or less
corporation.
thinking about freedoms, but when you put it like that, yeah, we need the government to make sure these motherfucking fuck ass corporations. But to what extent though? Because the corporations still running shit.
But
So
they don't do because they don't do what they supposed to do.
They
GQ.
find
That's what
them
I'm saying.
loopholes, GQ.
Mhm.
They find them loopholes because I look for them loopholes and everything.
Yeah,
But
but
Loop,
if one of the loopholes is paying government to turn the blind eye, then that's
which is lobbying.
right.
That's and that's lobbying.
Yeah, we
I
not.
think
Yeah,
we should get rid
like
of
we
it.
not adding in
that's
the
a
human
catch two. That's
element.
a catch
Fleming,
22 like a
right.
motherfucker.
We not adding in the human element in a lot of these things. Like I understand that the actual policies and the laws are put there as deterrents, but then they got to be enforced. And if the people that's enforcing it are, you know what I'm saying, guided by human error, then that's where a lot of these pitfalls lie. Because
That's what's going on
the
with the
corporation
weed,
holds a
Bobby.
lot of right. I
That's
mean,
what.
not only just the weed, but okay, for instance, let's take the weed for example. That let's take that for example, Savage. I'm gonna take your example. That's still corporation, right? And I know
Mhm.
people here in this city that try to get into it, but you got people that got long money, that
Yep.
got pool that's tied in with city officials, so where if me and you, Savage, our little nigga ass try to open our dispensary, it's gonna get raided because the other corporation up the street, i.e.,
They gonna
the
put them on us.
dispensary, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, because they operate right. They operating off supreme capitalism,
You
so they ain't
competition.
playing in the fair game, right? And that's the whole point that I'm saying. So even when you giving that example, a bigger corporation is still gonna, capitalize and use the government against you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with you 100% on that.
So
But at the
how does
end of the,
markets fare? Are markets tied to people? The freer the markets, the freer the people. Is it synonymous?
I would agree
But
with that, but we don't have that.
No,
but
I
Ain't the
definitely don't agree
but
with that.
markets,
you don't agree with that, GA?
nah, because markets are manipulated. So it's like the market is somewhat free, but like for me and you know what I'm saying? That's just, for the big fish, they just putting their money out there so you could put your money out there and they could eat it up. So the
I
market
thought
is
Dev was talking about like in a perfect world when he was giving that example.
No, in any condition.
about
Yeah,
now.
any condition. Any
Okay, if you're
condition.
talking about now in America's,
Yeah,
no.
Yeah,
But
because
in a
Yeah.
because y'all got to remember the questions are to gauge whether you are what is it
Democrat or Republican,
Yeah, what's your ideology? What you
your
really
ideology? Yeah,
thinking? Yeah.
yeah.
Got you.
So,
No,
so
well,
you
well
got to remember.
I give you a prime example of that whole markets thing. They got this thing called accredited investor, and that's just simply having a net worth of $1 million,
Yep.
or you got certain credentials, and you're not even allowed to participate in certain stuff if you're not there. So, is that really free? No,
I
because
thought
everybody don't
accredited
get it.
investor was a hundred thousand GA.
I thought it was 1 million, bro.
Maybe I'm
Shout
thinking
out
of
to the
something under. It
African
might be the one
Analyze.
under accredited. What's under that? It's
I don't know.
I don't
I
want to take
mean,
you
I,
off track. My fault. My fault. Continue.
no, it's all good. But I'm just saying that's something that I really be pissed about. Hell, you even thinking back to the '80s that jokers weren't even allowed to participate in the stock market. You know what I'm saying? You had to go to a broker or whatever, or you had to have certain credentials. So
Oh,
that's a have and have not situation. But yeah,
But
I don't. Hey, keep it moving. I
That,
did
disagree.
didn't the government regulate that though? Wasn't it the government who regulated that? The what's that? The FCC? Is it the FCC? Who regulated
FTC.
FTC?
SEC, SEC,
One of them. Whoever regulate
Security and
that.
Exchange Commission.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, the SEC. Yeah.
they the ones who regulated to where now the common consumer can get in. I'm pretty sure if it was up to big court, they want to consolidate that only to
But they benefit if they do.
yeah, but
Exactly.
would they benefit more if it was just up to their market?
No,
Exactly. That's why. So in that instance, the government is helping the consumer more than the corporation is
Well, not to cut you off, Aaron. I don't know because you don't have to do no tests or check in to go to Vegas and gamble.
You can get scammed easier.
It's yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier, where like they want you to get into the market because they could swallow up your money
yeah, that's
easy.
more money. It's more money.
Yeah, right. The market is
Exactly.
they manipulate the market. They playing big money games while you thinking that you can get in there and invest in this and
Well,
I get what y'all
it's more
saying. I
about
get
it's
what
more or
y'all
less
saying.
about the psychology of the investor because they looking at it like you
A
won't have the
regular
patience. You won't
yeah,
have the patience to make
you ain't got
to
that
maintain.
emotional
Yeah,
withhold to watch your shit dropping, knowing it's gonna
yeah,
come back.
not
They
yeah.
that
got
you
enough
don't
money
got
and
the patience. Bro. Listen, it ain't that they ain't got enough money. They're the ones manipulating the market. So
no, but what I'm saying, Bobby,
their
is
To a
like
patience
certain
is
extent, Bobby, you're right.
you
Bobby,
know what
Ain't no
I'm saying. Their
question.
patience is based. Well, listen, I'm saying their patience is literally based on. Okay, Savage. My patience in the hood is based on I can manipulate a drought because I got 400 of them sitting in my basement.
I
So
got you.
I'm just sitting back waiting for everybody to run out. I'm
Watching
front.
everybody sweat.
I'm
Yeah.
watching everybody sweat and making it like I'm sweating too. But when it get low, I'm coming right out the basement and I'm busting everybody over the head. You see what I'm saying?
And you
This
That's
my
what
getting a
they
this my
doing.
premium.
this
They
my only
manipulate the
thing with
market
the
in that way, right?
this my
They
only thing with that though, Bobby. With the what me and GQ was saying, right, is when they manipulating the market and it's dropping right to like a amateur or somebody who's not used to the chart, they gonna pull right out, seeing it drop instant. They gonna pull right out. But to somebody with some game and know how to read, know how to do technical analysis, they know where it's gonna drop to. They know to stay in. You
No,
feel me?
I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying. That's the threshold that they banking on. See,
Right.
my brother really do this. So he's saying for the common man, it's literally based on you can't afford to like that's why they say don't put nothing in that you're not willing to lose. So the common man
Oh,
gotta
that's
yeah,
facts.
you gotta pull out. You gotta pull out because if my threshold is
You right.
10,000,
You right.
I
You
can't
right.
play with a big fish that's out here that's willing to let 10 million or 20 million just flounder
In
at
one
a
You
walk.
right. You
to
right.
the
In
I get
one
what you.
marginal
walk.
I
market.
Yeah,
get your
You
point.
see what I'm saying?
yeah.
These niggas are manipulating the whole
It's
market.
a
Like
different. It's a
yeah,
difference though between trading and investing though. See, well,
I get what you're saying.
and in either instance, you don't want to put anything in that you can't afford to lose if you invest in or trading. But if you invest in, it's a whole different demonstration because you're not even you set it and forget it. You ain't even thinking about it because you investing for the future. You looking at a 10-year investment on the low end. it's really 30, 40. You're investing for your children for generation. We're not even investing for you to be up and balling and shit. You investing so your kids can have a fighting chance. They don't have to take out student loans and shit like that. That's an investment. But if you trade now, that's a whole different ball game. Now you gambling at that point.
That's
Yeah.
when it gets sticky right there.
Yeah, that's when it gets sticky right there. But
Shout,
if
shout
you're
out.
investing, if you long term investing, then if you see the motherfucker drop 70%, you shouldn't be sweating because you
Mm-mm.
still got another 20 years left in this shit, 30 years, 40
That's a
years,
fact.
50 years.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm
Shout,
saying? You ain't worried about that shit. The
Yeah.
market is undefeated.
shout,
Hey, man,
shout out. Shout out to
look,
Africa Analyzed with the. Is that pounds or euro dollars?
That
that's
look
a
like pounds.
euro.
That's a
Uh,
euro. Yeah.
Oh,
that's a
okay, the
euro.
euro dollars. So that's their
It's good.
currency over
It's
there.
good money. It's still good money.
Yeah. Tanzania just banned the U.S. dollar last week, so
Hey,
we'll have to
GQ,
see
you know
what.
you
Oh
could trade
shit.
options down on Trading View.
Yeah. Say what
I
now?
don't know about trading view.
You say trade
I
options
said
on
you could
TradeView?
trade options on Trading View now. Yep.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
He says the AES is doing fine without the IMF loans. How can other African countries follow if that's a desire? But before that, what's more important to you? What weighs more or more important? A balanced government budget or to ensure welfare for all citizens? That's where y'all
Ooh.
gonna split at.
Mm,
Yeah, we finna
A
split right
balance.
Y'all
now.
That's
finna
what we
split up
about to say.
like a damn donut up in this bitch.
Yeah,
God
god
damn.
damn.
A
Yeah.
balance. A
Fucked
balanced
up ass
budget.
Then we're
question.
gonna find out who fronting.
Shit.
Before I
Yeah,
had my
man.
kids, I would have said the welfare, but now I say a balanced budget.
Yeah, I actually
Damn, he
agree with
jumped off the
Aaron.
porch on that one. Holy crap.
Mm,
Yeah, I agree with Aaron, man.
mm.
I do kind of be with the balanced budget, but I do empathize with motherfuckers and met,
I do
not able to eat.
empathize too.
Damn,
That's
boy.
wild. God damn, that shit gonna shift like a motherfucker. Y'all rocking the
Mm,
boat on that one.
Well, my bad. I don't. Maybe it's the way you asked it, there.
Mm. Nah, I mean that truly is gonna bring out your core values. Like, okay, you keep saying you this and you that, but based on your answers, you're this by
Yeah.
default.
GA, you a Republican.
Oh,
Hey, I say I care. I do care, man. But yeah, man.
so
Yeah.
what who y'all went with balanced budget? What's the final tally?
Well,
Man, I ain't,
well,
I ain't, I ain't game man. I'm still thinking, damn. I'm still holding out like a
Don't jump
motherfucker.
off the porch,
Hold
GQ.
on.
Don't
Ask that
Man,
question
I'm
stay
one more
trying
time.
grounded. Stay
Ask,
to.
ask that question one more time for me,
A
Yeah,
GA.
balanced
Bobby.
budget
wait,
usually
Hold on,
means
hold
there's
on.
enough money
Hold
around,
on,
don't it?
Hold
hold
on, real
on,
quick.
man.
wait
What's
a minute.
more important to you? What weighs more? Which is more important to you? Balanced government budget or to ensure the welfare for all citizens?
Oh shit. Let me
I'm going
move.
Wait,
with the welfare for
wait,
all citizens, man.
wait a
And
minute.
I
Okay,
just hate to
Bobby.
all citizens, but fuck it.
Wait a
It
minute,
is what it is.
Bobby. Before you answer, man, I just want you to know you've been the voice of reason for me this evening, man. So no pressure, but go ahead and answer.
No, he can't 50-50 on that one. He gotta
Balanced government, balanced government budget, or
the
in-
well, the health and
ensure the
welfare,
welfare for
ensure the
all
welfare of
citizens.
all citizens.
I think I heard that question wrong. Welfare as in like just people being good taken
Straight,
care of or like
right?
literal welfare.
Yeah,
Welfare,
health.
the
No,
welfare,
the
Yeah.
welfare,
Like the
man.
being
We need
literally
well-being, the
taken
motherfuckers.
care
welfare,
of,
the
being
well-being.
literally taken care of.
They got shelter. They can get
Yeah.
three hots and a
Insurance.
cot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Healthcare.
might have to
Yeah.
yeah,
okay.
they can
switch
Well,
my.
get they
then,
can
Yeah, I
get
got
then
to
health
I
I'm
got
care.
to
gonna
They
go
can
switch.
get
with.
Welfare for
I
hospitals
got
and
to
all.
shit.
switch my answer then.
I'm gonna
I
go
was
with the
Here we
welfare.
I was
go. They're gonna
assuming
jump off
like
the porch.
literal
Here we go.
welfare.
Listen. The reason I'm gonna go with the welfare because it's like that go back to the fair and equal conversation. You know
Mhm.
what I'm
Mm.
saying? And my pops used to come with some cold analogies. He used to be like, if it's a, like this 10-foot fence, right, and you got a dude that's 7 foot, then you got this other dude that's 5 foot, and he used to put it like, if what would be equal if they both get 5 boxes apiece, right? that's equal. But then the dude that's 5 foot, he still won't be able to see over the fence. And the 7 foot dude, you know, and now he can see over the fence, you know, 3 times. So he said, but would it be fair if it's the 7 foot dude only get the amount of boxes that he need, and the 5 foot dude get, you know, you know what I'm saying, a couple more boxes because of, you
Yeah.
know, obviously he need a little bit more boost up to get, you know, to look over the fence. And I think that's what the conversation still boiled down to. Like, balance sound a lot like equal, and equal don't always equal fair.
That's a fair
That's a
point.
tight argument. Yeah.
I
All
still
right.
want damn balanced budget though.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I'll
So
be the outlier deal. Fuck it.
all right. So publicly funded
Oh
research.
damn, you ain't off the hook. God damn it, you gotta answer that too.
Yeah, you gotta answer that
Oh,
one too,
welfare for
Yeah,
Diddy.
all
yeah,
citizens.
try to run
Yeah.
fast, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Welfare for all citizens. Yeah. Welfare.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
So
Yeah.
You up
oh,
here,
y'all gonna
Diddy?
make
What you feel, Diddy?
Yeah, you on here now,
We coming
Daddy.
in late. Yeah. We're taking.
Welfare for all
All right,
citizens.
Yeah.
church,
so
All
y'all
right.
just gonna make me
church.
the sole asshole on that one, huh?
Yeah, it's all right.
That's your core values.
Yeah,
Uh.
I wear it. I wear it. I
All right.
wear it.
That's all right.
Publicly funded research, medical, whatever, is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market.
Oh yes. Hell yes.
Mm.
Strongly agree.
Say that one more time.
Strong
Repeat that.
When it comes to research, is it more beneficial to be publicly funded by the government or leaving it to the market, corporations?
I'm leaving it to the market.
Nah, I want funded by the government, man.
Yeah, I'm
Hey
leaving it
man,
to the
the
market.
motherfucking market, man, that's Eli Lilly. Not yeah.
Government. Yeah.
Like the BBC is funded by the government.
Because you said the market means the corporations.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think the corporations gonna put much money into real research. I think all they
What?
research would say
What?
like, yeah,
Oh,
They
they
don't.
spend,
They
they
ain't.
spend, they
If they
spend
Who do you
don't
billions
have
think
the
on
funds,
does
they
research.
funding.
tobacco and cancer research?
Yeah, they spend billions on research, bro.
Well,
yeah.
I want. Well, go ahead, KT, because you've been quiet, bro.
Still ain't found a
I
cure.
just don't feel that they'll like put as much as the government will. I think the government to make sure like it's part of the budget. That's what I'm saying. Like that's a
No.
set amount that has to go towards it. I think if you leave it in actual corporations' hands, like the cigarette companies, like if we
Yeah.
would have did that back in the day, they would have definitely put out reports of like this is good for you. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
fuck
saying?
that.
R.J.
Yeah,
Reynolds.
I don't think
Yeah.
you get innovation
Oh,
without the market. I don't think you get good healthcare or
Mm-mm.
innovation without the market.
Wait, well, so
I can't rely on the government for innovation.
wait, so Aaron, you don't remember the lady that paid like $2? She was a CEO of a pharmaceutical, and she had that the atropine injectors or whatever. They paid $2.50 for the patent, and she was charging like $500 per injector. Talking about
facts.
R&D, and they hadn't done any R&D. I
Yeah,
cannot
yeah, yeah.
remember.
The white Russian lady.
Oh, I don't know if she was
Mhm.
Russian or not. I just know it
Yeah,
was a pharmaceutical. And they had the patent on the
she Ukrainian. Matter of fact,
there
she
was
American, but I know exactly
you
what you're
know,
talking about.
yeah, that
She kind of talk like a she talk like a man. She try to have a deep voice and shit like that.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was when Narcan was first coming out. The whole bee sting was coming
Mhm.
out, and I'm like, some shit that cost $10, they was charging $500 for. And that's my thought on that. That the corporations gonna be greedy with it. Let
They
me be
are.
the only one. Yeah.
They are. I agree with that. But I feel like the good gonna outweigh the bad. Cause like I said, innovation. I don't see you getting that from the government.
Shit, Jonas Salks gave us the polio vaccine for free.
If that was still her. That wasn't the government.
Facts. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That was still her. It's up to
Yeah.
the person on how they set their business up.
I mean,
But the
but the
innovation
problem here.
comes from the
But in this
actual
question,
individual.
we can't pick an individual. We got to pick a corporation or the government. And neither
Yeah,
one of
but the
them have much
individual,
innovation. But I do feel that like the
all the
government
innovation.
definitely has more innovation.
What do you mean, KT? All the
Hmm?
innovation comes from the market, not the government.
No, 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 no,
No, no,
no.
no.
No. What does I'm gonna comment on that something off pitch, but I'm gonna let everybody else because we ain't heard from GQ, we ain't heard from Bobby.
Who
Oh
has more
shit.
innovation, the government or the
I know.
corporation?
No.
I'm on it. No,
Beneficial.
no, 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 no. Who should we? rely on. Damn. For research and development. I'm fucked up,
So
man.
you want to know if this product is going to be beneficial to you. You're gonna take the
Yeah, we're gonna have
ear
to
of
go
the
with the
government, or
government.
you're gonna
Yeah,
take the
yeah,
ear of
yeah.
the market.
Yeah, we're gonna go with the government. I'm gonna go
I
with the
gotta go with
government.
the government on that because they more, yeah, they like the corporation just too incentivized
Yeah,
historically.
yeah.
They can have a
They
bad day.
profiteering. They
But not even a
profiteering.
band aid. They just too incentivize
Yeah.
monetarily. Like historically, we've seen them like just be like, "Hey, put that shit out. We don't care that it burnt
Yeah,
their
let's get
skin
this
up.
money.
Like we got we got money.
Yeah, let's
You
let's
got,
get this money, man.
yeah, you got a lot of
Right.
cards.
Facts.
The
We got an
Everybody,
earning
corporation,
report
like,
coming up.
hey man, there only 5 niggas died. Like, how many
Yeah,
out of 100 out of 100 of them? How many died? But put that shit out, man. We got papers. I
yeah.
done already made 100 of them. Like, we
I
got
just put the link out with New Jersey receiving $450 million from DuPont and 3M in a
See?
lawsuit. Yeah, that just went down.
Wow.
Yeah.
So so just the caveat of that last question. So in software, you got this thing called open source development, and then you got people like Apple and Google and Microsoft, and they do their intellectual property thing. But you got people that actually contribute freely to the same products. You know, there's an open source Word document out there that may not be as pretty or dressed up as Microsoft or uniform as Microsoft, but it's just as effective. So yeah, I'm kind of about the open source, and when you say government funding, that's what I think about open source versus IP, where I got to protect intellectual property and all that type of stuff. So yeah, I'm sticking.
All right, I'm with government also. So, do tariffs on international trade encourage local production? Is it tied?
No.
um
Ask that one more time. Just
All right. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production.
Yes,
no.
yes. That's why every administration administers them.
Is tariffs on international trade important to?
Encourage local production.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't
Yeah.
name me a president that didn't administer tariffs.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you think back from the 80s when Reagan was in office, uh, what has the trend in manufacturing done?
It's been going overseas, but that's not just because of tariffs. That's because of other deals that was made previous to Ronald Reagan.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. But
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
have, I
saying,
go with yeah, man. They need the tariffs in order. That's not the end all be all to get them back over here, but that definitely is one of the tools that you can use
no,
to try to get them back.
Agreed.
No,
But
but
you're
it's
gonna have to
not
give them.
because
But
that wasn't
you
the
need
question.
tariffs and you
yeah, I was
need
about to say that's
No, listen to
listen
the question
that
again. Y'all need to
that's
listen to
not
the
the
question
question.
again. Listen to the
Yeah.
question again. What has been stimulated?
Ask the question again, Dad.
Oh, tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production.
that is the
Listen,
question. Then
listen to
I'm
the
saying
question,
yeah.
GA. Listen to the
That is the
question.
question, GA. I say yeah. That's one of the tools
Okay,
to
No, yeah,
encourage
so
one
local
of the
production.
two that
so
ain't
his
make it.
local
That don't make it important. I mean, that don't make it important though, because it's one of the
no
two. Like
It
that.
is
has
important.
A pretty
All right.
important incentive.
I say yeah, it's important.
okay. So over the
So y'all
last
saying
20,
without tariffs, jobs wouldn't be made locally?
No, that ain't what we
No,
said. We
that
just
ain't
said
no,
it's
what we
no,
said.
important.
And so that's what we talking about. If it's important or not, then
No,
it
he
doesn't
just
matter if
asked.
it's
No,
a piece
no,
No,
of
he
the
no,
just asked,
equation. That's
was it
not
no.
right.
You
important?
making up some
That's
shit,
it. You
KT.
just you just making up some shit.
no.
He asked,
So
was it
my
important?
Go
my
ahead,
no
GA.
no
my
listen. Let me okay,
go
go ahead.
ahead, Bobby. No, you go ahead, Bobby, because you ain't spoke,
But
bro.
I was just gonna say that like if I'm just going by what Dev asking, then yes, because in 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 just like in practice, the tariffs usually what happens is since it's a higher import price on the goods that's coming in, usually what'll happen is that encourage people to start buying locally due to the price demand, and that now that these local markets can now compete. You see what I'm saying? And then offer a reasonable price, and then now lower price in some cases. So, and now you got job creation and all that based off of that alone. So
exactly,
it's even though the motherfucker who doing the shit, motherfuckers like fuck that nigga. But I'm saying like logically, what should happen is that even though he doing it in a fucked up way. But yeah, that's my answer.
and most people think that it's not going to work anyway. But I mean, that's why I say it's one of the tools, but you're gonna need other shit besides that to really get it over here. But it is important.
I'm just saying, in 40 years, we haven't seen an example to stimulate manufacturing yet.
That's because they've been pushing us towards a service-based
I
economy
mean, we've
since what,
seen a
the
few.
70s?
We've
No,
seen a
as y'all
few.
just said, every president's had tariffs. This is why I'm saying it isn't, because I agree with you in some way, but like I'm gonna disagree because it's not the most important. But the other part is also, the whole time these presidents have had tariffs, there niggas left.
It didn't say the
Like
most
that's,
important. It just said
It
it's
didn't.
an
It just said,
import.
is it
and I
important?
agree.
That's
That's
it.
why I said I'm gonna disagree with
Okay.
like I disagree with y'all because on the basis that I understand it is a piece of it, but I don't even feel it's like a major part of it because as these presidents have had tariffs, these
Whoever
jobs have
said
left the country.
major, like I'm trying to figure out where the disagreement at because you keep making up words that's not said. Is the tariffs important? Yay or nay?
He
We
said
saying
no.
yay.
He
That's
said
it.
no. We
I
said
know
I'm
he
yeah. He
saying
saying
said no.
I'm saying no because I don't feel it's the most important. I don't feel like when we talking about
Okay.
keeping like local
That's
jobs is
not
what
the
I'm
question.
hearing,
That's
making
not the
local
Right.
question.
jobs.
so why
But
do you
that,
keep
yeah,
saying
but the question.
most and major though?
It don't
Like
matter, Aaron. I
But
mean, that's his
hold on,
answer, bro.
KT. The question was what Deb like. I'm just asked. I like specifically. So let's not like get too far off course. Like he just asked, are tariffs important in helping local businesses, or you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
businesses here.
Yeah.
I,
You know
I
what
I
I'm saying?
understand. That's why I said I'm agreeing with y'all.
Encourage that.
To
Listen to me.
encourage
Listen to me.
local manufacturing.
I'm agreeing with y'all, but I just don't feel it's like no, because the fact is, while the tariffs have been there, the jobs have left. I don't feel it's any major like anything. No, not really.
But that's
Like
why,
I
Okay.
but
understand what
KT,
y'all saying,
but
and I agree
KT,
with
that's
you.
why I
But I'm
said
saying like,
specific. But I ain't trying to cut you. That's why I said specifically. If we basing it off what this dumbass president doing,
Yeah.
like
Well, that's your
we can't look.
answer.
You feel what I'm
I
saying?
don't
Like
think I don't think you can
nah,
have a
DQ. He
wrong.
keep on
but
saying
Freeman,
this
hold on.
nigga
You
I
feel
keep
don't
what?
think
on
he can
saying
have a
words that
wrong
ain't
But hold on.
said.
answer because
No,
it's
wait.
your
I
answer.
said
It's
it
your
was
opinion,
anybody
bro.
else
So yeah.
flexing a tariff card and doing it logically, and then it was, you know what I'm saying, adding fruit to the table. And then we'll be like, okay, they did justice by what they did with the tariffs, but by the fact that we looking at a president that's not only doing stuff that's just like out of pocket with the type of moves he doing business wise with the tariffs. We looking at other things that he doing that's like don't make no sense. So his tariff policy ain't just a like that ain't demonizing tariffs. That's demonizing
yeah.
his policy. So that's
Mhm.
why I'm just answering the question. So he ain't apply the question to Trump. He just applied it to tariffs in general.
Right.
That's
No,
why I
that's why
said
that's why I say that's why I keep talking about like we've had tariffs with past presidents and the jobs have already left. I don't feel it's important because if it was important, the jobs wouldn't have left. Like I understand what y'all saying though. I get how it's supposed to work. And that's why I was saying I agree with y'all. I'm saying I disagree that it's important because it's already been there and the jobs had left. Why was happening? They already had tariffs there. That's not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this next question is going to tell whether you're a communist or a socialist or not.
God damn.
it's the one I like.
For each person according to his ability, to each according to his needs. So his needs are directly tied to his ability to contribute.
His needs
Boom,
are
like that.
met. You mean his needs are met? His needs are being met?
Nah, that's some
Uh,
old Sparta
Right,
shit
right,
right there.
Is
right,
that a
right.
question or a
How
Yeah.
statement?
strong?
I was about to say I'm confused.
I'm
That shit.
confused too.
So from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. So should someone have commodities based on their ability to
Ah,
contribute, whether it be money, labor, time, whatever. So if
I'm
you
a
putting out 40 hours, do you feel that you should receive uh the resources that equal to 40 hours?
hell yeah. I'm a
Yeah.
abilities cat.
I
Wait a
mean, more or less.
minute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm a
I
abilities
don't,
cat.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't like the
Nah,
sound of
I'm
that,
not.
man.
Yeah,
That
Yeah,
shit.
because
yeah, yeah.
now listen, I'm not with that because look, because then now you gotta. That
Yeah, cause
sound like
now, cause
that's like
let's
some
go back
old.
to
That's
your
some old.
your
That's
daddy, your granddaddy analogy about the
right.
motherfucker with the
That's what I'm
boxes.
saying. Right. That's what I was just finna get into. And that sound like some old Sparta stuff. Like this baby born with a defect arm. Throw that motherfucker over the bridge. Like we ain't dealing with this. They won't be able to carry their weight, and we ain't
Fact.
dealing with it. No, that ain't the. Now listen, I do have certain communist ideology because I feel like I don't feel that should go, but I do feel like people shouldn't live outside their means. So like two people living in a 14-bedroom mansion. That's why I feel like certain communist principles should be applied, but for the most part, yeah, socialism. Like hell, nah, man. Niggas eat what they weigh. Your ability to produce this nigga you only get 2 potatoes because your arm, your left arm don't work right. That's crazy.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
Hold
fence
on,
choose your
riding.
hold
right
on,
You going
Dev.
you either
decision.
that on that
Dev,
side of the fence or this side.
hold on, Dev. You said this is to distinguish if you a communist or a socialist.
Yeah, this is a direct socialist question.
I thought they were like intertwined. I thought they were on the same side of the fence.
You have consented, or a democratic society has already consented to social security.
I think communism is like everybody get the equal share or something like that.
Yeah,
Then
and that's
socialists
it's
is
similar.
the I don't know, man, but I don't even like this question, man. You got me fucked up right now, dude. Say that one more time, man.
Cause communism is like utopian, like no classes, like social justice, like equality, all of that type shit. And I thought that's what socialism was like. This one and the same.
Nah, well, I'm kind of like Bobby. I don't want a motherfucker starving, but at the same time,
I don't want no motherfucker sitting around and I'm the one working hard as shit and they get the same amount as me either.
yeah, god damn.
I
Damn,
work
what was
too
the
hard.
question? What's the
Not the same amount, but just
Nah, that's what they're asking basically. Like
Basically,
you
yeah.
pay what you weigh.
Yeah, pay
nah.
what you weigh. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's all fucked
Ooh.
up, man. Maybe the motherfucker who, I mean, in that demonstration, you'll have to have like whoever is the provider really be the provider. Like if you out there doing the 40 and you able to get something, you're gonna have to take care of people in your family that can't get it.
Mm-hmm. That's where your
By
morals.
default, by
So the
default,
motherfucker with
No.
That's where
one
your character
arm,
come in.
by
yeah,
by
the
default,
motherfucker with the one arm gonna have to be taken care
But
of. Big
but
brother
Yep.
hold
that
on.
can get out there and get it.
But listen, this is where. But
But you
you
can't get as
saying
much
that.
as me.
somebody gonna fall through the cracks. Go
Right,
ahead.
that's what I was just gonna
I'm
say, Jeff.
sure. I'm sure
But
it
we
is,
saying that.
Jeff.
Wait. More than likely, because you got to base that off of examples of countries that operate on that. Like take Japan for example. They homeless situation gets swept under a rug. They don't deal with homelessness like they prohibit it. It ain't that they don't have homeless people, but the highest form of homelessness over in that country is older people who can't work no more, who literally can't pay, can't move, hey, they way. And they like, nigga, you old, you broken down, you can't get no job no more, you got a disability, or you starting to go blind, you can't work in this factory no more. Or like,
Bobby, it's
I
a
don't know
Yeah,
what
hundred
to
put you
million.
out
tell
the
you.
put you
Bobby,
out
hold
the
on real quick.
pasture. Huh?
I don't
It's
know what
a
to say.
hundred
Put you
million
out the
people in
pasture.
Japan, bruh.
Thank you.
It's only
So
like
they
two
put you
thousand
out the
homeless
pasture,
people.
Bobby Knight.
What you
Bruh,
say?
that ain't a good example. Not Japan.
No, well, here go my example right here, man. Cause I'm really kind of this guy, man. If I got two potatoes, I eat one, and dude ain't got nothing, I'll give it to him. But what about the day when I want both my potatoes? I don't know if I
Exactly.
can do that every day. I really don't, man. That's I'm
That's
being
hard.
I'm
Imagine
being
you had to
transparent with you.
what you had to do to go get them potatoes, G. You'd have had to run past lions. You had to climb trees,
Why we got to
duck
get just the most extreme
ostriches and all
example?
type
You ain't
shit,
have to
bro.
do
No,
all that.
Now,
You
well,
now
just
I'm
have
nigga
just
to
want my
saying.
hey,
potato. I just
Boy,
run
that
just
across
have to
country.
take
potato
it
is
But but
take it
but
dangerous as
up to the
fuck.
real world, man. Make
Aaron,
it up to real world. You had to get up and
wait.
work on the garbage truck, man. Don't make it lions and tigers. Like niggas do.
But Bobby, you know what's so crazy about that? The day that I had to run from the lines and everything, I may be like, "Yo, bro, I'm feeling good. I gave him two potatoes. It may be a day that I ain't do nothing. I want both my potatoes, man. I'm feeling some type of way, man. I need both of these today, bro. I ain't got nothing
No,
for you."
I'm gonna have to go with yeah, man. I ain't with that. Cause I mean, like, it takes a village mentality. What is that? Is that socialism, communism? What the fuck is that? You know what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying?
socialism.
Yeah,
Because
No,
get
no,
hold
that
on,
ain't
wait.
you.
socialism. I
No,
think that's I think that's a new word. I think
So that's
that's
No, it's
communism,
not
huh?
new, man. No.
communityism. I
That's
don't think that's
communism.
socialism.
You literally saying
Yeah, he
community.
don't want to say it. I know. He don't want to say it.
yeah, he don't want to say. He said community,
He tried to dance all around that
right.
shit, boy.
Just call
Hey,
it
next
communion.
question. Next question.
Dale, can I hear the question one more time, man? Just one more. I know it's late, bro, but let me hear it
No,
one
it's
more
cool.
time.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to do it earlier. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need.
Right. Do you agree with that or disagree?
No, yeah, I disagree. I heard it now.
Yeah,
I
me too.
disagree.
I disagree
Yeah.
with
Heavy?
that.
You heavy on it, or just you kind
No,
of?
I'm heavy on the
no,
disagreement.
Yeah.
no. I heard it. Yeah, I'm my brother's keeper, Dale. Fuck
Yeah,
that. You
I'm
right.
heavy on the disagreement, man, because I'm with the it takes a village mentality, bro. I'm with that. That's the African mentality. It takes a village is
Yeah,
African. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey,
I'm
Dale.
Ubuntu.
Hey,
I
Dale,
am
real
because you
quick.
are.
Can I double back on that tariff argument real quick? Because
Yeah.
I just want to throw this out for KT real quick. So it's saying in 2018 the government imposed a 25% tariff on steel imports and a 10% tariff on aluminum imports. And what did that do for the U.S. economy? And this specifically affects me because I know people who got a job from this. So, U.S. Steel Corporation and other companies restarted or expanded operations. For instance, U.S. Steel reopened the plant in Granite City, and I'm right over here by Granite City, and I know for a fact when that plant got opened back up, a bunch of brothers got their job back, and you know what I'm saying, and it started to help revitalization. It say domestic production rose with steel mill utilization increasing above 80%, a level the industry sees as financially sustainable.
No, that's understandable. I hear that shit, but I'm saying,
You hear,
nah,
see what
it
niggas do?
sounds
They hear
good.
that and be like, "Yeah, that's cool, brother," but
Yeah. Get that job shit. Nah, I just playing. Nah, for real. I understand, and I'm not saying it doesn't add some things. I just don't think in the long term it's very. I'm saying so far
Important.
what we've had, maybe in a year going from year to year basis, it sounds good. When we talking about a 10, 15 year plan, I don't see it really working. Like, cause for 10, 15 years, things will change again. And then they'll say, all right, well, we're getting the fuck out of here again. That's why they
KT,
had to
I mean, it's a
reopen.
lot. I can push back on that, man, because we seen it like when the tariffs raised, we seen companies actually come back to America and make bigger investments in American manufacturing and shit. Like we seeing that shit like in real time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about real
So
time, but go ahead. I'm sorry,
Hey,
GQ.
G,
Go ahead.
oh my fault,
yeah,
G. No,
well,
you
well
go.
we seeing the investments being made. You know what I'm saying? We seeing motherfuckers already. You know what I'm saying how much money they gonna allocate to bringing the manufacturing back on shore. So shit. I don't think it's a wrong answer though. I ain't pushing back on your answer. If that's your answer, that's your answer. I don't think it's a right or wrong with the shit. It's just we going to your ideology. You know what I'm saying? Everything just going
Nah,
towards
y'all
ideology.
listen, y'all not wrong. Just don't look at it like that. I'm not pushing. This is we having discussion.
No,
I'm not
I
on
know
bullshit.
I'm not wrong.
So,
I'm telling you that I don't think you wrong. I'm just saying.
nah, look, I don't care who wrong. I'm saying we having discussion.
Nah,
Fuck it.
I
My only
just
point is,
I,
I'm saying, give me 10 years down the road, and we can have this talk, and I feel comfortable if they stay here for 10 years, or if they actually even do a lot of that. I think maybe the semiconductor niggas is gonna do it because I mean, honestly, that's where a lot of that shit come from. But I don't think a lot of them actually gonna.
giving them so much money towards building.
Is that me?
Am I tripping or you buying out? I
No,
ain't gonna
no,
lie, you buying.
it's
Chip,
GQ.
the mic,
Yeah, somebody
the
roboting.
microchip, the microchip. No, I'm just saying the microchip thing is not a result of the tariffs. That's all I'm saying. That's come from the CHIPS Act. So America had
Yeah,
gave. Can
that's
y'all
what I
hear me
said.
clearly?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
good at GQ.
Yeah. America gave up X amount of billions of dollars to help build for TSMC, and they gave them certain tax breaks and everything to come on over here. So that's what that was. That wasn't even a result of the tariffs. So like I said, man, you ain't got no wrong answer with it. But the tariffs did bring other companies back over here. Well, say that they gonna put so much money to coming back or whatever. Back to the last question. Are we done with the tariffs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the last one, we didn't get everybody answer on that, and I wanted to know what does it make you like if you agree or if you disagree. What are you a communist or a socialist or what was the end of that? Like if you disagree, don't answer that yet, Dev, until everybody get a answer. But I want to know what's the result of your answer of our answers. But I think it was on Young God to answer, or either five, one of y'all. I think me and GA, we strongly disagreed. Who else was up on deck? Aaron, did you get your answer? KT,
Yeah, I said I'm uh
you agree. You
yeah, I
agree.
agree.
Okay. Bobby,
Is
five.
it there? We can come back to him if you
No,
come.
Five.
right.
Yeah.
Back
Oh.
there. Hold on. Ask him one more time. My bad. I was listening to this beat. Go ahead.
Um, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs.
Oh,
So
no. Okay, that's the same question. Yeah, I was going with the opposing side, meaning that
Disagree. Disagree.
heavy,
yeah, I disagree
heavy,
with
like
that.
you standing on it.
Uh, yeah. I'm standing on that, man.
Dang,
Nah. Everybody,
that's
everybody,
heavy.
everybody deserve a chance, even if they can't move their feet like us, man.
And they can contribute too. The person that can't
Yeah.
contribute, they can contribute in other
In
ways.
other ways, there you
Yeah,
go.
in other ways. So it can all.
We'll
So you
find
the
it.
Yeah.
same, did it? You the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Five.
Would
Five.
it be?
Your first time to get in on
Oh
something.
yeah,
You've been battling in them comments I sent you out there.
I
Goddamn,
know,
you
right?
been.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
fine.
you.
It's your
Oh,
turn to answer.
oh yeah. I'm all people needs.
All right. So you disagree.
Yeah, I disagree strongly.
All right.
All right. KT.
What? Oh yeah,
Disagree.
All right.
you're pretty
So
pretty lopsided on this one.
yeah, you on your own with that one, Aaron. You the asshole on this.
I
He
feel like
said,
I gotta be benevolent, man. I gotta.
It's
It's
all
up to
right.
my.
Well,
It's up to my
it,
my
it's
morals and
all.
my characteristics to want to give to those who can't do the same as me. And like
It's
you
all
like
good.
That
Deity said,
nigga,
they bring value, so it might not be the same value as me, but if I see value in that, I'm gonna give
man,
because of
that
that value.
Yeah,
You mean
okay. That
Aaron?
nigga Aaron say no potatoes
You,
again for you today, huh,
yeah, but see, Bobby, you threw me off with them short
nigga?
arms and stuff, man. But it's all good, Aaron. I had to be an asshole on one, man. It's all good.
All right. So would it be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity?
Hell
Hell
no.
no.
Mm-mm.
Hell no.
Hell
That's a
no.
Nah,
horrible idea.
Nah.
Hell no. Let's keep the social program
Yeah, next
rolling. We
question.
need more
Yeah.
social programs.
Next question.
Okay. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Facts.
I don't like. No, I don't like the way that's worded. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
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 nah.
there you
yeah.
go.
Who?
I
Wait
do.
a
This is
minute. Who
going to
that? What?
I
determine
do.
liberal
What?
or conservative. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can't no
Wait a minute.
fronting, no fronting.
Wait. Who? What? Define rich. What's rich? Now, and
$225,000 or more annual
wait.
salary.
Nah,
Hell
cause that
no.
ain't even rich.
That
You
ain't
could be just
rich.
main.
That ain't
You
Yeah,
could be
rich.
Well,
That's not
that's
well,
rich.
maintaining.
rich.
basically, should the rich people that's making more be mandated for higher taxes in order to provide for the people that are
Yes.
not paying those taxes?
Yes, but
See,
the
that's
rich
the
don't
Welfare,
shit
get
right
it.
there.
disabled.
But the
Yeah,
rich
yeah.
ain't gonna start at 225. That motherfucker started at about 1.5.
Yeah. Y'all got to
Okay,
raise.
put that number
Yeah.
down there then. Yeah.
GQ though, bro. This the thing, bro. In order to sustain $1.5 million, bro, you have to be able to do certain things. It ain't
I
just you
disagree.
being worth 1.5 million, like you
Yeah,
just
I
good.
Not
If
disagree
you
being
with
can't
worth
that one.
sustain
I
that,
1.5
disagree with that one. Yeah,
annually making 1.5. Not
I
not
don't.
Now
I
that's
not
don't
being
think.
different.
worth,
That's different. That's
I,
different, GQ.
no,
That's
yeah,
even
not
different.
if
being
you,
worth
hey,
1.5.
even
That's
if you
different.
annually
Yeah,
make
that's different.
1.5,
Annually
I
making
don't think you should be
Yeah.
1.5.
taxed
Now
more.
that's a
No.
different.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
still
that's
don't
what we're
agree.
talking about. Yeah,
I
not
still
Okay.
what
don't
you
agree,
worth.
but that is
Not what you
different.
worth, Aaron. Not what
I
you
got
worth,
you.
bro.
I
No,
got
no.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't
Yeah.
think. I don't think the individual person, like rich or not, should be taxed. Like, especially with what rich is classified
Well,
with.
they actually already do that, but
I know they
Yeah,
already.
they do.
I know they get taxed more, but he's saying more that like more on top of that.
even though they the rich people pay the least taxes because they find the
They
most loopholes.
Yeah,
loopholes. Yeah.
perfect. But that's what. But I think.
So the
I,
loopholes should be
all right,
taken away.
all right. I might get.
Don't
You
leave
know
out
what
to
I'm saying?
provide for the poor part.
Yeah, to provide
Okay.
for the poor.
This the all right. Well, I'm gonna say no. I don't think they should be taxed more to provide for the poor. But
I say
my
yeah, bro.
my answer to that, like just my little anecdote to throw in with that would be that I think that should be on the entity because that's their loophole. These entities. So I think
Mm,
corporations should be taxed more because
okay.
that's where the money is hidden in these. You know what I'm saying? These entities. These like Donald Trump don't gotta have no money. He could like the
Yeah.
name of the
That ain't a good
LLC.
way to do it. That ain't a good way to do it, Bobby. You
Why
would
not?
rather do the individual because there's too
Yeah,
many
I'd rather
loopholes for
do
the
the individual.
corporation.
Yeah, I'd rather do the
I can
individual.
file bankruptcy instantly. Like
I'd rather do the
soon as you
individual.
ready to take the cheese from me and tax me, I just file
Yeah,
bankruptcy.
yeah.
That money gotta go
You're
somewhere,
gonna bank. You're gonna bank the fate of poor people on that.
right? On what?
on on
No, I.
corporations.
no,
Yeah.
I'm saying it's ways around that. Like it ain't no. If you tax the end, if you do the individual, it
I'm
ain't no
saying
way around that.
industry. I'm
If
saying
you tax the
industry as a
company,
whole.
I know, but when you taxing a corporation, it's too many ways around that. With the
Right.
How?
individual,
Yeah.
I can name a bunch of them to you, bro.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
too many ways to
But
get
these
around.
motherfucking CEOs getting $30 million bonuses from these motherfuckers. You tax
Well,
his ass. Tax him.
well,
You understand
that's
what I'm
what
saying?
that's why I really hate this conversation, man. Because when
Tax
you hear
that
them talking,
motherfucker.
But that's what I mean
no.
by. But that's what I mean by tax, and I think that's what I'm speaking to. Like most stringent laws on that, like things to crack down on that.
But see, bro, that's what I'm saying. See, y'all hitting it on the head. You talking about tax the corporations or whatever, but that's they get the loopholes with the whole earnings before taxes and the
Right.
earnings after taxes and the earnings after income tax and all that bullshit. And then as individuals, when people, how I want to say this, in Congress or whatever, when they speak of individuals, it be corporations that they be speaking for. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? They're like public entities. They're people
yeah.
a whole EIN and the shit that.
And I want y'all to realize this. My fault for calling you out, GA.
You
There's
good?
really no way in America to really tax the rich and get what the public actually wants out of them. There's no because the way the laws are set up, bro. All you have to do is consume debt. Now I don't have to pay any tax on that money. It's no way around you can get around that. So
Right.
it's like it ain't no way the politicians can run on all these different shits that they gonna say. It ain't no way you gonna be able to tax me a bunch of money as me being a billionaire, bro, because I got too many ways to facilitate this money.
Right.
It's just impossible. I can
But
buy two.
but
I
but
can
for the
go
for the
ahead,
sake
GA.
of the
You too.
question, it's like if we had a way. I mean, I
I
guess
got you.
it'll be in a hypothetical. But at the same time, to whom what's the adage to whom much is given, much is expected.
Yep.
Man, fuck that GQ. Fuck them
The good
taxes.
The Spider Man quote.
Yeah, now Spider Man got that from somebody else, man.
I know.
Yeah,
Ain't that
but
Milton Fried? Ain't that Milton Friedman?
I
I'm
don't know,
not sure, but
man.
I know it didn't start with Spider Man. Goddamn it,
No,
it
I
didn't
won't. I
start with
won't.
Marvel and Stan Lee. Goddamn.
I know, man. I know.
I want everybody to pay their fair share, man. Fuck that. But I won't pay no more. I don't want to pay
I
no more. Yeah.
Man, can you imagine if all them rich ass niggas at Black Wall Street had to get some money to help some poor white folks, man? Them niggas been like, boy, you out your motherfucking cotton picking mind. Damn, you hear me? Text me
Not
for
your,
you hear
not
me?
your goddamn,
That's
not
what
your
I'm
cotton
speaking.
picking, goddamn.
Hey, you out your cotton picking mind. You hear
That
me, DQ?
nigga say the cotton
Them rich
picking
ass
man.
Damn,
niggas in
wait a
Black Wall
minute.
Street would have been looking at you like,
Damn,
text
wait a
me to
minute.
get a who? Let
it
them
would have
niggas
it would
pull
have
their
been
stuff
another
up
So
out
which
American.
their
Hey,
bootstrap.
so which
Bobby, it
way
would have been
y'all
another
leaning? Yeah.
American
But see,
Revolution.
them was Africans though that wasn't far from that.
Oh, here we go. I'm saying
They
this.
wasn't really removed that much, so they already was taking care of their people, bro. I don't think they was just stunting on them motherfucker, just having motherfuckers out there bad like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying just in and I'm only speaking from my reality. A lot of people who are like that I'm close to that
Yeah, you getting the bag.
come into that new tax bracket. It's
Yeah.
like, especially black people. I don't know if it's like some special taxes that they hit us with, or like we ain't
Luxury
hip to the
tax.
loophole. Like
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying,
We
man.
not
and I'm
hip.
like,
Capital
Bobby,
it hit
Bobby,
the
what it
niggas.
is?
It
We
hit
ain't
niggas.
hip,
It
Bobby.
seemed like it hit niggas more than it hit any of these
This what it. This what
billionaires
it.
that everybody people talking about. So
Yeah,
This
that's
cause
what
why
it
I'm
be,
like,
Bobby.
a
We
nigga get
don't.
into
fuck
a new
that.
tax bracket and start making $1 million a year and still using TurboTax instead of going to get a
Exactly.
goddamn account.
Or you going to get an
The
accountant. You going to
accountant.
get listen. Or you going
Right.
to get an accountant who you don't have no relationship with. It
Right.
wasn't passed down from a family member
But look
because
what
they
you
ain't
just
had no
said,
money that needed to
savage.
be managed.
Savage.
So you
Right.
going
That's
to a
what I'm
new.
saying. That you speaking to when you saying a nigga ain't got a relationship with an accountant. Nigga ain't never had the relationship with it.
That's what I'm saying. I know. That's what I'm saying. They ain't gonna
So
know the loopholes.
don't you know black people? So black people didn't know nothing about no motherfucking stock market crash.
Yeah.
All
They
that
they
shit didn't happen. Do you know why black people survived the stock market crash, dog?
cause
October
they ain't got
11th,
no money in them motherfuckers.
1989.
Say it again,
Cause
GQ.
they ain't got no money in the stock market.
We was already
No,
I was
no,
debunked
saying
it.
no,
that.
no, no,
I
no,
was saying
no.
that all last
Because
month when
niggas
motherfuckers was
had their
crying about
money
the.
in the mattress. They ain't put no money in
I
no
was saying
fucking
that
bank.
all
Which
last
which
month
way
when
y'all
motherfuckers.
leaning though? Which way y'all leaning on
I ain't
that?
with that. Yeah, I'm with the not taxing. I
I
don't
was
know.
saying that
Yeah.
all last month when motherfuckers crying about the market crash. I was like, ain't none of you motherfuckers got no money in the market.
Yeah,
Like,
Dev. I'm with
Better
Bobby
pull
on
them
that,
shoe
man.
boxes out.
Yeah, I'm with
That's
Bobby
that's
GA
a
on that.
socialist question.
so what's you're a socialist if you what?
If you think taxes should be increased on the rich
All
in
right,
order to provide for the
for the
poor, that's what I'm
poor.
saying. Don't leave the provide for the poor part out.
Right. So that's
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna be a socialist on that one. I think that
Tax them
first one
niggas.
that you didn't ever see what that first one was though. Was that first one make you a socialist if you was against
To each his own.
Yeah, needs being met by that make you a socialist.
If you saying everybody's gonna get the equal amount of commodities, you was no matter what.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think I'm leaning towards the socialist shit
But
so
that's
GA
far.
gonna
why.
get
But
GQ gonna get tired of that after 3 days, bro.
but hold on,
He
Dev.
gonna do
That's
all
why
that
when
Mhm.
y'all
work.
I'm
ran.
all Aaron. Honestly, I'm already tied up, but I don't stop doing it, bro.
But Dev, that's why when y'all ran past that. That's why when y'all
I'm
ran
tired
past
of the
that
shit right now, bro.
that private sector
Mhm.
versus government community funded social activities.
Mhm.
I'm framing a lot of this like in a lack of better words, a perfect black society, right? So I'm
Mhm.
looking at it like kind of semi through the lens of like if Black Wall Street would have just kept going on. So it's
Mhm.
like that's within the government, but separate from the government. So I wouldn't think them people wouldn't want to be taxed to be like a part of like, oh, you taxing us to help pay for the whole of the government when we can like in our private sector we can help socially, you know what I'm saying, give our people what they need and do
Yeah, I
such
get it.
Yeah,
you
but
feel
you
what I
can't rely
but,
on them motherfuckers to do it. They ain't gonna do it.
but
But
no, I'm speaking from but no, I'm not them. I'm saying like think about it. If Black Wall Street would have been the thing that succeeded, then
Yeah.
that would have been our private sector. So what
Yeah.
would we have needed from the government for our social and economic, you know, things and resources and things like that? We could have funded that for ourselves. So that's
What?
why
no,
I'm
you
like,
getting everything from the government. You getting infrastructure. You getting roads, highways, everything you doing.
but
And where you getting the money at?
they're going to
What
the
country?
taxes.
What country you making that money in?
Right, but I get it. They're going to the taxes that we paying in already. But I'm talking about
Yeah,
like you talking about increasing the taxes, and when you
yeah.
talking about having the government as far as like funding your social things, like a part of that goes into like then they have a say into what you doing with the money and all of that stuff. And I'm saying if your community is thriving, like when you look at these other thriving communities, they just take the things that they need as far as for tax benefits, like you say, the roads and the infrastructure and stuff. But when it comes to what they want to supply to their community, they pull that together.
Okay.
They're doing
That's
that because they live in a higher income bracket and they can like have a more control over those things.
yeah. That's real shit. But I mean, as long as you count on the motherfucker to do it, if not, then it just is what it is. You got to put the tax on them to help the poor. You know what I'm saying? But
But
it's just
that's
simple
a
as
part.
that.
But
Put
that's
the
a part
tax
of
on the
the.
motherfucker and help
But
the poor.
that's a part of the caveat. Like since we like when I brought up Japan, I said that's because they groomed into like that socially. So they not thinking to help the like even the 2,000 poor people over there. You feel me, Savage? And
Yeah.
I'm saying that just us by nature, we socially groomed a different type of way. So if we in a more like social economic financial stability standpoint, if it's like more black people that's financially stable and then we got this low homeless number, yeah, that ain't nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like that,
Right.
I
Right.
wouldn't even think that black people like. So I'm looking at it from that point of view, not from this point of view where it's like a few
Oh,
rich black people and now we gotta like,
overwhelming.
yeah, like no,
Yeah.
I'm looking at it like if it's in a perfect situation, we dealing with like how the white communities dealing with. We dealing from a standpoint of financial stability. That way we can help out the people that's been fell by the wayside because it ain't a lot of them.
Well, I'm looking at it from the point of you got to hit the rich white people upside the head to take care of all these poor black people.
So y'all heavy on the tax though?
Yeah, I am.
No, I'm
No.
against
I
the
think
tax.
GQ
You
I'm
got
against
with
money
it?
it.
on this one.
I'm with it.
Niggas
Tax
I'm,
discrimination.
you want to know why? Because when
fuck
as
them.
soon as they raise the
Mm-mm.
taxes, they gonna be like, all right, niggas, here go that $2 million reparation check that we've been.
Yep. Tax the shit out of that.
No, that ain't gonna be taxed. That's gonna be taxed.
Motherfucker, 500,000.
You not with it, Diddy?
I'm with
No,
it.
no, I'm with
The
that. I'm
did he
saying
said they ain't gonna tax the
personally,
reparation check?
Oh.
Your
yeah, that
motherfucking mind.
taxation gonna be different.
Yeah, you can't tax that.
Yeah, that need to be like separate. That need to be non-taxable.
No,
Well,
listen, you
that
gonna
that's
see it.
reverse.
It's
That's
gonna be.
reverse
It's
racism.
gonna be. Listen, it's gonna be taxed when you see the price of Jordans go from 275 to 375.
me, Dev, that's when you gonna see the tax of the
Yeah.
the other check go. When
Yeah,
Cali
fuck the Michael Jordan. No,
escalates, I'm saying you saying fuck
it's
it,
the
but
loaf. It's the loaf of bread that you got to worry about when that motherfucker go to $5, $7. Goddamn, that's when you
Oh
get.
man. Dale, wait, how many more questions we got, Dale?
Bread already.
Just a couple more. If you got to bounce out. Do you consider an inheritance a legitimate form of wealth?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah,
I
Yeah,
hell yeah, it's
yeah.
legitimate,
Yeah. What the
legitimate than a
fuck?
motherfucker.
It's spin, don't it?
Hell yeah, it's legitimate.
You know somebody with some,
That's
Dev.
why
You
I
know
be
somebody with
educated.
some inheritances that ain't nobody claimed yet, cause we can get on it.
If you hold on, but see, if you think that it's not a source of wealth, that would make you a socialist, Dev.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey, nah, we
I see
American
that.
here,
I see
baby. I
that.
ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna be socialist, and I've been very socialist in all my replies. But nah, this American in me. Fuck that. I wish
Hey,
my dad would
Nigga,
have left me 10
we
mil.
talk about generational wealth all the goddamn time, nigga. That shit.
hey, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what you finna do with that paper. You ain't taking it with you past it. Yeah, pass it on
You
down.
feel
Hell
me?
yeah, inheritance is legit. Goddamn.
Huh.
All right.
What
So
you know
y'all got to choose a side on this one. Should basic utilities, like roads, electricity, be publicly owned or private?
No,
Public,
public.
public,
Fuck that,
Public.
public.
public?
Yeah.
Public.
100%.
Yeah. Y'all
That's the
heavy on
only
that?
thing I feel like that should be
Heavy on the public.
Yeah,
public.
I'm heavy on that.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the way it
heavy.
is, man. How motherfuckers gonna get the mail without public roads? I mean,
All right.
mm-mm.
Pretty
But
consistent.
hold on, real quick, because it's sticky, it's sticky. In America, it benefits us.
Mhm.
Other places that shit don't. In Brazil and Rio, it don't benefit them blacks. It
Right.
don't
What
benefit
you mean
them.
it don't benefit them?
The
They,
government,
they don't have no highway system.
all they got highway system, but I'm talking about like the favelas where most of the niggas live. They public sewage systems, they public water
That's
systems.
because
Yeah.
their government is corrupt and they
That's but
misappropriating
that's
the funds and ain't putting it back. But
that's what
that
I'm
ain't
No,
saying though.
man.
That's my point, Bobby. It could go
but
either way.
hold on.
No,
The
we in
private
America.
Look at
hold on.
Mexico.
Hold on. The private sector is the corporation in this too, and they not doing nothing to help them roads neither. So I would
No, but but the government is the ones who give you the permits, who give you the authority to do that.
The
The
government.
government is the one who
I guarantee
controls
you,
all of
if
that.
you look at the roads that's going to them corporations over there, them bitches nice.
Look, man, this America. We got our own problems.
You hear me,
Here,
Dale? The
we
road
can't
they
even
gotta
agree.
go
Nah, that's
take
why I was
back
just
to
saying, GA,
hey,
it can go either way with the government. They could do what the people need, or they cannot do what the people need.
Ugh, I'm
We
still
got it.
going
We
with the
got it
good.
good
Yeah.
over here with our government, even though we got a fucked up government.
The government.
you don't want no private, bro. If you had the
I
private
think we need a
on the
mix.
roads,
I think we
niggas
need a
would
mix,
have,
Bobby.
bro. It'd be a toll road damn near at every stop sign.
But motherfuckers
That's
do
why I
have
say I
private,
think we need both. I think it need to be a mix of both.
Don't you?
but
Did you see how what they had? Did you see how New York
Tax
uh
crackers.
did
no,
that?
no, no,
They had
no. But
Tax
you,
their
that
ass.
away.
It's more
no,
white
they,
folks in America than us, right? That's
no. But see, that shit means something totally different here in the states, man.
Still a
You do
trickle down
have
effect though to us,
I get,
deity.
and then tax their ass.
no,
Oh,
but
you're
no.
right. You don't own.
You
We
got
own.
private drives already. You got private drives in America.
Yeah, we don't own shit. So
But that's because that's not it ain't necessarily considered a public easement. That go back to their property and to their house and stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I get that, but we talking about like public, and they gotta maintain. They have to maintain. I think.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying I want the public road, man. I don't have no private drive and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
You gotta go through a bunch of red tape in other countries to get shit put up and shit. Like it
I
be a
got
lot
you,
of
but guess what
problems with
though?
the
But guess
government
what though, man?
sometimes.
Hey, thank God I wasn't born in the favela.
Man, I'm
Neither
curious to
was
hear
you.
what these results are.
hey, you say
I
you
want to
was
know.
a revolutionary. You would have caused
Wait,
a
you talking about? Neither was you. The deity. You talking all that Every time you unmute your mic, Public Enemy Fight the Power should come on, boy.
Exactly. We definitely
You
would.
the truth. You the truth, boy. But
Big
you
man.
ain't favela. You ain't favela ready, boy. I'm telling you, none of us are.
So what about health care? Those with greater ability to pay should receive better health care.
Hell no.
No,
Nope, nope,
Fuck
everybody
nope,
should
no.
get
nope,
Hell
nope, nope,
no.
nope.
I
Fuck
agree.
that. No,
I agree
no.
with that too, man.
Say it again.
everybody should get the same health care.
Yeah, should rich motherfuckers have better health care than poor people?
Aaron, you a damn Republican.
Oh,
So
that's
what
what
you
they
not
got
no
now, but no, they shouldn't.
Republican. But you not no Republican.
I ain't a Republican.
Every answer
I
you
just
gave was a Republican answer.
You say
no.
Exactly.
Republican.
It was only two. It was only two of them. And GA
Yeah.
had one too.
So you
You
saying if
taking
you
Yeah.
got
count.
the
That's
money,
crazy.
if you ain't got the money,
Now
you
look,
gotta
I
go to
say
the
this.
co-op doctor.
Let me explain why I say that. Right. With me, it's about sustainability. I done been to countries where you got free health care, and I see what it look like. America, we got an all right healthcare system, bro. We already be in the hospital waiting 3-4 hours, bro. I don't want to be in there 12, 16 hours, 2 days waiting to get seen because everybody can go to this spot and get the same healthcare treatment.
But when it
I
comes to
don't.
bro.
It's
But
about
look at
sustainability.
this, bro.
I'm
Aaron,
listening. I'm
you gotta
listening.
understand that. You gotta understand, Aaron. That changes everything, though. Why you think? Why
Hmm.
you think in countries that got free health care for everybody that
Free.
food from America is banned?
Yeah, they
Mm,
got better
You know what I'm saying?
lifestyle. That's what I'm saying. I was
mm.
just gonna
Yeah.
use that point right there,
oh, that's a
GQ.
great
That
point.
Hold on.
lifestyle.
What you? What
It's a
you?
direct correlation with them having free health care and you not being able to bring a hamburger from America to that motherfucker. You know what
Yeah.
I'm
Nah, nah,
Or
nah, nah.
pork
I get
chop.
your point with that. Now I agree on
saying?
what we should be allowed
So
to have in our
so that
food.
changes everything. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna change the whole quality of life. It's gonna change the whole lifestyle. They're not gonna be able to
GA, you
if the
can you
government on the hook, if the government on the hook for your health care, they not gonna let these corporations push all the bullshit on you. Cause in turn, it's really gonna be the corporation that's on the hook for your health care. So yeah.
hold on. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm
I'm trying
saying
to really understand what you're saying. So
what I'm saying is you'll have a better quality of life
The government
because the
will not
government
want
is
to
on the
pay.
hook for your health care, right? The government is on the hook for
Exactly.
paying for your health care. So they're not going to allow all the fuckery that causes bad health to go on. You know what I'm saying?
It won't be.
So,
Diabetes.
so
It
instead
won't,
of cheeseburger commercials, you go get them old commercials like I had growing up, like National Fitness Day. You
I'm
gotta
picking
pass,
up what
hmm
you're
you
putting
gotta
down.
pass your
I'm picking
PE
up what you're
test
putting
with a
down.
certain
Look,
amount of pull up. That shit go come back, Savage.
yeah,
I'm picking up what y'all putting down.
yeah. You won't have flaming hot Cheetos, flaming hot
Flaming?
potato
Yeah, I remember
chips,
that
I
shit.
flaming
got
hot
Flaming
Funyuns,
That should have
flaming
be
hot.
flaming
banned.
flaming
That
hot
should have be
pickles and
banned in
shit.
50 states. Flaming Hots would be banned. You motherfucker had to smuggle some Flaming Hots through this motherfucker.
That'd
Now
be
what?
like weed and hard street drugs and
Now
shit.
Hell yeah.
where that nigga Blue at? That's the shit that deserve the death penalty.
But
Flaming hot
hold on, but
Cheetos.
see,
That
hold
I
on,
hate
GA.
that
you
I
shit.
need
mean
Blue.
GQ.
You need
That's what
Blue in the hit squad
GQ.
for that.
You gotta realize though, bro. The
Yeah.
government is the one who allows this shit to be put into these products. The
That's a fact.
government,
That's what he's
hold on,
That's
real
why
saying.
they
quick.
don't want to pay for your health care.
Yeah.
That's what he's
Okay,
saying.
let me give
That's
you a real quick example,
Exactly.
Savage. Savage, let me give you a real quick example. I seen this white dude do this little TikTok, and he was like, if black people want to have people stop police stop killing them and shit start happening in the community, what all black people should do is go get a life insurance policy on
$1
themselves.
million.
Right,
GQ.
because
That's
then
that's
Yeah,
because
we
then
talk
now
we
that
Yeah,
talk about that all the time.
that's been
right,
my
right.
my
So
gambit.
basically, that's what they basically it's the same thing what they saying because like now that police officer ain't gonna be so quick to pop your ass because they know that all these niggas got policies on them, and then the insurance company is like suing the police officer because nigga somebody got to pay this money out. You see,
Exactly.
I get what
exactly.
y'all saying. I get what y'all saying.
That's been my gambit, bro.
I
And
get what
and
y'all
I
saying.
Yeah.
and guess what? You gonna if like I always say, if all black folks had $1 million policy, you're gonna have better hospitals in the hood. You're gonna have less fast food
that's a
restaurants,
fact.
less liquor stores. That the police just the tip of the iceberg. Them killing motherfucker gonna be a tip of the iceberg. But everything got to change. These niggas got $1 million policies. Everybody got $1 million policy. The insurance company ain't going, nigga. Ain't no McDonald's over there. Ain't no motherfucking liquor stores over there, nigga. You got to remove all that shit.
Nah, I see what y'all saying. I see what y'all saying.
Yeah. You ain't gonna have 5-star hospitals around this motherfucker. Make sure that nigga live. Don't let him die.
5-star with the
Don't let
wine
that nigga
bar.
die. We on the hook for $1 million for that motherfucker.
So the means of production should belong to the workers who use them.
No,
Yes.
hell no.
Yeah, the people that basically, you
Yes.
Say it again. I
The
ain't hear you.
means of production
production
should
belongs to
belong to the workers that
workers.
use them.
They use,
Nah. I had a nigga saying look,
Nah,
bro. I
hell
had a
no.
bunch of equipment at one of the properties, bro. I had a nigga take this sander, bro, trying to impress me. Fuck up
Mm.
my whole floor, bro. Fuck up the push the property back 2 months from getting sold, bro. So now I can't leave it in the
Why
workers' hands,
niggas
bro.
always got to
It
get
got
they
to,
look bad work
cause, bro. I gotta go
man?
anecdotal, bro.
Only
I
because
can't leave it,
you hired the wrong Mexican man. Don't put that
bro.
on. Don't put that
But
on
the
the.
rest of them was great though. GQ. Bobby. He was trying to show out to impress, bro. I need management to control, not the niggas who doing the job.
he
That's
doing
why you
temporary
got
work.
management. You got niggas who can work. You got
Actual
niggas
work
who
with
can
a saw.
manage niggas who work. Then you got niggas who manage the managers. Like that's why these systems exist, bro. Because you can't just leave the company to
But
the.
to your point, while I say yes, is to for examples that Aaron just gave.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked for companies where, and I know you work too, where they say, "Hey, listen, this equipment we giving you
Yeah.
is ownership,
Yeah.
and that ownership implies what? Liability.
Yeah.
Yep.
You will get it
This
will come
coming
out your
out of
check.
your check, nigga. This
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
out of your so all of that shit. Like when you saying like, I feel what you saying, but
No,
like,
hold on, no. Because if something happened, that's
Yeah.
coming out of that's going out of my bonding insurance.
no,
Now
You
my
just that's what
premium
I'm
going
saying.
up.
But I'm
no,
saying you still gave the
tax
ownership to
him,
the
right? You
worker.
gave the ownership to the worker, so now you could tax. Well, it's coming out of your insurance. You could still
Mm-hmm.
tax him because he's the owner of that equipment. Like I didn't work the companies before where they give you the phone and they be like, "Well, this your phone. You own
Yeah.
this. So if you fuck this up, this coming out of your check. Don't lose it." It
So is
ain't like
that
you could lose. It is like, and I done work for companies where they give you the phone and they be like, "Yeah, lose. If you lose this motherfucker, just tell us. We'll get you another." You feel
so is
me?
that a
Then,
slick
like,
way? Is that a slick way of saying that work should be contracted? Is that like
Nah.
is that a slick way of
no,
saying work should be contracted? Cause
Nah.
you a contractor or you working for me?
it's kind of like theft prevention.
Yep.
Who's got who with the liability? That's a
The
liability question.
liability lay. It's kind of like
Exactly.
if I give you this drill, you can't steal it because it's yours and it's finna come out your check anyway.
Yeah, you
Oh no,
using that
I agree
shit.
with that. Then I read that
Yeah.
whole
You
thing
feel me?
wrong. Then
You feel
I
me?
agree with that
If
right there.
I savage, you give you this sander and you want to fuck up some floors and fuck
Oh
some
yeah,
shit up,
go
it's coming
ahead.
out your
No,
shit. Go ahead, do what you
you
do, nigga.
liable. That shit coming out your pay.
All right,
Yo,
all this shit is on you, nigga. Go.
Oh yeah,
yep.
I agree with that one.
You lose it. I don't care
If
if
the
your cousin
liability
did steal
comes
it.
off of me, hell yeah.
Do y'all think the United Nations should be abolished?
I don't know too much about the United
Yeah,
Nations.
no, man. Yeah, the motherfuckers already useless, man. They are a figurehead.
Me
Yeah.
too. I'm
Thanks
with
to
you on that,
reference
GA.
point. The UN, people say, "Oh, the UN said this."
Yeah, I'm with
Yeah.
you, GA. Fuck you in. They ain't gonna shit.
Them motherfuckers have no clout on the planet. They taking no space, man.
Was it Malcolm trying to go to the
But
UN?
I don't think they should be abolished. But
It was a
I'm
latter part of
saying
his
they go
life.
back to that equal fair. They go back to that equal fair shit. Like you can't have a nigga showing up to a country like to the United Nations and this country still like got horses and shit and he got to sit at the table with America. You feel what I'm saying? It's like it ain't fair. You feel America looking at that shit like, yeah, man, come on, let her in the meeting up so I can go and finish stepping on that.
Wait.
Like,
The
it's no
dude rolled up on a
the
donkey.
respect thing. Right, niggas. I'll be looking at some of them United Nations members. I'm like, man, these niggas still here in tribal gear. This motherfucker still here got on some shit. It look like he just
Oh
came from
man.
work. Look, he look like he just came from work. Just showed up. Like, man, I'm running late for the
Nah.
UN meeting. I still got on my
Nah.
motherfucking factory clothes. Like,
I ain't fucking with you, Bobby Knight. No, I ain't fucking with you on that one, man. You wrong, man. I do feel
America,
that way.
the niggas from America be looking at the rest of the countries like, man, this probably like 5 niggas in here I respect. The rest of you motherfuckers can kick rocks. I'm just entertaining this shit because Great Britain told me I had to come. That's it.
That's funny, man, but I ain't laughing.
All right, real quick. Government should be accountable to the international community.
Repeat that one more time.
Yeah. All governments should be accountable to the international community.
Well, shit, I just shit canned on the damn United Nations, so
Yeah, you did.
And that's why I
Nah,
was saying
nah,
we gotta
nah,
make it fair. Yes,
that's a
nigga.
hard one right there, bro. What if we become the bad guys
I'm
and
doubling. I'm
everybody else?
doubling down. Fuck
wait a
no.
Become,
minute.
Nah, hell
become
nah.
or are,
We
nigga. What the
already
fuck
the
you
bad
talking about?
guys. I'm
Become
doubling
or
down.
But we
Fuck
got
no.
Hey,
the
what you mean?
power. We got the
Wait, who?
power though.
So are we the good guys because we got the
If we
power?
had the power and we was the bad guys, then the rest of the countries could step on us.
I mean, do we have the power because we the bad guys or because we got the power?
Kind of both. We the bad guys because how we got the power.
You
I'm
notice
with.
how don't nobody talk shit to Superman? Cause it's like he can smile at one minute, but if that smile turned into a
Shit,
frown,
Batman talk hella shit to Superman.
I just say Batman.
that's
Did Batman kill his
right.
ass?
I mean, that's listen,
Batman,
Fontaine,
gangster.
check this out. And also it was also in one of
So
them where
Russia
that
must be
fucking energy
Batman then,
band
huh?
didn't work, where Superman just punched that nigga through his chest and said, yeah, you can't get to your little gadget that quick, my nigga.
Well, you
You
see
must.
when
You
Batman
must ain't
when
never heard of Lex. You must ain't never heard of Lex Luthor. Goddamn, Lex
well
talked to that nigga didn't do nothing but talk shit to Superman.
Facts.
Listen,
Ass shit.
I'm telling the point I'm making with that is that
Promise
the niggas who talk shit to Superman, when Superman said, okay, I'm finna show y'all the side of me that didn't nobody think I had, that shit talking slowed down. That's what I'm saying. This is why America, listen, you think like he
this
was when
nigga.
he nice and he just flying around being Clark Kent, that shit was cool. But once he stopped giving niggas time to get to their gadgets and get to the kryptonite and just was punching through niggas' chest and laser beaming their bodies into melted piles of dust, niggas said, yeah, we really can't fuck with cuz if he decides to just go off the deep
You
end.
know they got an actual show. What's the name of that motherfucker? It's a nigga, a Superman type character that do that shit for real. Be fucking everybody up.
Homelander. That's what I'm telling you.
Homelander,
But
motherfucker, boy.
but that's what I meant. That was a part of example I meant. Like what happened when Superman don't want to be nice no more. Like then you got Homelander.
What's
You
the
got
name of that show? What's the name of that?
The Boys.
Yeah, The Boys. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you got to
motherfucker.
Okay,
figure that
Deb, no.
again.
Homelander was
Hey,
just fucking motherfuckers up.
hey, Deb, the answer's no. We doubling down. Fuck the UN, and
Yeah, I'm
then now
doubling
we ain't
down.
answering
Fuck
nobody.
the international shit. Fuck the UN. We ain't got to answer the shit.
Nah, man, we got to answer.
How? We don't answer to nobody.
But now you're a walking contradiction. Now you just said you didn't want to be at the meeting waiting on the dude to show up on the donkey. Now you want to answer to him.
No. I didn't say I was making a joke of that. I was saying like that go back to my fair conversation. Like it should be fair. I'm with the UN, but motherfucker, you got to make it fair. You just can't strut up in there and then y'all
Wait a
subjugate
minute.
all these
Fair?
countries. Yeah.
Fair.
Like if you go,
Fair.
I'm saying honor.
I
You
don't
can't
know what
honor like
fair
you can't
is.
You talking
disrespect.
about
You can't
you talking
disrespect
about
the
like the
city.
county
You got
fair, the state fair?
this nigga here. This nigga.
There ain't shit fair going on
You
around
can't
this
be up in
motherfucker.
there. You can't
What's
not
fair on the
honor.
planet? Ain't nothing
I'm
fair on the
saying
planet,
you
bro.
can't not honor. It's like is based. It's like an honor system. You can't say you gonna do it, then don't honor it. That's basically what I'm saying.
But they do the shit all the and then
All the
you know them
time.
motherfuckers been brought to international court. How many times America been tried and hung in court, and them motherfuckers ain't honoring none of that. They tell them motherfucker kick rocks.
Yeah, how many times they ain't had the
They don't
number
Bro,
even show.
and
They don't
then
even show up to
look,
court.
bro, because
They got
guess what they look at that like.
America got a warrant all over the world. You
But they
know, go
America
to
look
court.
at the warrant that the world. America look at that warrant like if they was working at McDonald's and the boss at McDonald's said we got to talk to you. Then man, they soon as you walk back in that office and they be like, hey, we caught you stealing. Man, America is walking out the back like, man, fuck y'all. I don't want to hear that.
wait a minute, damn, wait a minute, GQ, are we acquiescing to the damn bullshit then?
Yeah,
Man,
that's what I'm
yes,
telling you.
yes, we
You
are.
hear him, Freeman Music?
Hell yeah, we are. We been in acquiescence here. These motherfuckers ain't doing right.
Yeah,
Fuck the
fuck it.
UN, fuck the international tribunal.
Yeah, fuck the rest of you motherfuckers.
You niggas
Yeah.
gon' you niggas gonna fuck up diplomacy. Like if niggas actually get a hold of America, Africans gonna be looking at us like, what happened when you niggas was saying fuck
We gonna show
at
the
the
Africans how they supposed to be doing over there right now. Like this,
UN?
this is what the fuck y'all
Hey,
supposed to be
guess
on.
what?
Goddamn.
Guess what? That sound like what America said. We coming to show y'all what y'all need to be doing.
Exactly. This is what
Black,
y'all supposed to be
black
doing. Kick all the
colonists
crackers out your country.
screaming. I said this before. Like anytime I hear niggas talk about this shit, and I'm laughing, but it's like niggas just want to do black colonization, and I'm like, nigga, if that's what we doing, just say that's what we doing. Don't make
That's
it like it's
yo, Bobby. That's what we doing. That's
That's
what
what
we
we
okay.
doing.
Say
on.
less
See?
then. I fuck it. Then I gotta
That's
be
what
on
we
the same.
on. See, you ain't you.
I
Nigga,
gotta be on the same.
I thought you said you was from Chicago.
Man, yes, I'm from
Nigga,
Chicago.
we gangsters. What the fuck you think we doing? It's gang bang. It's colonization. Nigga,
Yeah, hey, the
it's
world
the
is a
takeover
I know
like
y'all don't think
Jehovah.
niggas is more gangster than white folk.
You say
no,
what?
the world is a
What
trap
you say,
house.
Vontae?
Yeah, yeah,
You
Them
say niggas
niggas
ain't more gangster
been
than white
showed
folks.
y'all who really gangster.
yeah,
Y'all just need to sit back, chill out. You know, gonna play y'all
yeah.
role. Stop
No,
all
no,
this
no.
talk now.
I don't
It
think more
sound
gangster.
good.
I
Right.
just think more crash out. Like niggas is gangster, but
That's
niggas
gangster,
ain't
nigga.
depraved. Well, yeah, I guess you got to say like,
Niggas actually got being gangster from white people. Like
Exactly.
yeah, that is
we
true.
literally got it from them.
I
Yeah,
can't
from the
lie.
Italians, right?
I don't know now. No, man.
You ain't
I
ready to.
gotta.
You ain't ready to commit no war crimes, GQ. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Them
this
See
folk
what I'm
damn
don't give a
saying?
Bible.
fuck.
Okay,
When it
They
comes to
different.
no,
levels of that's what I keep telling niggas. Like it takeover sound good, but when you really look at it, it's some shit that you gotta like cut your logical and morality brain off of, and then just say,
Yeah.
"Fuck it, I'm just going out for
nah,
gusto."
You
That's
know
what
how
some
they
no.
white
say,
folks
G?
do.
You thought you were crazy till you met a crazy motherfucker.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, we done kind of sided with the ops on the last two. We done killed the UN and just said, "Fuck it, we ain't answering to nobody."
I got you. I got you.
I don't know what the next question gonna be though.
I put it in the chat. Let's see. It is important that the government follows the majority of opinion, even if it's wrong.
Ooh, oh hell no.
You mean
Hell
in
nah.
domestically? Hold on, hold on. You
Shit,
talking
why would
about
all these
you
American dummies?
now we talking about domestic opinion. We talk about the people inside the government, right? Like inside that
No,
government.
no, no. If
That's what that
everybody
elect.
votes, if everybody votes in your area, your state, your county, or whatever,
Right. So we talking
on something
domestic.
that you feel that you're against.
Yeah.
So
So we talking domestic.
Yeah,
yeah,
And but
So yeah,
we
we talking
talking
that's why that.
domestic.
morality.
That's why that
We're not talking
electoral.
international
no
anymore. We
international.
talking
This is yeah. They voted on something and you against it.
That's why the
okay. Yeah.
electoral vote
Yeah.
matters.
Well, that's what we already. That's supposed to be a democracy, right? That's what we live in now, right?
No, but we already here too. We doing some bad Zakwish stuff, in my
Yeah.
opinion, on some
Yeah. But
things.
the majority voted.
Yeah,
I
where do
mean,
you stand on it?
And
I
then now
mean,
when you put it like that, because if it's not that, then that means you got like a dictatorship or a kingdom.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
we
got.
gotta roll.
Yeah,
We
you
gotta
got.
roll with the
Yeah, no fence
majority.
riding. No fence riding on
Yeah,
that
I'm
one.
rolling with the majority rules, man.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
gotta
roll
go.
with that.
I
Even
changed
if
my
it's
opinion. I gotta
wrong.
go with majority
I'm
rules,
I'm
man.
I'm, I'm going
Holy
opposite,
crap!
man. Yeah,
No,
nah, fuck that.
that's not what we
Nah,
have, fellas.
That's
That's not what we
crazy.
have.
nah, fuck, I'm getting off. I just got off that stop, bro. I'm off.
Even if it's wrong.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
crazy.
make, I ain't going with it. I'm cool with what we got
But
right
what's
now.
defining wrong? That's what I'm saying. Like,
Who
give an example.
decides if
You
it's
can
wrong?
substitute wrong on something that you disagree with.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, because if you say disagree, then nah, hell
No,
nah. But
let's use
what's
something
wrong?
let's use something that's wrong.
Because
No, the
wrong
question
Look,
is like
said. The question said,
wrong is
even if
your
it's
You can't
wrong.
run.
yeah.
You
if
can't run,
major,
Wrong is
let me
GA.
give
your
You
you an
can't
position.
example,
run.
Bobby. I'm
All
gonna
right,
give you an
give me an
example.
example.
If everybody in the country, majority of the country, want to go to war with, let's say Haiti, small ass country in Haiti. Majority of the country want to go to war with
They
Haiti
vote for it.
for no
Boom.
reason. They vote
Yeah.
for it. Most of the black people don't want to go to war with Haiti though. It's all the white people though.
Man.
You get what I'm saying?
I'm conscious ejectors.
That's why that electoral vote matters because it ain't just the majority. It's the um who is the freaking guys who make the electoral vote?
Delegates.
The
Yeah,
delegates.
But they still just tallying the majority that was in that state. I don't know, man. It's a slippery slope. I know, but I mean, what the fuck? If we don't do it that way, what's the alternative? The
What we
what you
got now? What
minority.
we got
mean?
now?
Yeah, you done already said you going to kill
No,
barbecue.
no. What we got now is the majority rule. So I'm saying, what's
No,
the
no, no. You could win the majority and not win the vote. GQ.
Yeah, you can win the
We don't
No,
popular.
got that. We as a republic, we are not a democracy. We got some
yeah,
democracy.
they still
Way.
get the majority. That's still the majority rules because
it's
they get
still
the
the
No, it's
majority.
majority
not.
They
rule?
get the
No, it's
majority.
not,
Wait,
bro.
they get
Bro,
the
wait.
Oh
majority of the
man, we're gonna
No,
get
it's
into
electoral.
a fucked up
no,
Wait,
it's
argument
wait.
right
Listen
here.
not.
to me. Listen, I'm saying
Bobby,
Savage. Savage.
Trump
Just hold
just hold
on.
on.
Wait.
Real quick. I'm gonna give
He
you an
got the
example.
majority of the electoral votes, though. That's all I'm saying.
What do you mean he got the majority? He got the majority of the electoral vote, not the
Okay,
majority
That's
of
No,
the
what counts.
country
That's
no,
what I'm
votes.
saying.
okay, it's
That's the
still the
majority
no.
he
majority.
got.
No, but
That-
a democracy is the majority of the voters' votes, not no
no, it ain't.
Okay,
electoral.
all right,
Yes,
we
it
whatever,
is.
whatever. No, it's
That is a
not, Aaron.
democ. Look
No,
it
it's
up.
not.
Let's bet, Bobby.
You talking about the popular vote, Aaron? But
That's
Then
what
where the hell you get
exactly.
this damn these questions
but
from,
I,
all right,
bro?
but
but
I'm
look,
saying, but our
it's
democracy
you
and our
still got to
voting
get the
system got
majority of the
Bobby, we
electoral
don't
vote,
have a
bro.
democracy. We are a
Okay,
republic.
okay, bro, we give you that because we
I
want. I
got
see. We
you.
see
Okay,
you want to
we
argue
republic.
that it's not a
I ain't trying
democracy.
to
Sure.
argue, GQ. I'm trying to
No,
make
you
the
trying to
point.
argue that it's not a democracy,
But okay, if it's not a
No,
democracy, I
that
give
ain't.
you that. But I'm saying he still got to get the majority of the electoral votes, which is a majority still.
right? It's still a majority. We still under
Mm,
the majority rule act.
Yeah, it's
no,
still
then,
majority rule.
No,
no,
we're not,
no.
bro,
Wait, wait,
because
wait.
it's a
That wasn't
majority
the
vote
question,
of
guys.
the people.
That was not the question.
It
Listen,
It,
wasn't.
if the majority of people,
Aaron, you
wait,
understand
wait,
how
wait, wait,
elections
wait.
work, right?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
If the majority of people in these states that got the highest electoral votes vote the opposite way, then Kamala is in because she would get the majority. Even if
No,
she
no,
lose the
no, no.
wait,
No,
even if she was to lose the popular vote, she
Right.
can win the states that got the highest electoral votes and
Right.
get the majority of electoral votes. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
But Bobby, that wasn't the question, man. That's not what he.
That's still the
That's.
question.
The
Mm-mm.
question exactly
I'm
is
with
that.
reread the question
majority.
for us,
I'm with majority
Derek.
rule, man.
God damn.
I'm saying where we gonna go with then? What's the opposite then? How does that
Because
look?
at the end of the day, that one person shit sound cool until it's some shit that need to get done, and then there's one person vetoing some shit saying nope.
Yeah.
But that's
You're
what I'm
assuming
saying.
that the majority is going to make the most logical decision.
No, not at
Exactly.
all. We're not
Oh,
assuming that, but we trying to figure out what's the opposite. Like, how does that look? We're not going to assume that that's going to be right. We just, we seen
The
motherfucking
opposite of what?
majority.
The
No,
opposite of what,
everybody,
The
GQ?
opposite of majority rules. The
Oh,
everybody
minority
got
and
to.
rule.
that's why I'm bringing in America. What we have now. That is we have the opposite now. It's not
Yeah,
just based off of the majority vote of the people who vote. It's not based off that. That's a
Y'all
democracy.
didn't listen to the question, man.
I listened to the question.
He said, even if it's wrong, are you gonna ride with the majority?
Yeah, you're
And they
against
said,
it. Like
yeah.
if you're against it, not just war. Just think about some local policies. Like you're against drugs. So if the majority says, "Hey, make cocaine legal,"
Or if you're against transgenderism, if I
yeah,
mean the
transition, same sex.
kids
Yes, that's an
transgender
actual
stuff.
question. Yeah, yeah. It's going to determine your ideology.
No, I need to check this source, man. What
Matter of fact,
this a crazy.
matter of fact, I'm finna change mine because I'm thinking of some
You
circumstances where
jump
that
back over
majority,
the fence? That's
yeah, where
crazy, Bobby.
that majority shit not because I'm looking because I just thought about something like I was just ran an example through
Come
my
on,
mind like
Bob.
no
He
listen
jumped back over the fence.
no because I
That's
just
crazy.
No.
no wait because look Freeman I
Okay.
just thought to myself like say for instance Musk come out and they say all this money that we didn't save because I done went and closed all this shit down and cleaned up and found all the loose change and stuff, it amounted to $30 trillion. We gonna use that money, we gonna use all that money to and we gonna cast the vote to see if all this money should be used towards reparations to start repairing black people. Do you think we gonna get the majority of that vote?
Hell no.
So I'm saying in that case, I would need a special circumstance of somebody saying, nope, them people had some shit happen to them. We need one person saying, no, I need to make the executive decision and say, this has got to happen because it need to happen. And we don't, and the majority of America ain't go vote for this. So we got to make an exemption for this. So yeah,
Agreed.
I'm kind of like on the other side of that one.
No, man. I'm gonna make it real simple for y'all, man. Mama used to say, if everybody jump off a bridge, you gonna jump too.
Hell no.
But they
That's
voted for it though. Everybody gonna jump off the bridge at 10 o'clock Monday morning. That's what they voted for.
And we voted for it, and you
Yeah,
changed. So guess what? It don't matter if you don't want to jump. You change, nigga. So the nigga
yeah,
jump
that's
and
what I'm
you keep
saying. That's a
going.
good example. That's actually literally what's happening.
That's what's happening, Dev. You change. So it
Yeah.
like it don't matter if you don't want to jump. That nigga next to you jump, you going, brother.
Damn, that's a good way to put it.
Oh man, that's come on, kid, because you man, I don't know, man. We was never allowed to say everybody else did it. Everybody else did it. I mean, okay, y'all got it, man. I'm gonna be the
Ain't no,
asshole
ain't
on
no,
this
ain't
one
no
too.
way. So what you
No,
saying?
I agree
Ain't
with
no
you,
way around
GA.
it.
I'm saying I'm against that. Yeah,
Yeah,
Stand
I'm
on it.
against that.
yeah, Freeman,
It's
come on.
your values. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. This is
yeah,
proven. We're
yeah,
way past proving the point. But
yeah. I'm against. Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing changed for me.
what about single payer universal health care?
What about it?
Are you for it or against it?
Single parent universal health care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what the hell that mean, Dale.
You said single parent,
Payer,
single
single payer
pair.
universal health care. Yes.
Explain that.
Let's see. Uh,
Wait,
I
single payer
sound like
yeah.
one healthcare
universal
for the
health care.
whole, like
Right.
everybody,
Right. Everybody on the same
universally.
plan. Yeah.
One world,
Nah,
unit
nah.
healthcare type
Yeah.
thing.
Like, everybody got different needs, bro. Nah.
Hell no.
I might need certain shit done to my teeth.
Yeah.
Everybody else
One
don't.
plan for
Nah.
everybody, no matter what. Yeah.
Oh,
Uh.
that's
Mm-mm.
that bullshit that okay, so I don't need to be paying for pregnancy because I'm a guy and I can't get pregnant. It's I
But I'm
don't
saying
nah.
you gonna get some that you probably is gonna be charged now. The way the system you're in now is gonna be afforded to you. Like everybody on the same plan. Bam.
Well, to me, that's a distraction. Yeah.
I'm saying this person who has whatever diabetes or whatever ailment, they cool, and what you get is cool too.
Yeah, I don't have no
Yeah,
problem
if
with that.
everybody get adequate healthcare, then I'm with it.
But see that don't be the arguments. The argument be why am I paying? Why is pregnancy part of my plan when I can't
That
get
comes
pregnant?
up. Yeah, that comes
Yeah,
up.
I use teeth. My teeth shit. If I
Yeah.
want something, you feel me, certain thing done to
Yeah,
my
not
teeth.
cosmetic. It's just gonna give you a basic. You know,
yeah,
you got something
yeah. We
going on, cool. But I'm saying though, even if something happened to you, you still gonna be cool.
yeah.
Not
Oh
grills,
yeah,
not
yeah.
yeah,
Long
not
as
the
I'm cool, long as I'm cool with, if everybody else can be cool, yeah, I'm with that.
yeah. To me, that's a distraction. That whole talking point. Yeah. I guess I'm for a single payer, whatever that healthcare is. There.
maintaining family values is essential.
Okay, what that mean?
1,000%.
Of course. Gotta
Even
agree
if
with
it
that.
involves practicing let's say something that may not be deemed a certain way, like same-sex marriage or eating pork, or you know what I'm saying. So everything is gonna be in one box again.
I mean, family is
Mm,
family. I
And for
would
white
say,
people,
I
it's
guess it
slavery, Jim
who
Crow.
determines what the family
Yeah,
values are.
yeah,
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 yeah.
that's just values, whatever your family values is. But
yeah, but I don't know what that mean, bro.
what values?
Whatever your tradition is. So for the people, for the white Southern Christian Baptists in the South, the slave mentality is their family tradition and value.
Oh, I'm not a
So
traditionalist, so no.
they're seeming it as being good or something that
Yeah,
should
I'm
be
not a
maintained.
traditionalist. I don't follow traditions
I
very
mean,
well,
to
so no.
them that would be good. That would be something for them that's good. To my family and values, it'd be something different.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of tough, I guess, based on what your family tradition values. Because I know people that don't believe in cutting their hair in their family. It's a family tradition. Hey, don't go to the barber shop. Most of
Me
the men
too.
and the women.
I do too.
Yeah,
I'm
that
talking about the long beards and all that.
Them usually the rosters.
Yeah.
I got some
yeah.
roster partners like that.
Yeah, some family got some crazy traditions.
As long as that shit ain't talking about eating people and
Yeah.
infringing on somebody else's existence. I don't. Yeah, I need some more definition on that one. I can't answer that one, man. I don't even know what that means.
Okay. So here's your immigration question.
Uh-oh.
Uh, your government should open their borders to immigration.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Yes.
Uh oh.
Yeah.
We knew what your answer was,
Uh
GQ.
Hold on, GA. I mean GQ, not
oh. Go ahead.
illegal immigration. It just
I
say
came in right
immigration.
on time.
Yeah.
He ain't say illegal immigration. He said
Right.
immigration.
Yeah. I didn't say illegal.
Yeah, but that
I'm
shit
talking
very loaded,
heavy.
man. Where the hell Bobby
It
at,
is
man?
loaded.
It is
I'll
loaded. It's
agree,
very
Price. I
loaded.
ain't gonna hold you. It's loaded like
Yeah.
a
All
motherfucker.
these questions are loaded, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should let
These
immigrants in.
questions. Oh, hey, if Damo was on here and when niggas was answering these,
Yeah, he would have
this
spazzed out a
this
long
would
time
have
ago.
went crazy.
Man, we'd have still been on the second question. we still been arguing about the second goddamn question.
Hey, I'm trying to find out what we are, man, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
No, it's coming. We coming to the end, man.
Hold
Just
on,
give
what
me.
we at with the what we was at with the let me ask one question.
We
What we was
American,
at with the
GA.
majority with the
So so
majority
so
shit?
so
What was
so
the
so if
consensus
they
on it?
pass a law, GQ, if they pass a law that everybody mandated to jump off the bridge at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, it's gonna be leg shackles and arm shackles. Because the
Got it.
majority voted for it. So we're saying even if it's wrong, even if you disagree with the judgment, are you for the majority of the vote is good for society?
Nope, because our society would have
No,
voted
I ain't
against
with
the
that.
vaccine. Stupid
I
ass
don't think I
society.
don't think that's true, Fontaine, because you see who our next president was. I think we would have voted for the vaccine.
Yeah, think about where weed was in
Yeah,
just
think
in
about
the
the state
'80s
of
and
the
'90s.
nation
Yeah.
at that
Mm.
2020, 2021, around that time, 2019. They was,
Yeah.
I think we would have voted for it. Now maybe 2017, 2016, when Trump first got in office, maybe, or like right now, I don't think that would have got through.
I'm just saying our society's stupid.
Right,
I can agree. I can agree. Even though I'm on the opposite end, I don't think we should have took the vaccine, and I still agree with you.
All right.
Even though
So
you
this,
calling me stupid, but
No, not.
this
I wasn't saying
I
you are, because
I know I'm you
like
know
you, like
I'm
some other
joking.
niggas I talk to, your
I'm
reason for
joking.
not taking it ain't as stupid as some of these niggas I be talking to.
so so is it more important to maintain peace relations or further your strength militarily and politically?
That's a good one.
In a utopian world, peace.
No, in this world,
In the real
no.
world,
literally, yeah, I ain't being sarcastic. Yeah, it's gonna determine your values. Yeah.
Yeah, I really maintain the peace.
Ugh.
yeah.
Yeah,
Every time I want to
I
say
would
that,
rather be Sweden because it seems like them niggas just get to do what they want to do and
They
make crazy.
chilling, man. They got all
Yep,
the Haagen
I'd
Dazs
rather
ice
be Sweden.
cream. Yeah, I'm with you, Bobby. I'd rather have a piece, bro.
I just know peaceful countries get their ass whooped.
I do too.
When did
I
And
do
Sweden
too.
get
taken
their
over.
ass
Okay,
whooped?
yeah, give me a peaceful company that took an ass whooping.
Shit, Africa. The whole country
Them
got taken
niggas is
over.
not peaceful, dog.
No, no,
They
yeah,
wouldn't. They didn't come with war. The Native
make the
Americans
case.
didn't come with war. They was
No,
peaceful.
Wait,
I'm saying
wait, wait, wait,
they
wait,
wasn't
Hold
wait,
they
on,
wasn't
hold on.
wait,
they wasn't
Africa
wait,
more peaceful than
wait.
Sweden.
Wait a minute. No, wait. Africa wasn't fighting amongst Africa.
No,
Yeah, they
Africans
fight
wasn't
amongst each
going to
other. They
different
didn't fight
countries
when the
and
niggas pulled up
enslaving
though.
motherfuckers. They
Nah,
wasn't doing that.
I ain't saying Sweden ain't go out there and exploit motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But Sweden is like that. Sweden is like the dude that just get his lick in on the jump.
Okay, y'all asked
Yeah,
me
he
a
the
good
hoe
question.
ass
Name
nigga.
me the country
He
that's
one of them
peace
hoe
first,
ass
that's
niggas.
in any kind of power or control.
They
Like
said
we
that
not a
again.
peace. We name the peaceful country that's in like power, in a powerful position. We not. We a
Oh,
war country.
I
Russia a
said
war
Sweden.
country.
I said Sweden.
China. They not a war. I mean, they ain't in no power and control. They just stay to
See,
themselves.
Sweden got control.
they Joker's always going over
They
there
have
to
power. They got a lot of monetary and banking power.
Yeah, they
yeah.
should. That's. I'm talking, but that's not. If somebody wanted to go buck on them, they don't have no defense.
It don't happen.
And
They
they,
got it,
they,
and they ain't got like a defense to the level of American stuff like that. I'll give you that, but
Okay,
the
no, I get
control,
y'all point, Condo.
yeah,
Y'all saying they been so peaceful and so cool, they just stay out the way, so
yeah,
don't
they out the
nobody even
way.
come fuck
Like
with them.
think about it. Who have you ever heard say, "Hey, Sweden do that"? Like you, come on, five times. You don't hear that
I'm going
shit.
Like
around
they
and
just
get with
over
them
there smoking and
Swedes.
counting everybody money while everybody fighting.
Exactly. Come
I
over here.
got
Let's talk. Let's sit down and have some hot cocoa, some Swiss mocha.
They got the seed, and on Sweden got the seed bank too. See,
you.
it's a lot of
Yeah.
little sick shit Sweden got that like on the low. It's like, hey, while everybody fighting, we just
Nah,
sitting
they
back
just
here collecting.
finance all the chaos. That's all. You know, they sit back, play Big Brother.
And
Yeah,
Where
when
they
you
getting
Like
all
Fresh
finance
them?
the
Prince.
chaos, you get the
yeah,
chill.
that's the
That's
point.
why I say
That's
I'd
slick.
rather be Sweden.
You
Yeah,
see what
give me the
you
piece.
GA?
I ain't hear you, there.
Can you read what y'all voted on?
Oh, let
Y-
me see.
y'all are
Let me
y'all are
see,
social
bro.
liberists.
I be damn.
Sound right for me.
You said I'll be there.
Okay.
Sound accurate for me. All y'all Republicans up here though, y'all sound a little different.
Bro, GA answered the same way as we all answered the same way
Yeah,
pretty
we
much.
was pretty much along the same. We only had this outliers on like a couple questions. That's crazy. Social liberals.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, just letting you know I wasn't bullshitting. I was going through some shit. Yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah.
That's a good little questionnaire though. That was interesting. Got stuck on someone.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we did. Bobby
There
messed
was
me up
some
with
loaded
the
questions though, right there. It's
man.
some
Them questions.
explanations behind
Yep.
your stances on some of those questions.
I'm with you, Aaron. I'm like, yeah, man, you get some of that shit. You gotta define now.
So what will we end up being? Social what? Socialist
We
what?
s-
Social
we s-
liberals.
we
Liberals?
social liberals.
Hmm. Sound like some
That's
domo shit. We
Does
some
that fit traditional USA patriot American government?
I don't know. There, to
Oh
be
yeah, I don't
honest.
know.
Well, if you look at the last election where everything kind of fell like almost in the middle or slightly off par, whatever, I mean, I would need some extreme jokers like Domo is a self-proclaimed leftist, so I would have to see what his results would be to
Yeah.
see
he claimed to
how.
be a socialist also. So
No, but Domo said he's in the leftist, and you know, so that's like he left of a progressive. I don't, for whatever that means. So and then I can't even think of nobody to be over here that's that'll be far. Well, maybe Madonna. We have to see what he come up with.
Madonna ain't far right,
he
bro. He
definitely
just
gonna be with
like Trump.
that
He
family
just like
value
Trump.
shit. What was the consensus on that family value? I think that's why I dropped off that too.
Man, I ain't had no answer for that GQ. I don't even know what that mean.
You ran from it.
I was one for family values.
Huh?
Yeah,
I was one for family values.
yeah. I think I am for family values until you start talking about your the family can own my family or some shit like that. Then
God damn. Yeah, that's kind of rough. But yeah, I guess shit. I don't know. I'm on the
Man, Shoe was on the other fit, bro. I want to own some families, bro. I want to put
Hey
the shoe on
Dev,
the other foot,
can you
bro.
find that question? How did that question go again, bro? If if you still there.
oh
Which
no.
one?
Motherfucker, see how this
The
feel.
family, how was that question framed? That
That nigga
family
Aaron,
value.
bro.
Let's see.
I ain't always been this way, fam, man.
Society made you this way, Aaron.
Society made me this way, GQ.
I
That nigga
feel
just
you,
letting
bro.
it all out.
Took on the nature of the oppressor.
Hmm
Damn,
God damn.
God
He
damn.
just sitting over there, man. I want to own some
Yeah.
people. I want to know
Bro
what
said
that feel like.
he said he wanna own some families. I be damned.
I just want to hold a mirror up, bro. Look what you did, bro. Look how this fuck your folks up, bro.
And all you niggas said y'all want immigrants in this motherfucker.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with
Yeah,
that
yeah.
GQ, man.
Yeah, I don't got no problem with that. I just don't want the ones who come over,
Yeah,
by
They
the
have
by
GQ.
the
I
hundreds of
used to
thousands.
I used to live in Atlanta, and I don't know if you ever seen how Ethiopian women look in person. So yes, we need immigrants, brother.
You know what? That's not a bad Bobby. You right on that
Be
one.
careful. Some of them be on heroin though. Be careful.
Yeah, but
I'm
he
talking,
right. But
hey, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the ones with the nice shiny forehead from the shea butter, my brother.
Yes, a lot of them.
We got enough black American women. We already outnumbered in this motherfucker.
Well, they black American technically.
Does the general population make poor decisions? Mostly
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
poor?
yeah.
General
I don't
population.
know.
Hell
Yes,
yeah.
you see how
General
many poor
population.
decisions niggas make on here every day? How these
Hell
niggas
yeah.
curse each other out? Like
But
General
these
as a
niggas
general
go
population.
left on
population, though,
everything. Yes,
but
bro.
as the
Yes, my brother.
General
population, the
population
decisions we
has
make.
road rage and all type of shit. They do all kind of dumb ass.
I hmm.
We had another shooting on our goddamn expressway, and the motherfucker Ha Ha Davis, the comedian, that went in the gas station and shot the gas station up in Detroit. He just shot him.
When this happened?
And shit, it was on Detroit News 6 hours ago. I was just looking at it.
I'm up here right now.
Are you
I ain't know anything
serious?
about it.
He locked up, huh?
Yeah, he done got high and went crazy. Let me look and see.
He
It said,
shot her.
see,
Woman
look at it
speaks
6
out
hours
after
ago,
being
Aaron.
shot. I see it. He actually shot her.
He shot a female and an employee and a gas station employee. He shot two motherfuckers.
What the hell he
So
on?
the general public definitely makes poor decisions. I was looking for
Damn.
that family values one, Dev. You couldn't find it.
Yeah, I'm looking through it now. Hold on.
All right. Aaron, what they saying about that Ha Ha Davis shit, bro? You looking
It's
at it?
saying he was arrested in Utica for domestic violence charges. So
Utica
yeah.
what?
What, Utica, New York?
No,
Oh, you said
Utica,
Ha Ha
Michigan.
Davis shot
Oh,
somebody?
Yeah,
Yes,
they
bro.
said
Ha ha,
I
David.
just looked at the
Oh,
thumbnail, so I
come
didn't get
on,
into it, but because I was trying to get back on the stream, but on my little thumbnail on the side on the YouTube page, it said Ha Ha David arrested two shot, one gas station employee and one female, but I just kept trying to get on the stream. I ain't even dig into it. Pause.
Did he
I
crash
hope it
out?
was some self-defense
It
shit.
sounded like a crash out because it got domestic violence in it. That had to be a partner.
Woman, what it say? Woman speaks out after being shot. Gas station employee shot. Ha Ha Davis arrested and more. And this Detroit Fox News. This ain't no YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
TikTok shit.
That's some local
Yeah,
shit
I
right
know.
there.
Yeah, but yeah. I used to make poor, horrible decisions. I can't even get rentals right now with certain companies because
Bro,
of my horrible
they just
decisions.
released the tape. I wish I could show it on this motherfucker, bro. The nigga literally shot the boy 7 times for looking at his girlfriend at the gas station on
Oh, so
74th
he
Oh
probably
yeah, that
crashed
shit
truck.
came down my timeline.
Man.
Man. That shit
74th and
crazy.
Stony Island, bro.
I was
This shit,
Tony.
you can't make this shit up, bro.
Damn.
Oh, I don't know if that's the one I saw, but it was one where a nigga. Well, they said he was asking his girl, "Did she want to buy some weed or something?"
Well, he told like I got that smoke. She said I'm straight. She went on to the car. Her boyfriend sitting right there on the passenger side. He get out the car with the pistol. Man, like what you say. He's like, man, he was trying. You could see, you couldn't hear the audio, but he was trying to explain to him, like, man, look, I'm just asking. You know what I'm saying? He put the gun in his face. He pushed it away at first. Then they didn't show when he started shooting him and shit, but. He shot him 7 times and killed him. They caught him. I mean, they got him and they
Be
arrested
so
her ass too
dumb,
because they
bro. Now
both was
somebody else
driving.
GQ,
finna smash your
He
GQ.
girl,
was
Now,
driving.
dumbass.
do you think he got mental problems, or do you think that's just a bunch of rage and aggression, pent up rage and aggression from just life?
A little bit
I
of
think it's
both,
both.
Aaron. A little bit of both, man. I think he got
Only reason I
mental
asked
problems,
that,
and I
bro.
think he a super simp, and I kill a motherfucker about you. You know what I'm saying?
GQ. Only reason I asked that, bro, is because in fact you might be able to get some context to this too. But I be in a lot of the major cities like Atlanta and Detroit. I be in Chicago too, in your city, GQ. And when you around these, not even young niggas, bro. I'm 32, niggas my age.
The boy who
They
did
are
that was
so.
40. The boy who did the shooting, he was 41 years old, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Niggas is so like ready. It's like it ain't no real reason to do what but they so ready to act. They so ready to kill. It's like I just
That's
don't understand what's
crazy,
the
bro.
mental, what's going on in the mind. Cause I'm seeing it a lot, bro, from niggas, bro.
Desensitized like a motherfucker. It don't mean nothing. And then this nigga right here, right? So look, so the backstory on him, he was 41 years old, the one who did the shooting. The boy he shot was 40 years old, right? Now the girl, if y'all look at the video, get a chance, look at the YouTube video because it's out there. She one Eminem away from being Miss Piggy, right? So she ordered her cigarettes. She ordered some Capri cigarettes.
He bagged up and he looking down at her ass and shit, right? Dude sitting in the car, he don't even know the boyfriend sitting in the car on the passenger side right there. So he back up, he just checking her out. He ain't say nothing to her malicious, nothing at all bogus. You know what I'm saying? He said, I got that good smoke. She said, I'm straight, and she walked to the car. Dude hopped dead out the car on him. You know what I'm saying? He trying to explain to him, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the boy looking at her ass, so he already salty about that. You will see it when you look at the video. Now, the backstory on this, Mark, he's 41 years old. In 2015, him and another nigga do a home invasion on 108th and right across Halsted, Saginaw, which is like 4 minutes from my crib, right? They do a home invasion, and the nigga he was with unalived the motherfucker when they did the home invasion. He turned state's evidence on his homie and testified against him that he killed the motherfucker in the home invasion. The same nigga who 10 years later, last week, like 6 days ago, shot the boy for looking at his girl. So, you know, it's amazing. Like, okay, now you did turn states on your homie and got him sent to prison in 2015. You got off, and now 10 years later, your dumb ass headed straight in that motherfucker where he at. You know what I'm saying? And you got to deal with that on top of the fact you just shot this boy for nothing. For absolutely nothing. You know.
And now your girl smashing somebody else.
And your girl finna be smashing somebody else. And they finna be smashing you because you going in as a trick. You going straight in the penitentiary as a snitch.
He hot.
Oh yeah, you an idiot, bro. No, off yourself.
10 years ago, you just snitched on your homie. You know what I'm saying? The nigga you did the home invasion with, you turned states on him. Now you gotta go your ass down there to sim.
And they ain't finna give you no protection.
Oh, ain't no protection.
He riding PC his whole way.
And they still gonna touch him in PC.
Yeah.
Chicago. That's the fact the 40-year-old nigga you just killed, he got friends and family too. So, yeah.
Real quick, GQ, before I forget, reason is more important than maintaining our culture.
Reason?
Yeah, reason.
It's more important.
Logic.
Yes, I totally agree.
Over traditional culture.
Yes.
Black?
Say, hold on. Logic is more important.
No, reason.
Reason is more important than maintaining your
It's
culture.
more logical to stop eating chitlins than saying this what Granny used to cook, and so scrub the shit with bleach.
Or we would all be sitting here being Christians. Good Christians.
What's up, Arthur? Yeah, Arthur, karma is real, man. You gotta go see him. Hit the panel, nigga. Come on up here and chop it up with us.
No arguing, Arthur, man. We
turn the panel up. Arthur, my dog. That my nigga.
Oh, man, let me mute my mic. That nigga, yo, fuck you, Bobby. Yo, son, I can get my Timberland boots on you right now, B. Nigga, I'll hang you from the top of a Brooklyn treetop, nigga.
Definitely on that Brooklyn shit,
yeah. Arthur funny shit.
Yeah, man.
What's good, everybody?
What's up, guys?
Not too much. Has anybody verified that story, GQ? That old boy got locked up? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Fox News, bro.
Oh yeah, that's verified.
Yeah, that's real news. That ain't that ain't no bull. That's Fox News. That's Detroit Fox News.
That's wild.
Yeah. I like the Ha too, man. He's funny than a motherfucker. But I guess they be crashing. Them comedians will crash out. You seen what happened to your boy Martin when he was running up the street talking about they trying to kill him.
Yeah, they trying to kill him.
The nigga said I was high, man.
What's up, Arthur?
What up? Bobby, let's dialogue. Bobby, come on, man. Let's dialogue.
Look at him. He goes straight on attack mode, man. That nigga bipolar, man. That nigga told me today, man, he gonna stop me out with some Timberlands If you ever catch me in Brooklyn, he gonna have
Oh
big
man,
Yeah.
MO.
you know how many
He
times that
gonna have,
nigga then told me
that
he gonna
nigga was
whoop my
saying,
I was just
ass?
about to say, Arthur done
nigga,
said it to a few niggas.
that
Arthur
nigga
like
got
Yeah,
one
MO.
man.
100.
That
Well,
nigga
He
got
boy,
go a
when
few
the
Late
election
Alexis
night
was
shit.
going on, I
MOP.
was finna pop a motherfucker and everything. He
Hey,
talking about
nigga, you
shooting
don't know who
motherfuckers and
MOP is. I'm like, damn, this nigga had MOP jump. This nigga naming all type of bush
hey,
league
Bobby,
ab.
that
I'm like,
motherfucker
dog, I
Opta
already
was
know
gonna
that
pop.
act, nigga.
Hey, Opta was gonna pop half the panel when the goddamn election was going on, man.
Yeah, yeah, man.
That motherfucker Opta was crashing like
But
a
Oh
motherfucker.
shit.
Arthur remind me of my
Opta would
brother,
not
bro. I
take it
gotta fight
personal.
everybody that I'm cool with because he don't fuck with nobody.
Hey yo, that's what everybody say. Like, man, I don't hang with you, man, cause I gotta fight everybody, man, cause you ain't cool with nobody. So everywhere we go, you got beef with a motherfucker, and,
That's
and
how
you
my
ain't
brother
afraid
was,
to
man.
set it off. So nah, nigga, I just want to go hang out. I don't want to fight. So I didn't call you to go, cause I didn't want to fight tonight. So yeah, but I've been cooling.
Brian had
Hey
nigga
yo,
tell me that.
GQ man, thank you for bringing that extra shit to the forefront because now we know that shit wasn't blindless to nothing. He had to pay karma. That fuck
Yep,
shit he did to his man, he had to pay for that.
yep,
So he did some mindless fuck shit, and now he got to go deal with everything you just said. And like you
yep.
said, PC ain't gonna save you, nigga.
Mm-mm.
It's in that county,
Okay.
PC ain't gonna save you. And then when you get a and you going max, cause you murdered a bitch, so you going max. Ain't no minimum, ain't
Mm,
no cam, ain't no medium. You going max. And
yep,
this shit second time with a serious gun shit within a 10-year frame.
yep.
So you
And you
fuck.
on camera with this one, like strong,
Yeah,
straight,
so you fuck.
straight
So right now, all
4K.
you doing is working on a plea deal.
Yeah, it's straight
And
4K.
you ain't got no kind of argument to say
Yeah,
like
you
no
just working on a plea
reason.
deal. You just working on a plea deal at this point. You and your attorney just working on the best possible terms they can get you.
That was the dumbest shit. They had the girl arrested. I'm not sure if they let her go or not yet. I ain't been able to
What
find
the hell
out.
she do? Pull off with him?
Yeah,
Yeah,
when he
yeah.
got back in
She
the car, they
he
rolled
got
off.
back in the car. She drove off.
Yeah, she drove
Well,
off.
she could just say she was
Yeah, she
scared and
gonna
ain't know
say
what
she
to
Yeah,
was
do.
And
yeah,
then
scared.
yeah. But I think they were saying that he got domestic violence on her. He got a,
Yeah, she could
previous
just say she
domestic
was
violence
scared.
on her. Some shit.
I'd be in the
Man,
jail
that shit
telling on that
crazy,
nigga. It was
man. That
him. I was
blew
scared.
my
hey
mind.
y'all know why that shit happening like that, man? Because the internet is so chock with us killing each other and black women fighting and we fighting. We just desensitized to this shit. We don't even value each other no more.
Yup.
And
Black
people
life
hopeless,
has no
Arthur.
value.
We live in a hopeless world right now, bro. Like money is getting scarce right now. Nigga, jobs is getting lost. It just is a different world. It's a change in the times, and people gonna be falling
I
off
don't know
dealing
about
with it.
that money getting star shit though, because I'm
Oh,
these
it's getting
motherfuckers
scarce,
is
baby.
balling around this motherfucker.
Yeah, no,
I,
it's
I
niggas
don't I
getting
don't think
money,
I
They
don't think
but
the
spending
it's a
ridiculous.
economy
lot
is
of
They
people
spending
falling off.
Statistically, things is getting better,
they
honestly.
spending ridiculous amounts of money around this motherfucker.
I,
I
I
just
don't
Most things is
I
not.
don't think the economy is doing bad. I think people do have money. I just think it's the ancillary shit, the violence, the
yeah.
mindlessness of people, right? Like I think the money is
Y'all
kind of
take
like a
niggas spending money as niggas having
I
money.
think the money
These
is kind
niggas
of
ain't
like a
got no money.
distraction to all the crazy shit that's going on. I think people are just losing their goddamn minds, man. Like something is amiss. GQ, you know I've been saying this shit for a minute now, man.
Yeah.
It's
Something is
American
amiss.
culture. It's American culture,
I'm
Arthur,
talking
bro.
globally, bro.
It's
Something is amiss. Something is amiss. Something is amiss geologically, something is amiss, man. Something is wrong, man. And GQ,
It's the
you know
end
I've been saying
times.
this shit for about 6 or 7 months now.
Yeah.
Like something ain't right.
Yeah.
Something ain't right.
That's one thing I agree with you on, bro.
It's
Some
Is
Satan.
it
definitely ain't
that this
right
stuff
around
is
this motherfucker.
new? Is it that this stuff is new, or is it just because we live in an era where it's reported more?
Man,
That's part of it.
I don't know if it's reported. I just think I don't know. It's the levels for me, man. It's just the levels of absurdity, right? Like, and maybe it's highlighted because we have a social media glaze on it, but it's just I don't know, man. It just
the
seems like it's just
absurdity,
a
Arthur, is the culture. That's why I say it's the American culture, bro. We it's
Well,
clicks, bro. Is the commodity. So
but
whatever the
this
fuck we
government
do,
agreed to enslave human beings for like
But
100 years.
think it's global, y'all. Like, all right, the Indian Pakistan shit died down the next day because America was like, look, man, we'll put both of you niggas in permanent welfare if y'all don't cut it the fuck out, right? But just that, in a sense, just two countries saying, fuck it, we gonna set it off in the middle of the night. Like two nuclear power countries just one night saying, fuck it. Like just shit like that. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like, and you right, American culture is kind of adding to the violence, But it's just a lot of fuck shit going on, man. That just I don't know, y'all. And see, and I like kicking it with y'all because you guys are well versed in a lot of shit. So you just ain't stuck in this or stuck in that. So y'all can see across the fucking spectrum, man. Shit just off to me. I don't know. Just shit just came off.
Yeah, shit is off though. But Aaron was speaking to the psychology, PTSD, and a lot of that shit really going on. And like you say, just everybody desensitized to the violence and shit, man. It's out of control, man. It's ridiculous. When you just come on, shoot a brother 7 times, and
Yeah,
he
man. Just
pleading
all
with
in
you,
his face and
and he
shit.
ain't got
Just
no weapon. He pleading with you for his
you could
life.
have knocked him out. You could have just punched him in
Yeah,
the face
he
and kept it
telling
moving.
you like, man, I ain't mean no. You can kind of see with the body language that he like, man, it ain't even like that, bro. I just whoopty whoop. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't really, the audio wasn't there, but you can tell by the body language he was pleading with the dude, like, man, chill out, bro. It ain't like that. You know what I'm saying?
It's like
I
it ain't
think
no
Yeah, he
room for empathy,
shot him
bro.
twice, and stood over him and shot him 5 more times.
yeah, something that but GQ like that was the universe telling him, all right, now that fuck shit you condoned and then you ratted on your man and you went in there with him. Now here's your turn. Like sometimes, man, we be on automatic pilot. Like I know a lot of times y'all be like, AC man, you be bugging, Art man, you crazy. But see, you know what my problem is? I should have left the hood a long time ago. A long, long time ago because you do become desensitized and you do become on automatic pilot and your response to everything is how you respond in the hood. Like I can't take this with me to corporate America and sometimes I did. Right. And so sometimes you just stay immersed in that shit a little bit too long and then your every action is that
Hmm.
is violence. Is I gotta shoot you. Let's fight. Let's and a lot of motherfuckers look at me like, man, you don't even gotta do none of this shit. But I just been here so long that it's like I haven't learned any other responses. I haven't
Hmm.
learned any other ways to, like this is it. Fuck it. I'm versed in this. Let's get it. Let's talk shit. Let's fight. Whatever, whatever. And I know deep down inside
No conflict resolution.
whatsoever.
Hmm. Man,
Whatsoever.
yeah, we got to
Like,
do better.
like my homeboy, like one of my niggas, man, this nigga used to go sneaker shopping, man. I see this nigga be like, yo, bro, what's good, man? We like, come on, man, let's go shopping, let's go do something. Like, nigga I grew up with, right? We lived in two different hoods and our hoods ain't get along, but me and this nigga always got along. Man, this nigga shot a nigga the other day, man, 7 fucking times, man. He 50-something years old. I'm like, bro, like,
Man,
Jesus Christ. It's Sunday. We standing outside. Him and the nigga start arguing. He go back in the crib. He come back out like an hour later,
oh
just
no, he
bust
ain't
this
do that.
nigga. Bust this man. Split this nigga whole femur bone, man. Left that nigga on the ground. That nigga never walked the same ever again in life.
Man,
He's 50-something years old, man. I'm like, bro, man. I'm
but you
saying to
can't put it
myself,
on the YNs.
nah,
When
nah.
you
But it
say
was a
he
YN
50
he was
something,
arguing with.
he
But it was a
50
Y.
something, and this nigga here was 41.
Yeah, because it's a response. I don't know, man. It's just I don't know, man. Just I don't know. I don't know if it's frustration with lack of success in life. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I mean, part of it is the guns is just there.
Yep.
Yeah,
I put y'all a link in the back
Yeah, you
chat.
said something real right there, Five. That access to the weapons, man, is a motherfucker, bro. That's
I
the
put y'all a,
the
I
one
put
of the
y'all a link
biggest
in the back chat just to speak towards the idea that no, this isn't new. Even with weapons, y'all got to think. As long as humans have been able to grab a stick, a rock, or whatever, we've had weaponry.
Yeah, but it'd be a lot different. It don't be as violent with the
You get where I'm going?
technology fuck
Think
everything
about
up with them
how
guns.
society shifted when niggas created archery. We think it's raining bullets, but what you gonna do when 1,000 people releasing 1,000 arrows at once?
Yeah, but when I was in middle school, it wasn't as many guns in each household as it is today.
Five, man. You know what me and my boys always say when we was little kids and we was younger. To hear somebody got shot with some shit you talked about all day, every day. Like, man, do you
Yeah,
know such and such got
yeah,
shot? God damn, like he
Right.
I
got
don't think it's
shot.
the guns though, y'all, because
I ain't grow up like that, yo.
the murder rates are dropping. Like this ain't
Yes, yes,
it's
you're right,
it's
you're right,
dropping.
you're
So I
right,
don't
you're
think
right.
it's the
guns, bro. I think it's the culture, the
I mean, I think
mentality.
it's literally some of everything everybody
Access
has
to
said
guns
in the
don't make
bad
it no
side,
better though.
man.
No.
It's
It
the
don't. It
access.
don't.
It's the fact that
GQ.
we seeing it more. It's the culture. It's the desensitization. Like it's everything we talking about
Yeah,
all piled in together.
Access to guns don't make it no better.
don't
But
Nah,
make it no
I
better.
I
agree with
think
but
I
that.
hold
think
on,
it's
but real quick, if you look at like take a country like uh Great Britain for example. If you was to juxtapose that with America and let's say America had more stringent gun laws like over there, that still wouldn't stop violent crime. Like then you'll just see more stabbings and shit like
yeah, yeah. Because
like
in
real
England,
people be getting
It'd be
poked
a
up.
lot less.
Yeah,
yeah,
no, it'll
Right.
be a lot
I think my
more
man would have
crime.
had a fighting chance if dude would have hopped out with a knife instead of a pistol on 76 and stuff.
yeah. But in England, stabbings
And
is
more
like
people can
shootings
run
over
from
here, right?
knives.
Like to
And
Yeah.
juxtapose
that's the point that I was just trying
to
to say. Like you
juxtapose
might got a
Bobby
better
Point.
chance for
Yeah,
living, but you stabbed up. Like
yeah. Like to Bobby's point, stabbings in England is like guns. It's like shootings over here, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like they're comparative. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Based on the strict gun
they
laws.
drill culture is all knives and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which is stupid because drill is
even
actually
before the drill culture, that like knife crime just over that period, like that's what I'm saying. You can't even attribute it to the drill. Like knife crime in England has always been a problem.
definitely.
It just been on a rise more because of drill culture, but
I mean, yeah,
they don't
right.
have
Even
guns.
in
Because like V Asa said, humans are gonna be humans. We
yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
violent with each
Yeah,
other. Like that
we
shit
going
gonna
we
happen.
going we going and that's basically all it is. We just take our primitive side. We haven't yet learned how to control that primitive murdering
You
side of
talking
us,
about
that animal.
aggression?
The animal. Like, because at the end of the day, we're an animal, like, right? But we just civilized ourselves through culture, through, civilization, I guess, right?
You talking about provocation?
No, primitive, being primitive, you're a primitive being. You
Okay.
are at the base
But
of you, at the essence of you is a primitive being.
I'm not going. I don't think nobody pops out when they're young and looks to create havoc or chaos.
Shit.
You have a few rotten
Man,
motherfuckers
I
from
know
birth.
young kids,
And
11, 12
you're
years
telling me
old,
It's
done
they're not
not
shot
many rotten
responding.
people,
motherfuckers from
That,
birth.
robbed people,
are
and
you
all
telling me
kind
they're
of
not
shit.
responding to something that happened to them?
It's not many rotten motherfuckers from birth though. You're right about that.
Y'all can't say that, man. I know, man. Come on, y'all. We know motherfuckers that done rob people at 10, 11 years old.
And what happened to them before they got robbed?
I mean, yeah, right. It may be it may be a pre-existing something going
I
on,
don't know,
catalyst.
y'all. You got to be a rotten ass motherfucker to be just going around enslaving and colonizing different
That's what
people,
I'm
bro.
saying.
That's a fact.
But that's about their survival. Like that's an eternal thing with them. Like when you colonize and enslave people, that's about your vulnerability. That catalyst is their vulnerability. Because think about it.
It can't be your vulnerability if that them people ain't come and did that to you.
I know, but it's their vulnerability of survival. They're doing it to survive. They're doing it because they understand that they're the lowest on the totem pole when it comes to humanity and this particular race and species they belong to. So they understand, hey, if I don't conquer them or overdo them, I'm out of here. Like they have that internal understanding of their existence in life. Like if I don't do something to turn this around and get the advantage any way I can, those other groups are gonna crush me.
I mean, I don't I don't know. I don't know about that, but
I mean, think about it. Think about it. It's so true. It's so real for them that's why they do what they do. Because think about this: Roe versus Wade wasn't overturned to stop black women from having babies. It was overturned to build up the white populace because they understand their vulnerability. Their whole backlash towards everything right now in the world is about their vulnerability. The far right rising, whether it's America or Europe, is about their vulnerability. It's about other groups coming in and undermining and usurping them in their empires or groups of civilizations that they created. The pushback of the far right is the Asians and the Africans that's taken over in Europe. The pushback here is the Mexicans and the Asians that's taken over here, and the niggas that's surviving nuclear holocaust that we keep dropping on them. They would drop AIDS, crack, and these motherfuckers still coming back. So I mean, even in how they live right now and amongst us shows you that they're worried about their vulnerability and they understand that.
Yeah, Joe Biden even made the statement that in 30 years they're gonna be the minority and we gonna have to get along with the damn Mexicans.
He did, yeah, sure
And
did.
look at this nigga. He gonna skip right over the fascist Trump motherfucker. He gonna go back to Biden. Like
Oh,
No, 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 no. I'm just saying he
you
did
can't
make
make
that
this shit
statement
up,
though, bro.
Aaron.
He did make that statement. You know
I
what I'm
know,
saying?
right? But you're highlighting him saying that the blacks
That's
and the
going
and
to
the, and
your
the
point,
Hispanics have to get
nigga.
along.
That's backing up your point that you just made.
I
white
know,
supremacy.
but he was highlighting the blacks and the Latinos getting along. He wasn't highlighting the
Exactly.
whites and the Latinos getting
No,
along.
right, right. He was highlighting us. He said that
Yeah,
we're going to have to get along with the Latinos because they're going to be the minority. Now
yeah.
he had to get that from a study or something. He ain't just pop
Oh
up and
yeah, yeah, yeah. They definitely understand the demographics and the birth rates. Like, yeah, they
yeah,
definitely understand that.
yeah. He got that from somewhere. He ain't just up and say that shit. And he didn't even know that was somebody slipped the
Zoom,
recording.
that was a Zoom call, right? Wasn't it? Wasn't that a Zoom recording?
Yeah, yeah, he was on there with the black people and the Latino people.
Yeah.
It was only like 8, 9 people on the call.
Yeah, he said
Scolded,
he said in
scolded
30
him.
years we're going
What
to
do
be
you
the
learn?
minority, and you're all going to
What
have
do
to get
you
along.
learn, nigga?
I don't know
So
if it's
yeah,
about getting in line as much as it's saying, hey, like,
I mean,
you
but
know,
they not the only people who need to reproduce, though. Is what I ain't trying to make that point, but my I don't even remember what the fuck my point was, honestly. Now,
well, that the cracker is
Right.
slowly but
yeah,
surely.
you were saying that like they were born fucked up and like, you know what I'm saying?
oh
Is
yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
really?
Like, yeah, you got to be a fucked up not just individual, but people to want to. Because remember, Dev was saying like, are you like just naturally born that way?
Yeah,
And
fucked
yeah,
up,
I feel like there's people who are naturally just born evil or not
diabolical.
evil. I wouldn't say
I don't
evil.
know about that though. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know if they just born rotten, or if society or life
Hey,
experiences made them like that, or
it's funny that you
teaching
say that. They are
motherfuckers.
born rotten. Know
Yeah.
why? Because I seen my man Born the other day, right?
Hmm.
And Born been fucked up since like the 6th or 7th grade, right? And I'm Born like 50 something years old, and I seen him out in the all Spanish neighborhood, like moving really, 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 really foul. Now nobody else would have. If you don't know who he is, you wouldn't realize he has no business out here and he's up to no good. And I said to myself, damn, this nigga been foul for 40 straight years. This nigga ain't gonna never get it together. Like they done chased him out the hood, so now he way the fuck out there. Imagine you a 50-something-year-old man and you've been getting chased out the hood and just for the foul shit you've been doing since you was like in the 7th, 8th grade. And
Right.
you damn near
But
60 years
GQ,
old.
GQ and Arthur, I am one of the philosophy that wrong and right it's up to the individual. So I your right might not be my right, my wrong might not be your wrong. So I understand what you was saying, Arthur, on like how they did what they did for survival methods. They might be looking at it as this is right for what my people to keep us surviving. So I get what your point is with that now that I start to think on it. Because I'm
Yeah,
of, like I said, the opinion, right
I agree with that.
from believing right and wrong.
I say that a little different. I say right or wrong is arbitrary to where you at. I agree wholeheartedly
Yeah,
with what you just
yeah.
said about right or wrong. I just say right or wrong is arbitrary to where you at. Because
I'll use that.
we might think eating a dog is bad, but in North Korea, the motherfucker
You
right
feel me?
now starving
It's natural.
is about to put fufu in Duke in a bowl.
Kung
You know what I'm
Lao.
saying?
Yeah, well, they look at it as it's all protein. They look at all meat as the same. You know what I'm saying? They don't look at a cow no different from a rat. It's just all meat. You know what I'm saying? So that's where they stand with that.
What about them goddamn Knickerbockers?
I know you niggas was sweating.
Bobby,
Lord.
Bobby, the first
Nah,
time
Arthur.
ever in my life,
Nah,
Oh, man.
Arthur.
first
I
time
know
ever in
you
my life.
prayed,
Listen to
nigga.
me, listen to me. First time ever in my life, I've seen a lot of sports losses, but Bobby, if we would have lost that game, I think my flat screen would have bit the dust today, bro.
Damn.
Hell no.
I think it would have came off the wall, bro.
What the young niggas call that GQ D1 crash out.
Yeah.
Diddy, ain't that what they say? He a D1 crash
I
out.
think it would have came off the wall, bro. When he
5-star recruit, baby, for the crash
when
out
what's his name, when Brunson got his fifth foul, I looked at the corners. I was like, all right, if I just grab it really fast, maybe I could just shake it and it won't come off. Like, you know what I'm saying? But woo, them 20-point comebacks, man. Them 20-point comebacks, man.
Yeah, they pulled it
Say
off.
this, y'all got one more game to try to get.
I think my thing is I ain't gonna say we figured them out, but I think if we play a half court game and we get more possessions, we can do what we gotta do. But if we just play small ball and probably play that Villanova ball with them, they're gonna run us out the gym.
I don't think y'all figured them out. I think the Pacers did everything to lose that game and they lost it.
No, I think we figured them out because we got more possessions and we played more players, right? And we went to our bench a little bit more. And in the second half, if you notice, we played a half court game. That's why they wasn't shooting that good because they had to take the shot wasn't off the dribble. Like they had to get around the screen and do all this. And like we had Halliburton holding the ball all goddamn night long.
Wasn't off the dribble.
Yeah, so we kind of made them play a half court game in the second half. That's why we was able to come back. If we didn't play a half court game, they would have just kept running. We would have never caught up. I mean, if you think about it, we should have won the first game. We had a chance to tie the second game, and we won the third game.
That's the link, GQ, to the shooting.
Yeah, that's the one that happened in Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's plenty of them. I mean, it's more that breakdown. I like the way dude broke it down right there. He got some good videos of it, but it's more on YouTube. Actual from like WGN News and different news outlets that got it up there too. But he gave a little 8-minute breakdown on it. He the one went into the past and told the story about dude what they did in 2015. So.
Yeah, you bringing that kind of opened my eyes. Like, all right, that was just karma. That nigga just did that because he had to pay the piper. Like he had to get back to the universe, and he was, it's in their day and time. It ain't on his.
Yeah. Somebody might have to give a backstory on the one who got shot though. See what his karma is. Then.
What the fuck, Davis did? What the fuck he do? I missed that
I'm
story.
gonna drop that link in there too. That's Detroit Fox News. He done shot his ex-girlfriend and a gas station employee and some shit.
Davis?
Davis, bro. I'm finna drop that link in there too.
Oh man.
Yeah, I said the same thing. Like, goddamn, bro.
I just was watching the clip with him and Corey Holcomb like right before I came on here.
Yeah, I like.
You know how they had a little short clips in your little YouTube shit.
Yeah.
They were just showing him and Corey laughing about something. Wow.
Funny than a motherfucker, bro.
Bitch, he gonna be the yard motherfucker. He gonna win the yard comedian award of the year, nigga. That's for sure.
Man, that nigga did he the one did the voiceover of the kangaroo when the kangaroo was had the dog and shit, and the white boy took the dog back from the kangaroo. And, y'all remember that?
Yeah. He socked the kangaroo.
Yeah, the dude punched the kangaroo and shit, and the kangaroo was like, "Motherfucker, hey, did that voiceover, man? That shit was so funny, bro." I was like, that nigga is hilarious."
So where was y'all at on the individuals should bear the responsibility for their financial well-being without reliance upon social welfare programs?
That was the full question?
Yeah, it's in the chat, actually.
Individuals should bear responsibility for the financial well-being without reliance on. See, that's loaded as hell right there.
Everybody can't do it, damn. Shit.
league.
I mean, do
Are
we
we
have
talking
that?
Yes,
about
in
people with
reality,
disabilities?
everybody
Like,
should, but damn.
Do
what
we
about
offer
the
that
people? What
same?
about people with disabilities and shit, bro?
Do we offer that
Everybody,
same?
y'all got to include it. You can't leave nobody out now.
Do we
And
offer that?
then, I mean,
But
we could
Yeah,
ride with
reparations.
that, but I mean, like the breadwinner is gonna have to be the real life breadwinner. Like he gonna have to take care of a lot more people. You know what I'm saying?
Do
If
we offer those same? Do we offer those same? What's the names to corporations who seek government help to build their companies?
no, they
No, no,
not in this question. No,
these just
no, we just talking
questions
about.
like to determine
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
right,
your
right. But what
value
I'm,
system.
I
no, that's a
got you.
good question. That's still a
I
good
got you,
question.
but
I have to
right,
ask
but
though.
I'm
SpaceX.
juxtaposing. I got you. I understand the premise of the question, but I'm
Yeah.
juxtaposing it to the idea of corporations who get just as much, if not more, social welfare in order for them to
Nah,
be
that
successful.
don't apply to the question.
SpaceX. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Like most, like
Elon
think
Musk.
about corporations who move into like states who go and recruit corporations and give them tax breaks instantly, or give them
Nah,
3%,
y'all can't
right?
use corporations, y'all. We gotta stick to this
Yeah, we got to
question.
I,
But
stick to
I
this
know, I
Yeah.
get
corporations
y'all,
question.
I
who
get y'all, but I'm saying, but when you
No,
do it like
we
this,
can make that a separate
They
question,
are people, right?
Arthur. Arthur,
Corporations.
we can make that a separate
all
question.
right. So I'm gonna say that
Do
eventually
you
the entire
agree? Disagree? Strongly? Moderate?
I agree. I
Strong?
agree.
Strong? You strong on it?
Nah, I'm not strong on it.
Nah.
I'm not strong on it. Definitely not strong.
I agree, but I'm gonna have to stay like, yeah. I agree that you
I'm
should
the
bear responsibility for your financial well being, but I'm just thinking about like the people with disabilities and shit like that. That's the only, and like old people and shit. Like what the fuck, you know?
I'm thinking about young women with babies that's 21 years old and just had a baby and working part time at the mall, one job, and working at part time somewhere else, trying to combine those two jobs to make one. Like, am I gonna ask her to not ask for social assistance to just get basic necessities like milk and bread and shit for her kids? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna
what's
say
the
you. I'm gonna say use those social networks and use those social opportunities to do what you got to do for basic needs and learn how to stack your bread, acquire skill, and then become financially independent. But if you can use these resources to help you get where you're trying to go, and you have a plan, and you're trying to acquire skills or trying to acquire the ability to be a marketable employee, then yeah, then I would have no problem with you taking advantage of social welfare or social programs to benefit you.
what's the one before? I mean, after. I mean, before strongly agree.
Uh, Moderately agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I moderately agree.
Okay.
See, I only agree because I've had to independently finance myself for life, and I've never used any social program. Like my man got out of I remember when the Fed snatched the nigga up, right? And when he got out of prison, this nigga bragging that he went to welfare, and I'm looking at him like, bro, I don't think that's the flex that you think it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like like I don't. For him, he thought it was cool. Like hell yeah, nigga, I'm about to go get these food stamps, and I'm like,
I can't say that because I have lived in Section 8 house and I don't, I can't really say that.
I mean, it's like this, GQ. I get disability from the VA, but I earned that shit. I ain't go ask
Yeah,
nobody for that shit. I
disability
went
is
to
That's
different.
war
different
That's
though.
and
different from
got
social
caught in the
welfare.
fucking. You know what
That's
I'm
different
saying?
though.
No, that's different. That's
That's
different, bro.
different.
That's different from social welfare. Yeah. So your disability, like you say, yeah, that's a whole different game.
You did something to
Yeah.
attain that. That's just
Yeah,
like that's why I said
you paid into
you
that too.
you can't use corporations for the same example, bro, because they are given a service also. The social
And you
welfare
paid
is
into that
different.
disability though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
When you was in the service, they was taking money out your
out your
check.
check. Like that's your money, really.
Well, some of it is. The rest of it, they shit. But
I
it's
say I say
like
all of that
insurance
shit yours,
policy,
nigga. You
though.
went to war.
You pay for the insurance. You know what I'm saying?
I say all that shit yours, nigga. You went to war.
So where y'all at with economic? In the times of economic crisis, government should increase public spending to stimulate growth.
Increase public spending to stimulate growth.
I agree.
Yeah, well, that's stimulus. Yeah. So how do
It's
we?
depending on what the stimulus is, right? Like stimulus could be checks to us. Stimulus can be,
It
you
should
know,
always go to the people. I don't never agree
it
with
could,
it going to the corporation, to the banks.
right. It could be stimulus. Could be, offer more government jobs, New Deal, right? So what's the catalyst to the stimulus, and how is the stimulus distributed, right? You know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about stimulating the economy, that's a stimulus. So what's the stimulus?
But that ain't necessarily a stem. Can you reread the question there? Because
Yeah,
that ain't
it's in
necessarily
the chat. It's in the text.
Yeah,
in
that's the
times of
stimulus. That's what
economic
stimulus
crisis,
means.
government should increase public spending to
Yeah,
stim. No, no,
yeah,
no. That
yeah, yeah. That's what stimulus means, bro. That's what the point of a stimulus is, to stimulate growth in the economy.
no, but it's not saying a stimulus. That's what I'm
Right?
saying.
No. The once you
Look,
stimulate it, it's called
and
stimulus.
and no, that's not necessarily to increase public spending. That can
Yes.
be lowering. That could be lowering interest rates.
I don't know if I don't
In
know.
time, listen. In times of economic crisis, government should increase public spending to stimulate growth. That ain't necessarily giving money. That ain't necessarily
And
giving
if
a
you
stimulus
increase public
package.
spending, you're giving money.
No, that's not true,
What do you
Arthur.
mean? Cutting interest rates is not giving money. That's not
That's
giving
why
that.
I'm saying you don't have to stimulate the economy by giving money. That's the
Look,
point.
read it again, Aaron. Read
I'm
it.
gonna
Read
read
it
it.
again.
I'm gonna read it again.
In
In
times of
times of
economic
economic
crisis,
crisis,
government
government
should increase
should increase public
public
spending
spending.
to stimulate growth.
Right. So that means either give the people checks, or you have the an infrastructure bill, or you have the green bill, right? Like you have to do something. It's saying what are you gonna do?
So you
And
can lower interest rates.
that's not public
Nah.
spending.
It's
That's
talking
not
about
spending.
government spending would
Spending.
include government spending on national defense,
Yes.
healthcare,
Yes.
infrastructure,
Yes.
education.
Yes. Everything I just said.
Yeah,
Yes.
Hold on. So,
Yes. Everything I just
this
said.
question
public
that
is
you
government.
this
Public is
question
government. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. This question says, in
Mhm.
times of economic crisis,
Mhm.
should hold on, government should increase public spending to stimulate growth. So you're
Yes.
saying that the question is asking that the government
Yeah,
Yes.
should
Yes. Yes.
suspend.
yeah,
Yes. No. Increase public spending.
yeah. More of.
More. They should
Hold
spend
on, hold
more
on, no, no,
money
no,
on it.
Arthur,
Put
Arthur,
more
Arthur,
money.
wait, Arthur, wait, because
I
that's not
got you.
what Dev just said. You're saying two different things than what Dev
No, we're
just said.
not. We're saying
Yeah,
the same thing.
Oh, go ahead.
no, Dev just said the government is going to
Yes.
be spending. What you
Yeah,
Yes.
just said was not the government going to be
Yes, it
spending.
was. Infrastructure bill is based on the government. The government provides the infrastructure bill. What are you talking about? Everything I said is government based.
All right,
Stimulus
I'm
package.
confused. I'm
Yeah,
confused.
yeah. Stimulus package.
Take
Um, infrastructure bill,
Government
Green New
spending more
Deal. These
money.
are all government spending ideas.
take that question
In
and
times of
remove the
crisis,
bias
government
of
should
Hold on,
being
let
increase
me answer.
public spending to
take that
stimulate
take
growth.
that take that very question and take the bias of being upright in our culture and our perception of government. If you was an agricultural based people, right, and you have a governing body over that, crops don't come in, but you got plenty of seeds and there's land around you. Why would you hoard those seeds and hoard all that land versus giving it to your people and saying, hey, we need help now. This small garden area that we have is not sustaining us this year. So take these seeds, which is your economics. Take these seeds and everybody contribute. That's going to stimulate that growth.
yeah. That's how it used to be in the South,
That's
at least.
yeah, that's what's going to stimulate the growth of your people. But if you hoard the resources and and the king is only worried about the king, that famine gonna come knock on them castle walls sooner than he think.
So I say, yeah, they should increase public spending. What y'all voting?
You heavy on it or moderate or
Yeah. I roll heavy on the increased public spending. I like that way better than giving the money to the damn banks and shit. Talking about you stimulating the economy.
thing, the
All right.
reverse thing that comes with public spending is inflation. Because soon as corporations see that new money out there or seeing that free money out there, they're gonna raise the prices.
Yeah, but we already in an economic crisis, in times of economic crisis. So, yeah,
That outweighs the inflation argument.
in my humble opinion.
Okay, what about laws to maintain order, even if it restricts some personal freedoms, like government surveillance? Yeah, I was talking about ring cams earlier.
Yeah, I totally misread that fucking question.
I'm with it. I wouldn't
I'm
go to the
over here
extreme
trying to.
of government surveillance, but just think enforcing the speed limit.
Yeah, we
You
need
know,
laws to
it
maintain
sounds
order,
bogus. It sounds bogus when you're the
even
one
if they
behind the
restrict
wheel and
some
you got
personal
that brand new
freedom.
fast car.
We need
But what
laws
happens
in
when it's
order
your
to.
kids and what happens when it's your kids out in the street playing football or whatever, and they the ones that get hit by the car?
That's a fact.
Oh yeah, we need this 100%. And all my life, I felt like I don't know why we need a police officer to tell me what to do, but I totally don't feel that way no more. So yeah, I'm 100% with this shit.
Yep, we need them laws to maintain order. I agree. I totally agree with that. Even if it restricts some personal freedoms.
Hmm.
Or we'll have lawlessness.
Anarchy.
Okay, this next one, y'all gonna split on this next one.
A prison ride will show you anarchy. It'll show you why you need law and order.
The privatization of essential services like healthcare and education leads to better quality outcomes.
Hell yeah. Hold on, no, wait. The
Nah, hell
privatization of
nah.
essential services like healthcare and education leads to better the privatization. I'm 50-50 on this one. I feel like you need both. Because the innovation gonna come from the private, and then the efficacy is gonna come from the government.
You gonna stand on that heavy?
How long you want gonna answer?
Question.
Nah, I said no. I don't want no privatization of essential things.
Yeah, I don't think it leads to better outcomes. I don't think it leads to better
Yeah.
quality outcomes.
Hey,
You have very few cases where that's the result.
I mean, with education, you see it. Now, healthcare, that's where it gets sticky.
Do y'all think if we stop saying that colleges for everyone is not for everyone in our communities, that we will probably have a better educated masses?
When
Nah,
has that been a consensus?
It's a consensus. It's, it's a sad consensus. Not only is it a consensus, it's a sad consensus. Majority of black people say that college is not for everyone. That's a saying.
no. I would say
That's all.
majority of Americans would say college is not for everybody, and I would agree with that. College is not for everybody.
I don't think college is for everybody, but secondary education is for everybody. And
A hundred percent.
if you go to a high quality trade school, why can't we equivalent? Why can't we equate that to a college? Why can't we start adding making trade schools more? educational institutions instead of just skill driven entities, right? Because if we started making them more like colleges or whatever, the soft skills will show up. The learning how to make friends, the learning the independence of being on your own and things of that nature, right? So I feel like a lot of things we say, whether it's American or not, I feel like those are the things that kind of trip us up before we even get started. Some of the slogans that we use.
Y'all agree to taxation? Taxes should be progressive. Rich people should pay higher taxes to support social programs.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Definitely. So what was the consensus on the censorship?
When did y'all say censorship?
Yeah, I missed that question.
Oh, that's the one that's up there now. Society needs censorship to protect people from harmful or offensive ideas.
Hell no.
The hell we
That's
don't
a
need
that's
censorship.
a that's a slippery ass slope right there. That's
Lead
too
paint will
slippery.
stop COVID.
To protect people from harmful or offensive ideas. I think we
I
do need
repeat,
a little bit
lead
of
paint will
censorship.
stop COVID.
Huh?
Lead paint, which matter of fact, I'll go even better. Drinking bleach will prevent you from getting COVID.
I'll give you one even better. Taking the vaccine will stop the spread of of COVID. I'll give
No,
you
we
one
said
better than that,
no,
Viasa.
keep it in the realm, but
Yeah,
that's
that
that's
one
been
wasn't as blasphemous. It may be
right.
kind of
The
false.
idea
It
is
may be kind of
harmful.
false, but it ain't as blasphemous as the first two things he said.
That ain't
No,
as blasphemous.
the
What
premise
Nah,
about
was
it
harmful
may not be
information.
false, but it ain't blasphemous.
okay,
The premise
okay,
is
before y'all
harmful
even go that
information.
route, what
We
about
got too much history showing where vaccines have benefited
Yeah, but we not talking
human
about all
society.
vaccines though. We was talking about this particular
No,
vaccine.
we no, but that's not even the question. This isn't a COVID based question. The question was based around harmful information being disseminated to
censorship?
the people.
Censorship.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
So
about what about what about what about what
in
about
Yeah, we ain't gotta
regards
go
of
to we ain't
prime
gotta go
harmful
to the
time?
vaccine.
information.
What
What you were
about
To
saying,
give
G?
an
prime
a working
time
example of
TV?
that is drink bleach because it'll prevent COVID.
I know, and
So what happens when
I
the
was giving you
masses of
one too.
people so what happens when the masses of people hear that and they go out and drink a bottle of Clorox?
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't think that ever happened. Like
what you saying they
now
should
you
be?
can I can see if you could make the argument for ivermectin, you feel me, or but bleach, come on now. The masses
But
What
wasn't
that was
about
going
some
out
harmful
drinking
man?
bleach.
information disseminated though.
Hold on,
That's my
y'all
point.
jumping
The
all
idea is
over.
Yeah,
the harmful
I ain't
information.
trying to keep jumping all over the place, GQ. I just ain't about to let that just slide. I'm gonna
Well, no,
push
y'all not
back.
jumping all over the place. I'm saying y'all jumping over the prime time TV with the two men kissing and shit and all over the fucking piano and freaking out and all this shit.
Oh,
You
Sam
know,
Cook,
you know,
weirdo Cook.
yeah, the weirdo. No, that was the Empire boy,
Oh, you
Justice
talking about Dutch
Smollett.
Smollett? I thought you were talking about Sam Cook.
Yeah,
He did that shit at concerts.
yeah. No, what I'm talking, I'm speaking more about prime time television. Showing all these homosexual ideals, you know what I'm saying? And all, these, yeah, all this
Yeah,
bullshit.
there should be some censorship on that
It
type
should be
stuff.
some censorship on this type of shit.
Language too,
Language
cuss
too. I
words.
remember, when we was growing up,
You couldn't say
and
that stuff on the TV or the radio.
when we was growing up, and they was going to a man and a woman, they was about to have sex or something, insinuating that they was about to have sex. The lighting would change, to get low, the music would come on, and they'd walk in the room. So the grown folks would assume, would know what's going on, but a child, wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying?
It was innuendos.
It was innuendo, you know what I'm saying? But now in 2024, in the last 5, 6, 10 years or whatever, we got all these, just wide open,
sexuality on this TV and shit, and most of it be homosexual. That's the killing part about it. So yeah, I'm gonna be for the censorship on it on a lot of that shit to
I ain't
protect
gonna
people
lie. I would
harmful
say
or
that the whole
offensive ideas.
sexualization of the culture,
Period.
not even just homosexuality,
Yeah,
because
yeah, I
it's
feel you.
out there a lot, but it ain't as prevalent as just the sexuality. Period.
Yeah, I feel you on that too. I give you that too.
I agree with you, but I also see that it's a lot more homosexual activity on television than it is heterosexual. They show a
I
lot
promise.
more gay people kissing
Yeah,
and doing all that than
yeah.
they show straight people. They don't even show straight love anymore. They'll
Nope.
just give a little hug, especially black straight love. You'll never see a black couple kiss on TV. Black couples don't do the every kiss starts with K. We don't get to do any of them.
Yeah, and it's more like Aaron said would be more or less over the years it always been more innuendos. You know what I'm saying? And that's better for, like I say, an adult looking at that television program will understand what's going on, what they're going in the room for. But if a child was watching it, all they know is that the music changed and they looked at each other and walked in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Sex
social cues
sells,
that
man.
we live by, the social cues we live by as kids, our kids don't live by.
No,
I,
not at
I,
all.
I'll
GQ
give.
and art, bruh. I used to when I was a kid, bruh, and my mama was watching movies. If that movie was rated R, PG-13, bruh, I can't come in the living room and watch that, bruh. You gotta go upstairs or go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, bruh, she be watching all type of stuff on Netflix. My kids come in there talking to her. She ain't paying attention to what's on the TV and what they taking in. And I be having to tell her, like, bruh, the kids pay attention to all this stuff. When they come
See,
in there,
That's
you
a
tell
good
them to
point.
leave.
That's a
see,
good
Aaron,
point,
your
Bobby, because
generation is the
it
last
is it
one.
is about
It
parenting
is.
also. It ain't, we can't just leave it up to censorship or
Yeah.
TV or whatever. A lot of it is on us for sure.
But Aaron generation, y'all the last ones that got that because
We
y'all
are.
got the double bubble because our parents was there while y'all was growing up. So our parents kind of reinforced that we can't let y'all watch that cursing. Don't we have that baby watching that cursing and shit.
Yep.
And then like y'all brothers and sisters that came after y'all, it's a free fall for them. Cause we stopped
Yep.
taking y'all to Nana house because we got tired of Nana trying to tell us how to raise y'all. So we started doing that shit on our own. So cause I have two kids your age. So I know for a fact that what they experience ain't what their brothers and sisters experience because they remind me of it. They be like, I could have never got away with that shit. I could
Exactly.
have
I
never
be
did
there
with
with
that.
my little sister.
They point that shit out all the time. Like my daughter, she don't give a fuck. She will say that shit in my twin's face in a heartbeat. See, y'all got it good because I could never do no shit like that. I couldn't even think of fucking talking to daddy like that or fixing my face. You two motherfuckers got it good. Y'all come in at 1, 2 o'clock. Motherfucker, 11:30 hit me, nigga. I was on punishment for a month and I was 20-something years old. So yeah, your generation the last one. Sorry, bro. Apologize.
They are though. That's all facts, bro.
That's real talk.
And if you pay attention to y'all a lot more reserved than y'all counterparts. Y'all a lot more mature than y'all counterparts.
Yeah.
Y'all, we call y'all the old souls. Y'all like old music. Y'all like what y'all parents listen to, shit like that. Look, you up here with us, nigga. And most of us is old enough to be your parents, but you be up here kicking it with us. We
Right.
don't know that for the most part, we don't know you're a young boy until you start saying certain shit. But for the most part, you pretend yourself, not pretend, but pretend yourself to be more mature and older than what you really are, which is a testament to you.
Yeah. No, that's real talk, man. Like Bernie Mac said, it ain't the kids, it's the punk ass parents.
My mama ain't play that. And even my pops wasn't there physically, but that nigga was on that phone, bro, giving that game.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got taxation should be progressive. Rich people should pay higher taxes to support social programs. I say yes.
I agree.
I say yes, and then it'll stop motherfuckers who ain't making a lot of money talking about my tax dollars paying for that welfare. Shut your ass up.
But what's fucked up? What's fucked up, Art, is that the rich already pay all the fucking taxes. That's
No, they
what the
don't.
No, they
No, they
don't.
don't. They find loopholes to pay no taxes,
Yeah,
bruh.
they don't. They don't pay.
GQ. If you look up the numbers, bro, the rich pay majority of the taxes, bro, that goes into the federal and state system. Now
Last,
they might it might look
last
like they get
thing I
taxed.
saw, last time I saw something on the subject, it said that rich people pay the least amount of taxes.
I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull up the stat.
Matter of fact, didn't the rich motherfucker say that his secretary paid more taxes than him?
Yeah,
What's his name? The cool rich motherfucker, Buffett.
Buffett.
Then he said, "Yo, that his secretary." He said, "We gotta change that because he realized that his secretary paid more taxes than him."
Yeah, rich people know all the ways not to pay
They
the
know
damn.
the loopholes.
They do. They do. I give you all that. That's why I'm saying it's still crazy that they still pay the most tax.
Well,
Okay.
do you think it's because they make the more money and it's
Yes.
the
Yeah.
income
Yep.
ratio thing? You
Yep.
think?
That's what it is.
Okay, all right. I can agree. If it's based on ratio and because of their ratio of what they make and the percentile that's taken will probably be larger than the average percentile of an American. But that's about right.
Yeah.
All right, I could agree with that. Damn, man. Landscaper got the worst grass, mechanics got the worst cars, and contractors got the worst house, nigga, because my grass looked terrible. My grass look terrible. I got people houses looking
You
shit
don't
looking
get
terrible.
paid to do your
I
grass.
tell my wife that shit all the time. I was like,
Hey,
no
that's
money
what I
comes
be.
out of this.
Hey, you right about that mechanic? Well, they
Hey.
be
All
like,
right.
well,
So
how you fix
GQ.
everybody car? Your car holding together with some duct tape.
Nigga.
GQ. The top 1% of earners in the U.S. paid 40.4% of all federal income taxes in 2022. In 2021, this group paid 45.8% of all federal income taxes,
One
which was
percent, the top 1%.
yeah, which was more than the bottom 95 of taxpayers combined. The top 1% earned 22.4 of all the total adjusted gross income and paid 40.4% of all federal income taxes in 2022. Yeah, so 1% pay 45% of all of the federal income taxes.
Because they made 22% of all the money that was made.
Yeah, yeah,
The 1%.
yeah. both ways is crazy.
Yeah, it
So
makes
it just
sense.
kind of proved my point. It's just based on their income ratio.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would still want to
that
be a
makes
part of that
sense.
1%, nigga. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anybody who say they don't, man, I don't
They
know, man. It's
lying.
something up, bro. It's something up now.
You're lying. I'm sorry.
You either just a really good spirited person, or you perping.
Right. So the government should not censor speech, press, or internet content directly or indirectly. I think that's a read. Make that up. Other question.
Yeah, and
So
that's too loaded, bro. Cause no, but you can't be putting child porn up and shit, bro.
yeah,
Now, if it's illegal,
but we
if
need
it could have,
censorship. We need censorship.
yeah,
And I mean, we all came from the generation of fuck censorship. The last thing we wanted to be was censored or have our music censored. But now that we at the age we at now, we see how this shit turning out. Our ideas kind of then flipped a little bit. Like definitely used to be anti censorship, but with all this shit going on now, I'm gonna have to go with the censorship shit.
I wouldn't
When
say
in,
censored GQ. I would say regulated, like the albums
Same
or
thing.
the games.
It
They
shouldn't
got
have
to be
changed
rated R, or the
because it's
movies.
still censorship.
You
If
say
I
that's still
tell you you
censorship?
can't show this shit, then I'm censoring you.
Is a nigga walking up the stairs?
That's the
No,
woman.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, go on mute.
I'm
Also,
just
you
talking
loud as
shit,
hell,
man.
man.
Oh, okay, that's all right. My fault.
that's
I
the
just
woman.
kept hearing boots.
He got his boots on the ground.
Yeah, the nigga got he strapped them boots up, bro. He
Yeah,
pulled them up by the bootstraps.
Yeah.
Nah, but you would call that censorship though,
When the next
GQ?
election pop up, you will be what's the name of me a lot there, GQ.
What, bro? Because
You
guess what?
you
Y'all
will
ain't
be
gonna
censoring me a lot
know it.
like you
That's
did
the
this
only
election.
problem.
censor.
You will be censoring me a lot like you did this previous election, you know.
I'm not gonna do that this time. You know why? Because I already know I'm already telling you the Democrats is gonna take the midterm and the president. They're gonna have to fuck up awesomely to not take the midterm or the next presidential election. They're gonna have to just I don't know. They're gonna have to run a coyote for a president or something to lose.
I hate to say it, I don't think there's gonna be another presidential election. So yeah,
Man,
that
don't start this bullshit off the
He
Uh-oh.
just left. He just left the party.
I'm ready to
man,
crash out. We ready
off
to
the
crash out, boy.
bro. Please don't
no,
start this
I'm not.
shit.
I don't have no reason to crash out like that. I mean,
I'm not
that
talking about no goddamn. You about to make me
I'm
crash out,
saying
boy.
the statement you
Let me
made.
tell you something. I'm telling you, bro. I done rode out. Me and my cousin them from here from Ohio. My brother-in-law is a big family because it's a holiday and shit. So we ride out to my other cousin crib, an hour away. Man, I argue with these motherfuckers for 3 hours because they trying to tell me that Donald Trump gonna have the third term of fucking president. So please don't start saying that shit, bro.
hey, this the only thing I'm gonna say, GQ. There is nothing to stop him. That's all I'm gonna
Oh
say to
my
you.
fucking god.
Nothing. There's
Oh
nothing in place.
he
Nothing.
this nigga here. You be tripping. Don't stop. Please don't do this shit. God damn, y'all know that
What
That
do
nigga.
you?
nigga sound like he like, please, baby, just all right. I'm gonna cut the motherfucker lawn. Just go back
Man,
upstairs for
please,
me.
I,
I'm
I
telling
God
just
you, man,
damn.
I never heard
They
it from a black
frustrated the
person.
fuck out of me with that shit, bro. I'm talking about this. Is my cousin, my big cousin. You know, hey, Dad, Donald Trump, he gonna go get a third term. I'm like, he cannot run. He cannot run for an election, and he definitely can't just say ain't gonna
I
be no
mean,
fucking
GQ,
election,
there's ways he can do it, right? But the
bro.
Like
ways
what?
are kind of complex, very nuanced, very
No, run it.
litigious,
No,
right?
yeah, run
Very,
it.
very, very,
What, bro?
very.
What he gonna do?
A lot of things
Go
got
on and
to
tell me.
fall in place.
Tell me what he gonna do. Fuck it.
Hmm.
My thing is, he's in control. He's the commander in chief. He's in control of everything. MAGA has infiltrated every part of the federal government. He's put all the people in place. His everybody that would be a railway to stopping him or a guardrail to stopping him are under his command and is a part of his regime. So they're not gonna stop him. Now,
That's
if there was
false.
some
Arthur, he
voices
can't
like a
even get the immigrants out of fucking Chicago.
That's false. But
huh?
go ahead.
He can't even get the illegal immigrants out of
Out of
Chicago.
Chicago,
I
right?
mean, but that's just logistics, and he wasn't trying to really get
It's
him
not
out any
logistics. They
motherfucking
got
way.
him in court. The motherfucking governor in the mayor got him in court, not letting them take the motherfuckers
I
out.
worry about y'all mayor, man. I think they're gonna try
Won't
to do
even let
something to
ICE
him.
up in this motherfucker.
I think they're gonna try to do something to him because
They just gonna
the
blow
way they
his
doing
ass
that
out.
our congressman and the way they did it Ras Baraka. I worry about y'all mayor because he ain't Ras Baraka, bitch. Y'all mayor talk shit. He don't give a fuck.
No, he
He's
don't. But
still right.
look,
He's still supporting Dirk and all that.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
worried
worried
about
about
that,
this
bro.
I'm
We
still
bullshit.
got the same motherfucking haircut. When I seen that haircut, I said, "Oh shit." I said,
That
I
nigga
know what
got,
reside in that nigga. He just learned how to keep his beast in
yeah, he
control.
got that Kwame ass bullshit mohawk. Hey,
He
man,
got the
look,
same one I got, motherfucker. Fuck you talking about?
boss his
Fuck you
head,
talking about,
Brandon
nigga?
Johnson head ass.
just
Fuck you
got a
talking
haircut,
about,
fresh cut.
nigga?
He wanted to flex that hair. He got to flex that.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
nigga,
Talking
I'm
about
in my 50s, nigga. I got a
Oh,
head
Brandon
full of
Johnson.
hair, nigga. No grays,
he wanted to
nigga.
flex that joint.
Yeah, you know you
Flex
dying that
that
shit. Get the fuck out of
Shit, nigga.
here.
that
Ain't no
joint.
Beijing here, nigga.
Yeah, right.
This all real,
No
nigga. Ain't
judgment
no
there, huh?
Beijing here, nigga.
I don't believe that shit.
Not
No,
Bobby,
no
huh?
bullshit, bro. No cap, bro. No Beijing, no nothing, bro. No cap. No
No
cap.
Bobby.
You still ugly than a motherfucker. Now.
I'll be that with no grays though, nigga.
The The nose still big than a motherfucker. Hey, but
with no grades, nigga. Not even a nose hairs, nigga.
hey, no, man, but for real, man, that man can't do it, man. I keep telling y'all the same motherfucker that ran into the Capitol building for January 6th will be the same motherfucker that'll run in the White House and drag his ass
to
up out
protect him and defend him. They ran
No,
in there
drag
January
his
6th
ass
because
up
they
out of
didn't want
there,
him to
bro.
lose. And the same people that was on January 6th gonna run back in there to make sure that he don't get out this
Nah,
time.
them motherfuckers
That was
gonna
a
run in there
test
and
run.
drag his ass up out that motherfucker.
Who's
They don't
gonna
play like
drag
that,
him
bro.
out? Who's
Them
gonna do it?
constitutionalists and shit, man. They don't roll with that shit, bro.
Who's going to drag him out? Every time I ask y'all that, y'all never say anything.
Still team 6, 7, and 8.
He controls still team 6,
He
7,
don't
and 8.
control shit once he not the president no more.
No, bro. If there's no power, if there's no January 20th to certify or January 6th to certify, there is no. And if he called martial law, then there can't be no election. There can't be no. You know what I'm saying?
You
There's
right.
things he can do to stop the election, bro. And
Arthur,
there's
you right
nothing. No
that
one to
shit, bro.
stop
You
can stop
believe
him.
that shit, man. For real. You
I'm
believe
telling you, man. I don't think he's ever gonna leave power. I think he's gonna be the face of the new Confederacy, which is MAGA, and it's just gonna be a civil war.
MAGA gonna turn on his ass if he try to run
We
for it.
almost got World War III. They shut that down. We
Let me tell you
almost
something.
Arthur
got
Let me
it.
clip
tell you something,
farming,
Arthur.
bro.
MAGA would turn on him if he tried to
They will
He,
not
you,
turn on
Arthur
him.
is
yes,
clip
they will,
farming, bro.
bro.
He is not serious with this shit, bro.
Them
He
I'm
is
people
clip
do
super
not
farming.
them
serious.
people do not
I'm super
listen,
duper
bro. They don't
serious.
play like that, bro.
Who are you talking about? The same people that's on his side? The
The
same people
same
that
people
voted
on
him in
his side
office?
will no longer be on his side if he try to run
Who
for a
listen,
third
listen,
term.
listen, 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 listen. Who is MAGA putting up to want to get Trump out of there? If you go talk to a MAGA person, they're gonna tell you that they want him to have a third term. Go talk to 10 MAGA people, and all 10 of them will tell you
No,
they
the
want him
fuck
to
they
have a third
won't.
term.
No, they won't. I
The
give you
Why
same
would you go
people
talk to
I
him?
give
that
you
that
probably out
voted
of
Elon
10.
Musk get the fuck out of Doge,
Yeah, out of 10,
them
I give
Doge
motherfuckers.
is
you two
gone,
stupid motherfuckers.
but
Yeah,
Out
who
of
you
10,
think got
I
him
give
out
you
of there?
two stupid motherfuckers
he
that'll
got
say
himself
that'll
out of
say that.
there. The poor white trash. You're
He
right. The
didn't
poor
leave
white
on his
trash
own.
got
What the
him
fuck
out
are
of
you
there
talking about?
because he was hurting them.
He
Listen,
didn't leave on his own.
Because he was
listen, bro.
hurting them, devastating it. While you're like grandstanding, I understand what you're trying to say. The point that I'm trying
But
to make to you
but what
is
I'm
that
saying though, you making it seem like if he had control or influence for himself. He didn't have plans to leave on his own like 3 months later.
right. Because can I answer your question real quick? Because a person like Elon Musk, a foreign white person, and this is what I try to tell Indians. This is what I try to tell my Guatemalan friends, my African friends, my Haitian friends, my Jamaican friends. This is what I try to tell them. The cracker that you're used to is different from the cracker, right? And Elon Musk he didn't know the cracker. He just knew the cracker, right? So when he pissed off the cracker, that's
Right.
when he realized, like, oh,
I
okay,
said that
this is a
yesterday.
different ball game. I'm out of here,
I said that yesterday. I was prompted. I said the
Mother of
exact
all
same thing
crackers.
yesterday, bro.
right?
That's
That's the
and
difference,
that's the same
devastating.
cracker that's gonna tell Donald Trump, you gotta get your stupid ass up
He
out of there.
is
You
crack. He
cannot
is the
run for
No,
no
face
he's
of
not that
third
cracker
cracker.
term.
though, Arthur. Donald Trump is not that Southern Baptist
Right. He is not
cracker.
the right, but he is the face of them. He is their hero. He is
No,
their
he's not.
new leader.
No, he's
They
not.
don't have a
No,
they didn't they
well, I
never
don't
had a
know.
leader as rich and as powerful as him.
That's where we
He's their new
disagree at.
leader.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's where we disagree at, Art.
no.
Hey, disagree all you want, but all
No.
you got to do is go up to 10 MAGA people and ask them would they have a problem with
Two of
Donald
them will
Trump
say
serving a third
yeah.
term, and I
Two I
guarantee
give
you
you
all
two
10
out
of
of
them be
10,
like,
Arthur. I give you
yes.
2 out of 10, bro.
I
I give you
guarantee you
2 out of 10.
I guarantee you to be no less than 7 out of 10.
Shit.
I
No.
guarantee it. I
No.
put $100 on it right now, right on the books
No, they
right
stand
now.
on their money too hard, man. Shit, they ain't
I'm
gonna let
putting the
them
money right on the
fuck that
books
shit
right
up.
now. It'll be 100 out
Man,
of
I
100.
hate to say it,
I mean
bro.
7 out of 10.
MAGA people more rational than goddamn liberals right now.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
are.
more rational. How? Come on, y'all.
Because
Y'all
you
sound
being super
crazy right now.
irrational right
Like
now,
you
bro.
guys. My problem with you guys on this is every
You
time I
being
ask
Art,
you who's
I
on
wasn't
irrational.
top,
speaking.
y'all talk
Hold on,
about
Art. I was
MAGA,
not
and MAGA
speaking
is the one
towards
who put
you
him in office, and
personally.
MAGA is
Arthur,
the one
you
who
being
won him there.
irrational, brother.
Y'all
Arthur, I
irrational
was
because
not
y'all
speaking
don't want to
directly
believe that
towards
this
you. I
motherfucker is
just
who
want you to
he
know that.
is. Y'all
It's
want to
up
keep blowing it off
a
like this
little.
motherfucker ain't no fascist, like this motherfucker ain't no wannabe
You
dictator.
do know
Y'all keep
Donald
blowing
Trump
it off
already
Like
said.
there is nothing
You
to
do know
stop this
Donald
man.
Trump
The
already
Supreme Court
said
is
that
on
he's
his
not
team.
running for a third term, right? You know he's
He's
dead.
not going to run for the third term. This is what I'm saying to you. No, he's not going to run for the third term. He's never going to leave office is what I'm saying to you.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
That's two different things.
What's that word when you don't?
They gonna just lay up in the
Those are
White
two different things.
What he gonna do? Squat? He gonna squat in the White House?
Bro, there is
Man, them
listen.
the same motherfucker that we sent to
If I
Kabul.
believe that there was forces that would stop him from doing it, I wouldn't make this statement. But there
Listen,
are no
the same
forces
motherfucker
within
that we
our
sent to
government,
topple
within
government,
anything within the United States
they
of
gonna
America that
they
could
gonna
stop Donald
evict that
Trump from
motherfucker
not
out the
leaving
White House,
office.
bro. They gonna
There
evict.
is nothing. The military can't stop him. The
Man, get
Congress
the
can't
fuck out of
stop
here.
him. Senate can't stop
You
him.
believe
The
that shit,
Supreme
bro?
Court can't stop him. Like y'all don't know civics, man.
Hold on, bro.
Y'all don't know basic
First and
civics.
foremost, hold on. Listen to me. First and foremost, you do know that the Democrats are about to take Congress in the midterm, right? You do know the Democrats about to take Congress in the
Bro,
midterm.
there is nothing they can do to stop him, even if they're in office. The most that they can do is say, hey, U.S. Marshals, come escort him out. And the U.S. Marshals are not going to listen to them. There is nothing that they can do. The military is not going to turn on Donald Trump and get and arrest Donald Trump.
Are
They're
you
not
fucking
going to do
crazy?
it.
The military already. Do you know how many
Bro,
fucking
me and you
generals
both
and
were in the
resigned and shit?
military. Me
You
and
know how
you
many
both were in the
generals and shit
military.
and resigned and shit?
If the whole entire rank, he purged the ranks of anybody that would be a problem to him, no matter what branch of service it is. He purged the Marines, he purged the Army, he purged the Air Force, he purged the Navy, he purged the Coast Guard. He purged it of anybody that would go against him. Everybody that's in charge of
You
each
believe
one of
that
those
dumbass shit if
individual
you want to.
services are Donald Trump appointees and MAGA loyalists.
You believe that shit if you want to,
I
bro.
know it for a fact. Just pay attention. Come on, bro. You're a veteran, so just go and pay attention to all the people that he just took out of command since he's been in office.
GQ, you a veteran too?
Yeah, you thought you
Yes.
was on Psycho Channel or what? Yeah,
Veteran?
you going
Yeah, I'm a veteran, man. This nigga Arthur know better than that bullshit he talk about. Maybe he stop this.
I do know
Yeah,
better,
me
and
being a veteran,
I
let me know that
wish
it
I
ain't gonna
wasn't
happen.
saying this.
The fact that
I'm
I
not
have
taking
been in the
pride in
military, let me
saying this,
know
gentlemen.
that
Exactly.
motherfuckers in the military ain't gonna let that shit go down, bro. They got families. What the fuck are you
How they
talking
gonna
about?
stop
They're
him?
not gonna let that shit go.
How they
Look, I
gonna
just
stop
put the
him? What
link.
are they gonna
Look,
do if they're
I
on
just put
his
the link.
team?
Look,
You
bro, I
guys are
just
not
put the
listening
link.
to what
I
I'm
just put the
saying.
link.
They're on his team.
Look, that's NBC News right there, bro. That's just one of 30 articles of Donald Trump saying there's no way possible for him to seek a third term. No way possible. BBC News, NBC News, bro. Everybody reports.
Bro, listen to
No
me.
way for him
Listen
to
to me.
seek
The
a third
motherfucker
term.
has said a lot of shit. Like, see, y'all don't know who Donald Trump is, and I think that's the number one
Man,
problem.
yo ass. I told you
I
that
think
stupid
that's the
ass,
number one
crazy ass
problem.
shit.
That y'all don't know who this motherfucker is. And
You
I
got
think
this
that's where y'all go
Donald
wrong
Trump
at.
is Satan himself.
This
Shit.
No, we
motherfucker
don't hold
is
them up like y'all do from
no
New
one is
York.
holding him up anything. We
That's
know
some
who
New
he
York
is.
shit you
See,
talking.
Yeah, that's some
listen.
New York shit.
It's not it is New York shit. It is
That's why it's
100%. It
not gonna
is.
work.
It is. And we're telling you niggas that this nigga is a wannabe gangster, and he's finally,
Keyword wannabe. Keyword.
Wannabe.
he's finally became one.
Let me tell you, boy,
Bro, this motherfucker
let me
is
tell you
running the
something.
presidency
Them
like it's a
boys down there in
game, bro.
Langley, Virginia.
This
Them
motherfucker is
boys down
making
there in
motherfuckers
Langley,
get down
Virginia,
or
bro.
lay down.
They is not going for that bullshit.
Motherfuckers is bending the knee. Motherfuckers is going to DC to kiss the ring. If this
Ebony,
motherfucker
you know
say
you my
he
girl,
gonna bomb
Ebony.
your
Cut that
country
bullshit
tomorrow,
out. Do not
motherfuckers is
say that
getting on
crazy
planes
ass.
in 24 hours to come say, hey, no, Don, don't bomb my country, big dog. Come on, big dog. I got a plane for you. I got $10 billion for you. This nigga is now the John Gotti of geopolitics.
Bro, you want me to read one of these articles for you, bro?
I don't give a fuck about what none of those articles are saying.
I know you know
Until
because
we
you want
get
to stay
to
on that
January
spooky ass
5th,
shit. You the same
2027,
motherfucker.
I don't give a fuck about what
Told
none of
me.
those articles
You
are
the
saying.
same
Because
nigga.
those are the same people that
I
said
don't
he
like
had no
bringing up
chance
the
of
past.
winning. That's
I
the
don't
same
like
people that
bringing up the
said
past,
that
but you the same nigga
he
told
ain't no
me that
racist
they
and
gonna
this,
put us
that, and the
back in
third.
slavery. Donald Trump gonna
The
put us back in
American
slavery.
media right now don't even got no balls. Their balls have been cut off.
Hey,
I
no, that's
don't take
BBC.
nothing
Now
American
look,
media
now
say.
you said
Nothing.
American media. Now that second link I just put in there is BBC. That's not American
That's
media.
even worse. You think I'm about to listen to an outsider? That's even worse.
Oh, no,
that's better than CNN, which is private.
That's even worse.
He bullshit now. He bullshit. He done
That's
went from
even
American
worse.
media
For
to
profit.
outsider.
BBC's not for profit.
That's even worse. BBC is the outsider. Is BBC an American news
Yeah,
outlet?
but it's not. But what
Is the
I'm saying is
BBC
that
an American
it's
news outlet?
centralized by the people, which I
Is
feel
the
is more. It has
BBC an American?
more
No,
of
it's not. It's a private corporation
what's the word I'm
owned
looking
by
for?
private people.
BBC is not privatized.
The
No, it
BBC
ain't probably
It's
is
not.
the
It's
British bubble
privatized.
is the private
That is a fact.
corporation on bruh. The BBC is a private corporation owned in Britain.
It's
It's not
privatized
PBS. You
for
got it
profit.
wrong. That it's not Britain's
BBC is not for
PBS.
profit.
It's not Britain's PBS.
What Benny Hill used to come on? BBC or
Neither.
PBS?
PBS.
Benny Hill
We
used to
got Benny Hill on our what's name channels.
Arthur, you the same motherfucker told me that Donald Trump gonna put us back in slavery.
I did not tell you. Shut the fuck up, GQs. I ain't say no
You
fucking shit
did
like
tell
that.
me that
GQ, I
shit.
Shut the
mean,
fuck
RP,
up.
you
All right,
definitely
man.
said that a few
Now you
times.
You
just trying to
told me that
sully my
shit. You
name just
told
to
me that
change
shit
the
a couple
subject.
months
You
Fuck
ago.
said
out of
that a few
here.
times,
You
RP.
told me that shit a couple months ago.
I would never say no fucking
You
goofball
said
shit
that
like that.
shit, bro. You said it when we was on Psycho Channel. You like, yeah, they gonna put us back. I'm like, Arthur, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro. You like, you just watch GQ. I'm gonna have my gun. You gonna go ahead and go into slavery.
Yo, he's gonna do his best not to leave office, gentlemen. Sorry.
Man, please, that nigga getting the fuck up
And
out
you
of
know
here.
what's funny? You
He
know what's
ready. He
funny?
ready.
You
He
know
ready
what's
to
funny?
leave now. Shit.
Everybody in a position of power, everybody that's in the know knows this, right? It's just us that's out here in the public who think it's just the most blasphemous shit to say. But you think those countries, you think the Canadian Prime Minister saying "fuck it, we will not fuck with America again" is? You think he's saying that because he don't know what's going on? You think motherfuckers in other countries who like, you think the entire fucking EU who literally said, all right, we can't fuck with America no more. We gotta go on our own, who came up with their own nuclear pact because they know they now can't depend on American nukes to defend them against Russia or any other aggressor, right? Do you think they did these pacts because they think Donald Trump is on their side? No, they did it because they understand, all right, this is different. America's going to be different. So our relationship with America has to be drastically different, even though we fucking forged the last 60
This
years of building this shit
grandstanding,
up.
man. This shit is all momentarily, bro. This shit ain't
Oh,
no. This shit is not
man.
gonna last,
We
bro.
are not students
This
of
shit gonna.
history,
This shit
bro.
gonna
You
wait.
guys
This
are
shit gonna
not
fade
students
out
of
so
history.
fast, bro. Watch and see.
You
I'm
guys are
telling you
not
what's
students of
real, bro. We done
history
seen it all. We done seen them all come and go, from the Bushes to the Clintons to all the
because
motherfuckers.
they lost in elections.
His
They
ass is
lost.
going. He
They had the courage.
not
They
gonna
had the
lose no
courage
election
to
because he's
not.
not
They
gonna
had
run
the
in no motherfucking
courage to
election.
not have dictator
Man,
fucking
that man ain't no
agendas and
goddamn dictator.
dictator endeavors. So they dealt with the whole political system that we have, and they lost their
You
elections.
want to make that
And when
man
they
a
lost their
dictator so
elections, or
bad.
when their time was up, they
You do
left.
realize it. You do realize that America elected
We
that boy.
do
He's not
realize
a
that on
dictator.
January
He
6,
did not take over shit.
2021, that the
He did
United
not
States
topple
Army
no
had to
government.
come in
He
and
was elected.
disperse people who were trying to overthrow the United States government to
Look at
keep
this
Donald
fucking
Trump
kid.
in office.
Act
And
like
now we're sitting here acting like it's some fucking far-fetched idea that he won't leave office. We're ignoring that on January 6, 2021, on live television in front of us all, thousands upon
because he
thousands
tricked
of
them
people
people and he made
heard the
them people
word of
think
Donald
he
Trump.
made
You
them
can
people think
overtalk me,
that
you
the
can cut
election
me
was
off.
stolen.
It won't change what happened.
He
It
made them
won't.
people think
It
that the
won't.
election was
And the only
stolen.
reason why that shit was put down is because the governor
They
of
didn't want Joe
Maryland
Biden in
sent
that
in troops,
motherfucker.
because the governor of New Jersey sent in troops, because the governor of Delaware sent in troops. The governor of Virginia didn't send in troops. He's the fucking chief of fucking the DC military, and he didn't send them in. The fucking governor
He
of
asked Nancy
Maryland and the
Pelosi. He
governor of
told Nancy
fucking New
Pelosi
Jersey
he gonna
had to
send the
send the
National
state
Guard. She
troopers
said
and
don't
send the
send
National
them.
Guard. Bro, the National Guard that was in DC was from
She
from
told him don't
Pennsylvania.
send the
The,
National
the
Guard.
National Guard that was the military presence that was in DC was from Pennsylvania, Maryland, and New Jersey.
It don't matter. She said don't
It
send
does matter because the governor of Virginia, who was a Republican, didn't send his troops, and the governor and Trump is in charge of the DC troops, and he didn't send them because he wasn't going to send them to defeat the shit that he set up. But we don't want to talk about that.
Y'all, you want to talk about that crazy ass shit, bro. You don't want to talk about no factual shit.
Did till you hear you see him, did till you see how they shut me down, man. and then they don't offer no recourse. They don't offer who gonna stop them. They don't offer
I
none of
just
that.
told you, bro. Seal,
This nigga
boy,
said the MAGA
everybody gonna
motherfuckers
stop him.
that put him in office
Ain't
gonna stop
nobody.
him.
First and
All right,
foremost,
all right.
I
So
dropped the
let me
link.
ask you. So let me ask you
I
this. So
dropped
let
the
me ask
link
you this. If a
showing you.
Democrat beat Trump, if a
I dropped
Democrat
the.
beat Trump, all right.
See,
So if Josh
see,
Shapiro beats
this
Trump,
good
right?
part about.
All
See,
right.
this
So if
good
Josh
part.
Shapiro beats Trump, right? Josh
Thank
Shapiro,
you.
AOC, one of
Guess
them,
what?
right?
Guess
So if
what?
they
I ain't even got to spend no money to drop your ass now. I'll just mute your mic. Now listen, brother. Listen to me. Listen to me. I dropped the link showing you that he already gonna stop himself. He already said he's not running. He's no way that he's going for a third term. First and foremost. Secondly, I told you every fucking body would go in that motherfucker and drag him out that motherfucker, from the U.S. Marshal to the CIA to the FBI to the DEA to the United States military, the white boys in Waco. Everybody gonna get them money. The same motherfucker that ran into January 6th and ran into the Capitol building, they gonna run in there and get his ass out of there. They not gonna play with him, bro. Now, I want to unmute you, let you go and finish ranting.
You guys want to,
hold on,
y'all the time to say it, right? When y'all want to say the goofy, bald, dumb shit y'all be saying, y'all want the adequate time to say it. So anytime I'm saying something that's counter to y'all, it's a rant. But when y'all saying that incoherent goofball shit that doesn't make any sense, we're supposed to give you a lot of time to say that shit. But the minute I'm saying some shit that's been proven, that's historical, that's based in fact, I'm fucking crashing out and all this, and I'm
what's the
very calm.
facts,
Like
bro?
if this is a
What's the
crash out,
facts?
then
What's the
then
facts?
if
What's the
excuse
facts?
me, can I please finish? If this is a crash out, then
No,
I
no.
don't.
What's
Then
the
my other
fact?
things
You
must
talking
be
about
just.
what's the fact? You talking
All
about
right, this is the
you said
facts.
you saying
This
some
is the
shit
facts.
based in facts. What's the
All right.
fact?
You asked me what the facts is. Let me tell you what the facts.
Because
This
ain't
is the
nothing extra
facts.
factual you talking about.
This is the facts. The facts is everything that you just named is false because all those people you just named are on his team. So they, what the fuck are they gonna get rid of him
You
for
really
when they put
believe
him in?
that?
Bro, I let you talk. You muted me up to say what you wanted to say. Now
I'm
while I'm
asking
talking,
you
you're
a
gonna talk
question.
over
You
me.
really believe that?
You muted me up to say what you want to say, and now that I'm talking, you're gonna
Arthur,
talk
you
over
really
me.
believe that all
You
the people
muted
that's
me
on this
up to
team,
say what you wanted to
every
say, and now that I'm talking, you're
everybody
gonna
in
talk
every
over me.
one of
All
those
right, I'm gonna just
agencies
mute
are
up and
on
shut the
Donald
fuck up.
Trump
You got
team.
it,
That's
GQ.
what you're
You
telling
got
me.
it. You got it. You got it.
Every one of those people and all of those agencies are on Donald Trump's team. That's your stance. Everybody in the government is on Donald Trump's
These
team.
people are literally going into people's homes without warrants, snatching them up in the middle of the night, doing all kind of fuck shit, and there is no guardrails, no nothing to stop them. They're getting
They
away
came
with
and
it.
got your motherfucking
Can I
ass.
please finish without your commentary
They
for
missing
once?
somebody.
Please, please, right? And then on top
They
of it,
miss some
you
goddamn body.
what you're saying makes no sense at all. You're saying that MAGA is gonna go get Donald Trump out of the White House if he runs for a third term when that's all they want him to do. But because you
That's
don't know
not
that,
what
and
they
because
want, bro. That's
listen,
not what
I
they
offered
want.
you $100 bet to go and talk to MAGA people, whether you go to a MAGA channel, whether you go outside and confront MAGA people and ask them, man for man, woman for woman, child for child,
I
would
don't know
you
what they
have a
got to no
problem
MAGA
with
people.
Donald Trump running a third term for president? And I guarantee you, in the 10-man poll, 7 out of the 10, and I'm gonna say 8 out of the 10 would say I have no problem with it. So instead of you continuously arguing me about it, let's just do that empirical research and you go find out and then you come back and let us know.
I already dropped the link for you, bro.
I don't want to read no fucking articles of this nigga lying about what he won't do. This nigga's a fucking liar.
Now
Fuck are we
he
talking
lying.
about?
He lying about he's not gonna take a third term. Now that's a lie. He
Yes,
going
he's lying about he's not going to take a third term, just like he lied about every fucking thing else he said. What truth has he ever told, GQ?
this man right here, boy.
What truth have Donald Trump ever told? Ever?
He told the truth about all that shit.
Man.
Everything. He told you the
Further
media.
proof
He
you are a
told you
Trump
that the
supporter.
media was fake. What else he tell you? He told you that Nancy Pelosi was crazy. That Hillary Clinton was crooked. What else he tell you? All that shit. You know, he told you a lot of truths. That's the problem with Donald Trump, man. He keep telling the truth. He don't know how to lie.
And the greater part about it is you don't gotta listen to me. Just go look up Stephen Bannon and Stephen Miller, who is the architects of his whole shit, and hear what they say. Hear Stephen Bannon say out his mouth that he's 100% sure that Donald Trump's gonna run for a third term. Just go look it up. And he told this to Gavin Newsom. He tells this to anybody that's willing to listen. So if you don't want to listen to me, go listen to the architects of his entire administration. Go listen to the titular head of MAGA, which is what Stephen Miller is. Stephen Bannon is. Stephen Bannon is the head of MAGA. He's the head.
Stephen Bannon.
Stephen Bannon is the head of MAGA. Go look up where he says that he's 100% sure that Donald Trump's going to run for a third term. Go look it up. If you don't want to believe me,
you making a statement. You supposed to have the link for me, but I'm looking it up.
Man, I'm sitting on the back porch chilling. I'm not looking up no link. I'm about to roll up and smoke like you niggas. I'm about to be like Diddy. I'm about to roll 1,000 Dutches today.
I thought you quit, nigga.
When, nigga, you ain't never heard me talk about quitting smoking no motherfucking weed. I said I gotta slow down because my season is back.
You gotta quit lying so goddamn.
Nigga, you ain't never heard me say I'm a quit. You niggas ain't even know I smoke weed.
Slow.
You niggas told me to go smoke weed.
3 months ago, Bannon said that he wanted Donald Trump to run for a third term.
All right, let's look through. How about 3 days ago?
That he wants him to run for a third.
It's new. You can look up new stuff. You don't got to look up it's new stuff. It's a week old stuff. You got 2 week old stuff. You go look up.
It's not about him saying Donald Trump can run.
You can look it up. All you got to do is type in Steve Bannon says that Donald Trump will run for third term. So all you got to do is type that in. Don't be afraid.
Nigga,
don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, baby.
To take a stand. Ain't that Eminem or some shit?
You talking about some goddamn Steve? Man. I'm telling you, he's not running for the third term.
I'm gonna listen to some nigga from Chicago who's selling cars and bitches and weed over geopolitical and political stuff of his.
That's how you.
Yeah, these niggas is whole trick out. 6 + 6, this nigga is 12.
Some nigga from Chicago. You know, Chicago got just a bad.
This motherfucker ain't shit right here.
Bad Chicago.
This the same nigga told me they gonna put. This the same nigga told me they gonna put us in slavery too. I want y'all to know that he said that shit. Now you trying to backtrack it. We gonna be
why? Let me ask y'all a question. Why are you guys so oblivious to how white people in this administration really feel about us?
Right.
Like, why are you guys so old yet so lost on white hate and how white people really feel about black people? Like, why y'all so lost? Why is that your blind spot?
Oh, I ain't lost, brother. I'm in court with
you. Is it because y'all from the Midwest or something? What is it? I really need to know. Cause like, it's like you guys don't
like bullshit, bro. We don't like the bullshit. Do you understand?
You don't like white supremacy. You
I
shouldn't.
do not like white supremacy.
So like none of that why is it so hard for y'all to believe that they have no good intentions for us?
Man,
none.
We know that they have no good intentions.
A lady just raised $1 million for calling a 5-year-old autistic boy a nigga, and you motherfuckers is on here talking about they mean us well.
I've been trying to tell you for the longest.
Think about that.
None of them motherfuckers.
We just watched a lady get $1 million for calling a black 5-year-old autistic kid nigga, and you motherfuckers is on here saying that they on our side.
Who on us? Ain't none of them motherfuckers
and that they have good intentions. Master's not gonna put us back in slavery, Arthur. They love us, Arthur. They want to get rid of the Mexicans. You got this all wrong, Arthur. They want to get rid of the Mexicans. It's not us that they want to get rid of. They love us.
You need some
Master and them love us.
That huff you smoking got you all fucked up.
Master and them love us.
You need some of that.
Go and ignore that girl getting $1 million for calling that little boy nigga. That was an aberration. That wasn't nothing. That ain't no sign how they really feel about us, Arthur. You is wrong,
She
Arthur.
let him
Look
You
at
enjoy
is
Arthur.
wrong.
He think they gonna
Austin
put us in
first.
slavery for real,
You
bro.
is wrong, Arthur.
He
These
think
people
Donald Trump
love
gonna
us,
put us in
Arthur.
slavery.
He not trying to open up prisons in Africa and other
Pretty much,
places
yo.
to send us there, Arthur.
Hey, Aaron, Arthur
He
that
not talking
motherfucker,
about
if he see
sending
Donald Trump in
Americans
real
to
life, he'll shit
prisons.
on
He
himself.
ain't that ain't us he talking about, Arthur. He talking about the other people. That ain't us
If
he
Donald
talking
Trump
about.
walked up, if Donald Trump
The
walked up
other
on
people he
Arthur
talking about,
tomorrow,
Arthur. When they talk about sending those people
hey,
to other
when
prisons,
Arthur
he
out
not
there
talking
cutting
about
that
us
grass
blacks,
tomorrow, and
Arthur.
Donald Trump walks up on him, that nigga
He
gonna
not
shit on
talking about
himself.
us blacks, Arthur. He talking about somebody else,
That
Arthur.
nigga gonna shit his
Look at
pants,
the
bro.
space
How,
in front of you,
he
bro.
talking about us, Arthur. He not talking about us, Arthur.
Like,
He
cool.
gon' he gon' Master gonna find a nice little piece of land for us in America, and he gonna give it to us. I'm telling you, Arthur, just be patient. You gotta wait.
Uh,
This is all
I
momentary.
hope you don't run into
This
no
is
Donald
all
Trump looking
momentary,
like. I know
Arthur.
you gonna piss on
Him
them.
sending them immigrants to Djibouti and Libya. That ain't for us. He ain't prepping it for us, Arthur. It ain't no
Hey,
test run for us, Arthur. You is
oh,
wrong.
Hey, if that motherfucker
You is
see a
crazy,
Donald Trump
Arthur.
looking
That
like he
Arthur
gonna
you
run out his
smoking. You was
landscaping
smoking
boots.
backyard boogie, Arthur. That shit got you. That backyard boogie
That
got
nigga
you
gonna run up
fucked
out
up,
his
Arthur.
landscaping boots, boy. You better not see no Donald Trump impersonator. That one was gonna be
Hey
shaking like a
yo,
leaf.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like y'all about to find what I'm about to say blasphemous. But listen, I'm kind of mad at the motherfucker chase the immigrants away because I'm tired of motherfuckers calling my phone. I ain't got no more room. I ain't got no more room. I don't
Look,
have no more room for
Donald
no
Trump
more
making you too
customers.
much money. Ain't that a bitch?
It's not too much
This
money,
motherfucker,
GQ.
Donald Trump,
Landscaping is not like
Donald
other
Trump got
shit,
this nigga.
bro.
Look,
Listen,
Donald Trump
listen,
got this
listen,
motherfucker
listen,
more jobs
listen.
than he can
There's
take.
only 7 days
daddy
in a
barking
week.
and
There's
booming.
only
Hey,
24 hours in a day, nigga. I am not gonna be
Go buy
outside
you
from dust
another
up, dust
trailer and
on, cutting
hire you
grass.
some
I'm
people,
sorry.
nigga. Go to the hood and get you some crackheads and come out there and help you. Goddamn it!
See what y'all gotta understand. Customers ain't taking crackhead cuts no more. That's what y'all gotta
on the
understand.
12.
No, you gonna train them up.
Niggas ain't take. I'm gonna
Train
tell you
them
like
up.
this: motherfuckers don't even want crackheads on their property no more.
Pay for a
Man,
haircut.
they can't. Now they know these people crackheads.
Bro, who the
Put
fuck
them
don't
the
know a
put them
crackhead when
the
they see one?
background. Put them
GQ.
the background uniform on, nigga, so they don't know they
Oh,
crackheads.
I put
Everybody
them.
in
They
uniform.
gotta wear the Clark Brothers shirt, nigga. They can't be out there without the shirt on.
Okay, then. So how they gonna know they're a damn crackhead?
I don't want crackheads no more, GQ. I'm cool, man.
You don't
That's
want
what
no
got me
extra money,
started.
man. Hey,
I'm graduated past
crackheads
them
need
niggas,
jobs
man.
too, man. Fuck
No,
wrong
it's
with
some young boys that's coming that's hollering at me. I'll probably put them
you?
on.
Yeah, well, get the young boys then. Quit
Yeah, I'll
being a
probably
hater.
put them on.
Young bulls on, man.
Donald Trump getting you all this
I'm
work.
motherfucker.
You up there
Yesterday, my
talking about he
phone was
gonna
like
put
a
you in
fucking
place.
Belltel switch line. Hey, how you doing? Let's give me your number.
This
Oh
motherfucker
my
right here is
god.
so fucked up in the head about Donald Trump that this motherfucker get him extra work and he still talking about he gonna put him in slavery.
Extra work.
Extra work.
That
God,
nigga didn't give me extra work, nigga. What the
I'm
fuck are you
mad
talking
Donald Trump
about?
did. I'm mad
That
Donald Trump
Donald
did ran
Trump ain't
all
give
the
me
immigrants
extra
out
work, nigga.
because now
That
these
he
motherfuckers, so many motherfuckers
listen,
calling my
listen.
phone that I
Donald
can't
Trump
even
ain't
take
give
all
me
the work.
extra work.
Now
My
y'all
work
want to do
speaks
some
for itself.
impersonation. I'm so mad that didn't Donald Trump didn't
Listen,
get rid of all the immigrants because I
listen.
can't even keep up with all this work.
You could praise Donald Trump and
Get
think
your
that any
saucy
I don't
head
give a
ass out
fuck
of here.
what he did. That's y'all motherfuckers that love Donald Trump. I don't that's
This
why I don't
motherfucker is
understand y'all.
slow.
I don't understand y'all. I don't understand how you niggas could
Motherfucker
be
talking about
Donald
he
Trump
got a
supporters. I
goddamn
don't
college
get it. Y'all
degree.
lie and say that y'all not, but y'all have full through the support of this motherfucker.
You
Full
should
through the
support him,
support.
nigga. He making your
He's
pocketbook
not
fat
making
and
me
kind of.
anything. I still gotta go out and cut the grass. He's not making me anything.
You still gotta go cut it, but you got twice as many yards to cut now.
It's not. I ain't gonna say twice as many, but I'm gonna say like it's an
It's twice
uptick.
as many. Don't lie.
Don't downplay it
Nigga,
because
I already got
you
101
just
customers.
talking about
Listen,
this first.
Now you got
you could talk that shit
202.
and try to
You had
demean me, nigga. I'll
101.
put
Now
the
you got
camera
Don't
on.
play it.
202.
he said
I'll
now
turn
you
the
got
camera on and show you
202.
all my properties, nigga. I'll take you to all
You had
111
101.
of
Now
them.
you got 202, nigga.
I
Come on.
don't want 202, nigga. I don't
Okay.
want 202.
You
I
got
don't want
111
that.
Come on,
properties.
man. You got to think bigger, man. You got to think
Bro,
bigger.
I don't want
Now.
You
202
small, you
properties,
small
bro.
minded.
Don't,
Small
bro.
Hey,
Listen
minded,
to me.
brother.
Listen. If you're
foundation.
Quit
not in
being
the
small
industry,
minded.
bro, please do not tell me what I need to do. If you're not in the industry, you gotta kind of take my word on this. I
But
don't
I
want
am in the
200
industry.
customers. I don't.
I am in the industry.
You're
One
not in
one
the
one.
landscaping
You
That one
industry.
don't.
eleven.
Hold
Yes,
on,
the
hold
hell
on,
I am.
hold on, hold on, hold on, Arthur. You don't want
I
another
don't
additional
want 200
101
residential
customers.
customers. I don't. I don't want 200 residential customers. No, I
Put
do
that
not.
money in,
Okay,
bro.
okay, okay, okay. He
It's
put the
easy for all
he
of
put
y'all
the
to say that, and
emphasis.
none of y'all are
No,
in
no,
this
no. I hear
industry.
you.
Yeah.
No, I
Said
am. I hear
residential.
you.
I
That's
heard him with the
I hear you.
residential.
Said
overkill, though.
residential. That may
I
it's a
know
lot of work. That's a lot of
that's
work.
overkill though. You ain't got no time for yourself. Nigga. You gonna be
It's too much money.
you gonna be
That's all.
Listen,
you gonna be you gonna
GQ.
be
It gets
Nigga
down to where
pedophile.
it's the money. What are you gonna do if you're dead?
I
You
mean,
not
you
gonna
can
be
manage.
dead.
That's when
like
How you?
daddy hungry.
you manage other people. You
God
subcontract out the
damn.
work.
Delegate
I
some
still have to
chores,
Yeah,
collect
bro.
the
you
shit.
delegate.
Listen, y'all. Listen,
Collect
listen, listen,
what?
listen, listen. I
What you
know
got to
y'all
collect,
don't know what
Arthur?
this is, so y'all just talking because y'all think y'all just saying what y'all
No,
saying.
we. This
But it's
is
a
a
lot more to it
consultation
than
right
what y'all
now.
saying. It's a lot more
I
to it
need
than
to
what y'all
charge you
saying.
for this right here. I'm
It's
about to give you some
equipment. It's
consultation.
equipment. It's workers. It's when you scale up, you want to make sure that you scaling up to a situation where the scale is going to be beneficial to the pay. You don't want to just scale up and
Well,
then you got 200
give me,
customers and no.
give
Can I?
me them numbers, then,
Yeah,
man.
you trying to
I'll make
scramble.
something happen with them additional
Yeah,
101
this nigga
I know what it
new
tripping.
mean. You don't want to
customers.
go your plate though.
You niggas is
You
just
want to wipe
bumping
off.
y'all gums on the internet.
Arthur,
If you
you do
niggas
know I
had
got a
200 or
landscaping
something
company.
residential customers, you'd be saying the same
Listen
fucking
to me.
thing I'm saying.
Arthur, you do know I got a landscaping company, right?
I
Arthur,
don't know that. I
look
don't
up
know that.
Clean Green Ohio LLC, man. You'll see yours
I
truly.
don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know that.
All right. Well,
You've
you
never
know
said
that.
that. That's the first time you ever said that. So
No,
don't act like you said it
I've
before.
said that several times on this
You've
phone.
never said it. Never.
Bro, I promise you.
Now
Why
you
would I
said
not
you
remember if
you
you had a
said it a few
landscaping
times.
business or not?
I
Why would
said
I
that so
not
many
remember that?
times, bro. I got
Come on, GQ.
I tell
Come
Momo
on,
all the
GQ.
time, bro. I got like 9 LLC. I got landscaping. I got detail, car detail, auto detail. I got
Okay, he a
all
Having
this.
an
hustler.
LLC and actually performing the work is two
Bro,
different
don't you? I
things.
got people out here. I got the app, bro. I got people out here cutting grass every fucking day, bro. I put ex fellas to work cutting grass, bro.
He put Mexicans to work.
It's a known fact
You,
around
you
here, bro.
put Mexicans to work. I guarantee you ain't got no black people working for you.
I only got black. I have zero Mexicans working for me, bro.
Chicago, man, that's a different place, man. You can't be having no Mexicans work for you like that, man.
I
They
got
can't even
zero
go in
Mexicans.
certain neighborhoods.
9.3.
They can't even go in certain neighborhoods.
I thought I told you the app to get Arthur.
I don't fuck with them app. They make that shit even worse for me.
This
Old
nigga ain't
I'm
with no
not nobody. I don't want
innovation.
nobody. I don't need no middleman. I
You
don't
an
need
old
nobody cutting
school
all my
ass
lawn.
nigga,
I
Arthur.
don't.
articles, nigga.
I don't need no
Old.
leads. I don't need none of that shit.
Arthur, you scared of money, man.
That
Huh?
nigga,
That's
old
why you
school
don't like. I
nigga,
see
bro.
why you don't like Donald Trump.
What you mean? Listen, GQ. Listen, bro. Listen. I have 117 residential customers and 4 commercial properties.
That
Bruh,
motherfucker would have
I
passed it.
tried to blend the apps in. I can't blend them in like I want to. I love the app. I have Long Green. I have Task Easy. I have the apps on my phone. But my
Okay,
thing
you
is,
got Lauren
why
Green.
do I need to go to a yard in PA that they're paying me $36 for, what I could just go to knock on their door and get the $60 that I need for cutting their yard.
For sure.
I don't need the middleman. I've been in business long enough where I don't need the
No.
middleman.
You right about that, bro. I ain't gonna
That's what
argue
I'm
with you about
saying
that.
to you. I'm not.
But
I
you
like the
do
apps
need.
too.
I think you do need to hire some more people, man, and get you another motherfucking truck and get that.
I got 2 trucks
Delegate,
already. That's the point. I got 2 trucks.
delegate to somebody. Let them get
I'm
out there
I'm
and get it.
already running 2 trucks, GQ. I'm already doing that. I'm already running 2 trucks.
Arthur,
And
you
that's
can
getting on
sell
my
those.
nerves.
Hold on, real quick, Arthur. You can sell that customer list. That those additional customers that you don't want. You can sell that list, nigga.
I All right, so my nephew Kwame, he cuts grass, right? So like, okay, Kwame, take these 10.
There you go.
Here, Kwame, take these 10. Okay, Unc, I got you, blah, blah, blah. 2 days later, Unc, I can only get the 6 of them. I can't do the other 4. Okay, Kwame, I'll never call you again. And this is another thing.
It do work like that.
Fired.
It do.
This,
It do.
this is
I'm
another
not gonna
thing.
lie.
You'll
This
be
is
fired.
another thing. I'm the go-to for all the big landscapers. So when they can't do a job, they send the people to me. So I already got to deal with that. Yeah, yo, it's great problems to have, but I'm just not in a place where a lot of black people like doing landscaping, so it just kind of puts me in a pickle.
Yeah, lawn starter, green pal.
Lawn starter is the one, but look, with lawn starter, GQ, think about this: I'm not cutting no 9,000 square feet for $43. I'm not doing that,
Yeah, they do be
and you
trying to
know that's
get
how
you though.
lawn
They
starter
be
get down.
trying to get
Man, they
yeah,
You
killing
they
know
these
that's
trying
how
to.
niggas.
lawn starter get down, GQ.
Slavery prices.
But see, with with Arthur, with them type apps, them really for you to subcontract out work.
Yeah.
Just keep work flowing for people. Like that ain't really
Yeah.
for a nigga like you
Established
who
people, yeah,
going
that
door
should
to
get in your
door.
way.
Yeah,
You get all excited seeing them numbers pop up every day. Then you get there like, wait a minute, I'm not doing this for this. Like I tell people this all the time, right, y'all? Like my boys who be like going like the white cars I know got the suburban companies and shit. They be like, yeah, Art man, come out to Princeton, man, come out to Hamilton. And I'm saying to them, listen, the $50 that they paying you to cut that 10,000 square foot, I can go to the hood and cut this old lady's backyard for that same 50. like you know, like yo, y'all. I got look, man. I'm gonna put my Facebook page in the back. Y'all can go and click and see my work, man. Like I do suburb, I do mulching, I do retaining walls, fences, all type of shit. I just don't cut grass. So it's lucrative for me, and I like doing the landscaping shit. I don't like. I'm kind of tired of cutting grass. I want to do other shit now. I want to do bigger shit. The grass shit is yeah. That shit is yeah.
you throw up the pergolas.
This is the
I
grass.
do. I built like three. I built a nice white one. I built one last year. A nice pine wood joint. But the pergolas, I like to do the
That shit
ones that
big
come
right
with
now.
directions. I don't like to do the cut myself
You know,
shit.
like the freestyle it.
Yeah, I don't like the freestyle it.
That's a big trend right. Well, I don't know about this year, but like the past 4 years, that's been a big trend I've been seeing.
You know what's the new trend now? Pavers, like brick pavers. People want the brick
Yeah,
pavers, the
the
outdoor
paver getting
kitchens.
paid. The pavers
Yeah, the outdoor kitchens, the walkways and shit. Like yeah.
design in the yards and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's like next week I have four. I have four different design jobs.
yeah,
Four,
yeah. That get
four different front yard. I just did one. My man, I just did one. My man Donovan just moved from New York down here. I just did his crib. So I mean, I don't just cut grass, y'all. I do other shit, man. And what I'm trying to teach my guys is on real like. Cutting grass is not as just a go cut it. You gotta like landscaping will exploit you. It will exploit you. If you cut corners and you ain't got no standard and shit like that, it will fucking exploit you.
Hmm.
He should charge ladies $50 for the backyard, ain't right? Yeah, crazy.
Oh, Arthur out here goddamn milking the clock. And ain't cut no goddamn yards. Got them Mexicans working for him cutting the yard.
No, I do. No, I do the work, bro. No, it's not like I do the work, bro.
He
I do the
said no.
work.
He started to sound like a Mexican. He said no, papi. I do work.
I do the
Yeah,
work,
yeah,
bro.
do work.
I work for
You
free.
got them turnabouts and shit.
Yeah, I got damn. Let me turn my camera on. I got three of them. Well, they covered up now, but I got three of them. As you can
You
see
got
over there,
three
I
of
got
them?
three of them. I
Okay.
got two. I got what you. I got one as a walker, and then I got one club cadet, and then I got one Toro, and then I got a 50-inch club cadet, 54-inch club cadet, a 50-inch Toro, and a 46-inch walker.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, I started this shit with a. Y'all know how I started my landscaping business?
Uh,
I know that
Shame.
lawnmower be leaning over, bro. Sometimes when you get on that motherfucker, bro, with the head on your shoulders.
Yeah, it be just sometimes sometimes when I'm on a slope, I gotta lean to the right so I won't fall to the left. I got you, man. I got you. That's why your camera stay cam down, my nigga.
I'm just fucking with you.
That motherfucker ought to say Trump they got him too much work, my nigga. I'm definitely clipping that. I'm gonna play that every time you start
He
talking that
gonna use that against me.
too much work, man. Fuck that shit, man. I'm just saying.
Hey
Trump got
yo, listen. I
too
mean,
much
say what you
work.
want,
He
man.
can't even take all the work. Trump got him so much work because he got rid of the immigrants. The
Nah,
same
nigga,
shit I've been saying all year.
we
Inundated.
we we definitely ain't saying all that, nigga. We ain't going with
I've
those
been saying this
hyperboles,
shit
nigga.
all year. Here this nigga go. I had to get him. I had to get him on Q Butter channel for him to tell the truth. He would have never said that on Psycho channel.
I would have said that on Psycho Channel, nigga. The truth is the truth.
Trump got me too much work. I can't take all the work.
Truth shall set you free.
Shit,
Got rid of them goddamn immigrants. Now my phone won't stop ringing.
it
Ah!
won't.
I love that. Told y'all goddamn ass. Get rid of the immigrants and niggas
Yeah,
be
I think with y'all, like what happens on these internets and these interwebs, I think people have one idea what shit is, and like you ain't out there doing the work, motherfucker. You got motherfuckers doing it for you. So it's easy for
right.
you to say,
Exactly.
yeah, take on more work. Nah, nigga. When you doing the work and you're the fucking owner, it's a whole different ball game.
I feel you. No, I do understand. I understand the dynamics. But that doesn't negate the fact that Trump got you more work.
Nah, he don't. I mean, he got him
Just
running.
because you can't take the work don't mean the work ain't there.
Yeah. I mean, but
Preach, Pastor.
it's by default, nigga. It ain't a good thing.
That's
Nigga,
a
more work
great
is always
thing.
Man,
You
I'm
could
not.
pass, just like you said, you
All right,
pass
we
that
not
work to
we
your
not
next
reliving the
cousin.
argument. We'll
He
wait
just
till the
fucked up.
2028 election.
yeah.
I'm not reliving that shit with you niggas today.
Yeah, as long as you said election, motherfucker. I like that too.
Uh,
28 election.
And I'm gonna tell you, GQ, I think the Democrats gonna fumble the shit because the problem that we're having is like they think that somehow white women and white men are somehow gonna come back to the Democratic Party, and it ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And when the Democratic Party, the leadership of the Democratic Party realize that it's a black man and a black woman's party, then they'll be better off. But until then, they're gonna struggle.
Mm.
They're gonna struggle.
I think they should have a cakewalk this election.
In the midterms, they're gonna have a cakewalk. But the presidential election, if they don't get it right and if they stop thinking like they
MAGA is over with. Trump is a wrap, and they don't
MAGA is
got
stronger
nobody
than
else.
they've ever been. What are you talking about?
They don't
The
got nobody.
politically they might like
They don't even
far
like.
as
It is not nobody that they even like to run for
far
president.
as like in the Congress and the Senate they may be over, but as an outside group, nah,
JD
they just
Vance
getting
is not going
started.
to make it, bro.
See,
Vance
the
is not.
problem with MAGA is, and I agree with you to a certain extent, is that they don't have any political people. Like they didn't, while building their movement, they didn't build any political people that they would align with. Like all the people that they will align with are gonna lose because they're so bad and so dumb and so
Right.
terrible that they're gonna lose.
Exactly. Exactly. It's over with. And like most of them, they not going to even support. That
hey,
Trump was their man, and that was it. It started and ended with that one.
hey, Arthur, were you indirectly saying that the Democrats have been very neglectful of black people in a way, like in a
See, I
roundabout
think
way,
what happens
or
with
like
that question is, DT,
the
that
maintenance of that party?
people conflate two things. The DNCC has definitely been derelict to black people. But the DNC, that's a whole different thing because then you could point out black politicians or local politicians or state politicians or even some federal politicians that have benefited black people, right? But when you look at the D triple C, now they're a failure. They're a failure. They're definitely a failure to black people. They don't even think about us. All they're worried about is their punditry, their political class, and figuring out which gender or which race they should use to combat the Republicans.
What's the DNCC? See,
The DCCC is the Democratic, the Democratic, what's the name, Congressional Committee. What's the name?
East.
Is the head. That's the titular head.
That's the big homie, huh? Or
Yeah,
That's,
that's the
that's
titular head.
Nancy Pelosi now.
parent, huh? Parent.
Yes, that's Nancy Pelosi, Jen Psaki, them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Don Martin. What's the old geezer dried up fucker in Louisiana?
deep, they're deep state.
But you was mentioning how like the salvation
Talk
will
about
come via the black man and black woman. So that's what,
ain't he a Kennedy? Ain't he a Kennedy? Not a New York Kennedy, but ain't his last name Kennedy? Arthur, who you talking about in Louisiana? If I ain't mistaken, he a Kennedy.
no Arthur, but you was talking about the salvation of that party or of the Democrat Party coming through the black man. Like he was talking about as far as like basically like they need to recognize that that the black man and black woman needs to be at the forefront of that. So that's what's had me thinking of like basically as far as like just the overall neglect, just the overall like you said the maltreatment of us. You feel me? But yeah, I didn't know it was a difference between D triple C and yeah, it makes sense. You have left liberal, moderate, right leftist, and
They all the same bullshit.
just,
Lying to niggas,
we
using using the same old bullshit tactic, symbolism, to lure a nigga in. Look, we got the first black. They had the first black every goddamn
Yeah,
thing.
if you listen to what he was saying though, like what he said was very, it's like you said as far as like they need to recognize essentially I'm paraphrasing, but basically saying that the salvation is going to come via the black man and black but it hasn't been. But why? Because they've been practicing benign neglect. So
Right.
it's like you see how my mind was working based off what he articulated it. And he
Mm-hmm.
didn't. I mean, I ain't gonna say he didn't know, he wasn't aware, but in a roundabout way, he was really speaking to how how
Yeah.
they like how they haven't been
Doing what they
exactly
call themselves standing for.
exactly they haven't been acting in good faith when it comes to
None
us.
of them motherfuckers give a fuck about us, bro. They all are anti-black, bro. They not none of no such thing, no pro-black motherfucking president. Them motherfuckers don't give a fuck about us, man. They all the same. Democrats and Republicans. What Malcolm say? One's a wolf and one's a fox. They both in the K9 family. And either way, we end up in the doghouse.
Who do you say was the wolf?
The wolf is the fucking Republicans, and the fox is the Democrats. The old slick ass fox.
Oh, wolf a little harder to beat.
Huh?
The wolf a little harder to beat. I would call the Democrat the wolf, the Republican the fox.
But see
And now,
the fox is the slick motherfucker. That's what you
the
got to
cunning,
understand.
yeah, the cunning one.
The cunning, yeah, the old cunning fox. The wolf, you already know what he just come
Got
in and
you.
ravish shit. Like
I got you. I got you.
and the fox, he gonna act like he gonna try to pimp some shit, like he with you and shit. Then goddamn it, get you.
I
You mean
got you.
no, you mean that's the sheep, right?
The
The
fox.
sheep,
No, the
the
fox.
devil comes in sheep clothes, like how that cliche.
Yeah, the fox
Devil
put
comes
on the
in sheep
sheep
clothes.
clothes.
Okay. I mean, okay, exactly. Pretending to be your friend. Yeah.
The
Yeah, you're
fox
right.
do shit like put on the sheep clothes.
Right.
Come looking like a pretty little red dog. You don't know this motherfucker whole fox out here. What kind of dog is that? He got a pretty little red coat. Ain't no goddamn dog. That's crazy. But if y'all want to call a motherfucker, you can go either way. Shit.
Nah, that Democratic motherfucker, cunning motherfucker. I see why he said the fox.
Mm-hmm. Both in the K9 family. Yeah, you know what they call it? They call them the fox. The motherfucker gonna trick you. We the black party. You the black party, but you only come around to the black folks when you run your campaign and you like votes. Once you vote them in, they don't know you. Once you vote them in, they can't do jack for you.
That's why I say, that Dr. Alvin Tillery, he's a professor at Northwestern. He came out with the article just highlighting how the Democrats, they had a messaging problem, and he was just highlighting how a lot of young black voters stayed home, but that was due to being told we couldn't, address your issues, we couldn't do nothing
Right.
for you,
Right.
so and yeah, and he's a Democratic
We won't
strategist.
even look at reparations.
Yeah, but we disregard that. We say Palestine and all this other
Yeah.
crazy.
Got everything for everybody else. I mean, look at reparations. That's why everybody sat home on the couch. Remember they were saying vote for the couch.
I ain't hear that one.
You didn't hear that one, vote for the couch?
I did not hear that one. That's a good one.
Oh man, that was the whole lick. The Black Authority and shit. That's what they was running that vote for the couch. Then they put Jill Stein up there, so gave motherfucker, you want to go vote, you got somebody you can vote for. Vote for the Green Party. That's the only reason I ain't boycott the motherfucker. Cause my initial statement was boycott the shit. We didn't have a good choice.
Don't do that now.
Arthur might be right though. They might fuck around and lose the goddamn. They might fuck around and lose the election again. If they try to run Kamala Harris ass up there, they gonna lose again. They better find them a new candidate. Cause I keep telling y'all, America ain't ready for no biracial couple in the White House. That's not an aesthetic that white folks want, man. They're not going for that. They don't want their children looking at the first couple, the first couple, and it's a white man and a black woman, or even a
whatever you want to call it.
man, not even a black man and a white woman, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, America ain't ready for no damn woman to be president. It don't even matter.
I'm not gonna even say that. I don't think. I think America would actually elect a woman if they get one qualified enough to go up there and run. They'll elect a woman, but it won't be no motherfucker. It won't be no interracial couple.
I mean, you gotta remember though, America is, historically has always been what's the word, misogynist, as far as like, the woman being in that position of authority, but yeah.
Man, bruh.
We don't be having too many female governors though. Now that y'all really said that, I don't. Yeah, you can't
Well,
really
that's
tell.
the highest. That's the highest office in the land, bro. Like, come on, GQ. You was in the army. You taking orders from a woman. I'm being hypothetical. I'm saying this is how Americans are gonna be thinking, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta think about it though. The women, the damn women themselves ain't vote for no damn woman in majority.
Show up for the Black women showed up for Kamala this time. More black
Yeah,
women
black
showed up for
women.
more black women showed up for Kamala than they did for Hillary, motherfucker.
Nah, but that's guess hold on. When did Hillary she never made it to running for president?
She did.
Yes,
She
the fuck she did.
No, no,
2016.
no. No, I messed up my I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Fuck.
and Trump knocked her out
Probably
too.
that.
You done got tired over there, Aaron. You forgot she ran for
Yeah, I'm a
president
little sleepy. I forgot 26. I'm thinking of 2008 when she ran against 2012
in the
when she ran
primary.
against against Obama.
That was in '08. That was '08.
Oh eight.
Yeah,
Then
she
who
ran.
did he run against in 22?
Nobody.
Who was?
No Democrats ran against him in 2012.
Oh yeah,
Hillary was his Secretary of State.
you're right. You're right.
2012, he went in undefeated. He ain't had no primary because Democratic Party said, "Goddamn it, you the man."
Uh-huh. Cause shit, he was the man.
I forgot what Republican ran against some shit in 2012.
Mitt Romney.
Oh yeah, Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney just seemed like he just follow orders now.
Man, Romney's just trying to get his check. He like, oh boy, I'm
Yeah.
only so I don't get fined.
Here's how I will
I'm
get
only here so I don't get fired.
Just give my money, man. Fuck it, man. We'll be through with this nigga in a minute. Right now, he got the pulse of the people. We get this nigga up out of here, man. Let's be back to business. Cutting all them bullshit backroom deals. Man, Romney been full of shit.
Yeah. What y'all doing for the good old Memorial Day?
It's over with for me. I did it all weekend, bro. I'm chilling out today.
I'm
I
me some
did too.
rest.
This my chill
Y'all.
day.
I'm chilling all. I'm so glad that this Memorial Day today. This weekend woke my ass.
This month flew by, May.
I've been busy since Thursday night. Whole fucking weekend. Yeah, May came and went, didn't
Can't be with fast.
Man, this year coming and going. We halfway through it already.
already.
For real. Time.
Oh,
Man, starting not to believe in time, man, because this shit moving differently year by year. It's just getting faster.
he started not to believe in it.
That shit moving fast.
Older you get, the quicker it go, man.
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier, man. I'm seeing my little cousins that I was holding. My little cousins that I was holding in one hand seemed like a year ago. These motherfuckers graduating high school and all type of shit. I'm like, oh,
Hey, Deity, since you asked, I'm just curious if you know. Do you know the significance of Memorial Day to us as African Americans?
Yes, as far as us establishing the actual holiday with basically want to honor black soldiers that wasn't properly buried, correct?
Good job. You know where it was?
I don't. I don't recall, should I say.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I want to say it was in Charleston. Don't quote me on that because I'm going off of memory at the moment. But I want to say it was Charleston.
South Carolina. Yeah,
If truth is still in the chat, y'all know.
so we wanted to honor veterans that were not properly black veterans that were not properly buried. Is what you said.
Well, America, I want to say to clarify, I want to say America wasn't doing that particular memorial
Piece of
concept at
black
all.
power
Like
psycho.
it wasn't even a concept, if I'm not mistaken. And then, like,
Okay.
we us being us, we you know, we always wanted to commemorate our people, you know, the dead, just honoring the dead, you know.
Yeah.
So
That
we popularized this holiday.
Yeah, exactly. Like
We invented it.
it
Shit.
emanated from us. We
Yeah,
wanted to
well, invented it.
honor our, you know, wanted to honor.
Truth said
I want to
it
say
was Charleston
soldiers in general.
Biatch.
I don't know if
Okay.
it's soldiers in general or if it was only black soldiers. I don't recall if it was only black soldiers or if it was just soldiers in general. But
That's what's up. That's some new black
May
history.
1st,
You know?
1865, Charleston, South Carolina, formerly enslaved black people organized a large parade and memorial service to honor Union soldiers buried at the Washington Race Course.
Union soldiers. Okay, it started with after the Civil War. Okay, That's some black history I didn't know. I wasn't aware of all these years. They don't teach you that shit in public school. That's crazy. They teach you all this other shit. They ain't gonna tell you that.
there you
Can't
go out,
expect them to though, man. It ain't they race.
go out and barbecue and enjoy your day off, nigga.
That's the conclusion I done came to, GQ.
Yeah. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, Aaron. You're right. You're right about
Okay,
that.
since y'all was posing questions earlier, you know, this or that, or highly agree or disagree type questions, do we take double pay or the day off? Go.
Double
Double
pay.
pay. We said that shit simultaneously, Aaron. Hey, you know niggas be on that money, man. We supposed to have double pay.
I need that.
Okay, so then further that at the expense, like does that ever does that ever does that ever cease? Like is there like a time like or does that like because now we're talking about health and family, like you just
Good question, Diddy.
eight,
Good
7
question.
days and you're doing it all day, not like do you have a threshold or do you just doing that like for
Well, I thought he was just speaking on
you don't
Memorial
have
Day. He was
I
just
think
speaking
someone
on
saw
Memorial Day in specific.
so okay he didn't I don't think he really highlighted
No,
well
he didn't, but
he
yeah, I
was
think that's what
in
I
reference to
think.
Memorial Day,
Now,
but just in general working
what
in
what you just talking about? Memorial Day, Vias?
I was just talking about nigga logic.
Nigga, like yeah, yeah.
But
We
if
take
we applied it to one, should we, you know, we could, since we here at Memorial Day, should we get that option on Memorial Day or Juneteenth, for example?
right double pay.
Federally recognized holidays in pertaining to us, right? Should
Yeah,
we get the option of I'm taking the day off, gonna be with the family, or I opt to take double pay so I can help fund the family?
I
right.
would like that. I would like that.
yeah
Exactly what you just said. Yes.
Yeah, it should be
The
double pay.
option. Hell yeah.
in context of that yep
But did he raise a good question though, bro? Because I'm kind of struggling with that right now. Working too damn much, just trying to get to my goal, but missing time because I don't work in the state where my kids live. I'm in different cities. That's affecting my time with my kids and affecting how I'm feeling about myself raising my kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
Like
you
balancing out that
gotta,
work
gotta,
schedule.
yeah, you gotta make the hard decisions, brother. You, Aaron, you in your what 30s?
32.
Okay. Uh, only advice I give you is Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah.
I understand though chasing them goals. Trust and believe. I understand you when it comes to that, bro. So
That was Aaron talking.
yeah,
Yeah.
Look up the Work and Wages Party, 1903.
I think you should focus on how you can
There's a
intertwine
quote in there that it gets used often. I
Work.
don't think people understand the origins or the meaning of it. But it was speaking to what you just spoke towards, Aaron. And the quote is happy life, happy wife, happy life. But it wasn't implying put this woman on a pedestal. It was the workers saying that we deserve, as workers, we deserve a happy life and a happy wife
Right.
instead of slave it away.
You
A happy man is God's plan.
In other words, we deserve to be happy amongst our families. We shouldn't just have to work and work and work just to go back to
Mhm.
work.
would say young God, a happy man is God plan?
Yeah, I got that from Smart.
I like that one too.
You-
Um, yeah, I just say, man, wrong one building today, man. You know, you have to make the tough decisions, though. I ain't gonna tell you to work less, to be at home more. You, how many kids you got, Aaron?
2, 5-year-old and a 6-year-old.
Yeah, it's important times too.
I know.
Yeah, you got to just find some balance, bro. Got to find that balance, man.
GQ been like that ever since he read Bass Reeves was quoted for saying, "I gotta go get this bag."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bass is going to get the bag. You know that. He want to get it.
Literally though.
And he was he was busting moves. He was traveling.
Do you think he ever was like, "I'm about to lock all this shit down"?
Hell
You
yeah.
you'll catch it in a minute, GQ.
Do I think he was ever like, I'm about to lock all this shit down?
All time.
Let me stop. Ain't it Monday? I gotta stop cussing. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, cause my nephew don't sleep over there. That joke will be up all night, all day.
As soon he'll go to sleep, but as soon as I move, he on it. As
He a
soon as I
real light
think I'm about
sleeper.
to sneak off and do something,
I
he
can't
on it.
breathe. Yeah.
Huh? He a light sleeper. He ain't nothing like me. I sleep hard than the mama. But yeah, man, you gotta chase the bag, man. Shit, kids gotta eat.
And I've been working doubles all week, so he probably excited. I'm actually here at the moment.
See, you're working them doubles. Yeah, I used to work 18-hour days, man, like 6, 7 days a week.
Damn, that's slavery, GQ. That's work.
Shit, I was getting paid. I was making money.
That's
Slavery,
set up to
they
some
do that
back.
shit slavery do that shit for free. I was getting money. I was work 18 hours, man.
That's 10 hours of overtime a day.
Shit, I was chasing it, man. I didn't see no work I didn't like that. When I was getting it,
Come on, man.
didn't see a job I didn't like. Boy, I was working 3 jobs like a Jamaican. I was never not working.
I went through a phase like that in my 20s, GQ, and I did, I want to say 3 days straight without going to sleep.
Yeah,
And going into that fourth day, I this is where I advocate people just get their rest instead of
yeah.
overstressing themselves. In that fourth day, everything started blending together.
Mm,
So I was talking to people that I spoke with 2 days prior, but they wasn't there anymore. You get what I'm trying to say? My brain
yeah,
started blending all the moments together. They
yeah.
sent
You
my
can't,
ass
you can't.
home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 days with no sleep is that's crazy. I used to have to get at least like long as I get 4 hours, but it came. I think that came from when I was in the army. You know what I'm saying? But long as I get 4 hours of sleep, I was cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
But
there's some nuance to that story. This is when I was married to the kid's mother. And it was just so toxic and abusive there that
yeah,
I would just go to work instead of risking them seeing some shit.
Yep, I can dig it.
I go to work, go to school. This is when I was learning to repair cars at the same time. So I go to school in the morning, get off, go to one job, leave that, go to another job. You get where I'm going, and just keep
Mm-hmm.
it that way.
I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, I was kind of like doing the same shit, bro. Work, get up, get up at 6 o'clock, start working. Shit, leave. See, I probably leave that job like 2:33. Go to the next one. Work at that motherfucker for 4, 5 hours. Then go to my little. I had a little security job. I worked that motherfucker. That was my laid back job. I just had to be there. I used to do like 18 hours a day, man. I did that shit for some years.
18 hours, bro. You literally don't have no time to your day. It's an hour to get to work plus change, getting dressed.
Yeah,
Hour to eat and get settled in. You only getting 2 hours of rest.
eating at work. I
Type
wasn't
shit.
never eating that shit. When I got home, all I did kick my motherfucker.
Sleep.
Everything dropped at the door, bro. Everything dropped at the door. I hop in that motherfucking shower, hop dead in the bed. They give me about 4 hours. The alarm clock going off, and here we go again.
Yeah, you gotta have a goal with that. Like you gotta be focused on accomplishing something
Yeah,
to do that, or you would drive yourself insane.
yeah. I, I used to I used to take little naps, like little 15-minute naps. Like when I get a break, nigga, that's nap. I'm straight to sleep. Wake up, go start back work. When you young, man, and vital, man, you feel like you could just do everything, indestructible. Goddamn it, I could do it. Now I do the least amount of work as I can.
You put all the work in already. You owe that.
I
'Cause
do
you owe
like I was
yourself
telling.
that.
I tell. I'm the king of delegating. I'm a delegating motherfucker. And get mad if they call me asking me what to do. Motherfucker, you already know what to do.
Nigga, I gave you the system, nigga. Follow it.
Yeah, just follow the system, nigga.
That's what I do. I delegate tasks. Come on, Molly, gotta go out. Come on, girl.
They be laughing, they joking on me and shit when they see me doing some work. I go to the shop. If I go to the shop like Tuesday, if I go to that motherfucker and start working on some shit, the motherfuckers be laughing like, man, what did you do? Look out, let us do that. I just like to put my hands on the shit because I sometimes just for the, you know what I'm saying, just for the fuck of it. Like I just gotta touch, I gotta do something. Last week, what was it? The week before last, I did a little water pump job. Everybody laughing at me like, you still know how to do that, motherfucker? It's like riding a bike, man. You know, what I mean, I did 3 million of them. Put a water pump on a little Jeep, Cherokee.
Water pump on the Jeep Cherokee. Them Jeep Cherokees is no good. I'm doing some them Jeep Cherokees.
You don't like them Jeep Cherokees, bro?
I mean, they just. I mean, they not. I mean, they're known for not like just known for having a lot of problems.
Not
Like
not that
totally.
Grand Cherokee, but not that original box
I'm
Cherokee.
talking about the original. So you talking about the original one, like
No,
the
no, the one I just did actually was a Grand Cherokee, like you said.
okay.
But
I hate to
But,
interrupt you, gentlemen, but if y'all say Cherokee two more times, the Aboriginals is going to appear.
but that, but that original box Cherokee back in the day, that motherfucker. That's why they stopped making it. It lasted too long, young guy.
mm.
That motherfucker was a
Talking
real
about the new
workhorse.
Jeep, the new Jeeps, and you
Yeah,
know,
that new shit ain't. Yeah, like you said, yeah, them new Cherokees they ain't really them Grand Cherokees and shit. They ain't really hitting on nothing like them old school ones was. That old box Cherokee that they used to take to the wars and shit.
hmm
Them motherfuckers last forever.
See, GQ, I'm not trying to spend Memorial Day arguing with people that we've been here forever. And you just keep saying Cherokee. When they come, you're going to have to handle it. You don't took enough notes to make the argument now.
Yeah, I already know, man. We ain't better than motherfuckers. Hey, I got the number one question for them. Why they ain't go get their license so they ain't got to pay to hunt and fish? You ain't go get your damn license.
hmm. Yeah.
I had to grab one I don't think I've shown on this platform yet. Grab this link, GQ, and ask them this question. How come they never talk about this reporting?
Put it in the main chat so I can grab it.
Okay, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that was 1565. I haven't read this one, but 1565. I think it was a friar. He, in his accounts of coming over here, I want to say in Peru, he was reporting that he found white Aboriginal people with hair like horses.
Mm. But see, I don't like that because if you had the white ones, then that mean what does that mean?
You know, such thing as a white Aboriginal, though, right? I mean, like, and just right. I mean, just the
Yeah,
name.
white Amazonian Indians or white Indians is a term first applied to sightings or encounters with mysterious white-skinned natives of the Amazon. See that them eyeballs gonna tear me up. As soon as I say mysterious white-skinned natives of the Amazon, they gonna be like, "See, that's how you know the natives was black because they see the mysterious white ones."
See, based off when I heard that, like when I hear it, and I'm me being me, I just wanted to Google. I said white Aboriginal is an oxymoron, and they said the term white Aboriginal can be considered an oxymoron because it combines two seemingly contradictory ideas. Aboriginal identity, particularly in Australia, is strongly tied to culture, heritage, and a connection to the land, not simply race. The term
But see, when you say Aboriginal, they
like
immediately go to
that's a contradiction. How can you be a
but they immediately went to Australia.
white people are not
But
native
see,
to?
you got to put in
Mhm.
white Amazonian Indians. Now, like I was saying, this is Wikipedia right here. Is a term first applied to sightings or encounters with mysterious white-skinned natives of the Amazon rainforest from the 16th century by Spanish missionaries. These encounters and tales sparked Percy Fawcett's journey into the uncharted jungle of the Amazonia. Mato Grosso region. Mato Grosso region. Various theories since the early 20th century have been proposed regarding the documented sightings or encounters. So they say they ran into some old white Aboriginal. Now all these motherfuckers right here look the Gunner people of Panama and Colombia have a high incidence rate of albinism, which led Westerns to nickname them white Indians in the early 1900s. Albinism, okay. High incidence rate of albinism. So that means, hold on now, look at this picture. Oh god damn, all these were for like some niggas. I'm glad you ain't on the elbows team, Viasa, because you can make a strong point. There's one little white albino with all these little nigga Indians. It's some funny looking little motherfuckers too.
It's against my nature to knowingly lie, GQ.
Hey, these are funny looking motherfuckers, Beyonce boy. Did you look at that? Let me see. That is funny as hell.
Honestly, I didn't dig through that article. Um, I'll skip through it real quick.
So on that article, go to where you see at the bottom, go to Gunner of Panama. The Gunner children in 1927. The child in the center is an albino. I got it. Oh, you put it in the main chat so everybody can check it out.
Man, them look like little bitty ass old people.
You see them, bro? They look funny as hell, don't they?
I ain't gonna say they look funny, but they look like
Funny little motherfucker.
they look like little senior citizens.
Yeah, little old people. They all look black with straight hair, though.
Nah, they look more Mexican to me.
Especially that girl in the front holding that baby on her hip. She can hold the baby like a black person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no number of niggas holding babies on their hips like that. Don't know white folks holding their babies like that. They walk them on the dog. Let's see. Amazonians. The Amazon is a motherfucker.
I had to look it up and see where it actually was. It's not in Peru, but since you was talking about, she holding the baby and whatnot, do y'all know the age of the youngest to give the youngest? I gotta be careful how I pose the question.
Executed.
The youngest female to ever give birth. Do y'all know the age?
Probably 12.
Anybody want to toss their hat, Rita?
No, I was wrong there.
Something crazy, something. I don't know. I would say
It's gonna be insane.
Damn. Everybody, Chad said 8.
I give it 15 more seconds.
Ebony said 9. Shacklebreaker said 9.
I'm at 619 at 620. I'll toss the answer.
Huh?
On my time, I'm on 619 at 620. I'll get an answer.
Okay.
Somebody doing some Googling.
God damn, Aaron. Aaron said 5. Aaron, you go your ass to sleep. Get you some rest.
Yeah, somebody doing some Googling.
Illustration. Oh shit. It was 5?
Yeah, it was 5.
Damn.
Pregnant at 4, gave birth at 5.
Man, what type of I don't even want to think about no shit like that. That shit just yeah, that shit's crazy.
But that's where knowledge is power, to those who have to protect these little ones. That should be something to keep in your head to, not go extreme with the protection and think everybody out to get them, but to know what's truly at stake.
Where did this happen at? Was this in America?
It was near Peru.
Oh, bro.
Yeah. And this happened in a time frame where there's documented evidence of that little girl. I came across this when I was in a psychology class. I don't know what had
Ebony
me
said ain't Ebony
research
said she
into
don't
it.
believe that because there's no administration at 5. He asked not to cut you off. You said you came
Okay.
across in a psychology class?
I was doing something in a psychology class, and it triggered me to research some stuff, and it took me down this rabbit hole. But since I said it's against my nature to tell a